Your dad is a bear. Your mom is also a bear. Therefore, your little brother is also a bear. But you are a little white bear that can't be whiter. It's well known that a black bear plus a black bear equals a black bear. A black bear plus a white bear equals a panda. Your mom just can't understand why you are white. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets, and she beats your dad for 3 days and nights. Your dad then beat the neighbor's brown bear for 7 days and nights. But still, they couldn't figure out why your color is different. In a fit of rage, your dad ran away with a little female bear. Your stubborn mom didn't go out to search for him. Instead, she decided to raise you and your little brother alone. But your parents, who never had 9 years of compulsory education, didn't know that you were just a little black bear with albinism, and that you had activated a super purification system, where as long as you keep eating, you can get purification points to strengthen yourself. Because of that, even though you and your little brother are both 3 months old, your size is a whole circle bigger than your little brother. Every day, after eating well, you either sleep or give your little brother a lesson in love. One day, while your mom was sleeping, she suddenly let out an ear-shattering roar. You, lost in thought, were startled by the shout. You were confused, not knowing what had happened. It was the first time you saw your mom so angry. Could it be that bears also have morning grumpiness? You saw your mom rise like a mountain. Her fur thick and dark, without a hint of other colors. Her round head with ears standing up, her face symmetrical, and a special white patch on her chest, unique to Asian black bears. In your eyes, your mom's beauty among Asian bears is definitely rare, like a noble lady. But right now, she wasn't in a good mood at all. Her eyes full of anger as she stared at your little brother with a sly grin. The reason was that your little brother hadn't eaten properly. Instead, he let the milk spill out of his mouth and fall to the ground, making his chest full of wasted white bear milk. At that moment, your mom let out another thunderous roar. Your little brother, sensing that things weren't right, quickly ran to hide behind you. Then he looked slyly at your mom. He didn't understand why she was so angry. Your mom's eyes burst with piercing light, filled with heart-burning fury as she looked at the little bear hiding behind you. If this little cub wasn't her own, she would have surely bitten him to death. This month, his hunger had increased as your big sibling ate more and more. Today, it finally reached the physical limit, waking her up from hunger. Looking down, she saw her hard-earned winter fat turning into milk, only for this little cub to waste it so wantonly, filling her with rage. Your little brother was so scared by the anger radiating from your mom. His whole body shrank behind you, not daring to even move his head. Such a wasteful little thing. Thankfully, she had a big kid. Otherwise, these 2 years of bear life would have been a waste. But, in the end, he was still her cub. Seeing your little brother's sorry state, your mom's anger dissipated a lot. She eased her fury and looked at you with satisfaction. In the 8 years she's had cubs, this was the first time she'd seen a cub grow this big during hibernation. Her big cub would surely grow into a strong black bear. No, a white bear. Compared to her second cub, she liked the big cub much more. Then, your mom silently walked to the cave entrance, looking at the snowflakes in the sky, her mind wandering. Your little brother was still hiding behind you, occasionally peeking at your mom. You opened the system and checked your mom's stats, finally realizing why she was so angry. It turns out, your mom had been awakened by hunger. At that moment, your mom's body looked very unbalanced. She was thin, her belly flat. Her physical condition had clearly declined a lot compared to a month ago. It must be that the fat she had stored for the winter was almost used up. You thought about how often you ate this month, and suddenly felt a wave of guilt. It was you who had eaten your mom out of house and home. Feeling this, you patted your little brother, who had taken the blame for you. He scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what you meant. You ignored him and focused on your mom, because the decision your mom would make next would determine your and your little brother's fate. After a while, your mom let out a low growl at you and your little brother, and then walked out of the cave. Your little brother looked confused, not knowing what was outside. Seeing you still standing there, he was too scared of your mom's anger to follow her alone. So he firmly stood next to you. You excitedly shouted, "We're finally going out," and then bounced out joyfully. Your little brother followed closely behind. "Wait for me, big brother." Outside the cave was a white, vast world. The sky still dropping soft snowflakes. The cold air made your little bear body feel uncomfortable. But compared to your little brother, you were doing much better. Your little brother, naturally active, was seeing the world outside the cave for the first time. And everything outside seemed so interesting to him. His little bear body, without enough fat, stepped onto the snow, and immediately felt a bone-chilling cold. So, your little brother started jumping around with all his might. But landing on another patch of snow, he felt another cold shock. And so he kept jumping around, getting covered in snow. Seeing all this, your mom, who was walking ahead, couldn't watch anymore. She angrily shouted at your little brother. She even started to doubt if her second cub had a problem with his brain. Food in the cold winter is hard to find. And energy is so precious. What is he doing jumping around? Can't he just follow his big brother quietly? Your little brother understood what your mom meant and immediately ran to your side, but still occasionally peeking around curiously. You realized that your little brother had already adapted to the cold, and you couldn't help but feel amazed. No wonder he was a bear's descendant. Only 3 months old and already surviving in such harsh conditions. You could endure the cold because of the system's help. But your little brother was relying entirely on his species' bloodline. And so, your mom walked ahead. And you and your little brother followed behind, leaving deep and shallow paw prints in the smooth snow. After a while, your mom arrived at a white, flower-like forest. Then bent down and started sniffing around, shaking her head as she searched for a while, until her eyes suddenly lit up, and she started running in the snow with her paws. Moments later, she stopped, and stuck her whole body into a deep hole she had just dug. Seeing this, you were curious. Walked over, and found that it was your mom who had found some buried berries under the snow. The blueberries were frozen deep blue by the snowflakes, with a layer of white frost on the surface. Mama Bear dove in with her whole body, hungry from before, happily eating, her mouth wide open, swallowing a cluster of berries along with the plant's leaves and roots in one bite. Watching, Yi Yang felt envious, thinking about how Mama Bear didn't have much fat left, which would affect her milk production. He felt he should take on some of the burden of his big appetite. He squeezed forward to nudge Mama Bear and let out a low growl. Mama Bear paused her eating, turned around, and upon noticing Dewa's growl, somewhat understood what he meant, shifting to make room for Yi Yang to come in. Once inside, Yi Yang, with his nimble little bear paw, picked up a bunch of blueberries and put them in his mouth, munching away. If Mama Bear could eat the berries, which she had learned from her survival experience, they surely were not toxic. Sour, a bit sweet. Wait, this taste is so familiar. Isn't this blueberry? Carefully examining the blueberries before him, combined with the familiar taste, he immediately thought of blueberries. These blueberries covered by snow are very fresh and taste good. He quickly ate another bunch. Ding, evolution points plus 0.001. Eating blueberries can also earn evolution points. He nearly forgot about his system's evolution point information. Any nutritional substance could become evolution points. But this is way too little. Compared to the 0.1 evolution points gained from eating bear milk, the 0.001 evolution points from blueberries was far too little, 100 times less. However, Yi Yang did not give up on eating blueberries. With Mama Bear struggling to survive, he needed to increase his survival ability, and besides, these blueberries tasted much better than bear milk to him. Many drops make a shower, so he considered it a change of flavor. Seeing Dewa, only 3 months old, able to eat plants, Mama Bear was very happy. This represented that Dewa had strong survival skills and a high likelihood of becoming an adult bear. As for Erwa, roar! Mama Bear's roar echoed in the big pit, breaking Yi Yang's focus as he continued to munch on blueberries. He looked up to see Erwa had done something foolish again. Unbeknownst to him, noticing Mama Bear and Dagu eating the blueberries in the big pit, Erwa felt greedy. Being small in size, he did not disturb Mama Bear, who was focused on enjoying her food, and squeezed his way in. The blueberries were sour in his mouth. Unable to help himself, he opened his mouth and spat it out, not at all as tasty as bear milk. He couldn't understand why Mama Bear and Dagu were eating such disgusting things. However, biting into the fruit was quite fun. One by one, berries entered Erwa's mouth, chewing with his small mouth, spitting out blue fruit pulp. Mama Bear saw the scene and, of course, got angry. Black bears do not cherish food, but during the harsh winter, food is precious. When encountering food, they must eat until full and not waste, a survival instinct passed down from their black bear ancestors. The fruit pulp Erwa spit out stained the blue snow, eliminating the chance for Mama Bear to eat anymore. Though the number of blueberries was barely enough to fill her stomach, in this season, it was a rare delicacy, and Erwa's wastefulness angered her. With a wide mouth, she grabbed Erwa by the back of his neck and tossed him out of the big pit. Erwa landed in the snow outside, creating a small pit, his little black bear head poking out, still unsure of what had happened. Why did I make Mama Bear angry again? Yi Yan lowered his head, continuing to enjoy blueberries, understanding the reason Erwa was biting into the blueberries. At 3 months old, the baby bear's fangs had begun to grow, and he often felt a bit itchy in his mouth. Wanting to bite something, he felt the urge to tear things apart. Biting helps the fangs develop fully, and it feels quite satisfying while doing so. Understanding is one thing, but he still felt sorry for Mama Bear, who often had to worry about Erwa. This is truly a genuine bear kid. Chapter 4, The Ranger's Surprise. After finishing the blueberries, Yi Yang's little belly felt full, and he only gained 0.01 evolution points. Better than nothing, he used the system to enhance his physique. Days passed, and Mama Bear, with her exceptional sense of smell, continued to find various plants to eat beneath the white winter snow. Yi Yang felt a sigh of relief in his heart. If things continued like this, the 3 bears should be able to survive this winter, and he could mature normally. One day, Mama Bear took them to a snowy area to find food, and there was a creek nearby where melted snow water flowed. Yi Yang was excited. According to common sense, the ice on the creek would gradually disappear, the snow would melt, and the snowflakes in the sky had stopped falling. The sun was warming up, which meant the cold winter was coming to an end, and the bountiful spring was just around the corner. He excitedly ran to the creek, as the light shone on the water surface, and for the first time, he saw his own bear appearance. Round head and round ears, a shorter snout, dark black fur with a smooth texture, and a pair of sparkling black eyes like precious gems. He perfectly inherited Mama Bear's beautiful looks, with a milky white crescent-shaped mark on his chest adding a touch of mystery. Fortunately, I didn't look like that clumsy bear. He felt very satisfied with his bear appearance. At that moment, a small head popped up from the water, appearing beside him. Bear saw the creek for the first time and was very curious. He stumbled forward, carefully extending his little bare paw to touch the water flow. So cool! The whole bear body shivered and he couldn't help but back away. But after a little while, he came back to explore the creek, full of a bear child's excess energy. Yi Yang directly used a bear paw to swat him back into the snow, fearing he would fall into the creek and be swept away by the rushing water. Compared to Bear's small size, his big, sturdy body completely overwhelmed him. Bear rolled around in the snow for a few circles before finally stopping. Roar! He let out an angry, fearful roar, not daring to approach the creek again. That was the territory of the nasty older brother. He completely failed to understand Yi Yang's good intentions. The roar startled Mama Bear, who was focused on eating. She turned around and saw her oldest son by the creek, rushing over to grab him by the neck and walk him back into the snow. Ha! Yi Yang was a bit dazed. It was the first time Mama Bear had grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. The back of a bear's neck is thick fat like that of a cat or dog, and being lifted this way by Mama Bear did not cause him any pain. His body hung in the air, instinctively feeling powerless as he was carried alone. Yi Yang understood Mama Bear's worry and did not resist. Once back in the snow, Mama Bear resumed eating, and he obediently stayed nearby, not eating the vegetation as the roots were too bitter for him. Older brother has been chased away by Mama Bear. That territory is mine now. Bear's eyes brightened, his short limbs and little bare paws vigorously waving towards the creek, but having only run a few steps, Yi Yang directly got up and pressed down on him. This trick was no match for Bear. Yi Yang's size already looked twice as big as him. Roar! All he could do was let out a powerless roar, his little bear head pressed in the snow, seeking help from Mama Bear. Mama Bear glanced at the two cubs' situation and then lowered her head to continue eating. It was normal for young bears to play fight. If Bear knew Mama Bear's thoughts, he would definitely argue fiercely that a fight is give and take. Look at how I can't possibly compete with this monster of an older brother. It's a complete crush. Bullying me. Roar! His voice revealed a plea for mercy. Yi Yang ignored Bear's whimpering roars beneath him, not even bothering to look down, afraid to see Bear in a cowardly, begging posture, unable to resist the urge to swipe down with several bear paws. For Bear's peace and safety, he didn't move off him until Mama Bear finished eating. Finally escaping the weight of his older brother, Bear eagerly ran to Mama Bear's side. Roar, roar, roar! He peeked out a sly little head from behind Mama Bear, growling provocatively. Yi Yang scrunched up his bare face and went directly to Mama Bear to teach him a lesson. Bear surrendered, quickly running around Mama Bear. Yi Yang didn't chase, although Bear was smaller, he was nimble and quick. Running around Mama Bear, it wasn't just that Yi Yang couldn't catch him, even if he did, it would require a lot of energy. Just wait right here. When Xiong saw his big brother stop at the other side of Mama Bear and not chase him, he felt helpless and regained his proud bear attitude, continuously roaring. Humph! Yi Yang Xiong's eyes flashed with fierce light. He must let Xiong know the painful price of provoking his big brother later. Mama Bear looked around, sniffing the air with her nose. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a tempting scent. Her eyes brightened as she used her nose to track the smell while raising her bare paw, moving toward the source of the delightful aroma. The moment had come. Mama Bear departed from her original position, the obstacle between the two disappeared, and with a swift bear pounce, she went for it. She knocked down Xiong, pressing him hard under her bare body. The corners of her mouth curled up, her eyes gleaming with ferocity. Xiong lay in the snow, still unaware of what had happened. Roar, he decisively begged for mercy. Ha! After a month of living together, Yi Yang had already understood his brother Xiong's nature. He was just a bear cub, sincerely admitting his mistakes and sure to repeat them next time. Thinking he could let Xiong off just like that was too simple. Since he would provoke him again in the future, why not enjoy a little payback and collect some interest, right? Ignoring Xiong's pleas for mercy, Mama Bear raised her paw high, swatting toward his small head. Ow, 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 ow. The snow echoed with painful howls. Roar! Mama Bear leading in front let out a roar, signaling the cubs to follow. Yi Yang withdrew his hand, letting Xiong go as he shook off the snow that clung to him. The little bear, looking content, walked toward Mama Bear. Xiong'er climbed up, feeling dizzy and shaking his head, still filled with snowflakes as he hurried to catch up with Mama Bear. His big brother's paw attack hadn't harmed his tough hide, he felt helpless being beaten, creating fear in him. He looked with dread at his big brother's sturdy back, realizing he would not provoke him for a long time. What Yi Yang didn't know was that everything happening among the three bears was being watched by someone. Jiling National First Class Natural Ecological Reserve, Testing Room. A screen full of videos, divided into various small test clips, was vibrant with the colors of white snow. The appearance of three black bears instantly became the center of attention. The forest ranger Lu Fei was obviously drawn to the three black bears, sipping on his brewed red tea. The winter sleep period for the Asian black bear shouldn't be over yet, there's still half a month until winter ends. Why is this black bear out foraging with two cubs? He felt puzzled. Normally, black bears would wait until winter ended to come out and forage, making it easier to find more nutritious food. Why would this mama bear come out so early with her cubs? Only when he zoomed in on the video did he see Mama Bear's lean body and flat belly, realizing with a chuckle, so, it's a needy Mama Bear. He misunderstood that Mama Bear hadn't stocked up on food last autumn, lacking the fat and energy needed to raise her cubs, so she had to end her hibernation early to find food. In the silent winter, such occurrences are rare. Curiously, he watched the three black bears. This cub is so big. Until he saw Yi Yang overpowering his brother Xiong'er, Lu Fei's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face. The size difference between the two cubs was immense, completely not on the same scale, as he zoomed in on the imposing appearance of Yi Yang. He looks powerful, definitely doesn't resemble an ordinary bear. I wonder if there's a bear king among the Asian black bears. Shaking his head and chuckling, he casually said this, but deep inside, he couldn't believe that a bear king could arise from the Asian black bear, a lesser branch of the bear family. He was unaware that the majestic little bear on the screen would grow into an astonishing black bear. Chapter 5, A Grand Feast. In the snowy ground. Mama Bear crawled while carefully sniffing the scents in the air, moving at a slow pace. Trailing behind, Yi Yang felt astonished. Mama Bear seemed like a treasure hunter, fully focused on finding her target. He had never seen Mama Bear like this before. His own bear body hadn't fully developed, and his sense of smell wasn't as sharp as Mama Bear's. He had no idea what Mama Bear was looking for. But it must be something big. Suddenly, Mama Bear stopped and gazed into the distance. Bear 2 accidentally bumped into Leaf Yang, looked up to see his big brother staring at him, and quickly ran behind Mama Bear. Not paying attention to Bear 2's clumsiness, he approached Mama Bear and noticed her intense gaze. That's a deer carcass. Leaf Yang finally understood the target Mama Bear was searching for. A deer carcass lay in the snow not far away. Excited inside, this was a protein feast handed to them for free. It could solve Mama Bear's urgent hunger, allowing himself and Bear 2 to survive until spring. But unexpectedly, Mama Bear stood still, her attention not on the deer feast, but serious, sniffing the air and looking around cautiously. Mama Bear is checking for safety. Leaf Yang's excitement was doused with cold water, he felt much calmer. In the winter, food was scarce, the smell of the deer carcass could attract all the starving carnivores. Mama Bear was confirming if the surroundings were safe. In the active forest, as long as the black bear didn't encounter a hungry tiger, a wolf pack ambush, or grim luck with a relative brown bear, they could barely be considered top predators. Of course, if they did encounter these threats, black bears usually stood little chance. Luckily, black bears were agile and could quickly climb trees, ensuring their survival. Mama Bear, relying on her extraordinary sense of smell, felt no danger. Growl! She let out a low growl to the two cubs, leading them closer to the deer carcass. The deer carcass was massive, evident from its large antlers. Beside the deer carcass, Mama Bear eagerly buried her head into the feast. She hadn't eaten meat for almost half a year. Ha! Leaf Yang beside the deer carcass was surprised. He noticed something strange about the deer's body in the snow. The limbs and most of the meat from the deer's chest were missing, but that wasn't why he was surprised. The missing parts of the carcass had smooth, even wounds, unlike marks made by animal bites. The cuts looked a bit like a saw. He hurriedly moved closer to observe the deer carcass, and indeed, he found several deep blood holes on the side of the carcass. From a human perspective, it was clear at a glance that these were gunshot wounds. This deer was killed by human. Not too happy. One cannot eat vegetation for a lifetime, becoming a vegan black bear. In this world, there are humans, and countless dangers exist in nature. If a bear wants to stay alive, it must quickly grow into an adult bear. Meat is rich in nutrition and can help one grow up fast. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Yang cautiously approached, his bare face twisted with conflict, his mouth pressed against the chest and abdomen of the deer carcass. I am a bear, sooner or later I must eat meat. Bite. The deer carcass had been frozen in the snow for some time, its flesh stiff like biting into a popsicle. Fortunately, he chose to bite the fatty and soft abdomen, and with his exceptional developed teeth, he successfully bit off a piece of meat. The bear's mouth was filled with a strong smell of blood, mixed with the fresh scent of grass. The taste was strange, but thanks to the bear's instincts, he could accept eating raw meat. As it was swallowed into his stomach, the deer meat turned into warmth, gradually absorbed by his body. Ding, evolution point plus 0.01. His eyes brightened. As expected, this rich meat gave him so many evolution points just from a small bite. His stomach celebrated, rejoicing in the nourishment from eating meat for the first time. Following Bear Mom's example, he buried his head into the meat. Feeling that Brother Bear was eating deer meat, Bear Mom looked up in shock. Her eldest cub was developing too quickly, being able to eat meat just 3 months after birth. Turning her head, she spotted Bear 2 happily gnawing on bones, and couldn't help but wonder, is this really my bear brother born from the same litter? Seeing his big brother eating meat, Bear 2 mimicked him, rushing to the abdomen and biting down hard. He took a greasy bite but didn't even touch any meat. With his newly developed teeth, he couldn't break through the fatty layer of the deer meat at all. He looked at the deer bones on the snow, and suddenly they didn't seem appetizing anymore. In the end, from that huge deer carcass, over 30 pounds of meat mostly went into Bear Mom's belly. Yi Yang ate more than 3 pounds, gaining 1 evolution point, which he immediately applied to his physique, quietly growing a little bigger. He and Bear Mom waddled ahead, both burping from fullness, while Bear 2 happily followed behind, holding a deer bone in his mouth, a satisfied bear family walking home together. An old gray wolf approached the deer carcass, sniffing around, its cruel eyes glancing toward the direction where Yi Yang and the others had left, then it lowered its head to lick the deer carcass. Chapter 6, Crisis. The Old Wolf. After returning to the cave, the next day, a stinky smell filled the air, making Yi Yang very uncomfortable. Animals have no awareness of cleaning their environment. After Bear Mom feasted on the deer carcass, the smell of her waste was overpowering. The entire cave was filled with this odor. Before, when Bear Mom ate only vegetation, the smell of her waste wasn't as strong, and Yi Yang could tolerate it, but now this stench gave him a headache. Holding his nose didn't help, the black bear's sense of smell was just too advanced. Shaking his head, he walked to the cave entrance for some fresh air. He always ran outside to relieve himself, having protested to Bear Mom about this behavior in the cave. But communication was lost, and Bear Mom completely didn't understand what he was trying to express. Sighing silently, at least it proved that there was no bear language in the world. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Bear 2 still happily gnawing on the deer bone, oblivious to the black pile of waste right next to him. What a little fool. Days later, Bear Mom finished the deer meat in her belly and went out alone to forage without taking the cubs. Yi Yang came to the cave entrance to enjoy the scenery. The snow outside was notably shallower than before, and the temperature was gradually rising. Early spring was approaching. Bear 2, sneaky and cunning, ran to the cave entrance. Without Bear Mom around, he really wanted to roll around in the snow. Just as his paw stepped out of the cave, Yi Yang swiftly slapped him back into the cave. If Bear 2 ran out, who knows where he would end up. For dealing with such a mischievous bear child, a simple and brutal method was the most effective. Woo woo. Back inside the cave, Bear 2 felt indignant and unhappy. This damned big brother was always stopping him from going out to play. Revealing his newly developed canine teeth, he bared his fangs, looking fierce. Is it itchy again? Yi Yang's body straightened up directly, turning to face him. Ah woo. Xiong'er looked at his big brother's huge body, directly showing a cowardly bear appearance, running to the side to gnaw on a deer bone. Fighting before even getting scared. If it weren't for knowing you are my brother, I would really think you're a street dog. Shaking his head, the black bear's cowardly demeanor was famous in the human world. Having watched the elder since young, Xiong'er would undoubtedly also become a cowardly bear in the future. This is the normal nature of black bears. Aside from those with cubs or those extremely hungry, they rarely attack actively. Because black bears do not have an unchallenged status in the forest, their average weight is over 200 kilograms, which is less than the 300 kilograms of tigers, not to mention their chubby relatives, the brown bears, 600 kilograms. In nature, an animal's size often determines its power. Black bears not only lack sufficient power, but their explosive speed is also slow, which means their hunting ability is poor, and the meat resources they can obtain are very few. Thus, although black bears are omnivores, their diet mainly consists of plants, defining them as leaning towards herbivorous animals. It's not that they don't want to eat meat, it's that they can't find it. Reborn as a black bear, Yi Yang found that aside from the system, his memory greatly enhanced. Now, these knowledge points were all recalled from materials he saw in his previous life. This smell. The unfamiliar scent coming with the wind interrupted his thoughts. His eyes gazed outside the cave. A wild wolf with gray fur was slowly approaching the cave. A wolf. Yi Yang's heart raced. He quickly stood up straight, focusing on the target wolf. There's a scent of mama bear around the cave. The wild wolf might just be passing by. It got closer. The wolf's figure clearly fell into his eyes. Sparse gray fur, the tip of the tail bare, a lean body. The old wolf's face was full of fatigue, and a pair of murky wolf eyes still revealed brutality, staring at the young bear at the cave entrance. Yi Yang panicked. This old wolf's gaze was fixated on him, without a doubt. Its target was the young bear in the cave. Struggling to calm his emotions, the wolf's running speed was many times faster than that of the young bear. Escaping from the cave was impossible. Then, there was only fighting. Roar! The first wild roar he let out in his life. Xiong was attracted by the sound. Poking his little head out of the cave, seeing the licking wild wolf not far away, he immediately turned and ran into the cave, trembling and lying on the ground. Xiong behavior did not affect Yi Yang. At this moment, all his thoughts were on the old wolf. With the help of evolution points and human wisdom, I will definitely defeat the old wolf. He kept encouraging himself inside. The young bear's wild bloodline was stimulated by the danger, beginning to speed up circulation. Powerful strength surged within him. Awah! The old wolf came within 10 meters of the cave entrance, releasing a chilling wolf howl. Following the scent of the deer carcass, it tracked all the way, finally waiting for the chance when Mama Bear went out to hunt. To his surprise, the young bear in front of him showed no panic, staring hard at him, taking a crouching battle posture. This young bear was very brave, surprisingly not scared by him. In the future, it would surely become a strong black bear. Unfortunately, it encountered him, being driven away by the wolf pack. He hadn't had a good meal in a long time. Eating this young bear in front of him would not only fill his stomach but also eliminate a competitor for reproduction in the group. Unable to hold back saliva, to him, the two young bears in the cave were just two moving piles of meat. Awah! With an urgent cry, he exploded into speed, his figure like a gray whirlwind, pouncing towards Yi Yang at the cave entrance. Yi Yang raised his bear paw high, waiting for the right moment, calling out. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The old wolf was successfully hit and flew away, landing 3 meters away in the snow. Yi Yang twisted his sore right paw. Although the last attack was successful, the force worked both ways, and his paw had also suffered some damage. Staring aggressively at the old wolf struggling to rise from the snow, feeling that he could win. In close proximity, he could see that his size was a circle larger than the old wolf, and his strength was no less. Bursting with confidence, from the old wolf's earlier leap, it was clear that the old wolf was in terrible shape. Even he, a young bear, could send it flying. Exposing his solid and sharp canine teeth, an instinctive wildness drove him. A bloodthirsty desire surged from his heart. Aoo! The old wolf stood up. After a brief observation, he began his attack. He had no way out left. His terrible state left him with no illusions of catching food. The young bear before him, although a threat, was also his last chance for survival. This time, the old wolf did not leap but lunged to bite. Instead, he crawled slowly within a 2-meter radius, moving from side to side. A cruel gaze locked onto him. Yi Yang understood that this was the old wolf's best hunting tactic, constantly moving around the prey, the cruel gaze bringing immense psychological pressure that would lead the prey to break down and expose vulnerabilities, allowing the old wolf to strike and take down the prey. He possessed human wisdom. How could he allow the old wolf's tactics to succeed? Moreover, he was positioned at the cave entrance, and the old wolf could only circle around him. He could assure the safety of his back. It was destined that the old wolf's cruel gaze could not frighten him. After a while, the young bear maintained a calm expression, staring defiantly into the old wolf's eyes. The old wolf seemed to realize that his tactics had no effect on the young bear. Aoo! He burst forth with incredible speed, appearing beside Yi Yang. Before Yi Yang could react, the old wolf bit down hard on his hindquarters. Roar! A painful cry echoed across the snowy ground. Chapter 7: The Old Wolf Dies. At the cave entrance. The old wolf crouched low, his body shaped like a bow, his form like an arrow shot forth. He flashed close to Yi Yang, sinking his teeth into his hindquarters. Roar! Unable to hold back a painful roar, the wild wolf's biting strength was astonishing, its canine teeth easily penetrating his thick fur and fat, sinking an inch deep into the flesh. It reminded him of the pain from childhood vaccinations, but this time his hindquarters felt like they had been stabbed by a dozen thick needles. Oh, you can bite? So can I. The excruciating pain in his hindquarters ignited his ferocity. His red eyes widened as he lunged for the old wolf's neck. The old wolf quickly released its bite on him, stepping back, nimbly avoiding Yi Yang's snapping jaws. Its cruel gaze fixed on the young bear, realizing that the bear's speed was quite slow. Unable to respond to its attacks, it could continue to launch surprise attacks to exhaust him. Licking the sweet bear blood from its mouth only made it more excited. Following the same pattern, after a brief observation, it found a clever opportunity and lunged. Roar! How could Yi Yang let himself be bitten a second time? He opened his jaw wide, revealing hard canine teeth, and fiercely bit toward the position of the old wolf. Although the old wolf's speed was incredibly quick, he could not fully react in time, yet, directly abandoning defense and attacking toward the direction of the pouncing wolf was still possible. A clash of strength. Who's afraid of whom? Let's see whose skin is tougher. The wild wolf was intimidated by his offensive. If it lunged at him like this, it would be a mutually destructive situation, and it couldn't believe its weak body could withstand the young bear's biting attack. Its movement paused, looking to relieve its force and find another opportunity to sneak attack. But Yi Yang clearly would not give it this chance. At the moment the old wolf hesitated, he used all his strength to unleash an astonishing speed, successfully taking down the old wolf. Aoo! His form was noticeably larger than the old wolf, using all his strength to pin down the desperately struggling wolf. Fighting at close range with beasts was filled with wildness and danger. The old wolf lost the advantage of agility and lunged for Yi Yang's neck. The bear's gaze hardened, eyes filled with coldness. With a burst of strength from both paws, he swung fiercely at the wolf's head, preventing the old wolf from biting, forcing it to rely only on its claws, leaving bloody marks on the bear's body. Just then, Bear 2 also rushed over to lend a hand. Gathering his courage, he approached, watching the old wolf howling beneath his older brother, especially seeing the glint of its sharp teeth, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Nevertheless, he opened his big bear mouth and bit down with all his might on the old wolf's hind leg. Ah whoa! The old wolf howled in pain. The appearance of Bear 2 tilted the tense battle in their favor. Bear 2 surprised not only his brother but sent the old wolf into a frenzy of warning, as it sensed the smell of death. The fear of death unleashed unimaginable strength in the old wolf, allowing it to break free from Yi Yang's grasp. Without looking back, it dashed away quickly into the distance. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed back from not far away. Bear Mom, not far from the cave, caught the scent of blood, which quickly propelled her toward the cave, concerned for her cubs. Upon reaching the cave, she saw an old wolf running toward her and immediately knew it must be the one attempting to ambush her cubs while she was away. My bear kids! Bear Mom's fierce nature ignited, and her fur stood on end. Seeing Bear Mom in front of him, the old wolf quickly turned to flee, but with its hind leg injured and exhausted from battling Yi Yang, it was soon chased down by Bear Mom. Bear Mom charged like a runaway little truck, slamming the old wolf against a tree, the tremendous impact causing a flurry of snow to fall. Without waiting for the old wolf to rise, she opened her big bear mouth and crunch. The sound of bones cracking came from the old wolf's neck, its entire body coming to a halt. After this, Bear Mom picked up the wolf's corpse and returned to the cave with a worried heart. At the cave entrance, she was surprised to find her two cubs completely unhurt. They were still only 3 months old. How could they possibly escape from a wolf's jaws? Looking at the wounds covering her oldest cub and the splatters of fresh bear blood on the snow, with the other cub, Bear 2, safe nearby, Bear Mom realized that her cubs had triumphed over the old wolf. Her heart filled with joy, she thought that her eldest cub would surely be a bear king in the future. Roar! Bear Mom set down the wolf's corpse and approached her eldest cub, softly growling in concern, using her tongue to lick his wounds. Yi Yang did not stop Bear Mom's actions. The saliva of animals can help wounds heal. He glanced at the wolf's corpse, feeling a sense of nostalgia. This fight with the old wolf was truly a last stand. If he had shown any sign of weakness, he might have been lying on the ground instead. Despite being covered in wounds with blood still flowing from his rear, his heart remained excited, knowing that he had defeated an old wolf at just 3 months old. The future is bright. A bearsome life ahead. Thinking of the future, commanding the northeast tiger, biting the big brown bear, he felt a little thrill inside. Wait. Bear Mom. Don't forget about my rear. Owo owo. Why only care about the older brother, Bear Mom? I also put in effort to fight the old wolf? Bear Mom and Yi Yang automatically ignored Bear 2's protests. After lightly treating their wounds, the 3 bears returned to the cave to feast on the wolf's corpse. Biting fiercely at the old wolf's heart, they found it surprisingly tough to chew. The heart was unexpectedly hard, as the hearts of animals, including humans, are the toughest muscles in the body. With much effort, they managed to swallow it whole. Crunch. The internal organs are rich in nutrients, and the heart has the highest nutritional value in the whole body. Only when a mother bear is nursing will she share the liver, a testament to maternal instinct. Ding! Evolution point plus 0.1. Truly, the heart has the highest nutritional value. The evolution points gained are comparable to the rich bear milk. He poked his head into the wolf's chest, starting to search for its organs. Bear Mom, feeding nearby, kindly shifted her body to make space for her eldest cub. Owo owo. Bear 2 saw his brother and Bear Mom enjoying their meal and felt a pang of jealousy. He let out a powerless howl. He had just tried the wolf's corpse, and the meat was impossible to swallow, far worse than bear milk. He could only silently gnaw on the bones. In the end, the old wolf's corpse had about 40 pounds of meat, most of which went into Mama Bear's belly. A black bear can eat half of its body weight in food, so those 40 pounds of meat were a feast for Mama Bear. Adding in the deer corpse from not long ago, she hadn't had to go out to hunt for a long time. Yi Yang ate the old wolf's organs, his belly swelling, a profound fatigue washing over him. Today's battle had worn him out. Supporting his injured and weary body, he found a smooth spot in the cave and fell into a deep sleep. Xiong'er's eyes rolled over, he crept quietly to his side and gradually fell asleep. Mama Bear tossed the leftover bones and wolf fur deep into the cave and lay down beside her big cub, drifting into slumber. Chapter 8 Spring. Yi Yang woke from his deep slumber, a slight pain coming from his bare body. The black bear's ability to recover was strong. His body, scarred from yesterday's battle with the wolf's claws, had already formed thin scabs over the shallow wounds, and even the most severe wound on his rear had stopped bleeding. He felt itchy all over. It was the sensation of wounds healing. Suddenly, a thought struck him. After the grueling battle last night, his mind was tired, and he had not yet used his evolution points. He opened the Super Evolution System panel. Evolution points, 2. He felt joy in his heart, his eyes shining with happiness. This was the first time he had received so many evolution points. His sacrifice had not been in vain. After pondering for a moment, he chose not to add points to his endurance as he usually did, but instead spent a point on strength and a point on speed. From this battle with the old wolf, he realized the importance of strength and speed. He clearly sensed where the old wolf was attacking, yet his body couldn't react in time, leading to a successful sneak attack, and the severe wound on his rear was proof of that. His endurance was now sufficient to withstand most dangers. In other words, his physical defense was good enough. It was time to increase his attack power and speed, or else, during the next battle, he would only be able to passively take hits. Add points. A mysterious wave of warmth suddenly appeared deep within, surging through his limbs and transforming the young bear's body. The warmth disappeared, and he clearly felt that beneath his thick layer of fat, hard and strong muscles were beginning to grow. His entire body also felt light and agile. It was contradictory yet very real. Yi Yang cracked his bare mouth into a grin, feeling pleased. He distinctly sensed that he was much stronger now, and if he faced the old wolf again, he wouldn't be as helpless as before. Ah whoa. Xiaoner woke up, rubbing his coal-black face with his small paws, then glanced at his big brother, who was grinning beside him. Could Big Brother have been bitten silly by the old wolf? Scratching his head, he looked closely again. Why did it seem like Big Brother had gotten stronger? In these days, the light at the cave entrance grew brighter earlier, the nights lasted longer, and occasional bird songs, unheard during winter, sounded here and there. Spring was coming. Mama Bear obviously knew the time of spring's arrival. After the scare from the old wolf, they hadn't ventured out to hunt for several days, relying on the wolf meat to sustain them, planning to wait until early spring to go out foraging. With Mama Bear's rich milk and the powerful recovery capability of the black bear, Yi Yang's injuries had mostly healed, with the most severe wound on his rear fully scabbed over, growing sparse hair. Host, Yi Yang. Species, Asian black bear. Age, 4 months. Strength, 7. Endurance, 13. Speed, 4. He was now a 60-pound cub. His body far exceeded that of a normally developing cub, while Xiong'er's attributes were only half of his. Roar. This day, Mama Bear let out a roar and was the first to step out of the cave. Ah whoa. Xiong'er quickly followed, unable to wait to join Mama Bear outside. The old wolf's attack from days ago had made him much more obedient, and now he was especially happy to be outside with Mama Bear. Yi Yang was no exception. This winter had driven his bear body to develop so remarkably. How many surprises can the rich food of spring bring him? He was looking forward to it, suddenly following Mama Bear to outside the cave. Outside the cave, the white snow had long melted, with only a few patches of snow left in the shadows. The sky was clear, the air fresh and humid, and the snow under the bear's paws had turned into damp soil, mixed with many sprouting blades of grass. Not far away, the trees had sprouted new shoots. A slight chill from the mountain wind blew by, and Yi Yang's soft fur swayed with the breeze. As Mama Bear's face showed comfort, the cold mountain wind was no problem for the thick fat of the black bear. Walking along with Mama Bear, they saw many animals along the way. Elk, goats, cattle. Most were herbivores, with their heads down grazing on grass. When they raised their heads to see Mama Bear, they calmly returned to munching on grass. This made Yi Yang, whose eyes were eager, feel quite irritated. These are all evolution points. If I eat these meaty animals, how much would I evolve? Damn, looking down on black bears. Mama Bear was used to these swift herbivores' ignorance. Passing by with her 2 cubs, they disturbed each other as little as 2 strangers passing by. They found a lush grassy area and lowered their heads to dig into the roots for food. Yi Yang. The black bear's helplessness gave him a deep lesson. After all, he was a over 200-pound omnivore. Why not put in some effort to hunt? Fortunately, he had the help of the Super Evolution System. In the future, he would definitely be able to hunt and eat meat. Otherwise, how long would it take to get enough evolution points by eating plants? His gaze shifted to the front, where Bear 2 was actually eating vegetation. The little bear opened his mouth, and the tender shoots in front of him vanished, clearly enjoying the food. Even Bear 2, who only drank milk, was eating tender sprouts. Could it really be that delicious? He hesitated and approached the tender shoots by the bushes, unsure whether to take a bite. The bite was smooth and fragrant, truly the best tender shoots in the world. Bear's eyes lit up. The taste was indeed very good, and Bear's taste was really strange. This flavor could rival meat. No matter how many evolution points the vegetation contained, he wanted to satisfy the bear's appetite first. The bear's head swayed as he swept through the tender sprouts. Roar! Bear 2 was unhappy. This was his discovered delicious food. Unexpectedly, his big brother also came to eat and was eating it so quickly. He hadn't even had enough. Roar. Just when Bear 2 was having mixed thoughts, he suddenly found that his big brother's portion was almost finished, so he hurriedly focused on eating the small patch of tender sprouts in front of him. Looking over, the family of 3 bears was just like other herbivorous animals, burying their heads in the tender sprouts, forming a harmonious picture. Black bears are such magical animals, their demeanor completely unlike land-dominating bears. Roar, roar, roar. A low, deep animal call attracted Yi Yang's attention. Swallowing the tender leaves in his mouth, he followed the sound, pushing through the bushes. A wild boar with several piglets was feeding not far away. Looking at the wild boar's huge belly, he gulped. How many evolution points would that contain? But seeing the 2 long tusks exposed at the corners of the wild boar's mouth, it extinguished his hopes. His gaze wandered to the piglets surrounding the wild boar, and the bear's eyes flashed. If I can't eat the big one, why not the small ones? Right now, he only had the thought of quickly obtaining evolution points and becoming strong, and he couldn't waste the feast in front of him. Roar. He turned around and softly called Mama Bear. Mama Bear, hearing her cubs call, reluctantly stopped eating and came to Dawa's side. Following Dawa's gaze to see the wild boar, she felt puzzled and didn't understand Dawa's intention of calling. Roar. Yi Yang saw that Mama Bear didn't understand him, and grew anxious, rushing out from the bushes. In front of them was an easily reachable feast. Exposing his tusks towards the wild boar. A tremendous roar. Roar. The quiet forest was shattered by this bear's roar, startling a flock of birds to take flight, and the once peaceful herbivores around scattered in panic. They sensed the dangerous signal of a predator's hunt from the sound. The wild boar trembled, instinctively filled with fear, looking towards the direction of the terrifying roar. Seeing a robust black bear cub, he relaxed his pounding heart. He recognized this weak, small black bear who lacked strong aggression. Thankfully, it was not the forest's dominant brown bear. Ow! The wild boar let out a piercing cry, its unique bristles standing up like fine needles, charging towards Leaf Young. He wanted the cub in front of him to pay the price for provoking him. Wild boars can eat meat too. He had never tasted bear meat before and didn't know what it was like. Thinking about bear meat, the wild boar's speed picked up even more. Leaf Yang watched the wild boar rushing towards him, feeling nervous but not afraid, because Mama Bear was already in front of him when the boar issued its attack signal. Species, mountain boar, female. Strength, 18. Stamina, 30. Speed, 15. 2 black figures clashed together. He wasn't very worried about Mama Bear, having seen the attributes of the wild boar through the system. Except for slightly higher stamina, its other attributes couldn't compare to Mama Bear's. The mountain boar was one of the weaker types of wild boars, not a special breed that could weigh up to 500 kilograms. The mountain boar in front of him was about the same size as Mama Bear, who had recently been nourished by deer meat and wolf meat, giving her ample strength and high combat power. Even if the black bear was weak, it was still a member of the bear family, an omnivore. A head-on battle with a mountain boar of similar size wouldn't be dangerous even if it lost. During the fight, Mama Bear suddenly unleashed incredible power. You want to crash into my bear cub, big baby? I'll bite you to death. Mama Bear, unexpectedly, twisted her body to dodge the wild boar's tusk strike, lunged sideways, and sharp bear claws plunged into the pig's body, opening her mouth wide to bite at its neck. The forest was filled with Mama Bear's roars and the wild boar's cries on the ground. The plan succeeded. Little Bear's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quietly snuck past the battlefield of Mama Bear and the wild boar. He raised his little nose, taking strong sniffs in the air. I found it. Carefully circling, he found 4 trembling little piglets hiding among a dense patch of grass. Leaf Yang's bare mouth spread widely in a grin. His sense of smell was truly sharp, indeed discovering the piglets that had just escaped and were hiding nearby. Silently, he approached the group of little piglets hiding in the grass. Roar! With a swift and agile leap, the bear swiped both paws, and the 2 little piglets' heads burst open like watermelons, spraying red and white brain matter everywhere. Not stopping there, he lunged at the remaining 2 piglets with his mouth wide open. His movements were so quick, completing the explosive action in an instant. The 2 piglets, stunned by the fierce. He was definitely no match for Mama Bear. Seeing the wild boar escape, Mama Bear did not chase after it, because she knew that she couldn't keep up with the boar's running speed. After the wild boar had run far away, it glared at the 2 cubs with its red eyes from a distance, especially at the stockier cub, the one that had killed its 3 young ones, staring for a while before leaving, as if imprinting the cub's image in its heart. This wild boar is quite clever, and it can hold a grudge. Yi Yang noticed the wild boar's hostility in the distance but did not care. Having lived for 3 months as a bear, he already had the awareness of an animal. Survival of the fittest, the law of nature. The animal world is always filled with hunting and death, all for the sake of survival, with no regard for human ethics and morals. Now he just wanted to grow stronger quickly, to protect himself, Mama Bear, and Bear too, otherwise, one day, they would also play out the scene of the wild boar being hunted by other animals. In the blink of an eye, he was attracted by the enticing scent of the 3 piglets before him, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with his little paw. He lowered his head and bit down hard on a piece of tender meat from the pig's belly. The meat was smooth and tender, with little fat, and the fine fur on the skin did not affect the taste. The tender meat paired with the piglet's smooth and chewy skin was truly the most delicious food he had ever tasted in his bear life. His eyes brightened, and his bare mouth couldn't help but take big bites. Mama Bear smelled the scent and drooled, slowly walking over. As she passed by Bear 2, she saw him struggling and making a painful cry with the piglet in his mouth, and her bare eyes showed disdain. Big DWA had instantly killed 3 piglets, why hadn't little DWA killed the one in his mouth yet? Bear 2, with his newly developed baby teeth, could just bite into the piglet's skin but couldn't deliver a fatal bite, relying on his size advantage to wear it down. The piglet in Bear 2's mouth felt its life force gradually fading, the pain in its body was excruciating, while Mama Pig had long abandoned it, leaving it to let out a heart-wrenching scream. So cruel. Mama Bear might not be able to bear it, or maybe the piglet's cries were too annoying. She pulled it from Bear 2's mouth with one paw and ended its life. Burp. Yi Yang looked up and burped, noticing Mama Bear silently watching him with drool dripping beside her. Her eyes were conflicted. Mama Bear was originally responsible for the cubs' food, and it felt a little embarrassing for him to snatch prey from her young ones, but this piglet smelled too good, tempting her to commit a crime. Drool was pooling all around her bare mouth. Seeing Mama Bear's silly look, Yi Yang couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth and laugh. Thanks to Mama Bear holding back the wild boar, he could have the opportunity to hunt the piglet, and after spending these months together, Mama Bear and Bear 2 had left an indelible mark on his heart. He picked up the piglet and tossed it in front of Mama Bear. Mama Bear immediately drooped her head and started to eat, tearing into the pork. The taste was indeed delicious, so much better than any vegetation. Chapter 10, Honey. Each piglet weighed about 10 pounds, 2 months old, and the meat was at its most tender and smooth, making it the first choice for roasted suckling pig. Yi Yang ate the livers of 4 piglets and then stuffed himself by eating an entire piglet, satisfied as he leaned against a tree trunk to rest. Bear 2 surprisingly also ate meat, finishing half of one, with the rest going into Mama Bear's belly. He opened the system panel. Evolution points, 3. He had been so focused on the delicious food earlier that he hadn't noticed the prompt sound about gaining evolution points. Now, seeing the panel, he was pleasantly surprised to find he had a full 3 evolution points. Allocate points. He allocated the 3 evolution points to strength, endurance, and speed. Although endurance is the foundation of everything, gaining more prey relies on strength and speed, and they cannot be overlooked. The mysterious energy from the evolution points surged into his body, and after a while, the warm flow disappeared, completing the enhancement. He lifted his bare paw in front of his eyes, clearly feeling his body strengthen a bit. He couldn't help but feel happy. Exhaling, they continued on with the bear cubs. They walked very slowly, as if strolling. Along the way, Yi Yang saw many rare animals and unfamiliar plants. Golden monkeys on tall ancient trees, black gibbons, and many baby monkeys nestled in their mother's arms, their curious eyes looking at the 3 bears. After crossing a hillside, he clearly felt that the temperature and humidity here were higher than around the cave, and he could see tender green leaves on the surrounding vegetation and trees. The grass under the bear's paws was even lusher, with dew hanging on it, and an unknown floral scent filled the air. It was obvious that the spring atmosphere was denser here, with more food available. It wasn't until he saw the cave ahead that he realized Mama Bear was migrating with her cubs. Bears have a migratory habit, following the seasons throughout the year to find places with more abundant food. Entering the cave, small animal bones littered the ground, and the air was filled with the distinct smell of other animals, but those scents included Mama Bear's scent. Without a doubt, this cave was within Mama Bear's territory. Black bears are caverns animals, and each black bear marks the location of its cave within its territory to migrate with the seasons and acquire more food. At night, Mama Bear and Bear 2 went to sleep. Yi Yang sat at the cave entrance. The night forest was not quiet, with the sounds of countless insects and the distant roars of tigers and wolves making it hard for him to drift off. As an Asian black bear, the pressure was truly overwhelming. Could he really grow up unscathed in a forest full of dangers? A bright moon hung high in the night sky, its light reflecting on his body, soothing his slightly anxious feelings as he slowly fell into a dream. The next day, Mama Bear took them to beneath a tall tree. Under the awestruck gaze of him and Bear 2, Mama Bear demonstrated unimaginable agility, crawling her limbs up the trunk, coordinating her paws to climb, and soon returned with a big beehive in her mouth. Roar! Mama Bear let out a proud roar, cracking the beehive open, and an enticing aroma wafted out. Her paws were coated with thick honey, and she kept licking it with her tongue. Honey! Yi Yang stepped over, dipping his paw into the hive and pulling it out, now fully coated in honey. He put his paw in his mouth. Sweet! So sweet! Ding, evolution points plus 0.1. Honey is extremely nutritious, containing various vitamins, minerals, proteins, and a lot of energy. Most importantly, honey gathers sugars that most animals find difficult to collect, and sugar is an essential nutrient for animals. A single bite of honey added 0.1 to his energy points, showing just how amazing honey's nutrition was. It was like nature's compressed nutrition bar. Yi Yang was speechless. He never expected honey to be so nutritious, giving so many evolution points with just one bite. He directly took half from Mama Bear and raised his head to shout. Ding, evolution points. The continuous system notification echoed in his mind. Bear 2, seeing how happy his brother and Mama Bear were eating, came to Mama Bear's side and took a small lick. Indeed, it tasted great. Even better than bear milk. The beehive was not very big, only about the size of a soccer ball. With 3 bears eating, they quickly finished the honey. Mama Bear skillfully peeled away the twigs and leaves that made up the outer part of the beehive, revealing dark wild beeswax, swallowing big bites without wasting anything. He imitated Mama Bear's actions, peeling away debris and eating the beeswax. Ding, evolution points plus 0.1. The taste was sweet and very smooth, somewhat like osmanthus cake. There was a slight strange taste, coming from the bees that were still sluggish from winter. For Yi Yang now, eating live bees was no big deal. He had eaten raw meat several times, so what were bees? These are living proteins, precious evolution points cannot be missed. Oh whoa! Xiong'er protested weakly. Such delicious food was devoured by Mama Bear and Big Brother in an instant. He hadn't eaten enough yet. After finishing the honeycomb, he licked the honey left on his mouth. Looking at the system panel, not bad. This time the honey brought him 1 evolution point. He added it to his speed, and his body felt a bit lighter. He felt thrilled inside. The nutrients in honey are truly rich. Just a few bites can give him so many evolution points. If he had a few dozen more honeycombs, wouldn't he be able to take off directly? After finishing the honey dessert, Mama Bear did not take them away. Instead, she called Xiong'er to come to the big tree. Roar! She kept looking up, signaling Xiong'er to climb the tree like she did just now. Mama Bear is teaching us little bears how to climb trees. He suddenly thought, black bears climbing trees is a crucial skill. Not only can they steal bird eggs and attack birds from above, but they can also get honey and avoid most dangers from the ground. You could say that a black bear that can't climb trees is not a qualified black bear. He looked at Mama Bear, who continuously encouraged Xiong'er to climb the tree, feeling surprised inside. He recalled that Mama Bear had just given them honey. This was a way to reward the cubs first and then teach them to climb trees. So, Mama Bear is a gentle and wise bear teacher? Chapter 11, Climb the Tree. Tiger King. A what? Xiong'er looked at the 5-meter-high tree in front of him, feeling at a loss. Sounds of Mama Bear urging him came from beside him. His helpless little eyes looked at his big brother. Roar! Mama Bear was a bit angry, wondering how she had given birth to such a coward. Startled by Mama Bear's roar, his body trembled, and he quickly dashed behind Yi Yang. Mama Bear was coming to teach him a lesson, and he nimbly dodged around Yi Yang's strong figure. Unexpectedly, his big brother just walked away, causing him to be successfully caught by Mama Bear and receive a thorough lesson of love from her. While Mama Bear was scolding Xiong'er, Yi Yang pulled back his focus and looked at the big tree in front of him. Feeling a bit nervous, he noticed that the lower half of the tree was bare, without branches to hold onto. Even in his past life as a human, he wouldn't have found it easy to climb. Taking a deep breath, he recalled Mama Bear's demonstrated movements, pressed his body against the tree trunk, and secured his limbs around the trunk, slowly beginning to climb. At first, he climbed very slowly, but soon he learned how to coordinate the power of his limbs. With a swish, it was as if there were an invisible ladder, and he quickly climbed to the top of the tree. Noticing he had reached the top, Mama Bear paused her scolding of Xiong'er, her eyes filled with astonishment. She never thought her big baby could get up the tree so quickly. The young bears she had brought before needed at least 10 days of practice to gradually master climbing, proving that her oldest cub truly was remarkable. Seeing his big brother easily climb up the tree, Xiong'er felt confident. Climbing trees should be a simple task. He approached the foot of the tree and looked up at his big brother on top. He hugged the tree trunk tightly and gathered all his strength to climb upward. Halfway up, he suddenly fell from the tree. Bang! Rolling on the ground, luckily he wasn't high off the ground, and the thick fat of the black bear cushioned his fall. Mama Bear silently saw Xiong'er's failed attempt, her eyes filled with doubt. Xiong'er's failure was typical for a young bear's first climb, but how did the big cub learn to climb so quickly? If it weren't for the familiar scent on the big cub, one might think this bear was already close to adulthood given his size and climbing skills. At the top of the tree, Yi Yang felt strange, thinking he never expected to become such a nimble chubby bear one day. Although the black bear's body is not as strong as a brown bear's, it is very agile, especially with powerful limbs, and with his human intelligence, he easily learned how to climb trees. Although the 5-meter-tall tree is not very high, the view is unlike anything on the ground. The scenery within 100 meters is all in sight. A flash of yellow in the green jungle stands out remarkably, quietly drawing closer to this place. It just so happened that he noticed it. Huh, what is that? Oh no, it's a tiger. Roar! He quickly let out a gigantic roar to warn Mama Bear and Bear 2 below the tree. Mama Bear looked confused, not understanding what her cub meant with the roar. He felt anxious and could only continue to roar angrily towards the jungle. Mama Bear didn't understand his roar, but the tiger did. Thinking it had been exposed, it immediately jumped out from the nearby jungle, charging towards Mama Bear and Bear 2. Roar! Mama Bear quickly reacted, opened her big bear mouth, picked up Bear 2, and climbed the tree just in time as the tiger rushed to the base. Mama Bear climbed safely, and he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Yi Yang focused his gaze, examining the tiger. The yellow and black stripes densely covered its body, its limbs were strong, especially the front ones, and its sharp claws glistened ominously in the sunlight. Long tiger whiskers and sharp fangs protruded, its tiger eyes shimmered with a greenish glow, staring at the 3 black bears in the tree. An astonishing aura surged forth, making his body tremble instinctively. Even Mama Bear's eyes revealed panic, let alone timid Bear 2, who was being held by Mama Bear's mouth, lying in her arms, afraid to look at the tiger. Is this the aura of the king of beasts, the tiger? Species, Siberian tiger, Northeast tiger. Strength, 45. Stamina, 30. Speed, 35. He tried to calm the restlessness in his mind. No wonder this tiger had such a powerful presence. It turned out to be the king among tigers, the Northeast tiger, with exceptionally strong attributes. The Siberian tiger is a member of the cat family and is the largest existing carnivorous feline, with a maximum weight exceeding 350 kilograms. Its unimaginable massive size and strength can even challenge the limits, hunting down 500-kilogram brown bears. Luckily, the 3 bears were in the tree, otherwise, they would not be able to contend with this robust Northeast tiger even combined. Seeing the tiger's flat belly and thin body, he realized this was a Northeast tiger in a state of great hunger, the most dangerous and aggressive time for a tiger. It was no wonder it came to hunt the bear mother, who posed a certain threat to it. This must be a tiger that had just come out of winter. During winter, food is scarce for a large carnivore like the Northeast tiger, making it hard to survive. They often eat one meal as 3, with hungry bellies pressed against their backs. They were indeed unfortunate to encounter this hungry tiger. Fortunately, they all climbed up the tree, and the tiger couldn't harm the family of 3 bears. Roar! The tiger obviously understood the situation, letting out a furious roar of unwillingness, decisively leaving from under the tree to disappear. It needed to save energy to hunt. With the tiger gone, the 3 bears stopped trembling instinctively, all sighing in relief. Yi Yang suddenly thought of Bear 2, who was held in Mama Bear's mouth. If he had not learned to climb trees just now, and if the hungry tiger had attacked them early, could Mama Bear hold Bear 2 and climb up the tree? Now he was twice the size of Bear 2, weighing over 60 kg, and Mama Bear might not have been able to carry him. Then his fate would have been to be hunted by the tiger, or Mama Bear would have had to protect him, fighting the tiger at the cost of her life for his escape. Both outcomes were hard for him to accept. Thankfully, none of this happened, and he had just learned to climb trees. It was truly a stroke of luck. He was indeed a favored child of nature. However, nature is always filled with danger, and it gave him a vivid lesson again. After the tiger left, Mama Bear did not immediately come down from the tree. She sniffed the air with her bare nose, realizing that moments ago her nose had been confused and lured by the scent of honey, and due to the unfavorable wind direction and her own carelessness, she hadn't noticed the approaching tiger. She and her bear cubs almost fell victim to a tiger's attack, and she knew she hadn't taken enough responsibility, so she couldn't be careless anymore. Carefully using her sense of smell to explore the surroundings, she found no strange scents. For safety, they waited until the sun began to set and the sky darkened. Only then did she lead her bear cubs down from the tree. At last, the family of 3 bears returned safely to their cave, ending a day filled with fear and anxiety. Chapter 12: Swimming. Due to the tiger's attack, Mama Bear had been on edge for days, unable to relax. She strictly urged Bear 2 to master the skill of climbing trees, and after countless falls, he finally learned to climb a tree, albeit with difficulty. Leaf Yang didn't remain idle either. While Mama Bear taught Bear 2 to climb, he practiced his own climbing skills nearby, aiming to get up the tree in the shortest time possible. The results were remarkable. He could now climb a 6-meter-tall tree in a single breath. The quicker he could climb a tree, the safer he would be when faced with danger, reducing the chances of accidents. This gave him a sense of security. Time is life, and it's crucial in the animal world. After Bear 2 mastered tree climbing, Mama Bear took her bear cub to a small creek. Splash! With the sound of entering the water, Mama Bear's whole body sank below the surface and disappeared. Aoo! 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 With Mama Bear suddenly gone, Bear 2 yelled anxiously from the shore, thinking Mama Bear had left him. Before long, Mama Bear reappeared, holding a big fat fish in her mouth as she came ashore. The big fish flopped around on the ground, very lively. Mama Bear pressed it down with her big paws, and her mouth tore open the fish's skin from the back, letting the fresh, tender fish meat release its tempting smell. Bear 2 cautiously approached, deeply attracted by the smell of the fish. He poked his little head closer to the fish, when suddenly the fish jumped, and Bear 2 got slapped in the face. Phew! He quickly darted back to the safety of his big brother Li Yang's side. Mama Bear looked surprised, her little second cub seemed too timid. He got scared by food that was about to die, what a shame for a bear. Thank goodness the big cub was there, or it would have wasted a year of her youth. Thinking this, she threw the flopping fish in front of Li Yang. Li Yang did not disappoint her. Under her watchful gaze, he tore off the most delicious and fatty part of the fish from the belly with a few bites and swallowed it. Ding! Evolution point plus 0.1. The fish from the wild river tasted delicious, with tender meat and minimal bones, making it a wonderful dish. Licking the fish meat off the corner of his mouth, he never expected that becoming a bear would allow him to enjoy such delicious fish sashimi. It was great, and he could also gain evolution points. At this point, the fish's body could no longer move much. Bear 2 stretched out his little head from behind and tried to take a bite of the fish meat. The little bear's eyes sparkled. It really was tasty. He kept devouring it. The fish meat was delicate, easily absorbed and digested by the young bear's body. After finishing the fish meat, Mama Bear directly picked up Bear 2 and tossed him into the river. Bear 2 was instantly drenched, and he desperately tried to swim back to shore, but Mama Bear's big paw held his head down, preventing him from coming up. Yet, Bear 2 refused to leave the riverbank, his little face full of fear, as if there were northeastern tigers in the water ready to eat bears. Mama Bear felt helpless, so she turned to look at Li Yang, gazing carefully at the big cub. Mama Bear couldn't help but be dazed, not knowing when the size difference between the big cub and the second cub had become so vast, as if he were an 8-month-old bear. She couldn't move the big cub, let alone throw him into the water. Li Yang didn't let Mama Bear struggle. Splash! He jumped into the water willingly, knowing that Mama Bear was trying to teach them how to swim. Climbing trees and swimming were essential skills for black bear's survival. How could they not learn? Moreover, once they learned to swim, they could hunt for plenty of delicious fish and shrimp in the stream, which would earn them so many evolution points. It must be said that Mama Bear was an excellent bear teacher. Even he, who had human wisdom, was motivated by Mama Bear's enthusiasm. He splashed into the water, not long after spring began. The stream water is chilly and the temperature is low, but for the black bear with thick fat and dense fur, it's not a problem. Whoo! Gradually coming to a deeper part of the water, the surface submerged to the bear's mouth, making him a bit nervous, as he didn't know how bears swim. Roar! Seemingly noticing Dewa's tension, the bear mom, who had entered the river at some point, roared beside him to soothe his anxious feelings. Feeling much more at ease. Bear mom is not far behind him, so there's no need to worry about being swept away by the river or drowning. Now at a deeper water level, the bear's hind legs have completely lifted off the riverbed, and the current depth far exceeds the height he stands at. To his surprise, the massive size of the black bear provided tremendous buoyancy, and his body didn't sink instantly but descended slowly. His body felt like a water-soaked piece of wood, clearly sensing the great buoyancy around him. With the help of this buoyancy, he moved his limbs underwater, raised his head high, and took deep breaths, easily learning to swim. Practicing swimming back and forth in the stream until he exhausted all his energy, he finally returned to the bank. Shaking his body vigorously, droplets of water splashed everywhere, speeding up the drying process and conserving energy within him. Roar! A joyous cheer from Bear Mom echoed from the water. You swam well, Dewa. No doubt you are my bear cub. Seeing Dewa perfectly complete his skill learning once again, Bear Mom was visibly pleased, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, her eyes shining. Her own Dewa had always been bigger than other bears since childhood, developing far beyond his peers, visibly larger than Erwa. Moreover, as Dewa's mother, she intuitively sensed his uniqueness. He was usually quiet and unassuming, yet his brain was clever, as seen in recent encounters with old wolves. With pride, she looked at Yi Yang, who had never disappointed her, and was now certain that her Dewa would become a strong black bear surpassing his father. Ah! Erwa, seeing his big brother praised again by Bear Mom, felt quite displeased, thinking that Bear Mom hadn't praised him yet. Though he was a little smaller than his big brother and learned slower, they were still siblings from the same mother, and he would grow up to be as strong as his brother. Feeling very resentful, Erwa pouted his bare face and ran into the water to try swimming. A few seconds later, ow ow ow. Urgent cries of distress came from the water surface, and Bear Mom hurriedly ran in front of him, grabbing him to take him back to the shore. Erwa looked at the calm water surface with some fear. It seemed swimming wasn't as easy as he thought. Darn it, why did Big Brother learn it in one go? Better dry off first. Pat pat pat. The droplets splashed everywhere, soaking the chests of Bear Mom and Yi Yang. Bear Mom wouldn't mind such little things, but that didn't mean Yi Yang wouldn't care. Erwa, I finally dried my fur. He hated the feeling of his fur being wet. Roar! With a bear roar, a bear paw swiped out, sending Erwa splashing back into the water. Chapter 13, Eat Eat Eat. Bear Mom supervised Erwa practicing swimming in the river while Yi Yang rested on the shore, keeping a lookout around. His little eyes were fixed on the forest by the shore, any slight rustle couldn't escape his attention. He was becoming more and more accustomed to the ways of survival as an animal. During this time, the sounds of Erwa's fallen cries for help and Bear Mom's dissatisfied roars echoed continuously. As noon approached, they finished their practice. Bear Mom dived for a while and caught several big fish, looking pleased, as the fish in the water were very agile, and even though her fishing skills were excellent, she couldn't rely on fishing for food long term. Today she was quite lucky, the number of fish exceeded her usual catch. But it was still not enough. Bear Mom had a huge appetite, these few fish could only serve as a snack, and only Erwa, with his small appetite, could have a big feast, meaning he wouldn't have to drink bear milk today. He, whose body far exceeded that of Bear 2, received Bear Mama's favor and was given 2 big fish. Ding, evolution point plus 0.2. After eating the fish, Bear Mama took her cubs back to the forest. Along the way, they ate as they walked. Green grass, tender branches, moss, tubers, bulbs, fruits, insects. Anything that could be seen and eaten, Bear Mama did not pass by. Leaf Yang watched in dumbfounded silence. He understood in his heart. To ensure the energy needed for her huge body to survive, a bear spends most of its life foraging for food except when sleeping. But it seemed Bear Mama always preferred to eat plants. What Leaf Yang did not know was that black bears, unlike brown bears or polar bears, do not have an incredibly powerful physique and have weak hunting abilities, so they have to eat more vegetation just to fill their stomachs. However, compared to other fierce bears, black bears have an advantage, they have strong survival abilities. A body weight of 200 pounds does not require a lot of food to survive. In their territory, the only threats to a black bear are tigers and wolf packs, yet they can climb trees to hide, and tigers and wolf packs generally do not attack this apparently timid giant with sharp teeth and iron claws. Moreover, they do not need to worry about encountering brown bears. Brown bears have much thicker fur than black bears, and they live in much colder environments, with their habitats completely not overlapping, so the two almost never meet. Therefore, the population of black bears has always far surpassed that of brown bears and polar bears, and from a racial perspective, it is undeniable that black bears have evolved very successfully. Without human persecution and hunting, black bears would have long since spread throughout the wild. In these days, Bear Mama has been foraging in the forest with her cubs, and as spring deepens, the temperature rises, and more vegetation and animals emerge. For the 3 bears, the increasing amount of food in their territory is great news. During this time, Bear 2 finally mastered swimming skills, while Leaf Yang could now catch fish in the water, though the success rate was very low as the fish were too agile. Roar! Bear Mama raised her huge paw high and smashed the helpless snake's head on the ground. With her mouth open, her tongue curled, and a brightly colored snake, still writhing, was swallowed into her belly. Leaf Yang was dumbstruck, he witnessed how calmly Bear Mama fought with that half-meter-long snake as it went into her belly. Bear Mama easily found the weakness of the curled-up big snake, biting its body and using her paw to render the snake powerless, finally smashing its head with one paw, ending the battle simply. That big snake in front of Bear Mama was like a toy model, easily swallowed into her belly. Seeing Bear Mama calmly continue searching for food, he felt a bit worried. That big snake had very bright skin, and it was clear it was venomous. He wondered if Bear Mama's body would be affected after gulping it down. He clearly underestimated Bear Mama's wisdom. With 8 years of bear life, she had honed her survival skills in the forest to perfection. What food was edible, which was not, was instinctively recorded. Her keen sense of smell helped her remember special scents to avoid poisonous food. Every time a black bear eats, it will sniff with its highly developed nose to avoid consuming toxins. Ba ba ba. A bleating sound suddenly caught the attention of him and Bear Mama. Bear Mama's eyes lit up, licking the snake's blood from her lips, and led her cubs toward the sound. A white lamb was grazing on moss beside a rock, occasionally letting out joyful bleats, celebrating its freedom. Seeing the sheep in front of her, Bear Mama opened her mouth wide, drool dripping down to wet her chest. She recognized this delicious, meaty animal, and the continuous fragrant aroma stimulated her sharp sense of smell. Just as she was about to charge out, she was stopped by Leaf Yang. Roar! Not understanding why the big baby blocked her path. Species, sheep. Strength, 15. Endurance, 12. Speed, 22. Yi Yang didn't know how to express his thoughts to Bear Mom. Through the system panel familiarization, although the sheep in front of him was familiar yet weak, its speed was not slow at all. If Bear Mom rushed in clumsily, she definitely wouldn't catch the agile goat. He had a plan, a great chance to catch the goat, but it needed Bear Mom's cooperation. However, he didn't know how to communicate this to her, since there was no bear language in this world. Roar! A deep growl, slowly moving its body, moving forward. Bear Mom's puzzled look disappeared. She thought the big baby wanted to hunt by himself, so she had to suppress her emotions and let him practice on the delicious food in front of them. After all, Big Baby was her most beloved cub. The animal grazing with its head down in front of them was a bit bigger than Big Baby, but Bear Mom knew this animal didn't have sharp claws or teeth and couldn't harm her cub, so she felt reassured. The bear sat still, waiting, not knowing what kind of surprise Big Baby would bring. As Yi Yang moved, his mind was confused. How could such an animal like a sheep appear in a forest? This was completely against common sense. Chapter 14, Sheep. Plastic Sheet. Yi Yang quietly slowed down his pace, painstakingly circling a wide route, running to the back of the sheep. Bear's eyes were fixated on the goat not far away, sneaking close into the dense forest, ready to act. There were no obstacles around, the moment had come. Suddenly, the bear pounced, rushing powerfully with its paws, charging madly towards the sheep. The sheep occasionally bleated, lifting its head leisurely to nibble on the moss on the rocks, unaware that danger was approaching. When Yi Yang burst out from the trees and into view, the sheep was startled, jumping up in place and quickly moving its hooves to flee in the opposite direction. The sheep's explosive speed was quick, its form like a mountain wind, shaking off Yi Yang's ambush and rushing towards the distance. Roar! Before the goat could get far, a huge black bear suddenly sprang out from the grass on one side, pouncing on the goat. At this moment, Yi Yang strolled over slowly, with a smile on his bare face. The sheep was not good at running long distances, and in life and death moments, the speed of the black bear was definitely unable to catch up. From the start, he didn't intend for a bear to catch it. Instead, it was like this, painstakingly circling a large route to drive the sheep to Bear Mom's position, so she could deliver the killing blow. It seemed the situation was as he had planned. At this time, Bear Mom's strong paw held the sheep's head, her mouth opening wide to expose sharp teeth sinking into the sheep's neck, blood pouring out and staining the pure white wool of the sheep. The whole sheep was heavily pressed to the ground by Bear Mom's massive body, unable to move. It looked like it was doomed. The sheep looked up at the sky with eyes full of unwillingness, giving a despairing bleat as its body gradually lost its movement. Roar! Bear Mom called out to Yi Yang, her roar revealing strong praise. Well done, Big Baby. She was the first to lower her head and tear open the sheep's belly to eat, the giant aroma of food spreading out. Yi Yang's bare eyes sparkled, hurriedly leaning over, he couldn't. Biting hard on the sheep's thigh, but unfortunately, no meat was torn off. Roar! With an angry roar, fur bristling, all the strength focused in its mouth, the bear opened its jaws wide and bit fiercely, finally tearing off a piece of meat. The bear's small eyes brightened, it tasted so good, and began to chew fiercely on the meat. However, compared to the satisfied faces of Yi Yang and Mama Bear enjoying the meat, Bear 2 was clearly struggling. 2 hours later, large patches of sheep wool were on the ground. The sheep had vanished, leaving only scattered bones laying on the ground. Mama Bear and Bear 2 lay on a rock, looking satisfied, taking a little nap. Yi Yang Bear sat against a big tree, stretching lazily. The bear's stomach was full, completely satisfied its hunger. The body instinctively felt sleepy, and the head felt woozy. Lazily opened the panel. Evolution points, 5. This was the accumulation of evolution points from eating vegetation and fruit with Mama Bear, and this time from eating sheep. Originally, there was only 1 evolution point. After eating the sheep, it had increased to 5 points, which meant the sheep brought him 4 points of evolution. It seems that the evolution points gained from eating meat are far more than those gained from eating vegetation. In fact, the accumulation of evolution points in these few days was not as much as a meal from a goat. With a determined mind, he decided he must eat more meat in the future. Add points. Adding points in a ratio of 2 to 1 to 1 for endurance, strength, and speed. A familiar warmth appeared within his body, nurturing it. This warmth lasted a long time, around the length of one breath. After all, digesting 5 evolution points at once. Sleepiness faded with the warmth. He got up and crawled around, clearly feeling a significant increase in strength in his limbs, and his control over his body had improved, making him feel strong yet agile at the same time. It was visibly clear that his fluffy, shiny black fur had thinned a bit. This was because his body had grown larger, but the fur had not kept pace with the body's growth. I feel good. I'll keep adding points this way in the future. Endurance is fundamental and must be prioritized in adding points. Strength and speed are also essential conditions for combat, and the 2:1:1 point allocation is currently the best way for his evolution. Mama Bear, lying on the rock, glanced at her big cub, shaking her head drowsily. She felt like Bear 2 had grown a bit bigger. Shaking her head, she didn't think too much about it and rolled over to continue her nap. What is that? Bear 2, beside Mama Bear on the rock, caught his eye. At this time, Bear 2 was constantly biting on a shiny round piece of skin. He leaned closer and was shocked. It was a white plastic piece. He slapped Bear 2 on the back of his little head. Puff! The plastic piece flew out of Bear 2's mouth and fell to the ground. Bear 2 looked stunned, not understanding why his brother hit him. But he quickly scurried over to Mama Bear's side, shouting loudly, recounting his brother's violence. Mama Bear's eyelids twitched. With annoyance, she reached out her paw to bring Bear 2 into her arms. Once Bear 2 felt safe, he made a fierce face, daring to provoke him. A bit speechless, why would he be afraid that you would swallow the plastic piece? Why can't you understand your brother's good intentions? And also, did you think Mama Bear was protecting you? No, she just wanted you to be quiet. Sure enough, as he expected, after Bear 2 found out his brother did not punish him, he wanted to leave Mama Bear's embrace but was ruthlessly pinned down by her paw. This made the restless Bear 2 extremely uncomfortable. Struggling but unable to break free, he opened his bare mouth and bit at Mama Bear's paw. Roar! Mama Bear was startled by the pain in her paw. Although Bear 2's bite didn't break the skin or draw blood, it felt like being pricked suddenly by a needle, quite painful. With rage in her eyes, "Alright, you little rascal, I let you sleep a bit quietly after I was full, and you dare to bite me?" Mama Bear expertly kept slapping Bear 2's fat little bottom. Pa pa pa. Ah ah ah. A series of tragic screams echoed along with the rhythmic sound of slapping, forming a unique symphony. Yi Yang shook his head. He had become used to the scene of Bear Mom teaching Bear 2 over the past few months. He looked at the white plastic piece on the ground, leftover saliva from Bear 2 on it. The bear's face showed a hint of disgust as it turned the plastic piece over with its paw. A105. Raising an eyebrow, he recognized this as a label used by humans. Sheep. Number. Instantly connected, a thunderclap sounded in his heart. The lamb could not appear in the forest, it turned out to be domesticated. Chapter 15, Potential Crisis. Bear jokes. Gazing at the numbered plastic tag on the ground, a hint of fear rose in his heart. For him, who had become a black bear, humanity posed an unimaginable threat. As the saying goes, fish is what I desire, bear paw is also what I desire, but fish and bear paw cannot be had at the same time. From ancient times to the present, black bear paws have been considered a rare delicacy. In his past life, he had often heard online that the deliciousness of bear paw was a favorite delicacy among the wealthy. Every year, the number of black bears killed by humans for their bear paws was astronomical. Moreover, bear liver can be used in medicine. Many pharmaceutical companies among humans raise and capture a large number of black bears, extracting bile from their bodies using instruments. He had previously watched these news as stories, but now turned into a black bear. It was truly hair-raising, sending chills down his spine. The sheep with the tag appearing in this forest indicated the presence of human farms nearby. This was the second sign of human activity. The image of the deer carcasses slaughtered by humans last winter floated in his mind. He had nearly forgotten this matter with his busy foraging recently. A hint of heaviness passed through the bear's eyes, the sense of urgency heavily pressing down on him. The invisible threat from humans urged him to become stronger quickly. At this moment, Bear Mom had rested enough, standing up and slowly leading the two bear cubs towards the cave. Soon after they left, a group of birds descended from the sky, landing on the sheep's bones, pecking at the remaining meat scraps with their beaks. Before long, another group of small omnivores arrived. Hedgehogs, weasels, foxes, badgers, skunks. A fierce battle unfolded around the sheep bones. As the weather turned warmer, the three bears began to shed their fur, adapting well to the rising temperatures. Yi Yang skillfully used his bear paw to dig out a piece of rotten wood, revealing tender white maggots. Unable to help himself, he swallowed. These protein-rich and nutritious insect larvae were quite a nice treat. Like pouring soybeans, he raised the rotten wood and tipped it into his mouth. His jaw opened and closed, biting down on the tender larvae, sending them into his stomach. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. He used his bear claws to hook out the remaining larvae from deep within the rotten wood, placing them into his mouth. Hearing the system notification sound, he smiled with satisfaction. A month later. Spring had already begun for a month. In this month, Bear 2 had learned to swim, and Yi Yang's swimming ability had also greatly improved. He had a higher chance of catching fish in the river during the peak fish season than Bear Mom. Bear Mom constantly taught him and Bear 2 numerous survival and hunting techniques, where to easily and quickly find edible vegetation, which underground areas had larvae, insects, and root plants. Relying on the black bear's keen sense of smell, they quickly mastered these skills. Apart from how to hunt animals, Bear Mom had nearly taught all the survival skills of black bears. This month, Yi Yang fully realized how amazing the survival abilities of black bears were. Grass, tender branches, moss, tubers, roots, fruits, insects, birds, fish, rodents, frogs, bird eggs, honey, and even deer, sheep, and cows all had a place in the bear family's menu. As long as food appeared within their territory, it would not escape Bear Mom's keen nose. Although black bears are omnivores, the success rate of hunting deer, sheep, and cows was too low. They couldn't run faster than their prey, making it difficult to catch them unless by extraordinary luck. Therefore, the main source of energy for black bears comes from the plentiful, stationary plants that can fill them up. In early spring, fruits were scarce, and Mama Bear continuously led them through the forest in search of various vegetation. Occasionally, she would have some meat. When Mama Bear was in a good mood and luck was on her side, she managed to catch some birds and fish, and sometimes enjoyed a mouse or frog that wandered too close. In just 1 month, they ate everything flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and running on land. During this time, Little Bear's size grew rapidly, nearing 30 pounds, as big as a calf. Thanks to the abundant food in the forest, Mama Bear had enough energy to produce milk to nourish him. The 4-month-old cub was still nursing. Cubs typically wean at 6 months. After finishing teaching the cub survival skills, Mama Bear returned to her normal life. With bad luck, she had not hunted any medium-sized animals like goats as she had before. The slower animals were too difficult to catch and a waste of energy. During this time, Mama Bear mainly ate vegetarian food. Leaf Yang's diet consisted of a small amount of vegetation, just like Little Bear, mainly relying on Mama Bear's milk. His large size still needed milk, making both him and Mama Bear feel a bit strange, but Mama Bear followed her maternal instinct and continued to nurse her cub as usual. However, this was a struggle for her. Little Bear's small size was manageable, needing just 1 meal a day to feel full. But her big cub needed at least 3 meals a day to be satisfied. She didn't know he had already tried to eat more vegetation to fill his belly, but with his super evolution system, his digestive ability was strong, and he got hungry quickly. The vegetation wasn't enough to satisfy him. Yet, for the sake of evolution points and to gain strength to protect Mama Bear and Little Bear in the future, he had to force himself to consume Mama Bear's milk. Mama Bear silently bore the cost of his big appetite, breaking her usual lazy nature as a black bear, reducing her sleep at night and spending the whole day foraging in the forest to make up for her energy. Mama Bear's efforts bore fruit. It was obvious that during this time, his size increased rapidly from a little over 60 pounds to more than 100. He was as big as a fat pig. Mama Bear was shocked. She knew this size was what a cub would be after a year of growth. Her big cub had managed to grow so much in just 4 months. He would surely become an incredibly strong black bear in the future. Her heart was filled with joy, knowing her bloodline could continue. Roar! Ahead, Mama Bear let out a celebratory roar. It turned out Mama Bear had discovered a decaying cow carcass. She chased away the birds feeding nearby and excitedly began to gnaw on it. She had been starved from caring for her big cub's appetite. Leaf Yang walked over and saw the surface of the cow carcass covered in wriggling maggots. It had been dead for a long time, but the intense smell of decay wasn't too overwhelming. Bear hesitated. He instinctively felt that a decaying animal was not fit for eating. Watching Mama Bear eat so excitedly made him a bit conflicted. It seemed that bears had a strong tolerance for the smell of decay. He wondered if their sense of taste could also adapt. Taking a deep breath, he carefully bit into the soft, rotting meat. Bear's eyes lit up. There was no strange taste at all. Suppressing his discomfort, he felt relieved and began to tear into the meat. Finally, this month he could enjoy a hearty meal again. Ding, evolution points. The warm sunlight sprinkled down into the forest gorge. Yi Yang stood under a giant ancient tree that was 10 meters tall, staring hungrily at the honey dripping from the tree's tip. In just a month, his weight had skyrocketed to over 100 gene, not just from bear milk, but also from eating a lot of honeycombs. Honey is indeed rich in nutrition. A single honeycomb can bring in 1 evolution point. In the forest of Mama Bear's territory, honeycombs are no longer visible. He had climbed and emptied them all during this period. The honeycomb in front of him was incredibly tempting to his bare eyes. Skillfully climbing up the tree trunk, he steadily reached the top, holding the honeycomb in his bare mouth as he slowly descended. He did it all in one go, without any hesitation in his movements. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He paid no mind to the buzzing of the bees around him. These bees were just wild ones, not the deadly killer bees from the subtropical rainforests, and they could not pierce his thick skin at all. With great skill, he used his bare paw to separate the honeycomb, opening his bare mouth wide to devour the honey. Taking a deep bite, it was still that incredibly sweet taste. Sweet but not greasy, rich with fragrance. Wild honey tastes exceptionally pure. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding. He licked his thick lips, peeling off the dry branches from the outer layer of the honeycomb. His eyes sparkled with joy. A month into spring, the bees had already begun to reproduce, the honeycomb now embedded with countless white bee pupae. He had long heard that bee pupae are highly nutritious and rich in protein, but he had never tasted them in his previous life. What a delightful surprise! Raising his bare paw, he fed the honeycomb and wax into his mouth. The waxy texture mixed with the tender, juicy feel of the bee pupae. The two flavors blended wonderfully, sweet and delicious. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding. The system's alert kept ringing in his ears. He quickly sent the remaining half of the wax into his mouth. With a few gulps, he swallowed them down. He opened the system panel. Evolution points, 2. Joy appeared in his bare eyes. He hadn't expected the evolution points to go from 1 to 2 with the honeycomb containing bee pupae. Their nutritional value was so high. Then suddenly, his bare face dropped. He recalled that he had emptied all the nearby honeycombs not long ago. Those emptied honeycombs didn't have bee pupae in them, and he lost over 10 evolution points. Fuming, he stamped his paws on the ground. Before he could vent his anger, he suddenly sensed a strange scent. He raised his head to sniff the air carefully with his bare nose, looking into the distance following the strange smell. A jet-black and incredibly strong black bear was staring intently at him. Estimating that the black bear was much larger than Mama Bear, it looked robust with powerful limbs and an incredibly healthy body. At this moment, the black bear was sniffing aggressively, his bare eyes showing a hint of confusion as he looked at the little black bear not far away. Although Yi Yang's size was more than double that of the second bear, compared to the strong bear in front of him, he could be considered a little black bear. The strong black bear was puzzled, he smelled a familiar scent from the little black bear and slowly approached. Unexpectedly, the little black bear spotted him from afar and immediately took off at high speed. After a while, Yi Yang looked back, having run far away, and saw that the strong black bear hadn't followed him. He breathed a huge sigh of relief. Panting heavily, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. What a rotten luck! Just when I left Mama Bear to roam alone, I ran into a strong black bear. This is an inauspicious start. His weight had already reached over 100 gene. Mama Bear's life now consisted of eating and sleeping, and he didn't agree with Mama Bear's way of living. He wanted to quickly gain evolution points. So he planned to search for food alone in the territory, to gain more evolution points and strengthen himself quickly, while also helping Mama Bear lessen the burden of feeding him. Unexpectedly, contrary to his expectations, Mama Bear, who usually protected her cubs, didn't stop him from leaving. She only let out a concerned roar after he left. Because in Mama Bear's eyes, Big Baby's body shape has completely turned into that of an adult bear living alone, and Big Baby has learned most of the survival skills of black bears. As long as he stays within his territory, there is no danger to his life. But neither Bear Mom nor he expected that in Bear Mom's territory, where the Northeast tiger had only appeared once before, there had never been a threat from predator animals. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang had not gone far when he encountered a strong black bear. A hungry black bear can even eat its own kind. Moreover, black bears can climb trees. Climbing trees to escape danger is completely useless against their own kind. Gathering his unsettled emotions, he quickened his speed with his bare paws and rushed toward the cave. The invasion of a strange black bear into their territory was not a trivial matter. Every black bear has its own territory. If the original black bear is chased away by another black bear, it will likely face elimination in the wild. Although this forest is not very large, the resources are still enough to support the three bears. If Bear Mom cannot drive away the invading black bear, the three bears will have no choice but to leave their territory and go elsewhere. This is very dangerous. Forget about other territories being occupied by animals, there is also the Northeast tiger lurking nearby. He must hurry back to the cave to warn Bear Mom about the black bear appearing in their territory and to pay attention to safety. Rushing into the cave, he called out impatiently to wake up the sleeping Bear Mom and Bear 2. Bear Mom and Bear 2 opened their eyes in confusion, not understanding why Big Baby, who had just gone out, looked so anxious. In urgent circumstances, he tugged at Bear Mom with his mouth, signaling her to quickly come outside the cave. Seeing her cub's urgency, Bear Mom stepped out, and a smell filled the air. The confused look on Bear Mom's face disappeared, replaced by a serious gaze at the dense forest. A strong black bear slowly emerged from the thick underbrush, its robust body much larger than Bear Mom's, with thick fur lining its cheeks, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. This black bear had come here following its scent. As it got closer, Yi Yang realized that this strong black bear was a male bear. Bear 2 curled up behind him, peeking out bravely, afraid to make a sound. Species, Asian black bear, male. Strength, 52. Stamina, 35. Speed, 27. This male bear's attributes are much higher than Bear Mom's. There is no way Bear Mom could match up to this strong male bear. His heart raced suddenly. The two young bears did not run around, they looked at Bear Mom, who remained calm, unsure of how she would deal with this powerful black bear. Roar! Seeing Bear Mom, the strong black bear's eyes flashed with surprise and a hint of joy. Bear Mom sniffed the scent emanating from the black bear opposite her, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. After confirming the situation, she walked toward the male bear. The two black bears neared each other, their noses brushing against one another, sniffing each other's scents, their round ears brushing together, low growls expressing a peculiar emotion. Seeing that Bear Mom and the male bear were not fighting, Yi Yang finally understood that the male bear in front of them might be their bear dad. No wonder the appearance of the bear dad looked somewhat familiar. Glancing back at Bear 2 peeking out, he looked more and more like him. In bear breeding, during the mating season, after mating, the male bear leaves the female bear. The female bear gives birth to the cubs in winter and raises them alone until they reach adulthood. To put it bluntly, the male bear is just like the scumbags in human society, taking off his pants and denying his cubs. It is rare for a father bear like the one before him to reunite with Bear Mom. After a brief and tender moment, Bear Dad approached the two young bears with a complicated expression in his eyes, filled with slowly rising questions in his heart. Are these my two cubs? Why is one so much bigger than the other? This black bear is so large, it must be almost an adult. If it weren't for the scent emanating from Yi Yang, which was similar to that of another black bear, Papa Bear would never have believed this was his cub. Chapter 17, Ginseng. Papa Bear's enormous figure approached, his massive size blocking out light and drawing attention, while Yi Yang sat still, his bare face calm. Because he knew Papa Bear would never harm his cub, especially with Mama Bear watching from the side. When Bear 2 saw the terrifying black bear coming closer, he retracted his little head and hid his whole body behind his big brother. Papa Bear came nearer, looking at Yi Yang with suspicion, his eyes filled with confusion, still unable to believe this gigantic little black bear was his cub from last year's mating. He scanned up and down. Roar! From the side, Mama Bear let out an unhappy roar. How long are you going to stare at my beloved big cub? Only then did Papa Bear confirm that the oversized black bear cub in front of him was indeed his. His eyes sparkled with joy, his strong bloodline was passed on. He stuck out his tongue and licked Yi Yang's bare head, showing affection while using his bare nose to remember the scent of his cub. He did not stop Papa Bear's affectionate action, while he also memorized Papa Bear's scent with his nose. The useless bear too was scared out of his wits by the scene before him, his body trembling, thinking the terrifying black bear was going to eat his big brother. He quickly ran in front of Mama Bear, barking anxiously. Despairingly, he noticed that Mama Bear was still calm and standing still. After Papa Bear memorized Yi Yang's scent, he came to Bear 2. Seeing Bear 2's size, he doubted in his heart, is this really the same batch of cubs? The size difference is too big. Papa Bear wanted to show affection to Bear 2, but he hid in his mother's embrace, unwilling to face Papa Bear. Mama Bear couldn't stand it anymore, this worthless son was truly a disgrace, even making his papa timid. She took the initiative to carry Bear 2 in front of Papa Bear, letting him remember the scent. In the end, Papa Bear remembered the scents of the two bear cubs and let out a roar to say goodbye. Mama Bear looked at the departing Papa Bear with an unusual glimmer in her eyes, wondering what she was thinking. Papa Bear's departure was inevitable, the resources in this forest could not support his and Mama Bear's appetites, so he had to leave for the survival of Mama Bear and the two cubs. When Yi Yang and Bear 2 grew to a year old, they would also leave this forest to find territory and survive elsewhere. Papa Bear's departure did not change the lives of the three bears. Since Yi Yang had been roaming freely in the forest for food, he had not consumed bear milk, and Mama Bear finally returned to a normal life of raising cubs. No longer foraging all day, she slept for more than 10 hours a day and went to forage once every few days. Bear 2 was unhappy because, being so active, he could no longer roam the forest with Mama Bear all day but had to stay in the cave, either zoning out or sleeping. How unfair! Why can Big Brother go out to play, but I can't? He angrily roared in protest, but it was useless to Mama Bear. He tried to sneak away while Mama Bear was sleeping, but mother bears with cubs sleep lightly, waking up at the slightest sound, so it was destined he could not leave the cave. In the morning, Yi Yan wandered alone in the forest, using his exceptional sense of smell to find plenty of delicious food. Suddenly, a faint and tempting fragrance emerged around him. He lifted his bare head and sniffed sharply in the air. He turned around and stepped back a few paces, looking at a 1-foot-high herbaceous green plant beside him, which had some red flower seeds on it. He bent down to sniff the red flower seeds, shaking his head, this wasn't the scent it was giving off. Following the scent, he continued to lower his body, his eyes lighting up, it was the scent coming from the soil beneath this plant. Using his bare claws, he dug around the base of the plant. Soil splattered as the small hole grew deeper. He unearthed a long, bearded root. This is a bit like ginseng. Smelling the small root in his hand, he murmured in his heart. Whatever it is, it smells so good, I'll eat it first and talk later. Lifting the bare paw, he put it in his mouth, easily chewed it to bits, and swallowed it. Puff! The bear's mouth spat out a mouthful of mud and scraps. It has a strong earthy taste, like eating wood fibers. Ding, evolution point +5. What the heck? 5 evolution points. The system's notification stunned him. To know, in the forest, he had eaten plenty of creatures flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and running on the land. In the past, evolution points were always a 0.1 notification, increasing gradually. This is the first time evolution points suddenly increased by 5 points. The root he swallowed started to emit heat, and it felt like a flame igniting inside him, growing stronger and stronger. This root that resembles ginseng must possess a large number of evolution points. Apart from ginseng, he couldn't think of any other thing with such great energy. But now was not the time for him to be shocked. The flame ignited by the ginseng in his belly grew hotter, and vital energy filled his body, even the temperature of the breath he exhaled was rising. He quickly calmed down, add points. 5 energy points disappeared, mysterious energy appeared infused with the hot nutrients released by the ginseng, lowering his body temperature while continuously nourishing him. Exhaling, he felt grateful in his heart. Fortunately, the system was as reliable as before, just as he thought, the evolution points turned into evolution energy, neutralizing the nutrition from the ginseng. Otherwise, the powerful nutrition from the ginseng would damage his circulatory system, he wouldn't die but would get seriously ill, weak and powerless, needing a long time to recover. If it were severe, it could even ruin his body fundamentally, leaving lasting health issues and affecting his immune resistance. Recalling how he had swallowed the ginseng in one go, he felt a bit uneasy. In his past life, pharmacies always sold ginseng in slices, and when buying, doctors would remind not to eat too much at once, taking it in moderation, or else one's body would be harmed, leading to serious illness. His earlier symptoms were just a manifestation of being too weak to absorb nourishment. What he ate was wild mountain ginseng, its medicinal power unknown times stronger than that of cultivated ginseng. Even a robust bear like him couldn't handle it, that wild mountain ginseng must be aged. Unfortunately, he didn't understand herbal lore, unaware of how old the wild ginseng he just consumed was. In any case, he gained a lot from this meal. One wild mountain ginseng gave him 5 evolution points. If he could find a few more, even Dad Bear wouldn't be my match, right? Shaking his head, he discarded the unrealistic thoughts. Something as rare as wild mountain ginseng, finding one was already good luck. Wait. Since I can't find it, I can plant it. Stopping his departing steps, the bear paw picked up the red seeds from the fallen vegetation. This ginseng that grew under the vegetation, there's no doubt the seed is ginseng seed. Removing a chunk of rich soil, he carefully poked a few small holes with his claws, gently placing the ginseng seeds inside, covering them with soil. He happily thought, I eat a root of nature's ginseng, and then plant a few seeds to give back to nature. I am truly a conscientious black bear. His eyes scanned the surrounding environment, deeply memorizing this place as a reminder, hoping to come back in a few years for a possible surprise harvest. What Leaf Young didn't know was that a camera on the big tree nearby clearly recorded all his actions. Chapter 18, The Explosive Video. Out for Adventure. In the Forest Ranger's inspection room. A beautifully furry, cute black bear caught the attention of Lu Fei, who was playing on his phone. Putting down his phone, he stared in shock at the video of the black bear. Leaf Young digging up wild mountain ginseng was clearly captured by the camera. It was quite normal for a black bear to eat plant roots. That's not what shocked him. What amazed him was the black bear's next action. After eating the wild mountain ginseng, the black bear didn't leave but squatted in place and continued digging in the ground. Is there still wild mountain ginseng somewhere? The black bear successfully hooked his curiosity, making him stand up from his seat and zoom in the camera lens. Next, he opened his mouth in disbelief, as the black bear in the video was actually planting wild mountain ginseng seeds. Digging small holes, placing the seeds inside, covering them with soil, all completed in one go. The black bear's planting actions looked completely intentional. He calmed the waves in his heart and couldn't help but marvel. What an amazing world. Seeing the bear's incredible actions, he quickly uploaded this video online. Besides being a ranger, he was also a video creator on Bilibili with tens of thousands of fans. The video mainly contains popular science knowledge about animals and interesting animal encounters he uploaded to Bilibili. After uploading, he thought, this video's view count will definitely explode. Feeling happy inside, even he, who loved nature and observed animals daily, was shocked and could hardly believe such a thing was happening. What would his fans think when they saw the black bear planting? Just as he imagined. After the video was uploaded, some animal-loving fans began to watch. Wow, the star of this video is actually the Asian black bear, how rare. Why does this black bear look as adorable as a giant panda? Wow, this black bear is so cute, like a big fluffy teddy bear. I just want to hug him, ******. You think the bear is cute, the bear thinks you are cute, *_. Front row reminder, a black bear can eat 50 kilograms of meat in one meal, so everyone can confidently send out packages. The black bear's stunning appearance instantly captured many fans' hearts. Seeing the black bear swallow the dug-up wild ginseng, more fans started commenting. The black bear is so smart, it can accurately find the location of the ginseng. Yeah, look at this black bear, although it's small, its body is well proportioned, and it looks adorable. The bear's eyes seem to sparkle with stars. I really want to raise a black bear, it would definitely make me so happy. You're not alone. Plus 10,086. Wow, I'm so envious. I've been a human for so long and have never enjoyed a single ginseng, yet a black bear's meal is better than mine. I've decided. I want to reincarnate as a black bear in my next life, eating ginseng every day. Count me in, brother. I want to try the taste of ginseng too. Wait, I'm a medical student studying traditional Chinese medicine. The ginseng the black bear eats in the video is not like the cultivated ginseng we imagine, that's wild mountain ginseng, which is very nourishing. If I'm not mistaken, that wild ginseng looks at least 40 years old, its medicinal effect is amazing. Swallowing it whole is like poison, not just humans, even an elephant would fall seriously ill from it. Huh? It's that powerful. Then why is the black bear fine after eating it? Maybe I saw it wrong. The truth was just as the medical student viewer had said, the video couldn't show what was happening inside the bear's body. The strong medicinal power of the wild ginseng was just beginning to release when it was neutralized by the energy transformed by evolutionary points. Until they saw the black bear carefully planting the ginseng seeds after finishing the ginseng, the viewers couldn't help but gasp, flooding the comments. What is the black bear doing? Those red flower seeds are ginseng seeds, it's planting ginseng. Oh my! This is outrageous! The black bear has become sentient and can plant ginseng. This video can't be fake, right? Every day, there are stories online that are outlandish and eye-catching. Most news is just clickbait, and netizens have long been immune to shocking news. A black bear planting ginseng seeds? That sounds unbelievable, right? Many viewers began to doubt the authenticity of the video. At this time, an old fan commented to refute rumors about the video. This is a video uploaded by a Bilibili user, and it is said this user is a ranger from a nature reserve. Every video is real, highly credible. After confirming the video's authenticity, many shocked viewers immediately shared it with their friends to watch, and the heat skyrocketed in a short time. The video directly topped the homepage. In the end, the video reached 500,000 views in just one day. And the views continued to climb. A large number of fans were attracted by Yi Yang's cute appearance, becoming fans of his looks, and urged the uploader to post more videos of the black bear. Forest Ranger Lu Fei saw the explosive growth in fans and the endless private messages urging for more videos, feeling both delighted and surprised. But thinking of the rare behavior of the black bear in the video, planting ginseng, which he had never heard of, he understood. He was determined to pay more attention to this remarkable black bear in the future. Yi Yang returned to the cave. He still didn't know that his video had gone viral online, and countless internet users were discussing and watching his video. Otherwise, he would certainly worry that he might be dissected by researchers. Roar! He softly roared at the sleeping bear mother. His purpose of returning to the cave was to inform bear mother that he was going to leave the forest territory and explore the surrounding environment. Seeing that bear mother was still in a sleeping posture, it was clear that she hadn't heard his roar. Shaking his head, anyway, there was nothing he couldn't communicate with bear mother in bear language. His roaring farewell was just a habit of informing elders before going out. Understanding or not, it didn't matter, it was just for his own peace of mind. A bit amusingly, a little head suddenly poked out from bear mother's arms, clearly having heard his voice. With sly little eyes full of hope, Bear 2 looked at him, hoping that his mighty big brother could take him out to play for a while. With a smile, he gently patted Bear 2's head with his paw and turned to slowly leave the cave. Just as he stepped out of the cave, bear mother's eyelids inadvertently twitched. Yi Yang skillfully arrived at the edge of the forest. Standing at the edge of the territory, his gaze looked toward the unknown mountains and woods ahead. Perhaps crossing the mountains could reveal the presence of humans. From the deer corpse with gunshot wounds a month ago and the recent appearance of sheep, this indicated that there were likely humans living nearby. Not knowing when humans would appear before him, instead of passively staying dumbly in the territory, it would be better to actively explore the situation. Perhaps he could gain some unexpected rewards. System panel. Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian black bear. Strength, 28. Stamina, 35. Speed, 25. Evolution points, 0. After more than a month, his body had greatly evolved, weighing nearly 120 pounds. In terms of attributes, both stamina and speed had surpassed the winter hibernating weak bear mother. This gave him confidence to explore the surrounding environment. If he encountered dangers like northeast tigers, he could climb trees and ensure his safety. His purpose this time was to investigate the presence of humans around, which was extremely dangerous. The bear's eyes looked toward the unknown mountains ahead, and he raised his four limbs and walked forward without hesitation. Chapter 19, Little White Weasel. Someone is coming. The forest was lush with trees, dense grass thrived, and the moist ground had many animal hoofprints. Yi Yang slowly walked along the path pressed by animals, occasionally stopping to sniff the surrounding environment to ensure safety. In the unknown forest, there could be a tiger lurking just half a meter high in the grass. He walked for a while at a leisurely pace. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A loud and rapid scream came from not far away. He paused, cautiously approaching the sound. An open area appeared. A red-furred fox was peeking into a small tree hole. The shrill scream came from the tree hole. It turned out to be a small white weasel, entirely snow-white, trapped inside the tree hole, repeatedly crying out for help in panic. The tree hole was very small, the fox's long mouth could only reach in part. After several attempts, it couldn't catch the little white weasel in front of it. Frustrated, it paced back and forth, unwilling to give up, repeatedly trying to poke its long mouth into the tree hole. The little white weasel was extremely scared, although there was some depth inside the tree hole, preventing the fox from grabbing her. But now all she could see was the fox's mouth filled with tiny sharp teeth stretching into the tree hole. The stinky breath exhaled from its mouth hit him, making him shiver and scream, as he could be bitten by a fox at any moment. It's a fox! Yang, hiding in the grass not far away, lit up with excitement. As long as it wasn't a large predator, he was not in danger. Roar! Confidently stepping out of the grass, he let out a huge bear roar. The fox, digging hard into a tree hole, stuck its head out and was terrified to see a black bear behind it, promptly fleeing in a panic. Within just a few hops, it left behind a red shadow, disappearing from Yeon's sight. He did not mind. Nimble and quick, the lean fox was not his target. Hurrying over to the tree hole, he peeked inside, only to find a little white marten, smaller than his paw. Disappointed, he glanced at the creature in the hole. It was indeed cute, fitting his aesthetic, but there was too little meat. The adorable little marten wasn't enough for even one bite. He had hoped to catch a big white rabbit or a delicious bamboo rat. A bit disheartened, he moved his body and continued to wander toward the outskirts of the forest. Inside the cave, the little white marten was extremely nervous, trembling and constantly screaming, when suddenly she noticed a ray of light coming into the hole. Opening her eyes, she realized the fox had actually run away. Before she could feel glad, a big eye, as shiny as a black jewel, appeared at the entrance of the hole. Having screamed a lot earlier, she completely missed hearing the bear's roar. She recognized the creature outside. It was a black bear. A meat eater. A predator even stronger than the fox. With a sharp scream. Then she began to whimper. Woo woo. It's over. The little tree hole that stopped the fox could not block the black bear. The bear's long claws could easily force her out. Her heart filled with despair. But to her surprise, the black bear only glanced into the cave and then left. Being clever, she noticed the disappointment in the black bear's eyes. The bear must have found her too small and too little meat. For the first time, she felt being a weak little marten was a pretty good choice. After confirming she was safe, the little marten cautiously left the tree hole, looking up at the diminishing silhouette of the black bear. At the edge of the reserve, a group of people was making their way deeper into the protected area. Professor Wang, the mountain road is tiring. You should go back to the hotel to rest. Let us young people handle the job of changing the wireless camera battery. Li Xiaoruo said to the elderly man beside her with concern. Xiaoruo, don't try to persuade me. Don't look at my age, my physical condition is as good as yours. If you don't believe me, let's have a competition. If you win, you'll get a perfect score on this semester's paper. Professor Wang laughed optimistically. The Qinling National Nature Reserve is one of the world's top nature reserves, rich in biodiversity and species. We rarely have the chance to come and see it. I can't miss this opportunity. Besides, there are dangers in the reserve like tigers, leopards, and brown bears. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to the school and your parents? This group of people consisted of professors and students from Magic City University, and their purpose for coming to the reserve was to exchange wireless camera battery videos, which could help them complete their academic papers and better study nature and animals. Hearing this, the ranger accompanying them for protection, Lu Fei, smiled and explained, actually, the animals in the reserve are not as dangerous as everyone thinks. As long as we don't provoke them, animals will usually avoid our team of people. Moreover, the route and area for the camera battery collection this time do not have large predatory animals. It is very safe. The group let out a sigh of relief. They were students of zoology but knew how terrifying wild animals could be. Now that they knew the area was safe, they felt much more at ease, gradually enjoying this academic task as a spring outing, admiring the beautiful scenery of the reserve. The group chatted and laughed, unable to resist being awed by the beautiful scenery of the reserve, continuously marveling at the wonders of nature. Along the way, they followed the knowledgeable Professor Wang, asking about the rare animals and plants they saw. These were all protected animals by the state, and it was their first time encountering them in real life. After a while, Li Xiaoruo asked the leading ranger, Lu Fei, Brother Lu Fei, I'm a fan of your Bilibili channel. I watched your black bear video a few days ago. Is the content in that video real? The group was drawn in by the topic. Yes, Brother Lu Fei, does that black bear really plant ginseng? Why does it plant ginseng? Has it become smart? That black bear is so cute. Can you take us to see it? Yeah, I just want to pet its fluffy, silly head. The video is definitely real. I guarantee it with my 10 years of being single. Lu Fei felt a bit happy inside, not expecting that students from such a top university would be his fans. He made a joke and said with a smile, that adorable black bear hasn't become smart. Its activity area is a bit far from our destination, so we probably won't see it. But I will pay attention to that black bear and upload more videos later. As for why the black bear plants, I don't know either. At this moment, the learned Professor Wang spoke up. How vast is nature? Countless mysterious things happen every day. The purpose of our course is to understand the meaning behind animal behavior through research and observation, so we can take action to protect them and save nature and the entire ecosystem. Let nature take its course, but we walk a long way. After saying this, he let out a heavy sigh. Every year, many species disappear, and the ecology is undergoing dramatic changes. As humans, the masters of this blue planet, we have not taken our responsibility to protect animals and the ecosystem seriously enough. Quiet. Everyone stay still. Suddenly, Lu Fei said in a low, serious tone, his face heavy as he removed the tranquilizer gun from his back and looked towards the grass nearby. The group fell silent, all turning their gazes toward the grass. Rustle, rustle. The grass rustled, making a series of soft sounds. A large black figure appeared in front of everyone. A shiny, dark black bear came into view. Round head, upright ears, gentle bare face, well-proportioned body. Yi Yang was a bit surprised, looking at the ranger holding the tranquilizer gun, and learned from their conversation that his name was Lu Fei. He hadn't expected to discover his stealth. He cautiously walked out of the woods, climbed over a big mountain, and traveled another 2 days of mountain trails. Just moments ago, he picked up a scent around and followed it, discovering this group of people. Quietly sneaking nearby, he listened to their conversation to gather information. He had not expected to be spotted by Ranger Lu Fei. Truly, he was an expert at observing animals, with high alertness. From the previous conversation, he learned that they lived in the Qinling Nature Reserve, and this group was university students from the Magic City, who shouldn't pose a threat to him. He looked somewhat apprehensively at Lu Fei standing in front of everyone, as he held the long-barreled tranquilizer gun. The reason he came out from the grass was to avoid experiencing what the tranquilizer felt like. The group and the black bear exchanged an eerie gaze, neither of them speaking or moving. Oh, look! It seems like the cute black bear from the videos online. Look, it really looks like it. After a moment, a girl in the crowd, stunned by the appearance of the black bear, couldn't help but exclaim. It really does. Indeed, there's only one such cute black bear. I can't believe we just entered the reserve and ran into the white moon bear, it's so amazing. The previously quiet group began to buzz with excitement. Lu Fei, standing at the front, raised an eyebrow. Quiet. Don't make noise, it will anger the black bear. In an instant, the voices in the team vanished. Only a few hot gazes remained, staring at the black bear. Most of the gazes came from girls, they naturally had no resistance to cute animals. Yi Yang felt a bit uncomfortable under the eager stares. White Moon. When did I get a new name? But this nickname sounds pretty nice. Just eavesdropping, knowing that Lu Fei seems to have uploaded his ginseng seeds online. Feeling a bit anxious, but luckily no one suspected he had a human soul. Xiaoyan glanced at the group of people across from him, looking dumbfounded. That group was now on high alert against him, and they probably wouldn't hear any useful information. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a familiar scent suddenly attracted him deeply. He raised his head and sniffed the air, staring at a girl's backpack in the crowd. The ranger Lu Fei had long dealt with animals, and Yi Yang quickly recognized the girl's movements. In a soft voice, he said to the girl, who was being eyed by the black bear, Li Xiaohua, quickly throw your food from your backpack to the black bear, otherwise it won't leave, and it might even attack. Oh, okay. Li Xiaohua, entranced by the cute appearance of the black bear, snapped back to reality. She opened her backpack and tossed out 2 sandwiches and a bottle of milk in front of the black bear. Oh no, the plastic wrapping of the sandwich is still on, it's not good for the bear to eat plastic, she said anxiously, having only noticed the bear's adorable looks earlier. Sigh. Lu Fei sighed. He didn't want to use a tranquilizer gun on the animal because it might harm the animal's nerves, but compared to the danger of eating plastic wrapping, he had no choice but to anesthetize it. He raised the gun and aimed. Wait. Professor Wang hurriedly interrupted, look. The black bear approached the sandwiches and did not immediately swallow them as they had imagined. Instead, it used its paw to firmly pinch the sandwich, opened its bare mouth to tear off the plastic wrapping, and then peeled off the plastic with its claws, leaving only the complete sandwich to send into its mouth. Closing its bare eyes, it displayed an expression of enjoyment. Everyone was completely shocked, their eyes wide open, looking at the black bear in disbelief. The black bear's action of removing the sandwich's wrapping was very coordinated, showing no signs of clumsiness, and it held the sandwich carefully enough that it didn't get squished. This bear might have intentionally controlled its strength. How clever this is! Could this black bear really have become a spirit? Even Professor Wang, who had dedicated his life to studying animals, was astonished and quietly asked Lu Fei, has anyone in the nature reserve fed the animals? Lu Fei shook his head. We rangers rarely go into the nature reserve, let alone others, and feeding in the reserve is too dangerous, no one dares to do it. Professor Wang nodded. The scent of food is like precise radar for many animals' extraordinary sense of smell. Feeding artificially can attract a large number of wild beasts, and feeding in a nature reserve with so many beasts is completely suicidal. Thinking about this, he looked curiously at the unusual black bear. How could this bear have peeled off the plastic from the sandwich? Could it be relying on animal instinct? Before they could ponder further, Yi Yang used his sharp claws to tear open the milk bottle, tilting his head to drink it all. He licked his lips and continued to look at them boldly. Lu Fei and Professor Wang exchanged glances. Professor Wang turned to the students and said, "Class, throw all the lunch from your backpacks over." The students immediately opened their backpacks and took out food to throw to the black bear. The scent was irresistible, as if entering food paradise. Cookies, hot dogs, burgers, sausages, milk, and even a few cups of instant noodles. His eyes lit up as he removed the food packaging and swallowed it whole. These familiar smells tempted him so much, stirring up the worms in his stomach every moment. When he saw Ranger Lu Fei lift the tranquilizer gun, he thought he would be anesthetized. Holding an attitude of wanting to have a bite even if it were his last, he quickly removed the wrapping from the sandwich. Swallowed whole. Fortunately, the anesthesia needle in the tranquilizer gun did not fire. They were worried he would accidentally eat the plastic packaging of the food. Is this bear really that stupid? This group of people is such fools. Confirming that this group of people won't harm him, he continued to rob food. Human food is many times more delicious than raw animal meat, perhaps only wild honey can compare, but filling his stomach comes first. Zheng the bear opened his mouth and swallowed the last of this wave of food, a delicious hot dog meal. System panel. Evolution point, 1. He pouted. He didn't expect that after being stuffed, he only got 1 evolution point. But thinking further, most of the food this group brought to the wild was packaged or fast food, which is inherently low in nutrition, only enough to fill his belly. He stood up and carefully gathered the plastic packaging in one place. Turning to leave, he prepared to return to Mama Bear's territory. From this group's conversation, he now knew he was in a nature reserve and that there wouldn't be any danger. Naturally, he put down the idea of exploring the surrounding environment. A light bulb went off in his mind. After taking a few steps, he stopped and looked back at the group of people who were observing him. Since that group of people confirmed they wouldn't harm him, why not follow them and gather some valuable information from their conversation? This bear is really smart. His eyes lit up, turning around to slowly approach. Chapter 21, The Following Black Bear. Nicknamed White Moon. Lu Fei had just finished picking up the plastic packaging on the ground when he looked up to see the black bear turning around and walking toward them, so he hurriedly returned to the front of the crowd. Holding the tranquilizer gun quietly in his hand, he couldn't understand what the black bear was doing by turning around. Fortunately, the black bear just changed direction, staring at them with wide bare eyes, standing still, showing no signs of aggression. A group of people silently locked eyes with the black bear. After a while, Ranger Lu Fei asked everyone to slowly step back, so as not to startle the black bear. But they didn't expect that as soon as they moved, the black bear would follow suit, as if intentionally teasing them. Professor Wang, what do you think the black bear is following us for? It doesn't seem to have any desire to attack. Lu Fei came to Professor Wang's side, looking at the black bear following them from a distance, asked in confusion. Professor Wang frowned and thought, estimating, maybe it's curiosity. It's the first time the black bear has seen us humans and wants to determine if we pose a threat to it. Nodding, he put the gun back on his back. Holding the tranquilizer gun was quite tiring. The black bear was at least 50 meters away. If it suddenly attacked, they would have time to react. The students in the group kept turning back to observe the cute black bear following them. This was their first time encountering something like this. Many people took out their phones to take pictures. Photographing is fine, but make sure to turn off the flash. Professor Wang reminded. The originally quiet group was now all on edge, aware of the black bear following them, and spoke little. After walking for an hour, they found that the black bear was only quietly following them, showing no signs of aggression at all. This reassured them, and they began discussing the black bear and the surrounding situation. Having followed the group for a while, Yi Yang Bear had a slight smile on his face. From this group's conversation, he learned that this area was inhabited by small animals, with no large carnivores appearing. Near the depths of the reserve where Mama Bear's forest territory was located, there lived a pack of wolves and a northeast tiger. This was important information. Hearing about the wolf pack and the northeast tiger nearby made him feel both vigilant and relieved. Fortunately, he chose the direction of the forest, otherwise, if he accidentally entered another area, there might be some dangers. Xiao Rua, look. White Moon is looking at us and smiling. Does it like the name you gave it? Yi Yang's subtle expression was noticed by several girls staring intently at him. A few girls laughed and teased. Li Xiaorua's pretty face bloomed like a flower, that's for sure. The name Baiyu suits this lovely black bear so well. After watching the animal world for so long, I never noticed that black bears are actually so good-looking. He helplessly blinked his bare eyes. Not long ago, he clearly heard the girls' conversation. The name Baiyu came from his online video going viral, given by a girl named Li Xiaorua, which many people agreed with. Looking down at his shiny, smooth black fur, it was like saying, "Are you humans blind?" This bear's whole body, except for the white moon pattern on his chest, shows no other mixed colors at all. But the name Baiyu is still quite nice, much better than dog bear. So, he could accept it. After another hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Seeing a group of people take out a camera from the dense bushes was a bit surprising. He didn't expect it to be hidden so well. He was relieved in his heart, glad he came along. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how many cameras like this were hidden within the protected area. In the future, he needed to be careful about his actions and couldn't act too strangely. For example, using a large amount of evolution points to strengthen his body under the camera, causing a bulging physique, caught on tape, leading to controversy. In the end, being caught and taken to the operating table for dissection. He shook his bare head, throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, and observed the group of people in front of him. After changing the camera's memory card and battery, the crowd rested in place. After hours of traveling, even in the warm spring weather, they felt physically exhausted and drenched in sweat. Goo goo goo. A boy in the team's stomach growled. The boy's face turned red, holding his stomach. At this moment, the team realized it was noon and they hadn't eaten. So hungry, it felt like they wanted to eat, but their food was long robbed by the black bear. Where could they find food in this area? They could only take out some drinking water and sip a few times to quench their thirst and ease their hunger. Physical exhaustion combined with hunger made them want to lie down and not move. Yi Yang, seeing the struggling group from afar, felt a little discomfort in his heart. It was his greed that had eaten all of this group's prepared lunch. Looking around the environment, an idea suddenly flashed. He was familiar with this area, there was a fruit forest not far away. He turned his body and walked in one direction. You guys look, Baiwei is leaving. A female student who had been observing the black bear exclaimed. When everyone saw the black bear's retreating figure, they felt relieved, their tired bodies couldn't handle the black bear's fooling around. It seemed the black bear's intention was not to treat them as prey. In a moment, a loud roar surged into the sky. The people who had originally been resting on the ground jumped up, thinking the black bear was about to attack. Lu Fei quickly pulled up his tranquilizer gun, but he didn't see the shadow of the bear. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. It's in the direction by where the black bear left, Baiwei might be in danger. Li Xiaohua and several girls were worried, they didn't want anything unfortunate to happen to such a lovely black bear. Professor Wang smiled and comforted, stop worrying, there are no large predator animals in this area that could threaten that black bear. Besides, the roar just now didn't indicate any fierce emotions. It's surprising that you, as researchers of animals, didn't realize this after watching so many animal videos. The few girls who loved Baiwei the black bear showed awkward expressions. Li Xiaohua asked, Professor Wang, then why did Baiwei roar so loudly? Everyone involuntarily looked at Professor Wang, all eagerly awaiting an answer. Waving his hand, Professor Wang said, how would I know? I don't understand bear language. This is simple, we'll find out if we take a look, Lu Fei laughed and said, the direction of the bear roar isn't too far from here. Those who are willing to go can set off together, and the rest should stay here and not wander off from this safe area. In fact, his latter half of the sentence was completely unnecessary, opportunities coming from nature reserves are rare, who wouldn't want to explore more and see the sights? And that clever and adorable black bear kept attracting their attention. The group all headed towards the source of the bear's roar. When they arrived there, they were amazed to discover a giant towering fruit tree. The roaring black bear was on the thick branches of the tree, skillfully using its paws to knock down fruit. Bang! 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 The ground was scattered with fallen fruit. The ranger Lu Fei looked up at the agile black bear, rubbed his big eyes, and exclaimed in disbelief, am I seeing things? This isn't a black bear, it's simply a monkey dressed in black bear fur. Chapter 22, Spring Fruit. They looked up, and in their sight, the black bear continued to skillfully crawl along the branches of the fruit tree, deftly using its paws to pick the green fruit. Do. The green fruit fell to the ground like rounds of yellow beans. Seeing that the number of fallen fruits was accumulating on the ground, Yi Yang hugged the tree trunk and slid down. He glanced at the astonished crowd not far away. He left the fruit tree and kept a distance from everyone. The people in the group exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This black bear is massive, I never expected its climbing ability to rival that of some monkeys. Lu Fei couldn't help but ask Professor Wang behind him, Professor Wang, is the black bear picking fruit for us? The people in the group were still in shock, how could such a big bear be so nimble? Professor Wang pushed up his glasses, somewhat surprised, and replied, from the looks of it, it seems so. He continued, could it be that we encountered an animal with intelligence like those online? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the team suddenly became enthusiastic. In the Internet of Things era, strange things were happening all over Blue Star, and they had long heard that some animals were extremely intelligent, capable of doing unexpected things. They did not expect they would encounter such an extraordinary black bear. Let's go. Professor Wang took the lead towards the ground where the fruit had fallen. Bending down, he picked up an oval green fruit and examined it carefully, his face lighting up with joy. Students are in for a treat, this is spring fruit, a seasonal fruit of spring, perfectly ripe, wild fresh spring fruit is extremely delicious. Saying this, he wiped the spring fruit with his clothes and took a big bite, his mouth moving non-stop, showing a look of enjoyment and aftertaste. Tired and hungry, Lu Fei and the students swallowed hard, they couldn't resist after hearing that this fruit called spring fruit was edible and delicious. They couldn't help but pick up the fruits on the ground, simply brushing off the dirt on the surface, and took a bite. Crunch! The flesh of the spring fruit was very crisp but surprisingly contained a long sweet and sour juice. With a few bites, it was still seedless. After finishing, a faint fresh fragrance lingered in their mouths, and their tongues savored the sweetness. Delicious. So good. Not only delicious, but there's also a lot of juice. But why have I never seen such delicious fruit in the city? Professor Wang wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth and smiled. The spring tree is very picky about its growing environment, it can't tolerate any pollution, and it only bears fruit when the tree is over 30 years old, so the quantity of spring trees is scarce. Even in the wild, they are seldom encountered, and no farmer is willing to spend decades gambling. The spring tree in front of us, with its massive trunk, is probably nearly 100 years old. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. We are truly lucky. I have only eaten spring fruit a few times in my childhood, and the aftertaste is unforgettable. It's just a pity that I might never eat it again. Ah, why? The crowd stopped eating spring fruit and looked at Professor Wang in confusion. It was their first time tasting such delicious fruit, and they didn't want it to be the last. Professor Wang explained faintly, the number of spring trees in the country is still decreasing. Difficulties in reproduction mean that these plants will likely become rare in the future. When we want to eat them, we may no longer be able to, so everyone should cherish the opportunity and eat more this time. The members of the group had no time to feel disappointed and quickly opened their appetites, eager to eat all the fruits from the trees. Many people took out backpacks to fill them up. Such delicious fruits are too precious and too tasty. Lu Fei savored the spring fruits, and upon hearing Professor Wang's words, thought to himself that in the future, only animals might get to eat these spring fruits. His gaze turned to the black bear in the distance, which had somehow made its way to a small stream and stood still, not knowing what it was doing. The stream was very shallow, only reaching Yi Yang's limbs, not submerging his body. Standing still like a tree man, the bear's eyes were fixed on the water's surface. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the water. Its eyes flickered. The massive bear head abruptly plunged into the water. Splash! When it lifted its head again, it had a half-foot-long fat fish in its mouth. The bear brought the fish to the shore, placing it on a rock not far from the crowd, and turned to continue fishing. It walked back and forth like this until there were 5 or 6 big fish on that rock before it stopped fishing. Why is the black bear putting the fish on the rock? Everyone wondered in confusion. With Yi Yang's large size, it was hard to go unnoticed. Besides, there were people constantly observing its actions. Could it be fishing for us? No way, this black bear can't be that smart, it should come over to eat the fish later. As if responding to this statement, the black bear deliberately took a few steps away from the rock and lay in the shade of a big tree, watching this side. Wow, is it really fishing for us? What a good bear Bayou is. This black bear is truly amazing. The crowd and the team couldn't help but exclaim. Even Professor Wang and Ranger Lu Fei, who understood animals well, were left stunned by the scene before them. This bear is so human-like. Yi Yang watched the crowd's astonishment from a distance, feeling indifferent. Through their conversations, he had already formed a vague impression of this world, noticing that the behaviors, clothing, and language of those people were similar to his previous life. He might have crossed over to a parallel world. He knew that, given his performance, it would be nothing strange in that bizarre internet world. As long as he didn't speak, no one would suspect that a human spirit lived inside this black bear's body. Hunting the fruits had truly been to help satisfy these people's hunger since he had just robbed their lunch. But fishing was not meant for them. The people in the team saw the fish on the rock and assumed it was brought by the black bear. Surprised and delighted, they thought this black bear was so clever. After getting consent from Ranger Lu Fei, they set up a simple rack by the stream. After briefly processing the fish, they picked up some dry branches from the ground and started a fire. Before long, smoke curled up and an enticing aroma spread around. This fish smells so good. Of course, this wild stream fish can't compare to farm-raised ones, the taste is beyond words. Be careful not to bite your tongue while eating. Why, I envy the black bear. It lives in such a beautiful protected area, feasting on ginseng, spring fruits, and these fatty fish. I want to become a bear too, living worry-free. Hee hee, you'd definitely turn into a stinky, clumsy bear, nothing like that beautiful black bear by you. As the group chatted and laughed, the fish was finally cooked. The aroma grew stronger, tantalizing the taste buds of everyone. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva, eager to take the fish down and enjoy it. Suddenly, roar! A bear roar echoed not far away. Yi Yang smelled the delicious aroma and hurried toward this direction. The black bear has caught the scent of food. Quick, get away from here. Seeing the black bear slowly walking this way, Lu Fei and Professor Wang quickly gathered the team to leave. A group of people left the original spot and returned to the fruit trees. They arrived at the roasted fish side and felt the scorching temperature but did not rush to eat. After waiting for a while, the temperature of the roasted fish decreased. With a big bite, The roasted fish was golden and crispy, the meat tender. His eyes lit up, and his ears subconsciously perked up. So delicious. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had eaten barbecued food. It seemed that the bear's taste buds could also accept barbecued food. He lowered his head and swept across, wolfing down several roasted fish. Licking his lips, the taste of cooked food was indeed delicious. Ding, evolution point +1. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying, fierce roar came from the nearby grass. The people who retreated to the fruit trees looked fearfully toward the direction of the sound. A giant black bear appeared on the distant mountain road, quickly approaching. Damn, another black bear is coming. This black bear seems much bigger than Bayou. Wait, black bears shouldn't appear in this area. With confusion in his heart, Lu Fei noticed the anger in the black bear's face and the cub behind it. Clutching the tranquilizer gun tightly, he quickly reminded everyone, "Be careful, this is a black bear with cubs." The team members started to feel nervous. They were zoology students, familiar with animal behavior. Animals are most dangerous in two states, when they are hungry and when they have young. They are highly aggressive and may randomly attack humans. Roar! Another bear roar, and everyone turned their eyes to find out it was Bayou's black bear making the sound. Yi Yang glanced at the still burning flames beside him, shifted his hips, and a stream of water appeared to extinguish the flames, sending up a plume of smoke. Seeing Mama Bear's appearance, he hurriedly got up to meet her. Mama Bear wouldn't be as docile as him, but a wild omnivorous black bear might attack humans. Not to mention whether it could succeed, the ranger had a tranquilizer gun, and he did not want Mama Bear to be harmed. After meeting with Mama Bear, he noticed her terrified eyes gazing at the nearby humans, her whole body trembling. Even the curious and fearless bear too had a hint of fear in her gaze towards humans. What Yi Yang didn't know was that in the ancient times of Blue Star, humans lived a life of survival through bloodshed. Although their individual abilities could not match the strong beasts, through cooperative hunting, countless beasts became extinct or drastically reduced in number. Animal species, through thousands of years of evolution, had already inscribed a terrifying impression of humans deep in their genes. Unless a special situation arose, encountering bipedal creatures would trigger the instinct to quickly retreat. He felt a bit confused, not understanding why Mama Bear appeared here, as this area was quite far from her territory. His eyes unintentionally caught sight of the thick mud layer on Mama Bear and Bear 2's paws and finally understood the reason for Mama Bear's appearance. Black bears place unexpected importance on their paws, always using water or tongues to keep them clean, as the paws are not only weapons but also sensors that can receive lots of information when stepping on the ground or touching objects. If they do not keep their paws clean, they cannot receive most of the information, making the black bear's nickname Bear Blind truly fitting. Mama Bear and Bear 2's paws were covered in thick dirt, indicating they had traveled a long way without time to clean their paws. Moreover, suddenly appearing here showed they were clearly afraid he might be in danger alone and had been quietly following him. A warm feeling flowed in Yi Yang's heart. He didn't know whether Mama Bear's maternal nature was too high or if black bears were too intelligent, but he felt maternal love from Mama Bear. Feeling very touched, he bumped his head against Mama Bear, sticking out his tongue to lick Mama Bear's and Brother Bear's cheeks. Mama Bear and Brother Bear were stunned. This was the first time Yi Yang had shown such affectionate actions towards them. Roar! The three bears faced the mountain wind, disappearing into the forest. The crowd released their rapidly beating hearts, exhaling a breath of warm air, thinking they would be attacked by the mother bear with her cubs. I didn't expect the mother bear's purpose was to take Bayou away. Is Bayou actually Papa Bear? I couldn't tell this adorably silly black bear was already a father. Yeah, but Bayou must be under the thumb of his wife, he doesn't even match her size. If they argue, won't his wife claw him to death? Alright, stop joking. Bears are usually raised by the mother bear alone. Bayou can't possibly be a father bear. Professor Wang interrupted the students' jokes, looking at the stunned Lu Fei and asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Fei collected his shocked thoughts, setting down his tranquilizer gun, and said, "I think I've seen those 3 black bears during winter." "Oh, that cute black bear is indeed a papa bear?" Professor Wang exclaimed. "No," Lu Fei shook his head, "he is a cub, the offspring of that mother bear." "How can that be? Bayou's size is at least over 100 pounds, he is almost an adult. Mother bears do not have the habit of raising 2 cubs together. Bayou is several times larger than that cub." Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Lu Fei continued to explain, "I find it hard to believe too, but that's the fact. The territory of that mother bear is not far away in the forest, I have a strong impression. During winter, I happened to notice the 3 bears foraging, and at that time, this black bear was already twice the size of his sibling cub. I joked back then that this Bayou black bear might become a black bear king, now it seems it might come true." Seeing Lu Fei's firm expression, the crowd's anxious heart suddenly raced faster. An abnormal growth and intelligent spirit. What will this black bear named Bayou eventually grow into? Professor Wang grabbed Lu Fei, excitedly saying, "Lu Fei, can you send me a video of the daily behavior of this black bear?" It was clear that Professor Wang was also drawn to Yi Yang and wanted to observe and study him. No need to bother, I will upload all the videos to Bilibili. You can just watch there, Professor Wang, Lu Fei replied with a smile. Professor Wang nodded, suddenly having a worried thought, this black bear is so exceptional, will it attract many people, leading to poachers? Lu Fei laughed, patting his chest with assurance, Professor Wang, you worry too much. The outskirts of the Qinling Nature Reserve are covered with cameras, poachers can't even get in. After thinking for a moment, he found it a bit amusing. During winter, there was indeed a group of border crossers caught. They came from the border to our great Xia country. A group of about 10 traveled from deep in the Qinling and ended up with only 2 lost souls left. Don't worry, every ranger in our reserve is equipped with a hunting rifle, and we all communicate with each other. The protection is very strong. A smile appeared on Professor Wang's weathered face. That's good. Chapter 24, Depart. Time flew by, a month later. It was now May, a time full of spring vitality. In May, peaches turned yellow and apricots became plump. In the mountains, most fruits had ripened, and you could see peach trees, apricot trees, and many fruit trees with branches hanging heavy with yellow and green just a short walk away. A giant black bear lay on a rock. Yi Yang lazily sprawled on a high rock. The current season's warmth made his head feel drowsy, perfect for sleeping. Black bears are naturally lazy and dislike moving, and with such comfortable weather, he spent his days sleeping like Mama Bear, except for foraging. This made him suspect if he had caught the lazy disease. Ow! He lifted his chin. He exhaled hot air and lazily yawned. Roar! Mama Bear looked up and roared, calling him. Seeing Mama Bear coming out of the cave with Little Bear, preparing to go out for food. He climbed down from the rock and unsteadily followed Mama Bear. In the forest, the birds sang continuously, and herds of antelope, deer, and cattle bowed their heads, grazing on the lush grassland. Noticing the movement, they looked up and saw 3 black bears approaching, but didn't take it seriously, as they posed no threat, and continued to eat the tender grass. Mama Bear, seeing so many animals before her, felt a surge of heat in her eyes, but as usual, she took Little Bear to forage for vegetation. Roar! Yi Yang let out a low roar at Mama Bear, indicating to leave and went towards the creek in the forest. Roar! Mama Bear responded as usual, knowing her eldest didn't like vegetation and was off to prepare a special meal by the creek. Splash! A black bear emerged from the water, its mouth full of a big fish. Returning to the shore, it shook its soaked fur. The bear took a few bites of the meaty parts of the fat fish. Looking at the remaining bony fish meat, it sighed silently, throwing the fish body back into the water, as the little meat left was mostly bones and could only be discarded. Sigh. The fish resources in the creek are becoming more and more insufficient. With a heavy sigh, he stared at the calm water surface. Although his swimming and hunting skills surpassed Mama Bear, he caught fewer and fewer fish this month. He could only catch 5 fish in half a day, which was far from enough for his appetite. It was clear that the number of fat fish in the water was gradually decreasing. Even though it was May and spring, with a lot of forest fruits maturing, he increasingly felt that food was scarce. First, the evolution points gained from eating fruits and vegetation were too low, only half an evolution point after gorging all day. But meat was different. One could gain 1 evolution point in a day, and if it was an animal like cattle or sheep, the heart provided an extra energy point, yielding 2 or 3 energy points in one meal. Moreover, his appetite was too big, possibly due to the system. His digestion speed was very fast, and he ate 3 times more forest fruits than Mama Bear in a day. Although this spring, the forests produced a lot of fruits, not all of them belonged to the black bears or Mama Bear. Other herbivorous animals or migrating birds also ate the fruits. The quantity of forest fruits was evidently decreasing. If this continued, Mama Bear would have to starve again. He looked up toward a direction outside the forest. It seems that Mama Bear's forest territory can only support 1 adult black bear. I should venture out. This month, Yi Yang didn't pass by like an ordinary bear. After his hard work in hunting, he even caught an old antelope abandoned by its herd, gaining a lot of evolution points. Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian black bear. Strength, 37. Stamina, 40. Speed, 29. Evolution points, 0. Weight reached 220 pounds. Visibly, his size had increased compared to last month, standing at 2 meters tall. Even Mama Bear was now smaller than him, sitting shoulder to shoulder, half a head shorter. Let alone Little Bear's tiny size, who looked like a baby in front of him. His strong body gave him the confidence to venture out. His attributes were already slightly higher than Mama Bear's, and even Dad Bear was just a bit lower. He was completely a mature black bear, and now there were few animals in the forest that posed a threat to him. Turning around with a big fish in his mouth, he followed the scent to find Mama Bear who was foraging. Roar! 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 Several startling roars scared away the nearby grazing animals as they ran off. Hearing his powerful roar, Mama Bear looked at her eldest with fear in her eyes, unsure of what he intended to do. Animals instinctively felt fear towards those stronger than themselves. Having lived together since childhood, Mama Bear has felt her eldest's strength surpass hers completely. Roar! Another huge bear roar erupted. Yi Yang's bear roar displayed its power to Mama Bear, hoping she would no longer follow him like before. Roar! Mama Bear lowered her head and growled, showing her weakness. She was conflicted. The mother bear was fierce and would not easily submit to powerful animals. Even when encountering a northeastern tiger, she would fight to protect her cubs. But standing in front of her was her own cub. Facing a big cub whose size and strength surpassed hers in less than half a year, she didn't know how to respond. Such things were not taught in the black bear's ancestral memory. Yi Yang sensed Mama Bear's weakness, walked over, and gently bumped her head to help her relax. He picked up a fish from the ground and threw it in front of Mama Bear. Seeing the cowardly bear eyeing him, he used his paw to pat the frightened bear who hid behind Mama Bear. Then he moved his body and slowly walked away. Mama Bear looked at his departing figure with complicated eyes, knowing that this departure of the big cub might mean the independence of an adult black bear. Her eyes were wet, not knowing what to think. Bear peeked out his head to glance at Mama Bear standing there, not understanding what she was feeling sad about. His eyes brightened as he ran forward to eat the delicious fish meat. He looked up but couldn't see his big brother anymore, thinking he had gone out to play again. How could he leave without taking him? He pouted, biting hard into the fish, as if venting his frustration on it. His little head still didn't understand that he might never see his big brother again. After leaving Mama Bear, he arrived at the edge of the forest territory. The territory was surrounded by mountains on one side, with only 3 exits. 2 of the directions were said by that group a month ago to have wolf packs and northeastern tigers, posing certain dangers. His gaze turned to the familiar northern direction. The route he passed through once where he encountered humans, which was very safe. With that thought in mind, it seemed he had no choice but to take the old road again. He lifted his feet and walked towards the north, the light of the sunset casting long shadows of the bear on the ground. 5 days later, after walking and stopping, Yi Yang finally reached the edge of the nature reserve. As for how he knew it was the border, there was a big sign standing in front of him. Left, Qinling Nature Reserve, danger. Right, Qingping Village. A huge black bear stood at the intersection, pondering for a few seconds. Slowly, it walked towards the direction of Qingping Village. Chapter 25 Farmer Brothers. The Farmer Brothers are an internet sensation with explosive popularity, boasting 5 million followers on Bilibili alone. Their main livestream content features the countryside scenery and rural life. The Farmer Brothers duo consists of 2 people, with Li Qing responsible for filming and content design, and Lu Guang handling the livestream in front of the camera. Today, like usual, they were live streaming on the back mountain of Qingping Village when suddenly, it began to rain heavily. Wow! The torrential rain poured down, and the 2 quickly ran with their live stream equipment, searching for a place to take shelter. My God, this rain is so heavy. Friends, this weather really changes its face in an instant. Old Lu, run faster. There's a big tree up ahead, let's take shelter there. Both were panting as they arrived under the big tree. The big tree was tall and robust, its branches lush and its leaves particularly dense, blocking a large area of rain, keeping the ground underneath surprisingly dry. Lu Guang looked at the downpour in front of him and spoke to the camera. Sorry, friends, this weather came too suddenly today, we probably can't livestream the outdoor content we prepared. No worries, streamer, the heavy rain in the mountains is quite spectacular. Indeed, this natural mountain rain reminds me of my childhood experiences at my grandmother's house in the countryside. The sound of the rain in the wild sounds so soothing. The audience in the livestream began to shower the screen with comforting messages, gradually drawn into the scene of the heavy rain before them. The green mountains, the pouring rain causing the trees to sway with the wind, the clear and natural sound of the rain sounded like a lullaby, soothing the hearts and minds of those who listened. The popularity of the livestream room didn't fade. The Farmer Brothers exchanged glances and sighed with relief. It seemed that the heavy rain wasn't all bad. The atmosphere in the livestream room was pleasant for a while. Suddenly, boom! The sound of thunder echoed, a bolt of lightning illuminated the land like daytime. Oh my gosh, my ears are about to be deafened. I'm so scared it made my heart race. That thunder is so loud. Oh crap. There seems to be a huge dark shadow behind the tree. There really is a shadow. I thought I was just seeing things. I see it too. The Farmer Brothers were also startled by the thunder, fearing that live streaming might attract a lightning strike. They were getting ready to end the stream when they saw friends commenting about the big shadow behind the tree, bursting into laughter. Although I'm timid, you guys don't need to say things that even a 3-year-old wouldn't fall for to scare me. And what about a terrifying dark shadow behind the tree? Why don't you say there's a man-eating tiger there? As they spoke, they moved around to the back of the tree, keeping smiles on their faces. Upon looking, there was indeed no man-eating tiger behind the tree, only a big black bear. A huge bear head, with cute bear eyes staring at him, big eyes meeting small eyes. The black bear. was still an adult black bear. His mind went blank, and his heart felt like it stopped beating. After a brief silence, Lu Guang slowly pulled back with the trembling Li Qing. Growing up in the countryside, they had encountered many wild animals. At this moment, they knew they couldn't act aggressively or quickly, or it might provoke the beast. Quietly retreating 50 meters away, they were already soaked from the heavy rain. Now they couldn't care less about that. They slowly retreated until the black bear disappeared from their sight, then turned and ran towards the village. Yi Yang, the bear, casually saw the two disappear from his view, wondering how his cute appearance could be so frightening. After arriving at the back of Qingpian village, he hadn't even had time to observe his surroundings before facing the heavy rain. From the day he was born until now, it was the first time he encountered such a heavy storm. The raindrops hitting his strong body felt slightly painful. Coincidentally, there was a lush tree not far away to shelter from the rain, and just as he got under it, two people came running for cover. Without a sound, he quietly listened to the two's conversation. He felt a bit surprised. It seemed like they were live streamers. But in this world, the people who live streamed were quite timid. Why were they afraid of him? He didn't eat people. All the way back to the yard, the two had smiles of survival after a catastrophe. Lu Guang's eyes turned to the screen of the live stream equipment in Li Qing's hands, still lit up. They suddenly remembered the stream was still on. In the live stream room, the bullet comments filled the screen. That black bear looks so big up close, it's almost 2 meters tall when it stands up. Yeah. So strong. Luckily it didn't attack the farmer brothers, that would have been dangerous. But I feel like that cute black bear looks a bit familiar? I feel that way too. Is this the manhwa black bear? It really seems to be. Lu Guang and Li Qing saw the increasing number of fans on the screen posting the name manhwa, and they finally realized it was the black bear that went viral on the internet a month ago. They had seen videos of that cute black bear before, and recalling its appearance now, it really did look similar. It looked equally cute and innocent, but its body seemed much bigger. Such a cute black bear they had never seen. It must be the manhwa black bear that the audience was talking about. Okay, friends, that's it for today's live stream. The weather is bad today, and we've also encountered some fright. We're ending the stream now. We welcome everyone to come back tomorrow. After saying that, they turned off the live stream, and the two prepared to go home to change clothes and rest. Although they were surprised by the appearance of the black bear, they felt it was nothing extraordinary. Qingpian village is located on the border of the Qinling Nature Reserve, and wild animals often come out. Villagers had even seen wild tigers when they were kids. However, the natural environment outside the modern reserve had been transformed by humans into farmland or roads. It is no longer suitable for animals to survive. Wild animals are becoming increasingly rare. It has been several decades since I last encountered a black bear coming out. The two of them calmed down and thought about it. The appearance of the black bear might scare the villagers and pose a danger, and to avoid the bear being harmed by the villagers, they communicated and decided to notify every household under the heavy rain with an umbrella. There has been a black bear roaming in the back mountains of the village. Be careful when going out, and it is best not to go out at night. The next day, the farmer brothers started their live stream. The rain had stopped and the sky cleared up. They originally planned to continue the live stream of the outdoor content that was missed due to the heavy rain yesterday. However, considering the appearance of the black bear and for safety, they decided to live stream in Lu Guang's yard. The live stream content was about rural food. Facing the camera. Considering that the white moon black bear appeared outside our village, today we will honestly live stream in the yard. Today's live stream features chicken stewed with mushrooms. This mushroom is very fragrant, freshly picked from my brother's house. These two are both free-range black chickens from my brother's family. Each one is lean with more meat and less bone, also provided by my brother. Having brothers is truly wonderful. While Lu Guang spoke, he began to cook. He chopped the processed, snow-white chicken into pieces, poured it into a large pot filled with clear water, and added firewood. The flames under the stove blazed even stronger. The village bully does whatever he wants. Being a brother of the farmer brothers is really miserable. Looks like only the just white moon black bear can stop the deeds of the village bully. Hey, I really hope I can go take a peek at the white moon black bear. Such a cute black bear. I don't know what you guys are so afraid of. Does my brother watch too many gentle giant pandas on TV? That's a wild, omnivorous adult black bear. Do you believe that one slap can crush your head? Yeah, don't be fooled by videos online where people mess with bears. Most situations are just playfulness from familiar people with the bear. Adult black bears are really dangerous. That's right, this brother is correct. Adult black bears are very dangerous. Lu Guang carefully monitored the bullet screen on the screen and said, "When I was young, I saw a black bear sneaking into a pig pen. With one paw, it crushed a pig's head. Pig brains splattered everywhere. Later, when the villagers came to check, they found that the pig's neck vertebrae had already been broken. We humans cannot compete with an adult black bear. Don't easily approach animals when encountering them in the wild." He secretly shook his head, feeling that many people who lived in the city lacked common sense, and couldn't help but educate them. Half an hour later, a rich fragrance filled the yard. Woof woof woof. The tantalizing smell attracted Lu Guang's more than a dozen little puppies. He opened the pot lid and added the prepared mushrooms and seasonings. So fragrant, it should be ready to serve in 10 more minutes. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a loud knocking sound came from the big iron gate of the yard. Who is it? Lu Guang walked over while asking. The door had not opened yet, and the puppies in the yard suddenly became anxious. Woof woof woof. They bared their teeth and growled anxiously at the direction of the door. There was no answering voice from outside, and the barking of the puppies made him instinctively feel an ominous premonition. When he opened the big door, an unimaginable pressure bore down on him. A huge black bear stood outside. A black bear. The giant black bear crawled, and from its strong waist and sturdy legs, it was clear that this bear was very robust. Lu Guang felt terrified and completely dared not move. The black bear was less than 2 meters away from him, and he could even smell the bear's scent. At this distance, the bear could easily kill him with a bite. Suddenly, the black bear moved. Yi Yang unconsciously smelled the aroma and slowly walked past the shocked and unable to help himself Lu Guang. Seeing the steaming big pot, the bear blinked its eyes and sat down next to the pot. Li Qing, who was responsible for filming the livestream, trembled. The live broadcast equipment in his hands shook violently. I'm so dizzy, move the camera slowly. Oh no! The white moon black bear entered the yard. The farmer brothers' cooking skills are not bad, Even the black bear has been attracted. The farmer brothers are facing great danger, stop joking. Does anyone have the local police station's phone number? Quickly call the police. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lu Guang's heart sank. This was an adult black bear, ready to tear their fragile bodies apart at any moment. Instinctively wanting to run, he charged out of the courtyard gate. But he saw his childhood friend, Li Qing, holding a live streaming device, trembling in the courtyard next to the black bear. Gritting his teeth, he slowly walked over to Li Qing. He grabbed Li Qing, ready to run outside. Roar! At that moment, the black bear let out an unhappy roar. A bead of cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, and their footsteps halted as if they were frozen in place. Their hearts pounded loudly, and their breathing slowed. Time seemed to stand still. Roar! Yi Yang let out another low roar towards the two, raising a paw to point at the burning hearth. The two had some experience with wild animals, so they didn't turn their backs, watching the black bear's movements. Old Lu, what does this black bear want? It doesn't seem like it's going to attack us? Li Qing stammered, whispering to Lu Guang. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Lu Guang's forehead as he quietly replied, it really doesn't seem like it wants to attack, it feels like it wants us to put out the fire. This was just a guess, neither dared to move. The black bear's piercing eyes fixed on them, applying great pressure, as if ready to leap up and shred their bodies. Roar! Yi Yang, dissatisfied, sat up and pointed at the lively charcoal fire. Why are they so stupid? Can't they see the bear's clear message? The fire underneath was burning charcoal, it would take who knows how long for it to go out. He could not wait that long, this pot of chicken was too fragrant. The two hesitated, quietly exchanging a few words, as it seemed the black bear indeed wanted them to put out the fire. This black bear is too clever. Before they could be shocked, they noticed the bear's facial expression growing more impatient. Finally, daring to be brave, Lu Guang straightened his face, stepped up to the hearth, and picked up a nearby bucket to pour it into the fire. Puff! Thick smoke billowed up. The loud, sharp sound from putting out the fire made them shiver, turning to look at the black bear. The black bear remained quietly seated beside them, which eased their tension. After finishing this, Lu Guang quietly retreated to Li Qing's side, noticing the bear's gaze didn't focus on them but on the food in the big pot. The two slowly backed toward the gate and then left the area. They decided that one would notify the villagers to be cautious of the bear appearing in the village, while the other would call the nearby forest ranger. Living next to the nature reserve, they naturally had the ranger's contact information. In the courtyard, the fire in the hearth had been put out. After waiting for a while, the temperature of the big pot dropped. Yi Yang poked his bare head into the big pot, devouring the food. It was incredibly delicious, the chicken was stewed just right, and the meat was tender and white. The chicken soup was so flavorful, it opened up his appetite. And the best part was the mushrooms perfectly soaked in the delicious broth. One bite would explode with juice. After a while, licking his lips, Yi Yang finished the big pot of chicken, satisfiedly squinting his eyes. Ding, evolution point +2. Oh, unexpectedly, the 2 chickens stewed with mushrooms provided good nutrition, earning him 2 evolution points at once. He got up and slowly made his way to the back mountain. In the afternoon, at the village entrance, villagers gathered, mostly there for the excitement, having heard that a black bear had entered the village and notified the rangers to come capture it. A small truck stopped at the village entrance, and 2 rangers in work uniforms got out of the vehicle. As soon as they got out of the car, Ru Fei quickly found Lu Guang, who had made the call. "Excuse me, where is that black bear now?" His tone was urgent. Through the phone description, the black bear was clearly Bai Yu, who had disappeared from Mama Bear's territory for a week. Through constant observation, he had grown fonder of this cute-looking, clever black bear. Not just him, now there were already many fans of Bai Yu the black bear online. Lu Guang stepped forward to report. "A villager saw the black bear run to the back mountain. I'll take you there." "Okay, thank you, fellow villager." The group arrived at the back mountain and began to search for the black bear's tracks. But the two forest rangers couldn't find any traces of the black bear, no matter how hard they searched. It was truly strange. How could such a small place behind the village not have a trace of an adult black bear? If it weren't for the villagers' firm assurance of seeing the black bear enter the back mountain, they would be doubting whether the black bear ever appeared in the village. Finally, led by the farmer brothers familiar with the back mountain, they found the black bear. The familiar tall tree that provided shelter from the rain came into sight, and when they looked closely, a black bear was lying on a branch, leisurely watching them. It looked less like a black bear and more like a koala bear up in the tree. The two forest rangers, armed with tranquilizer guns, stood dumbfounded beneath the big tree. This tree was at least 30 meters high. How could they catch the black bear that was up in the tree? How did the black bear get up there? Can a black bear really climb such tall trees? This was the question in everyone's mind at that moment. Lu Fei had a sudden idea and thought of a plan. He went back to the village, spent money to buy a goat from a villager, killed it, and placed it under the big tree in the back mountain. They hid nearby with their tranquilizer guns in hand. However, to his surprise, the tempting food did not lure the black bear down from the tree. With a disappointed sigh, Lu Fei looked at the lazily faced black bear. He knew this black bear the best, he thought to himself. Of course, the white moon black bear was so clever, how could it be easily tricked? After calming down and thinking, he understood why Yi Yang had left the forest territory to survive outside. This month, under his shocking witness, Yi Yang's body had developed to be even stronger than Mama Bear, now a robust 2-year-old black bear. Daily continuous attention made him not notice the silent changes in Yi Yang's body. It was only when standing next to Mama Bear that he realized the difference. He was astonished and speechless. But this also meant that Mama Bear's forest territory was no longer enough to support 2 adult black bears. It was unexpected. The white moon black bear did not drive Mama Bear away like other animals to take over the territory. Instead, it chose to leave voluntarily. This surprised and moved him. In his heart, he was relieved that the direction White Moon chose was towards the northern part of the forest. If it had gone in the direction of the territory, it would have been dangerous with wolves and northeast tigers around. At the same time, he quietly made a decision. Chapter 27, The Leader's Big Gamble. Lu Fei took out his phone and called his leader. After a while, he hung up the phone and let out a heavy sigh of relief. His ranger companion exclaimed, "I didn't expect the leader to agree to let you stay and supervise the black bear." Lu Fei smiled and said, "Of course, the leader is also a fan of black bears." They hid at a distance, gazing at the black bear in the tree. This way, we don't have to catch the black bear and take it back. He had already reported the situation of the black bear to the leader. Leaving Mama Bear's territory to live alone was quite touching. The relevant department leaders were also very concerned about this outstanding and popular black bear online. After a meeting and discussions, a decision was made to let Lu Fei stay in the village to supervise the black bear, to prevent it from attacking and harming people. With its cute appearance, strong body, and willingness to leave Mama Bear's territory for survival, it touched their hearts. The relevant departments were betting that the white moon black bear wouldn't casually harm people. If they bet wrong, everyone would share the responsibility. If they bet right, the benefits could be huge. They could observe the behavior of wild black bears in contact with humans, and at the same time, use this famous black bear as an ambassador for wildlife protection to promote awareness of protecting animals, which was of great significance. Of course, the leader's decision to let Lu Fei supervise the black bear was under a lot of pressure. If anything went wrong, he would bear the main responsibility. But who could blame this extraordinary white moon black bear for its remarkable behavior? Why can't we in our great land raise bears and big tigers like they do abroad? Why can't we let a lively and cute black bear roam freely? This is a gamble. On a sturdy branch, Yi Yang lay lazily. Suddenly his round ears twitched, sniffing the air. The human scent had vanished. With the black bear's extraordinary sense of smell, the location of the humans was clearly revealed in his sight. Did that group of humans really think this bear was just a silly food lover? The bear couldn't help but chuckle. Just a moment ago, with humans around, he didn't dare to come down from the tree. Licking his lips, now that the human scent was gone, he looked at the sheep's corpse below. He could finally feast. The bear's paws tightly hugged the tree trunk, and in an instant, he climbed down. In front of the goat carcass, he sniffed with his nose. Not sensing any strange drug smells, it was safe to eat. Confirming that there was no poison, he buried his head into a piece of lard from the goat's belly, devouring it. It tasted good, but the meat was clearly not as good as that of wild antelopes in the forest. However, he wasn't picky and started chowing down. Now Yi Yang was already an adult black bear, eating at a rapid pace. In no time, all that was left on the ground were scattered sheep bones. Put! The bear's paw tossed away the last gnawed sheep thigh. He silently chanted. System panel. Evolution points, 2. Gaining 2 evolution points was quite good. He looked up at the darkening night. At this time, it was getting late, and he needed to find a shelter. It had just rained heavily here, the mud was sticky, and it was easy to get dirty. He didn't like that very much. The small back mountain of the village had no caves to rest or sleep. Glancing towards the village, the bear's eyes flashed with light. He seemed to remember that during the day there was a spacious shed in the yard of that broadcaster. In Qingping village, in Lu Guang's yard. A group of people was gathered around the dining table eating. Come, brother Lu Fei, let's toast to you. From now on, the safety of the village relies on you. Lu Guang stood up to toast. They already knew that the authorities agreed for the black bear to live in their village and left the most familiar forest ranger, Lu Fei, to supervise, which made the villagers feel much more at ease. Villagers in Qingping village were not averse to wild animals. They often saw wild animals when they were children, but they rarely saw any now. Now, a black bear appeared in the back mountain, and someone was specially taking care of it, which made the quiet village much livelier. Lu Fei felt the villagers' enthusiasm, stood up to take the wine. Don't worry, the Baiwei black bear is very smart. The last time I accompanied a group of students to the reserve and met him, he even picked fruit for us, and also caught fish for us. Really? Brother Lu Fei, tell us more details. The villagers at the table were attracted by Lu Fei's words. They had never encountered such a magical and intelligent black bear. Lu Fei drank from his cup and smiled as he recalled events from a month ago. The villagers listened with their mouths agape, unable to believe it. The Baiwei black bear is the most intelligent animal I've ever seen, and it's very cute. Tomorrow I'll go and attach a tracker to him, along with my supervision. That way, there won't be any danger. Looking at Lu Guang, he smiled and said, Thank you everyone for your support and understanding. I may trouble brother Lu during this time. Lu Guang waved his hand. Not trouble at all. It's right to support you in protecting the animals. There are plenty of empty rooms in the countryside yard, so feel free to stay. During this time, Lu Fei would stay in the village, and Lu Guang's large yard willing to support him for free made Lu Fei very touched. The group ate and laughed. The atmosphere was very lively. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, the puppies in the yard let out an urgent bark. Lu Guang's heart sank at once, thinking of a similar scene from today, almost dropping the bowl of rice in his hand. The barking grew more intense. Lu Guang stood up to open the door, and saw a group of puppies hiding in the distance, barking at a large black shadow. With the dim light from inside the house, he could only see a huge black shadow lying under the shed. In the yard, the puppies trembled violently under the lead of their dog mom and dad, barking nervously at the black bear. Black bear. Lu Guang couldn't help but murmur. The barking of the dogs caught the attention of those eating, and they saw Lu Guang standing still at the open door. Upon walking in, they also spotted the big black bear. Even in the darkness, they could see the strange blue light in its eyes. Oh my god, a black bear. How did the black bear slip into the village without any villagers noticing? Shoo! Be quiet, don't provoke the black bear. Lu Guang calmed the anxious puppies and turned to look at Lu Fei beside him. Lu Fei. Feeling the gazes of others, he appeared calm but was actually panicking inside. Because his tranquilizer gun was still in the car. Who takes a tranquilizer gun while eating? And who would have thought a black bear could silently enter the yard? If it weren't for the barking of the puppies, they wouldn't have noticed the black bear. If the black bear charged at them, undoubtedly, everyone in the house would be in trouble. They had been careless, not expecting the black bear to sneak into the village. The blue light in the large shadow disappeared, and they knew the black bear was simply lying there with its eyes closed, sleeping. They felt a huge weight lift off their hearts. Lu Fei whispered to everyone, it just rained heavily, maybe the black bear couldn't find a place to stay. You all be quiet, feel free to go home and sleep. I'll go get the tranquilizer gun from the car and keep an eye on him. One by one, people returned home, and those who needed to sleep went to bed. But Lu Guang's family couldn't sleep well that night, unable to rest, always worried about a giant black bear breaking into their house. After a night passed, thankfully no accidents occurred. Lu Guang cautiously pushed open the large door outside. He saw Lu Fei sitting at the door, dozing, with severe dark circles under his eyes, holding the tranquilizer gun. By the looks of it, he hadn't slept a wink all night. Go sleep, I'll watch over things. Lu Guang said with concern. Lu Fei shook his head. This was his duty, and it had its dangers. Lu brother, could you please call a few strong young men to help install the locator on the bear later? Coincidentally, Yi Yan woke up and heard this. Install a locator on this bear? I won't do it. Chapter 28, Earning Millions Daily. In the yard. Lu Guang trembled as he approached the large black bear on the ground with the locator injector. Although he felt that Yi Yang wouldn't hurt him, his body instinctively swallowed, and he felt a knot in his throat. His eyes shifted towards the strong men in the yard and the tranquilizer gun in Lu Guang's hand, which eased his heart a little. When he stood completely in front of the black bear, he could feel its immense pressure. The pressure made him speak to himself to lighten his burden. "My dear brother White Moon, I'm just installing a locator, please don't bite, I mean you no harm. Outside the nature reserve, I am your guardian. The locator will alert me on my phone if you wander more than 50 meters away. If you wish to stay outside the nature reserve, you must get the locator installed. Don't worry, your meals are guaranteed every day." Finally, after successfully and safely injecting the locator, everyone sighed in relief. It seemed that this black bear named White Moon was actually kinder than they had thought. Yi Yang tilted his head, looking at the red dot on his waist, which was the location of the locator just installed. It was completely unnoticeable. He thought it was like the locator from his past life that involved a collar-like device, which was why he had been so resistant before. Unexpectedly, it was just an inconspicuous red dot. He glanced at the injector device in Lu Fei's hand, realizing that the technology in this world was more advanced than in his past life, with even such sci-fi technology available. Then his eyes brightened. He heard that he could stay here and, more importantly, someone would guarantee his food. Shaking his head. This made him look forward to today's meal. Next, everyone scattered and began a busy day of work. The farmer brothers were preparing to go live, and just as they walked out, unexpectedly, a black bear got up and followed them. Lu Fei took the opportunity to hand the tranquilizer gun to Lu Guang and then went to sleep. The farmer brothers were anxious during this live broadcast, their eyes constantly watching the black bear that was following them not far behind. Meanwhile, the heat of the live stream was rising quickly, with more and more netizens coming to see the black bear. "Is this the famous black bear by you online? It's so cute. Yeah, its looks can stand up to a panda. Ha ha ha. Look at how serious the farmer brothers are, even with such a cute black bear. Don't joke around. Although Baiyu is cute, it is still an adult black bear. The farmer brothers are right to be cautious." The popularity of the live stream kept growing, and soon the number of viewers hit 1 million. This was truly the only live broadcast of a free-roaming black bear in the country. It was hard not to be popular. The farmer brothers had mixed feelings, torn between joy and worry, feeling both pain and happiness inside. Although their nature was honest and simple, not seeking fame and fortune, seeing the live stream viewer count reach 1 million made their hearts race. They felt as if they were floating, their popularity was nearly equal to that of big-name stars. But noticing the black bear not far away, they returned to reality. Most of the 1 million viewers were likely there to see the bear. They had to constantly pay attention to the bear. This state certainly couldn't allow them to continue the livestream as usual, and they simply pointed the camera at Yi Yang in the distance. The livestream comments were flooding in, discussions were lively, and many gifts crossed the screen. "Thanks to King Black Bear for the 10 rockets. Thanks to the big boss of Bear Tribe for the 20 rockets. Thanks to the adorable Baiyu for the 100 rockets." Lu Guang finally found something to do. With gifts flying across the screen, he opened the backend to begin reading them out. His throat was dry from speaking, and he hadn't even finished reading all the gift donators. He took a sip of water and continued to express his gratitude. When he checked the backend total of the gifts, he almost dropped his phone. A full 500,000. He knew the gifts from fans were all because of the black bear, but he still underestimated the national fervor for it, especially since women had a natural weakness for such silly and cute animals. One moment of excitement, and the gifts started pouring in. Yi Yang lazily lay on the grass, feeling a bit disappointed. He had originally wanted to follow the farmer brothers and see the world of the internet. The information circulating online was a condensed reflection of the world. Unexpectedly, the farmer brothers weren't broadcasting their daily life. They spent the entire day just thanking for gifts, and it seemed that those who donated were doing so for him. The world still felt so familiar, looks were justice. He could guarantee that if he swapped his cute appearance for the image of the cowardly bear heir or the fierce bear dad, he definitely wouldn't be this popular. What a wicked world this is, but he liked it. Because of this, it attracted a lot of attention, which meant he was safer in human society and wouldn't have to worry about suddenly being restrained. "Thank you for your hard work, boss. From now on, please deliver a fresh pig every day to Qingping village." The butcher shop owner was overjoyed. A big customer. The demand for meat was so high, this yard didn't look like a restaurant. Unable to help himself, he asked, "Excuse me, brother, what are these pigs for?" Lu Fei smiled and pushed open the yard's big door. The butcher shop owner was instantly stunned by the black bear lying on the ground. With his mouth wide open, he stammered, "Be black, bear." He turned around and ran away. Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. He and Lu Guang carried the pig over to Yi Yang, who was resting his eyes. Sensing food, Yi Yang's heart leaped with joy. It seemed he had returned to human society and would no longer have to worry about food. He originally wanted to learn about this world through Qingping village and then find a way to sneak around the protected area, searching for territory suitable for his survival and development. Unexpectedly, Lu Fei solved his problem in one go. What a good person! He started to gobble it down. The taste was definitely not as good as the wild piglets from the forest, and the pork clearly lacked the unique flavor of wild animals. It was quite ordinary. But the system's prompt kept ringing in his ears, making him decide to continue eating. After finishing. Evolution points, 3. Not bad, not bad. Although the taste of a 100-pound pig was a bit lacking, the evolution points were solid. Then he could live here in peace, having food and shelter was truly wonderful. The Bearman tribe will never be slaves. Unless food and lodging are guaranteed. Lu Fei came up with cleaning tools to tidy up, not knowing how to make the black bear move. Unexpectedly, the black bear took the initiative to leave its spot, allowing him to start cleaning. After cleaning, Lu Guang asked, "Does the black bear like to eat pork?" Lu Fei replied, "It should like it. After all, the black bear is an omnivore, but meat obviously contains more energy." Then what kind of meat does the black bear love most? Well, it should be beef. Beef has rich texture and is quite tasty, the flavor suits carnivores well. Unfortunately, the leader didn't allocate enough funds, so Bai Yu can only eat beef a few times a month. Starting tomorrow, Bai Yu will eat beef every day. Bai Yu earned nearly 1 million daxia coins today. Lu Fei. Chapter 29, The Lowly Girl. Lu Fei clicked his tongue. 1 million daxia coins. His monthly salary was only 3,000 daxia coins. This was wealth that would take a lifetime of hard work without eating or drinking to accumulate. However, this would definitely raise the nutritional level of the black bear's diet, which made him feel delighted. So, they lived peacefully for 2 weeks. One day, a middle-aged woman appeared in the yard with a little girl. The puppies in the yard wagged their tails, circling the two, clearly recognizing the lady as the mistress of the house. "Old Lu, will this black bear really not attack people? Didn't we agree to build a cave for it in the back mountain? Why did you directly set up a wooden house in the yard for it?" The middle-aged woman was Lu Guang's wife, and the adorable little girl was their child. Lu Guang scratched his head in embarrassment. After Yi Yang arrived at the yard 2 weeks ago, he had asked his wife to take their precious daughter to stay with relatives for a while. He originally planned to settle the black bear first before bringing them back. Unexpectedly. "Don't worry, kid's mom, Bai Yu won't hurt anyone. I guarantee it with my character." Character? The middle-aged woman glanced at him, knowing from years of living together that her husband was very fond of the black bear. Combined with the villagers' discussions over the past 2 weeks that the black bear hadn't attacked anyone, she felt a bit more at ease. Yet, she still said, "If our daughter gets hurt, you'll pay for it." "Okay, don't worry. I promise nothing will happen." Lu Guan was clearly excited that his wife accepted the black bear staying in their yard. He looked over at the lazy Yi Yan lying in the wooden house, feeling very joyful. In just these 2 short weeks, he had unconsciously grown fond of this adorable and clever black bear. He found that Bai Yu was not only cute in appearance but also gentle in temperament, and very smart, never noisy, even going to the toilet at the back mountain. In just 2 weeks, the popularity of the live streams featuring the black bear Bai Yu not only remained steady but increased, with a growing fan base online and even spreading abroad. He and Lu Fei had already rejected countless variety shows and interviews from reporters. Now when he went to town to buy things, many people were asking him if a black bear lived in his yard. Each time, he responded proudly to their questions, earning lots of shock and envy. Others might just be pet owners of cats or dogs, but he was a keeper of a full-grown black bear. That gave him great pride. Yi Yan lazily lay on the soft cotton-covered floor, his home built from wood, well ventilated with a roof that could open at any time. At this moment, the warm spring sun shone on his shiny fur, feeling especially cozy. He sensed 2 fiery gazes around him. He opened his drowsy bare eyes and saw Lu Guang smiling at him. He pouted, this was just another human falling under his charm. Turning his head, he spotted a cute little girl, her curious eyes looking at him. Nothing happened, so he lowered his head and continued to sleep. After a while, he felt something touching his bare head, thinking it was a butterfly or bee, and turned to sleep in another direction. Unexpectedly, the stroking sensation came again. Opening his eyes in anger, he saw that it was the little girl gently patting his head with her small hand. He was stunned, his bare face showing shock. This was the first human who dared to approach him without any defenses. Even the human who was most familiar with him, Lu Fei, would be scared when getting close, carrying a tranquilizer gun on his back. Seeing the cute, plush bear awake, the little girl giggled, revealing her bright, white teeth, and sweetly said, "Wow, this bear's fur feels so comfy, much better than the feel of a puppy." What? She actually compared him to those pups in the yard? Yi Yang shook off his momentary confusion. Roar! A moderate bear roar filled the entire yard. The chickens and ducks raised at the back of the yard scattered, and the pigs lay flat on the ground, their heads trembling. The pups peered out of their doghouse, realizing the little girl had annoyed the giant, and hurried over to bark at Yi Yang. The pups shook vigorously, nervously barking at him without pause. Yi Yang found it amusing, those pups were quite loyal. He didn't mean any harm to the little girl, he just wanted to teach her a lesson about touching his bare head. He looked at the little girl with tears welling in her eyes, looks like the lesson was learned. The little girl was stunned by the giant bear's roar, her mind going blank. She couldn't understand why the cute big bear before her suddenly turned into a terrifying beast. The fierce roar and the loss of the cute bear emotion intertwined in her heart, and she eventually cried out loudly. Wah wah wah! The bear roar and the barking of the dogs caught the attention of Lu Fei and Lu Guang inside the house. They rushed to the yard and saw the little girl standing beside the black bear, crying. Feeling anxious, they quickly pulled the little girl to their side. After checking her over, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The little girl was unharmed. Yao Yao, didn't I tell you not to go nearby you? Why didn't you listen to the adults? Lu Guang was somewhat angry. He had warned his daughter 1,000 times not to go near the black bear in the yard, insisting it was dangerous. Their usually obedient daughter had promised, but unexpectedly, she turned around and provocatively approached the black bear. That was something they hadn't dared to do for half a month. Woo woo woo, I just wanted to touch the black bear's head, but I didn't expect it to roar at me. Roar at you? You got off easy for not being hurt. A few people couldn't help but think. Looking at the lazy black bear beside them, they were relieved that nothing serious happened. Lu Guang wiped the tears from her eyes and reminded, be careful next time, black bears eat meat. So what? I'm also great at eating meat. Ha ha. The little girl's words amused a few adults. Yi Yang lazily lay on the side, not paying attention to the conversations in the yard. As long as they didn't disturb his nap, it was fine. After a while, unexpectedly, he felt something again. A hand was stroking him. He opened his eyes and found Lu Fei beside him, carefully touching his back. The bear looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he wanted to do. Hey, old Lu isn't wrong, Bayu's touch feels really nice. Seeing Yi Yang's increasingly dangerous gaze, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and moved a few steps back to keep his distance. Yi Yang's bare head turned to Lu Guang, who was eager to step forward, glaring at him so he wouldn't dare approach. Everyone gave up the idea of touching the black bear. This incident once again proved the sensitivity of black bear Bayu, that he would not attack humans casually. Yi Yang felt a bit speechless and inwardly complained. So boring, why do they always bother him, disrupting his sleep? They aren't even big beauties, he really couldn't understand the thoughts of these humans in the world. This bear only sees them as caretakers. Is this bear something you can just touch whenever you want? Chapter 30, this black bear is taking the blame? Wow, lazy Bayu, don't sleep, come out and play with me. Little Lu Yaoyao's tiny body sat directly on Yi Yang's large waist. In a spoiled tone, she said. Yi Yang covered his round ears with his bare paws, turning a deaf ear and focusing on his sleep. He silently sighed in his heart, feeling helpless. Since yesterday, this girl named Lu Yaoyao had not given up on bothering him even after his threatening bear roar. After crying, she came back to tease him again. Yi Yang roared again, leading Lu Guang and his wife to take the girl away. But not long after, the girl came back again. This back and forth happened 7 or 8 times, even disturbing him in the middle of the night. He couldn't just bite this annoying little girl, right? That would ruin his good days. He wanted to live like this for a while longer, carefree, sleeping all day with someone to feed him. I endure. This little girl won't know that bears have a terrible wake-up mood. If he hadn't used his reason to suppress his instinctive rage, this cute little girl might not even have a bone left now. He opened his eyes a crack. With a porcelain-like face, round and cute cheeks, big watery eyes, she looked like an adorable little girl. Indeed, the cuter a girl looks, the darker her heart is. Lu Guang beside them almost had his eyes pop out, not believing that the black bear didn't roar to scare away his daughter this time, allowing her to stay beside him and endure her company. It was too unbelievable. Even Lu Fei and Yao Yao's mother couldn't believe everything happening before their eyes. At noon, it was time for lunch. Lu Fei and Lu Guang rode a tricycle into the yard, taking a large number of fruit baskets from the vehicle and placing them in front of Yi Yang. Yi Yang smelled the food and happily climbed up, glancing at the food brought over. Seeing it was a basket of fruits, his bare face fell. Noticing Yi Yang's obvious displeasure, Lu Fei laughed. Bayu, don't be picky, this is a special set meal made by an animal nutritionist just for you. You can't just eat meat, it's not good for your health. Yi Yang rolled his eyes at him, thinking to himself that he had an evolution system to help him digest. How could he be unhealthy? Whatever, changing flavors occasionally isn't bad. After all, the main food is still meat. He poked his head into the fruit basket and devoured a few crunchy fruits. They were fresh and juicy. Suddenly, a villager rushed into the yard, looking at Yi Yang eating. The gaze was fearful, the steps involuntarily retreated a few paces. Calling out to Lu Fei. Not good, Lu Fei. The black bear ate Uncle Wang's goat. What? Lu Fei was shocked. With an expression full of disbelief, he could monitor Bayu's location on his phone at any time and had never left him more than 50 meters. How could there have been an opportunity to eat the goat? Take me there to see the situation. Lu Fei pulled the villager and rushed outside. Lu Guang stood there, stunned, saying, It's impossible, Bayu eats the villager's goat so well, he's full every day, there's no reason for him to eat a goat. Lu Guang's wife said, I also don't believe it, let's go take a look together. The two chased after the direction Lu Fei had left. Yi Yang bit down on several apples, his eyes filled with confusion. When did he eat someone else's goat? With Lu Fei taking care of his meals and living situation, he was very comfortable. He spent most of his time in the yard, occasionally going for a walk on the back mountain, and he had never touched the vegetables in the garden. He could say he didn't take a single thread from the villagers. With his mouth full, he swallowed a few fruits and decided to go take a look at what was going on. Following the scent, he arrived at the outskirts of the village with Lu Fei. On the outskirts, a group of villagers gathered. Oh, my goat, this year's harvest is gone, how will I live? An elderly man with a hunched back cried out. Uncle Wang, don't be sad, Lu Fei and the others have come. A villager shouted. Lu Fei arrived and looked at a group of goat carcasses on the ground, their limbs and entrails strewn everywhere, the ground dyed red, and the air filled with a foul smell. Seeing this brutal scene, Lu Guang couldn't believe it. Could it really be Bayu's doing? What else could it be? Besides that black bear, what creature in the village could do such a thing? We shouldn't have let the black bear live in our village. Yes, it ate goats this time, next time it might eat people. The villagers were filled with righteous anger, feeling their lives were in danger. Lu Guang squatted next to Uncle Wang and said, Uncle Wang, don't be sad, I will compensate for these goats. Uncle Wang stopped crying, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said with sadness, Little Lu, money is a small matter, you all have to be careful of that black bear in the future. Got it. Lu Guang nodded dumbly in response. He suddenly felt this was not a small matter. If the villagers thought Bayu was dangerous and aggressive, he might be sent back to the protection zone. Feeling a little anxious, he saw Lu Fei squatting quietly observing the goat corpses and asked, Brother, what are you looking at? I don't think these goats were killed by Bayu. I also don't believe Bayu did it, but there's no evidence. Lu Fei pointed at the goat carcasses and said, This is the evidence. The bear's snout is long and its canines are short and thick. Look at these wounds, the bites are dense, definitely not made by a bear, and bears are lazy animals, as long as they catch one prey, they won't exert extra effort to hunt other prey. Killing so many goats on sight completely goes against the nature of the black bear. But, Lu Guang sighed, the villagers don't understand this. The black bear is here. Everyone, be careful. At that moment, the surrounding villagers became agitated, automatically parting to make a way. Yi Yang walked over slowly, coming to the goat carcasses on the ground. Looking around, he felt the fear in the villagers' eyes and silently cursed himself. It wasn't that he cared about their gazes, but if they thought of him as an aggressive beast, he wouldn't be able to live in this village and would have to return to the protection zone. Here, he had people to take care of him, with food and drink, he could eat and sleep comfortably throughout the day. It was not like living in the wild, deeply worrying about food and being cautious of the dangers around. Where could he find such a comfortable life? No wonder someone in his past life hoped to be a national treasure panda. With a firm resolve in his heart, absolutely solve this matter. With its bare nose, it sniffed hard around the sheep's corpse, the round ears on the bear's head suddenly shook. The sheep had been dead for a while, the smell of sheep was strong, and the scent in the air was faint, but it still found the trace of the strange smell. Roar! It let out a low roar at Lu Fei. With its head hanging down, it slowly moved forward following the scent. Lu Fei, who was familiar with Yi Yang, brightened his eyes and decisively got up to follow. Lu Guang hesitated for a moment before moving to follow. The villagers, driven by curiosity, also followed the group. Chapter 31, The Leopard is Dead. Yi Yang followed the scent and walked slowly. He stopped in front of a dense forest on the back mountain, his eyes fixed in one direction. A yellow-spotted leopard was staring at him, showing its bloody fangs, with half of an eaten sheep carcass beneath it. The evidence was clear, the culprit who hunted the goat was it. Lu Fei and a group of villagers also arrived here, suddenly startled upon seeing the leopard. Lu Fei and Lu Guang's eyes showed joy, this proved Bayu's innocence. Lu Fei took out the tranquilizer gun from his back, although he believed Yi Yang would not attack the villagers, he still brought it just in case. Whoosh! The flying dart cut through the air, accurately hitting the leopard. The leopard trembled all over, turned, and ran a few steps before weakly falling to the ground. Yi Yang's bare eyes stared at the tranquilizer gun in Lu Fei's hand, not expecting such a strong effect. He wondered how long he could hold on. The villagers, seeing the goat-killing leopard, were shocked for a moment, looking at Yi Yang, the black bear, with a hint of guilt in their eyes. Lu Fei found a large iron cage and lifted the unconscious leopard into it. It was placed in Lu Guang's yard. Wow, this leopard is so ugly. Lu Yaoyao saw the big iron cage in the yard, walked over to take a closer look, not at all as cute as Baiyu, and it stinks. Lu Guang stopped her from getting closer to the cage, sternly saying, "Don't get close, this is not a spirited wild animal like Baiyu, this leopard can bite." Oh. Lu Yaoyao nodded innocently, also realizing the big leopard in the cage was not as approachable as the big bear. "I've made contact, someone will come to take the leopard away tomorrow and send it back to the reserve or zoo," Lu Fei said. Lu Guang smiled, "It's fine to take it later, with Baiyu here, can this leopard still fly away?" "That's true, haha." Lying in the wooden house, Yi Yan lazily turned over. He sighed in relief. Proving his innocence and being able to live the life of being served by others. Before long, the leopard woke from its slumber. Opening its eyes, it saw a huge black bear opposite, instinctively letting out a roar. Roar! Its body panicked and ran backward. It couldn't fight against such a large creature with fangs, big claws, and tough skin. Bang! In a moment of panic, it unexpectedly slammed its head against the iron bars of the cage behind it. Awoken by the leopard's noise, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh. "Serves you right for almost making this bear take the blame. Haha, such a silly leopard." Lu Yaoyao leaned against his huge body, also unable to contain her amusement. Hearing the commotion, Lu Fei came out to check. Upon seeing the leopard awake, he returned to the house. The leopard was very nervous, roaring. It didn't understand why it had fainted and why it was now in the cage. Instinctive panic. After a while, it saw the black bear lying in the wooden house and not coming to attack it, gradually regaining its calm. The leopard's eyes looked around, first surveying the environment. This was an enclosed open space, but it could leap over the surrounding stone walls. As long as it got out of this cage, it would be safe. It opened its mouth to bite the iron bars of the cage. They were very sturdy and completely unyielding. How to get out? The leopard moved around in the cage, suddenly spotting a square hole on the cage, the corners of its mouth slightly lifting. This leopard is so silly, it even ran into the iron cage by itself. New line, what a big fool. Line end. New line Lu Yaoyao walked with light steps inside as she approached the iron cage, line end. New line Yi Yang lifted his eyelids and glanced, then went back to sleep, line end. New line the little girl from the countryside had grown up surrounded by nature, with knowledge about snakes, pigs, and other animals, understanding their dangers, line end. New line she stood 5 meters away from the iron cage, looking at the leopard inside with curiosity, line end. New line it feels no different from a cat, and it's still a protected animal, but far less attractive than Baiyu. Line end. New line it looks fierce, not cute at all. Line end. New line the leopard's fur bristled. Though it couldn't understand the words of the two-legged creatures in front of it, it could sense that the little creatures in front of it, which it could easily tear apart, were insulting it, line end. New line how could it bear this, line end. New line it crouched down and rushed forward, line end. New line the entire body of the leopard leapt high, pouncing on the iron bars of the cage, using its limbs to firmly grip the bars, line end. New line after a brief pause, it leapt toward the square opening at the top of the cage, line end. New line its front limbs successfully reached the top of the cage, line end. New line the leopard's 4 limbs were perfectly coordinated and strong, able to climb trees quickly and easily, line end. New line this small leap was nothing, and it quickly jumped out of the cage, landing in front of Lu Yaoyao, line end. New line a cunning look appeared on the leopard's face. These foolish creatures actually thought they could trap it in a cage with gaps. How stupid, line end. New line had bent its hind legs, exploding with unimaginable speed, aiming to kill the two-legged creature that had just insulted it, line end. New line the leopard was a born hunter, with hunting skills far surpassing those of black bears and tigers. At that moment, its body was like a streak of yellow light charging toward Lu Yaoyao, line end. New line Lu Yaoyao was already frozen in fear. By the time she realized the leopard was pouncing on her mind went blank, line end. New line just as the leopard was about to pounce on Lu Yaoyao, a deafening bear roar echoed like an explosion, line end. New line roar. Line end. New line thunderous and echoing through the sky, line end. New line the leopard was stunned in midair by the roar, losing its balance and falling to the ground, line end. New line before it could get up, a huge figure rushed toward it, crashing down on top of it, line end. New line Yi Yan fiercely pressed down on the leopard. Seeing its mouth open wide, trying to bite his chest, line end. New line his eyes filled with fury, and his beastly nature awakened. He slammed a bare paw onto the leopard's head, line end. New line after enduring the heavy blow, the leopard lay motionless on the ground, barely breathing, line end. New line it wouldn't last much longer, so I'll spare it the suffering, line end. New line opening his mouth, he used his fangs to snap the leopard's neck, letting it pass peacefully, without suffering. Line end. New line he started eating the fat meat from the leopard's abdomen. Line end. New line when Lu Fei and Lu Guang heard the bears roar and rushed out of the house, they saw Yi Yang eating the leopard on the ground. Line end. New line they were instantly dumbfounded. Lu Guang immediately pulled the stunned Lu Yaoyao away from Yi Yang. Line end. New line Lu Fei took out a tranquilizer gun, aiming at Yi Yang. Line end. New line Lu Yaoyao hurriedly said, "Uncle Lu Fei, don't shoot, don't hurt the bear. It was saving me just now." Line end. New line what? Line end. New line Lu Fei lowered the tranquilizer gun. Line end. New line after Lu Yaoyao explained everything that had just happened. Line end. New line everyone gasped in shock. Line end. New line they looked at Yi Yang, who was still eating, with gratitude and mixed emotions. Line end. New line chapter 32, Familiar Limits. Line end. New line Lu Fei looked at Yi Yang helplessly and regretfully as he ate the leopard. Line end. New line the leopard weighed about 110 pounds, and Yi Yang had just eaten fruit today, leaving plenty of space in his stomach, perfect for a big meal. Line end. New line what a perfect moment, like a pillow being sent to someone who was sleepy. Line end. New line sensing Lu Fei's gaze, Yi Yang looked up and saw the resentful look in his eyes. Line end. New line the bear sniffed heavily and let out a sigh. Line end. New line what's wrong? I saved a little girl without fear, sacrificing myself for a noble cause. This leopard brought its own death, it can't be blamed on me. Line end. New line besides, I am a black bear now. Line end. New line it's normal for a black bear to hunt a leopard. Line end. New line are you saying that the leopard is a protected species? Line end. New line well, I am too, even though I'm only a second-class protected animal, not as high as the leopard's first-class status. Line end. New line but I ate it, what are you going to do about it? Line end. New line he continued to eat happily, munching away. Line end. He has never eaten leopard meat before. Big Mouth tore off a piece of leopard meat and savored it carefully. Leopards are swift, agile, and mostly made of lean muscles with very low fat content. It has a chewy texture, somewhat like beef, but with a richer, wild flavor from nature. An hour later, the traces of the leopard vanished, leaving behind a complete head, a torn leopard skin, and scattered broken bones all around. With a glance, he saw a group of puppies nearby, already smelling the meat, eagerly watching Yi Yang enjoy his feast. He threw the rib bones towards the doghouse. Woof! 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 The puppies eagerly scrambled for the flying bones. Feeling good today, this bear rewards you all. He glanced back and went into the wooden house to continue sleeping and dreaming sweetly. The incident where Yi Yang saved Lu Yaoyao from the leopard had a huge impact. The villagers learned about it and began to truly accept his existence from the heart. This story spread online, and with Lu Guang's serious explanation and the fact of the leopard's tragic death, they believed it was real. Everyone was excited, their beloved White Moon was so clever and humane, able to save someone from the leopard's mouth. Netizens in Daxia were thrilled. Our Daxia black bear is not only cute but also powerful. Can your foreign brown bears or black bears do this? This sparked envy and jealousy among foreign netizens. To this, Yi Yang was not concerned, as long as it didn't disturb his pleasant little life, he continued enjoying his days of plenty. Another 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and Yi Yang had been living leisurely in Qingping village for a month. Lu Fei walked up to the huge bare body of Yi Yang, keeping a 3-meter distance, observing carefully, why do I feel like White Moon has grown even bigger? Is it just my imagination? Yi Yang yawned, glanced at him and ignored him, rolling over to continue lazily lying in the wooden house. His size had indeed grown. Though his 200-plus pounds made him a stout, adult black bear, it couldn't hide that he was only a cub 6 months old. Now, his robust body was due to the strengthening from evolution points, and his true form was still developing. Cubs grow the fastest in their first year, and his weight now was probably up to 250 pounds. If it weren't for Lu Fei watching him every day and spending the most time with him, he wouldn't have noticed it. System panel. Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian black bear. Strength, 53. Stamina, 36. Speed, 40, limit. Evolution points, 95. As a half-year-old bear, his attributes had now completely crushed Bear Dad. He gathered 95 evolution points within a month. At the same time, his speed attribute had a limit noted behind it. His body could feel this was the maximum speed for a black bear, and no matter what, he could not improve it further. This was the shackle of the black bear race, an insurmountable barrier. Just then, the system transmitted a message to him that as long as all his attributes reached their limits, he could break through the racial attribute limits. At that time, his body would become even stronger. But he chose not to use evolution points to strengthen his body or break through the physical limitations of the black bear race. Even though he was itching to know how powerful he would become after breaking through, like a cat scratching. But there were huge downsides to breaking through the limits. After the breakthrough, becoming strong automatically meant his body would grow larger, and so would his food intake. His food intake had always been controlled by Lu Fei, the caretaker. Once his body broke through, the significant change in size and food demand would be noticeable to anyone not foolish. To avoid being taken to the operating table, it was better to be cautious, and besides, he was living a comfortable life every day, accumulating evolution points. Why rush? He wouldn't expose his anomaly in front of humans. Brother Roof, you've been here for so long, and you haven't visited our town yet. Let's go, I'll take you for a walk in the town. Lu Guan warmly invited Roof. Roof hesitated, glancing worriedly at Yi Yang lying in the wooden house. Seeing Roof's concern, Lu Guan smiled. We've been together for a month now, Baiwei won't harm anyone. He even saved my daughter, so don't worry, nothing will happen. After Yi Yang fiercely saved Lu Yaoyao, his positive image rose sharply. Now, as he walked close to the villagers, many of them dared to greet him. But if anyone believed in Yi Yang the most, it was Lu Guang. Okay, let's go for a walk in the town. After a brief thought, Roof agreed to the invitation. He had been supervising the lovely Baiwei in the village and had never gone out to stroll. As they were about to leave by car, suddenly Yi Yang got up and followed behind them. Want to tag along with us? Roof looked at Yi Yang with a puzzled expression. Yi Yang rolled his bare eyes at him. After staying in one place for a month, who wouldn't feel bored? He wanted to go out and see this. From the small eyes of the black bear Baiwei, Roof sensed a simple meaning. After a month of interaction, it wanted to follow them. Roof hesitated, thinking about whether it was too dangerous to bring Baiwei into the town. Lu Guang smiled and said, it's fine, take the tranquilizer gun and let's go. I have a small delivery truck in my yard. Looking at Yi Yang's cute small eyes and harmless appearance, Roof gritted his teeth and nodded, alright then. Chapter 33, Into the Town. Buying ginseng. 3 missing 1, 5 updates tomorrow. A huge black bear sat on a small truck, heading towards the town, drawing countless gazes from passers-by. What a realistic fluffy bear toy. I really want to buy one for my daughter. Bro, that's a real black bear. Can't you see the driver is Lu Guang? Oh wow, no wonder this bear looks so cute and realistic. Is this the Baiwei everyone has been talking about? After half an hour of driving, they arrived at the town. Getting out of the car, Roof felt a bit nervous as he looked at Yi Yang's strong figure and hurriedly said, Baiwei, stay close to us and don't wander off. Seeing Yi Yang shake his bare head and slowly get off the car, Roof felt a wave of relief. Whenever he spoke to the black bear Baiwei while feeling nervous, regardless of whether it understood or not, he felt much more at ease afterward. And, as it turned out, the black bear Baiwei had never let him down. The two of them moved about with the bear, like knights guarding a prince, always alert to their surroundings. But their guarded prince, Yi Yang, continued to stroll leisurely, as if on a spring outing in the backyard, occasionally peeking at the scenery around him. He looked up at the nearby town. The road at the entrance was bustling, much livelier than the village. Vendors lined the sides of the street with numerous stalls. Roof and the others could only walk around the outskirts of the town. They dared not bring the black bear into the densely populated area. Yi Yang shook his body, his soft fur swaying. Suddenly, he stopped in place, his cute bear eyes staring intently at a vendor at the town's entrance. Lu Guang, who was leading the way, turned around, confused. What are you looking at? Seeing what was on the vendor's stall, Roof suddenly realized and chuckled, shaking his head with an amused expression. I almost forgot that Baiwei seems to like eating wild ginseng. Let's go check it out. Wild ginseng? Lu Guang recalled the viral video online, which was roughly Yi Yang's debut video, and finally understood what it meant. When the two brought Yi Yang to the vendor, sure enough, a pile of wild ginseng was laid out before the vendor. The old vendor was startled to see a huge black bear suddenly appear in front of him. He was shocked. That bear could probably bite his head off in one snap. His legs retreated as he hurriedly fell off the small bench, crying out, Bear. Big black bear. Ah, don't worry, brother. This is Black Bear Baiwei, it won't attack anyone. Lu Guang explained with a smile. He saw many pedestrians standing nearby. The old merchant steadied himself and then remembered that there was a family in a nearby village that raised a black bear, which was widely known around here. I didn't realize you had such courage to raise a black bear. Hee, just fostering it. The old merchant looked at them sincerely, saying, feel free to pick from the wild mountain ginseng on my stall, I'm honest. Lu Guang quietly said to Lu Fei, although the wild mountain ginseng on these stalls looks old, most are refurbished versions, it's hard to find quality goods. Lu Fei nodded, understanding the situation. As long as it doesn't harm people, no, the bear should be fine. Let Baiwei pick some. After eating, we'll come back to buy more. Some? Yi Yang looked dissatisfied. He really wanted to pack the stall's goods back to the yard. These were a lot of evolution points. Hearing they could come back to buy more after eating, that was good. The bear's expression improved a lot. Since they were to choose, they had to pick the best. The wild mountain ginseng on the stall looked similar, all with densely packed roots, looking very much like they had just been dug from the ground. With its bare nose, it sniffed left and right, finding a few pieces of wild mountain ginseng with a strong mountain scent. It extended its bare paw, moving the selected ones aside. "Boss, just these, pack them up," Lu Fei casually said. "No way, I'm not selling anymore." The stall owner panicked. The wild mountain ginseng chosen by the black bear turned out to be genuine, which scared him. If he sold these quality wild mountain ginseng as inferior goods, he would really be losing big time. After his fierce reaction, he quickly calmed down, finding an excuse to speak to them. Sorry, I'm closing up today. Come earlier next time." Lu Fei and Lu Guang exchanged a glance, sensing something was off. The boss was clearly regretting because he saw Baiyu choosing genuine wild mountain ginseng. "Oldly, you can't do business like this. Yeah, the customer wants to buy wild mountain ginseng, and you're rushing to close up? Are you out of your mind? Could it be that you can't bear to part with the wild mountain ginseng chosen by the black bear? Get lost. I can close whenever I want, it's none of your business." The stall owner yelled, red-faced, then turned to Lu Fei and Lu Guang, saying, "Sorry, there's really an urgent matter today, I need to close up early." Lu Fei smiled and said, "Alright, boss, I'll come back tomorrow to buy. Will you bring this black bear?" Of course, the wild mountain ginseng we buy is for feeding him. The stall owner sighed deeply, it's truly a punishment from heaven. I've always been the one tricking others, I never thought I'd be the one tricked today, no, by a bear. He took out a plastic bag, placing the selected wild mountain ginseng inside. A total of 5 pieces, 30,000, please pay. His face showed resignation and pain. This stall was fixed, the monk could run, but the temple couldn't. To avoid damaging his reputation, he had to swallow his anger. Lu Fei immediately took the card machine and paid. So expensive. If I bought fake wild mountain ginseng, that would be a huge loss. Lu Guang said somewhat regretfully. Although he made millions relying on Baiyu this month, he couldn't waste money like this. Lu Fei smiled, I trust that clever little guy Baiyu, I've never seen him suffer a loss. The group, chatting and laughing, was about to leave. Suddenly, Yi Yang lifted his head to look in one direction with bare eyes. He sensed a familiar scent. He walked alone in that direction. Baiyu, come back. Hurry up, don't let Baiyu hurt anyone. Okay. Following the direction, Yi Yang slowly walked into the town, trying to decrease his pace to prevent Lu Fei from thinking he had lost his mind. The two behind closely followed. Lu Fei was even ready to pull out the tranquilizer gun at any moment. Damn, a bear. Could this be a costume? Impossible, have you ever seen such a realistic costume? I know, this is the black bear Baiyu from the Farmer Brothers. Yes, I remember, it's famous. Yi Yang slowly approached the town entrance, causing more and more shock, more and more people came to watch. Behind him, Lu Fei was very nervous, quietly holding the tranquilizer gun, hoping Baiyu wouldn't go crazy. After walking a few steps, Yi Yang stopped in front of a small shop, following the scent. Above the small shop, it was written Pet Store. Pet Store? Lu Fei and Lu Guang looked puzzled, not knowing why Baiyu came here. Could it be that Baiyu wasn't full and wanted a snack? Just then, the shop owner was attracted by the noisy sounds outside. He walked out of the store and bumped into a huge black bear. My God, a big bear! He screamed. The pet shop owner was a chubby man, scared and immediately shrank back into the store. After recovering a little sanity, he suddenly remembered that in the nearby village, the Farmer Brothers had a black bear that was famous all over the internet, and then he reacted. Carefully, he poked his head out from the shop and said softly, Are you here to buy pet food? He cautiously glanced at the black bear. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, we're a small pet store and don't have food for large black bear pets. Lu Fei shook his head, we're not here to buy food, the black bear Baiyu brought us here, there might be something that attracts him? Oh? Upon hearing this, the chubby owner's eyes sparkled. He knew how popular this black bear was, with meme chats online, physical merchandise, and the recent trending reports about nature reserves, all stirred up by this cute black bear. If this black bear stayed in his shop for a while and someone filmed a video to post online, he didn't need to think about how successful his business would become in the future. Come. A warm welcome to you. Come in. Also, a big welcome to the black bear Baiyu. He changed his face faster than flipping a book, putting on a big smile. He moved aside his plump body, opened both doors of the shop, and let the huge Yi Yang in. Inside the shop, all around were iron cages of various sizes, with cats, dogs, and parrots, a comprehensive pet store. After Yi Yang entered, he wrinkled his bare nose. He instinctively disliked the environment of the pet store. The air was filled with the smell of animal feces, which was truly torturous for someone with a sensitive sense of smell like him. However, the familiar scent inside the store became clearer. Following the smell, he walked past a row of iron cages and found his target in a corner. Upon getting closer, he saw a small white ferret lying in a cage. This is... Seeing the small white ferret, he tried hard to recall and finally remembered. This was the small white ferret he saved from the fox's mouth over a month ago. He didn't expect it to end up in human society. The little white ferret was originally weak, and the cage environment made it very uncomfortable, lying drowsily in the cage. Suddenly, it sensed a familiar scent in front of it. Opening its bright eyes, it saw a black bear in front of it. Its heart suddenly raced. This is a hero. I must be dizzy, I can't believe I'm seeing a hallucination. Suddenly, the surrounding noise grew louder, and it got up from the cage, its consciousness gradually clearing. That annoying big chubby two-leg came again, and now many more two-legs came alone. Are they going to eat it together? How terrifying, there's hardly any meat on it, what a cruel group of two-legs. Wait, it raised its head and realized something. If those two legs are real, then the hero is also real, not an illusion. Hastily, it got closer to the cage and sniffed at Yi Yang's scent with its little white nose. That's right. This is a hero. Wah wah wah. It called out excitedly to Yi Yang, wanting the hero to save it. It believed that those two-legged beasts would definitely not be a match for the invincible hero, and they would all fall before the hero's mighty body. But to its surprise, Yi Yang merely glanced at it and, feeling bored, prepared to turn and leave. Wah wah wah. Anxious calls. At that moment, Lu Fei and Lu Guang caught up. When they saw the little white ferret in the iron cage, Lu Guang exclaimed, "So cute." Lu Fei just showed a hint of surprise, as if he had seen something familiar somewhere. He leaned closer, squatting down to look closely at the little white ferret for a while. His mind shook, and his eyes froze, hardly believing what he saw. The chubby boss was filming a video of Yi Yang looking at the little white ferret in the cage with his phone. He burst into laughter. "We've struck gold, we've struck gold." As long as he posted the video online, he believed that with the popularity of the black bear Bayou and the cute appearance of the little white ferret, this ferret would surely sell for a sky-high price. Struck gold? You'd better prepare to go to jail. Lu Fei stood up and said suddenly, like a bucket of cold water pouring over the boss's burning excitement. Go to jail? For what? For trafficking rare wild animals. Huh, are you joking? I'm familiar with the data on protected animals in all countries. My shop doesn't deal with those protected wild animals. Lu Fei pointed at the little white ferret in front of him. What about it? It? Don't be ridiculous, does a little white ferret count as a protected wild animal? Lu Fei shook his head, took out his phone, searched for information online, and showed it to the boss. After reading the information on the phone screen, the boss broke out in a few drops of cold sweat. Species, Taiyuan-2 white ferret. Endangered level, extinct. Protection level, special grade. At this point, Lu Fei spoke up. I don't know if it's your misfortune or your luck, but this Taiyuan-2 white ferret is a unique species of daxia, which has long been extinct and disappeared from human sight decades ago. Seeing the boss look completely stunned, he continued with a teasing tone, who would have thought that you would receive a specimen of an extinct species? How many years do you think selling an extinct animal would get you? Seeing Lu Fei speaking so seriously, and comparing with the pictures on the phone, the little white ferret really looked exactly like the Taiyuan-2 white ferret. The chubby boss trembled as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, revealing a somewhat unsightly smile. Brother, this was just caught by someone in the outer Qinling Mountains and sold to me, or rather, it was left here in my shop. Big Brother Ranger, protecting animals is everyone's responsibility. I am willing to do my part, so please take the ferret. You are quite sensible. Don't worry, I was joking about going to jail earlier. After all, very few people know about the Taiyuan-2 white ferret. Circumstances matter, you're not responsible. Yes, thanks for your understanding, Big Brother. He finally relaxed his heart that had risen to his throat. Quickly, he lifted the cage with the little white ferret and handed it to Lu Fei. Right now, he completely didn't want to think about getting rich, he just wanted to pass off this hot potato. Yi Yang lay aside, listening as if it was a story. When he learned that this little white ferret was actually an extinct animal, he was also taken aback. This extinct little white ferret might only have a few in the world, extremely rare. He didn't expect that by saving a little white ferret so casually, he was actually rescuing an extinct animal. Fortunately, he thought it was too lean and didn't eat it. Otherwise, he would have become a criminal of the extinct species. Suddenly, he realized, he had turned into a black bear, so why should he care about these human concerns? It was more important to live his comfortable life. When Yi Yang left with the others, watching the crowd outside the store disperse, the boss suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's right. This black bear Bayou actually came to my shop, so I can use this as a gimmick. From then on, a pet shop named Bayou Black Bear opened in this town. The next day, Yi Yang stared with dry eyes at the ginseng placed on the carcass of the cow. This wild mountain ginseng was bought back yesterday. Since Bai Yu liked eating wild mountain ginseng, Lu Fei decided to make sure to feed one every week. It wasn't that he was worried about the precious price of wild mountain ginseng, which had exploded online, making money easily. This little money was nothing. What he worried about was that wild mountain ginseng would harm Yi Yang. Yi Yang looked at the wild mountain ginseng with a desperate gaze. This was a significant amount of evolution points. Eating one could be worth 1 or 2 days' worth of gains. He swallowed his saliva, devouring it all, and a surge of warmth exploded from his body. The bear paw touched his belly. This little bit of ginseng was bearable. It wasn't as strong as the wild mountain ginseng he found in Bear Mom's forest territory. It seemed this one was a little lacking. System panel. Evolution points, 2. Sure enough, only 2 points. But it was still good. One wild mountain ginseng gave him 2 points, and by eating the big meal of beef in front of him, he could gain about 6 evolution points a day, which was much faster than before. Zhang Daxiang bit into a tender piece of meat on the cow's back. After a month of eating beef, he had become familiar with the cow's body structure. This part was the best meat on the entire cow. In human terms, this meat was called filet mignon, and there were only a few pounds from a whole cow. With closed eyes, he enjoyed this bite of tender meat. Indeed, it was delicious and never tiring to eat. While he was eating, a dozen puppy cubs surrounded the yard. After a month of interaction, these pups confirmed that this giant would not harm their owner and that their owner liked him very much. They treated the huge, imposing Yi Yang as their leader, and now they gathered around him every time they ate. As Yi Yang was eating, he saw the pups wagging their tails and eagerly looking at him. He nodded secretly in his heart. They were quiet and well-behaved, indeed qualified little helpers. Using his bare mouth, he tossed a few bones smeared with beef bits to them. A bunch of pups immediately lowered their heads to gnaw the beef bones, making joyful barking sounds. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed through the group of puppies and came to his side. The little white ferret came within less than a foot of him, its small eyes looking at the cow carcass on the ground, its eyes sparkling, and it approached the abdomen wound of the cow, nibbling gently. Just like the pups, it happily shook its mouth. But was there a mistake? He was competing for food with a strong black bear. Roar! The food snatching annoyed Yi Yang. Did he seem easy to bully? To dare steal food from this bear was truly seeking death. His body instinctively erupted in anger, unable to contain his rage. You aren't Bear Mom. In nature, competing for food among animals can lead to a fight to the death. The little white ferret shook its dizzy head from the bear's roar and looked up at the furious Yi Yang, not knowing what had happened. It stared at him with a silly and cute expression. As if unable to see the little white ferret's adorable look, the angry bear's eyes still stared at her. You little thing, don't think that pretending to be cute means you can do whatever you want. Isn't he also a cute baby? He was only 6 months old. The little white ferret continued to look at him dazedly, while Lu Fei in the yard grew anxious, staring in horror at the furious Yi Yang. He knew very well that stealing from a bear was a death wish. He hurriedly picked up the tranquilizer gun and approached, then quickly hugged the little white ferret and left. With a terrified face, fearing Yi Yang might scare the little white ferret, this was an endangered species, maybe there were only a handful left in the whole world. Yi Yang was chewing, lifted his head, and glanced at the terrified Lu Fei. What a useless bear helper. Seeing the little white ferret made him change his mind, completely unreliable. As long as it didn't affect his comfortable little life, it was fine. The little white ferret had just been put back into the iron cage in the house by Lu Fei. Immediately screaming in anxiety, eyes vacant, mind in chaos, the body crashes around in the iron cage. In a state of complete panic and unrest, Lu Fei quickly opened the iron cage door, fearing that the little white ferret would harm him. As soon as the little white ferret dashed out of the cage, it sprang away and ran to Yi Yang's side. Seeing this, Lu Fei couldn't help but wonder, how could an animal actively run to Bai Yue's side? That was a strong black bear, a meat eater. Wasn't this seeking death on a platter? Could it be that animals can sense that Bai Yue is a gentle and good-natured black bear, who wouldn't hurt them? Or was the little white ferret attracted by the thick and adorable appearance of the black bear? At that moment, the little white ferret only had one thought in its heart, to stay beside the hero, as that was the only way it could feel safe. Yi Yang was happily listening to the system's prompt, with a big mouthful of beef, when suddenly a white shadow appeared beside him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out the little white ferret had returned. As long as it didn't disturb him while eating, everything would be fine. Ing ing ing. The little creature looked at him with a dazed and cute expression, softly squeaking at him. The sound revealed a sense of appeasement, and seeing the hero not chasing it away again made it very happy, with a sweet smile spreading across its little face. Seeing the hero enjoying his meal so much, it also felt hungry and found a piece of tender beef. Opening its small mouth, it began to nibble delicately. The bear's eyes were inevitably stained with blood red. An instinctive urge sparked by the stolen food, a desire to bite the little white ferret to death arose, but seeing Lu Fei beside him tightly gripping a tranquilizer gun, this thought was dispelled. Humph. It snorted heavily through its nose and tossed a piece of beef in front of the little white ferret. After all, she was so small she wouldn't get much meat anyway. As long as she didn't eat with him, everything would be fine. Otherwise, it would be exhausting for the bear to keep suppressing the furious instincts within. The little white ferret stared blankly at the meat Yi Yang had dropped, feeling moved. Among animals, sharing food voluntarily expresses care. The hero actually accepted her, tears welling up, brimming with warmth. With tears of gratitude, she nibbled on the meat chunks. Lu Fei's nervous heart slowly calmed down as he looked at the harmonious scene of a black bear and a palm-sized little white ferret eating together, feeling indescribably strange. After finishing the meal, Yi Yang lay down in the wooden hut to sleep as usual. After a while, the quiet yard became noisy, and the noise was right next to him. Little white, don't run. Ing ing ing. Don't run, just let me touch you. Don't keep circling around Baiwei, he's a big lazy bear, don't disturb his sleep. Opening his big bear eyes. I've already been awakened. Yi Yang looked resentfully at Lu Yaoyao chasing the little white ferret, dancing around him joyfully. At that moment, the little white ferret ran in front of him, squeaking ing ing ing. In her eyes, this little two-legged creature was even scarier than those large two-legged ones. If she got caught, she would definitely be finished. Yi Yang ignored her pleading gaze and lifted his bare paw to cover his round ears. He sighed heavily in his heart. In the past, when he ignored Lu Yaoyao's harassment, that little one wouldn't cause a commotion by herself, allowing him some peace and quiet. Now with a little white ferret added, watching Lu Yaoyao frolicking with her, good dreams would be hard to come by in the future. Sigh, they're even cuter than the little puppies in the yard that wag their tails around him. He really hoped for a chance to escape this chaotic situation. Miraculously, such an opportunity came just a few days later. Chapter 36, Return to the Protected Area Again. A few days later, in the rarely visited Qingping village, several large vans surprisingly stopped at the village entrance. A group of people got off the vehicle and headed straight to the farmyard of brother Lu Guang. Upon arriving at the yard, Lu Fei warmly welcomed them and began discussing the details of the upcoming filming program. Yi Yang was also awakened by the noise and saw so many people appearing in the yard. He perked up his round ears and listened attentively. An hour later, their conversation ended, and Yi Yang shook his round head, finally realizing the purpose of that group of people. They were going to shoot a live broadcast program promoting the Qinling Nature Reserve. It was a large-scale project, not only hiring many professional outdoor filming staff. They also invited the world-renowned explorer Belogris, known as Bei by many. Additionally, two top female celebrities from the country, Yang Mi and Li Riba, also came. And Yi Yang was the main character of this live broadcast program. He didn't mind participating in the program, but seeing the two noisy ones beside him, Lu Yaoyao and the little white ferret, he thought it would be nice to get some fresh air. He decided to cooperate with this program. Wow, Baiwa really is adorable. After everyone finally discussed all the details of the live broadcast, Li Riba finally found the chance to interact with the wildly popular black bear online. It really looks like a cute big teddy bear. Coming from a minority ethnic group, she had been taught to respect and revere nature from a young age, encountering many animals, and had deep emotions for them. May I touch him? A delicate face like a fairy, with lively beautiful eyes, deeply gazed at Yi Yang, then turned to ask Lu Fei, who was responsible for taking care of Baiwa. Lu Fei suddenly became nervous, it was his first time facing such a beautiful fairy-like woman. His face turned red, and he shook his head, although Baiwa usually doesn't attack people, it's still dangerous, it's better to keep a distance. Then how can that little girl lean against Baiwa? Yao Yao has been in contact with Baiwa for a month, they are familiar with each other. Alright, Riba, don't make things difficult for others anymore. I agree with this big brother, it's better to keep a distance from this cute black bear. Yang Mi approached with a charming smile, advising the infatuated Riba. Okay. Riba said disappointedly, gazing longingly at Yi Yang who lay in the wooden cabin. At that moment, Bei walked over, getting close to examine Yi Yang lying in the wooden cabin. Bei was a sturdy man, with a well-proportioned figure and a resolute face, looking very masculine. Lu Fei didn't stop Bei, he also knew Bei, who was a top explorer in the world, with his own unique judgment on danger. Looks to be over 250 pounds, which is considered strong among black bears. I heard he is still a half-year-old cub, truly incredible. Moreover, he doesn't look like an ordinary black bear at all, he is cute, strong, and majestic. I really want my wife and daughter to see this lovely black bear, they will definitely fall in love with this black bear named Baiwa. Bei spoke highly of Yi Yang in fluent Chinese. He had spent his life dealing with wild animals and could tell at first glance how unique and different the black bear in front of him was. The more he looked at the black bear, the more satisfied he felt, and finally sighed. Daxia country, truly a grand nation, vast and rich in resources. Is this black bear for sale? I want to take him home and raise him, I promise to treat him well. He turned to ask Lu Fei. Lu Fei frowned, daring to speak such words about his idol. The black bear is a nationally protected animal and cannot be sold. Bei realized his mistake and immediately apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot this is Daxia. In many Western countries, black bears are not protected by law. It's fine, I can understand. Yi Yang, who was eavesdropping nearby, suddenly felt a tremor in his bare body. Damn it, it's a good thing I felt a Daxia, or else I wouldn't survive in the West. After getting ready, a few vans gathered at the village entrance. Sitting in a small truck, Yi Yang looked down. Lu Yaoyao hugged the little white ferret, and the two little creatures looked at him reluctantly. He pouted, after all, you two noisy little ones. Only this bear would want to go for a walk. His gaze swept sideways, and he saw the puppy in the yard with tears in its eyes, staring at him. Nodding to himself, he felt proud of his little brother, who usually didn't make a fuss and showed some conscience when they parted. He made up his mind. Next time he returned, he would throw them a few more bones. The car started, and the group drove grandly toward the Qinling Nature Reserve. The puppy looked at Yi Yang with tearful eyes, thinking in its heart. After this big guy leaves, we won't have any meat bones to eat. Big guy, please don't leave us. 2 hours later, they arrived at their destination. Yi Yang slowly got out of the car and saw the familiar surroundings. He smacked his lips. He had spent 5 days running from the nature reserve to the village, and here they were in just 2 hours of driving. Becoming an animal made him realize how powerful human technology was. After the group got out of the car, they began setting up the live streaming equipment. Once everything was ready, they started the live broadcast. Wow, it's finally starting. I've been waiting for half an hour. Half an hour? I waited 2 hours. Stop arguing, I want to see the goddess, Yang Mi. Let's go. Real men should watch other men, Bear Dad is the king of the wild. Humph, you are all just a bunch of sycophants, come watch our cute and gentle Baiwei. I love Baiwei. I want to have bear cubs with you. As soon as the broadcast began, the channel was packed. This program had already gone viral days beforehand, with huge promotional efforts everywhere. This livestream featured not only Bear Dad and 2 popular female stars, but also the hot internet black bear Baiwei. The content of the livestream was revealed long ago. In the nature reserve, Bear Dad, the 2 female stars, and a strong black bear would live together for a month. It would be a full live broadcast. Not a single moment missed. This made countless people curious about how the 3 of them plus a bear would survive in the nature reserve. The popularity of the livestream rapidly surged, and this broadcast was aimed at promoting ecological protection, so the officials allocated a lot of resources. A steady stream of internet users was drawn in, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively. The filming crew saw the exploding numbers in the background and felt nervous. So many people, it was their first time filming such a big scene. Bear Dad, Yang Mi, and Lu Ba took a deep breath. They also noticed the heat of the live broadcast. Having experienced storms before, they began to feel nervous as well. Start filming. After the equipment was adjusted, a staff member shouted. The 3 of them simply greeted the screen and then led the way into the nature reserve. Yi Yang glanced at the flashing cameras and, without Lu Fei's prompting, took the initiative to follow the 3. Chapter 37, Entering the Nature Reserve. Dense forest stretched before their eyes, surrounded by greenery, and the air was incredibly fresh. Taking a deep breath of fresh air and feeling the mountain breeze, everyone felt unusually relaxed. It was June, and the weather had become somewhat hot. The group walked for 3 hours and finally arrived at their destination, a safe area. There were no large wild beasts around, and they would live here for a month. Yi Yang sniffed the familiar air with his bare nose. This was the natural scent of nature, and his whole bare body gradually relaxed and felt free. The Qinling Nature Reserve was large, and the scenery here was obviously different from Bear Mom's forest territory. The 2 areas were separated by a significant distance. Bear Dad, leading the way, wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the 2 tired girls, who were panting heavily. He smiled and said, "You ladies have good stamina, you actually managed to keep up for so long." Yang Mi and Lu Ba were dripping with sweat, gasping for breath. The 2 could only offer polite smiles and didn't respond because they had no strength left to talk. Bear Dad chuckled and turned to look at Yi Yang, who was standing still and calm, and his eyes brightened as a sudden thought struck him. Are you sure this black bear grew up in the wild? It really is too gentle, not a trace of wildness. The more they looked at the adorable black bear, the more they were amazed. Unexpectedly, this bear chose to follow them on its own without anyone guiding it, not running around, which was a bit unbelievable. Moreover, looking into those big bear eyes, there was not a hint of a beastly nature, but rather a glimmer of human-like wisdom shining from deep within. Glancing at Yi Yang's strong and powerful body, he smiled and said, "Ladies, haven't you considered riding a bear? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." The 2 girls' eyes lit up with desire as they gazed at Yi Yang's strong physique. Their gaze shifted to Lu Fei, who was trailing behind the bear. They thought he must be the bear's trainer and that the bear would listen to him. Lu Fei felt his heart race as the two stunning beauties looked at him, having heard their earlier conversation. He wanted to agree, but the black bear, Bai, simply didn't listen to him at all. He looked eagerly at Yi Yang, just in time to meet Yi Yang's dangerous gaze. Lu Fei awkwardly smiled and said, I am just supervising Bai, ensuring everyone's safety. Bai and I are friends, my words and commands have no effect. You should keep some distance from him. Yang Mi and Lu Ba hung their heads in disappointment, thinking about the long road ahead. Their legs felt as heavy as if bound by lead, their stamina completely exhausted. They had already done remarkably well to make it this far, even the staff looked weary. Beard Guy encouraged everyone, come on, everyone. Just a little more, and we will reach our destination. The two beauties gritted their teeth and continued walking. They couldn't embarrass themselves in front of the live cameras. After a little over 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Beard Guy was a wilderness survival expert, and the official information about this area had long been given to him. He began to introduce to the camera, here is the southern border of the Qinling Nature Reserve. This area is very safe, with no large or medium-sized predators around. The natural environment is excellent, and the ecological resources are abundant. We will survive here for a month. Don't worry, with me and Mr. Bai the Black Bear, your goddesses will be just fine. After finishing his introduction about the environment, Beard Guy humorously joked about Mr. Bai the Bear at the end. The live chat was buzzing. Oh man, the scenery here is stunning. We've seen quite a few protected animals along the way. It's really beautiful. Compared to the city, this place is simply a paradise. Wow, if I could have a goddess accompany me, I could stay here for a lifetime. Get lost, stop dreaming. Sigh, I suddenly think Bai the Black Bear is the real highlight. With resources this rich, for Mr. Beard Guy, bringing along two girls is just a picnic in the wild. Yeah, I wonder if my lovely Bai can get along with them. Please don't bully my Bai. Actually, I'm more worried about whether they might be attacked by Bai. The live chat remained lively, especially after entering the nature reserve. It became even more heated. Witnessing the scenery of the nature reserve, even if just from behind the screen, the fans could feel that instinctual yearning. Beard Guy found a place for everyone to take a break. He spoke up, do you know what is most important for survival in the wild? The two girls shook their heads. Lu Fei hesitated and said, water, food, and shelter? Oh. Beard Guy was somewhat surprised, not expecting someone else to have some survival knowledge. He continued, then, brother, what do you think we should do now? Lu Fei glanced at the dimming sky, find shelter. Nice job, brother. May I ask what your job is? Beard Guy was amazed by the young man in front of him, for he understood so much survival knowledge. As night fell, it was no longer suitable to move around. First, find a place to stay, ensure physical strength recovers, and prevent heat loss. Save energy for tomorrow's survival activities. Lu Fei smiled and said, I am the forest ranger of this nature reserve. Buyer. Originally, he wanted to showcase some professional survival knowledge in front of the camera. Unexpectedly, this ordinary young man turned out to be the ranger of this reserve, which was like bragging about being familiar with someone else's home. After the two girls rested for a while and recovered some strength, Buyer truly deserved to be a top explorer. With his outstanding survival experience, he led everyone to find a place that could block the mountain wind at night. This place was a gap between two large stones. The gap was spacious, over 10 square meters, and about 4 to 5 meters high. This place was great, there was enough space to accommodate several people, and the mountain wind at night couldn't reach here. The two girls chose a spot, took out the sleeping bags prepared by the production team, and went straight to sleep. Although it was wild survival, some basic props were still provided. For example, sleeping bags, knives, and some living necessities like salt. It wasn't realistic for city people to survive a month in the wild without any tools. The livestream couldn't cheat, the provision of these tools was supported and understood by the audience. Buyer glanced at Yi Yang's sturdy body, fearing that he might be ambushed while sleeping. Looking around at a team of staff, he felt relieved. He found a flat spot, spread out his sleeping bag, and began to sleep. Meanwhile, for Yi Yang, the staff had already prepared a soft mat for him at a safe distance from everyone. He cooperatively walked over and lay down, drifting into sleep. The staff began setting up a large metal tent on the flat ground outside. They worked in 2 shifts, alternating for 24-hour live streaming. Chapter 38, Relearning Old Skills. Fishing. In the morning, the 3 woke up early and began their efforts for today's survival. The 2 girls got up, and after yesterday's long trek, their conditions were noticeably different. Lu Ba was energetic, looking good, raised on the vast grasslands, her physical condition was not bad at all. Yang Mi, on the other hand, showed signs of fatigue, her complexion a bit pale. She usually lived in the city, hardly ever experiencing such exhaustion. Soon, Buyer assigned them a task to look for dry firewood suitable for making a fire. He then took Yi Yang to explore the surrounding environment, looking for food and water sources. Bayer's gaze turned to Lu Fei, who was following closely behind Yi Yang, and he smiled. Brother, since you are the ranger, you must be very familiar with this area. Where can we find food and water? Lu Fei smiled and shook his head, obviously knowing Bayer was joking, and he couldn't answer either. His job was to supervise Yi Yang, and strictly speaking, he was one of the filming staff for this shoot. This shoot was live-streamed all the way, under everyone's watchful eyes, making it very hard to cheat. Bayer shook his head with a smile and led the way ahead. He planned to find a high point to overlook the surrounding terrain to search for resources. Suddenly, Yi Yang, who was following him, stopped. What's wrong? Bayer turned around, noting Yi Yang's action, and glanced at Lu Fei for an inquiry. Lu Fei awkwardly said, "This. I don't really understand what Yi Bai is doing either." Yi Yang sniffed the air with his nose, looking around in different directions. He began to move slowly in one direction, raising his head to catch scents in the air as he walked. Lu Fei and the staff member responsible for filming the black bear hurried to keep up. Bayer didn't think much and also followed the team. Actually, they could completely split up. The live stream room was divided into 4 small rooms, 3 for the group and 1 for Yi Bai. Everyone could act separately with a dedicated filming staff following each. But Bayer was really curious about what attracted this cute and gentle black bear, and where it was going. In the live stream room. Black bear leading the way. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out of the way. Where is Bai Yu going? I'm curious too. After a dozen minutes, they arrived at their destination. Wow, this is actually a river. Is this a joke? Bai Yu found a river? Isn't Black Bear a blind bear? How does he have such good direction? The surrounding live stream staff stared at the river water in shock. They never expected that Black Bear Bai Yu would find a water source so quickly. Beiqing opened his mouth wide and said to the camera, "Are you sure Black Bear Bai Yu isn't a witch who turned a person into a bear with magic?" This made the live stream audience laugh. No one took it seriously. However, it startled Yi Yang beside him. He sneaked a glance at Beiqing, relieved it was just a joke. He found the water source in a very simple way. Just now, he was looking for a damp feeling in the air. Wherever it was damp, the possibility of a water source was higher. He never expected to actually find it. Beiqing scooped up some water with his hands and drank several big gulps to quench his thirst. Then he walked away. Now that the water source problem was solved, it was time to explore the surrounding environment for food. The remaining staff focused their cameras and gazes on the cute and clever black bear. No one knew what this adorable and smart bear would do next. Yi Yang stepped into the small river without hesitation. He was good at swimming and didn't need to worry about the depth of the water. The bear's head was submerged underwater, drinking water greedily. Then he found a suitable water level and lay quietly, with only his head sticking out of the water. Now it was June, the weather became extremely hot and the temperature rose. For the bear, with its thick, shiny black fur, it was very uncomfortable, feeling unbearably hot. Its body was also adapting to the season, shedding fur continuously. After a while, suddenly he felt hungry. The bear's face froze in surprise. This feeling of hunger was too real, he hadn't felt it in a month. A month of comfortable days where someone took care of his meals had made him relaxed for a long time. He glanced at the shore where Lu Fei and the staff were watching him, showing no signs of offering food. Well, it seemed that during the show, he had to rely on himself for food. He quietly sighed in his heart. Once again, he would have to pick up his old profession and fish for a living. Turning around, he swam towards the depths of the water. No way? Is the black bear going to throw itself into the river? Bro, the black bear can swim. Yes, the black bear's swimming ability is far ahead of land animals, and it can also catch fish. Oh my, fish. Look at the fish in Bai Yu's mouth. It's really big. After swimming deeper into the water, he poked his head down. He disappeared from the camera's view after 2 breaths. Splash. Popping his head up, he had already caught a big fish in his mouth. The staff and the live stream audience were shocked, uproarious. It had only been a short while, and Bai Yu had caught a fish right in front of them. This was probably a coincidence, right? Yi Yang paid no attention to the gazes from the surrounding staff. His primary goal now was to fill his stomach. Back on shore, he instinctively shook his wet fur. The big fish in the bear's mouth was still squirming. He dropped it on the ground and began to eat the most fatty parts from the fish's belly. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. He licked the fat off his lips, it was no longer filling at all. This big fish weighed 3 to 4 pounds, which was relatively large for a freshwater river. Subtracting the head, tail, and some bony parts with little meat, there was only about 2 pounds of meat in the belly. Thinking of how he could eat over 100 pounds of beef in one meal, it would take at least dozens of fish to fill him up. Fortunately, this river seemed very long and deep, the water resources should be sufficient. Turning around, he pounced back into the water, starting the hard work of fishing. In fact, the black bear didn't need to eat over 100 pounds of meat in one meal like he did. He had an evolution system, and his body's ability to digest and absorb was too fast. Generally, a black bear could eat over 100 pounds of meat and might not need to eat again for 3 days. But for him, if he didn't eat 100 pounds of food in a day, feeling hungry often, this is the only downside brought by the system. Then, under the gradually astonished eyes of the staff and the viewers in the livestream, Yi Yang kept going back and forth between the river and the shore, and the result was that more and more fish were jumping on the shore. An hour later, seeing the shore covered with fish, satisfied, he nodded his bare head and began to eat wildly. The viewers in the livestream and the staff were already dumbfounded by what was happening in front of them. Excuse me, are there bear-like animals that live in the water? I don't think so. Then why is the black bear fishing in the water like it's playing? I just counted one by one, Bayu caught a total of 65 big fish in 1 hour. God, that's really unbelievable. After eating a lot of fish, his stomach felt full and bloated. Looking at the few fish left on the ground. Shouldn't I waste food? This is unacceptable for a black bear. At this moment, Lu Fei came over. Leave it to me. He took out a large plastic bag and packed the fish. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. Good job, bare legs. Then he started to slowly head back. Chapter 39 Roast Fish. The scene shifted. Yang Mi and Lu Ba arrived at a forest, constantly picking up dry wood. In a short while, their hands were already piled high with a big bundle. Though the livestream was all-inclusive, not every moment was filmed closely. The two found an opportunity to whisper. Lu Ba, it's the elder sister's fault. I didn't expect this event to be so strict and so hard. Yang Mi said to Lu Ba with a face full of guilt. This time's livestream event was heavily promoted, with huge traffic. The entertainment company she was in used many relationships and resources just to get this opportunity among fierce competition. She kindly pulled her colleague and good sister Lu Ba to join in. Never thought this event would be so exhausting. Yesterday, the distance they walked might be her month's worth of steps. Lu Ba smiled and didn't take it to heart, her face sunny. Sister Yang Mi, how can you say that? I really appreciate you for giving me this opportunity to participate. Since becoming an artist, I rarely have time to go out into the wild to relax, and I can also interact with the black bear Bayu. It's really amazing. Speaking of Bayu, her eyes emitted a different light. She was the head of Bayu's fan club online. Sister, come on, just treat it like a picnic. Okay. After comforting each other, they picked up some more wood and headed back. When the two returned to the resting place from last night, they found that Beiyi had returned long ago. Where is Beiyi and black bear Bayu? Lu Ba looked around and asked nervously. Speaking of Bayu, it's really surprising, he actually led us to find a river at once, solving our water problem. He should be playing in the water in the river now. Beiyi completely described how Yi Yang led them to find the water source. Ah, Bayu is really amazing. Yang Mi and Lu Ba exclaimed in disbelief with their lips wide open. Come, I found some fruits, you two eat first to regain your strength. Once we solve the fire problem, our wilderness survival can officially begin. The two girls took the fruits. Swallowed hard, since last night until now they hadn't eaten anything. They were eating heartily. Beiyi began to drill wood to make a fire. Drilling wood to make a fire sounds simple, but it is actually one of the biggest challenges in wilderness survival. First, you must ensure that the wood is suitable for starting a fire. The wood density cannot be too high and must be kept dry. Second, making a fire requires superb skills. The person making the fire must have strong physical strength and experience. Beiyi took out a small knife and shaped a stick into a peg. Then, from the firewood brought back by the two girls, he selected a suitable piece of wood. He flattened it. Then he began to drill wood to make a fire. Under the gaze of the camera. Half an hour later, black smoke was rising from the flat wooden firewood. Oh wow! It worked, it worked! Audience friends, watch closely. In a hurry, he grabbed the steaming wooden board, ready with dry straw. The straw catches fire easily, quickly igniting. Then it was placed into the pile of wood that had been stacked beforehand. Yellow flames erupted, growing fiercer and fiercer. Beard shouted at the camera, flames are truly a magical thing, they can inexplicably give people a sense of security. This is something left in our DNA by our ancestors. He was clearly happy. Having survived in the wild for many years, it was rare to see a fire started so successfully right from the beginning. The live chat lit up. I don't know why, but seeing Beard successfully start a fire personally makes my heart race. Me too, I seem to have a special connection with fire. Am I the god of fire? Ah, look, Bayu is back. Yi Yang returned and saw Beard successfully start a fire. He couldn't help but look up to this world-famous adventurer. To be able to survive so quickly shows he has some real skills. Lu Ba's eyes sparkled as she glanced at the blue-green forest fruit in her hand, and an idea struck her. She approached him, waving the fruit in front of his eyes, and smiled. "Bai Yu wants to eat? Let me touch your round little head, and you can have it." Yi Yang glanced at the blue-green forest fruit in her hand, which looked fresh and orange. But he was already full, it felt rather pointless. Also, eating one fruit and then letting her touch him seemed a bit degrading. He stayed put, unmoved. Lu Ba showed a confused look. "I just asked the staff, weren't they saying black bears are greedy creatures? They wouldn't waste food when they see it. Why won't you eat the forest fruit in my hand?" The live chat buzzed. "Beard is so silly, are goddesses really this naive? Don't stop me. I want to bring a goddess home. Black bears are indeed pretty greedy animals, but trying to bribe a black bear that's just eating its fill with a tiny piece of fruit is really a waste of effort. My lovely Bai Yu wouldn't fall for Lu Ba's tricks." Seeing Lu Ba not giving up and wanting to continue bribing Yi Yang, Lu Fei laughed. "Bai Yu just ate her fill, stop trying to trick him with fruit, it's useless." Ate her fill? Lu Fei shook the big plastic bag in his hand. The fish inside the bag began to jump. "These are fish." Lu Ba leaned in for a closer look. "Did Bai Yu catch them?" Lu Fei began recounting Yi Yang's heroic achievement just now. Everyone listened, completely astonished. They turned to look at Bai Yu, the cute black bear sitting nearby, unable to believe such an adorable black bear could possibly be so skilled in swimming and fishing. Suddenly, the fruits in their hands seemed less appealing. Beard took the fish from the bag and began to prepare it. Yi Yang glanced at his food being taken away but didn't stop it. These fish were mostly caught by him, and keeping them fresh in the bag wouldn't last long. And with a fire, he could enjoy delicious grilled fish. Several long sticks pierced through the fish's belly, set at a suitable height, and began to roast. As time passed, the air was filled with the delicious scent of grilled fish. Come. Each of us gets one. This is for Mr. Bai Yu, the black bear." Beard handed them out one by one, and while grilling the fish, he noticed this adorable black bear was fixated on the grilled fish. Clearly, it was thinking about the grilled fish. Unexpectedly, just as he handed it over, the black bear clamped its paws around the sides of the stick. This fixed the grilled fish right in front of its mouth. Bai Yu is really too clever. The three couldn't help but exclaim. They began to eat. All three were ravenous, having exhausted a lot of energy and urgently needing to replenish high-protein food. Yi Yang stared at the grilled fish dripping with golden fish oil and rich aroma. The intense heat made his mouth feel uncomfortable. He looked over at Lu Fei. Lu Fei smiled. "I never expected Bai Yu to be so kind, you actually want to share fish with me." As his hand reached out, he was stopped by Yi Yang's dangerous gaze. He saw Yi Yang looking like he wanted to bite but didn't dare to. It was then he understood that the black bear Bai Yu wanted him to lower the temperature of the grilled fish. Chapter 40, Heartthrob. Danger for Bear Mom. Happy holidays. The three of them solved the problems of food and water. Next came the issue of shelter. Bai Yi started organizing the two girls to gather some sturdy wood. The two girls were not very strong. After collecting a small amount of wood, they changed their actions to gather some tough vines. As for Bai Yi, he began to select some solid thin tree trunks with his machete. All of this was for building a place to live. Yi Yang was bored, lying on the side, yawning, watching the three busy with their tasks. Days later, the simple living quarters were completed. There were 2 rooms in total. Bai Yi and the 2 girls each had one, supported by wooden frames and secured with vines. The surface of the frames was covered with large green leaves and straw, enough to shield from the slight wind and light rain. From a distance, they looked like 2 green tents. Yi Yang was heading to the river for a bath when suddenly he was stopped by a staff member ahead. Behind him, Lu Fei puzzled. "Why are you stopping us?" The female staff member replied, "Sorry, up ahead Yang Mi and Lu Ba are bathing." "Oh, I see." Yi Yang's round ears twitched, his heart started to race. He looked towards the river not far away. It was undeniable that Yang Mi and Lu Ba were both top goddess level. If he were a human in his past life, he would have been deeply moved. What good was that for him as a black bear? He thought this way, but his bare paw still rose involuntarily, heading towards the river. The female staff member was stunned. She didn't dare to block the path of a strong black bear. Lu Fei took down a tranquilizer gun, handing it over. "It's okay, Bai Yu won't hurt anyone, he just wants to play in the water. You hold this tranquilizer gun just in case." "All right." They reached the riverside. With keen eyesight, sure enough, he saw 2 jade-like figures playing in the river. "Ah, Sister Yang Mi. Look. Bai Yu is also at the riverside." "Oh, really? Look, he's staring straight at you, he must be enchanted." No way, I think Bai Yu is looking at you, sister." Yi Yang's blood flowed uncontrollably faster, his heart pounding, feeling a bit like he had consumed ginseng with all that energy surging up. Indeed, the ancients didn't lie. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Lazy bear, can you catch a fish for me in the river? I can trade you with a fruit. Luba held an apple in her hand, talking to Yi Yang as if talking to herself. After these few days together, those around clearly felt that this black bear named Baiwa was different. He was gentle, not noisy, and had never attacked humans. Now they all dared to get in touch with him from a certain distance. Yi Yang looked up at the small apple in her palm, his eyes filled with disdain. Did she really think he was a fool, swapping a fish for a little fruit? He continued to lower his head, chewing on beef. This beef was brought in by the staff from outside. Before the livestream, they had professionals simulate many details. Naturally, they wouldn't overlook him, one of the main characters this time. Considering his appetite was large, they would regularly bring food from outside. He had worked hard fishing at first, what a waste of effort. Seeing the adorable black bear Baiwei in front of him ignoring her. Unwilling to give up, she said, how about I trade you fruit for a piece of beef? Ignored, he continued eating the meat. Only a fool would trade. Then how about I touch your head for fruit? One small fruit just to touch his head? What nonsense! Suddenly, he felt a soft little hand reaching for his big round head. It even tugged on his ear. Seeking death. With red eyes, he looked up at Luba's innocent expression, remembering the scene from the morning. He lowered his head in shame. The live stream chat erupted. Did you see that? The black bear Bayue's embarrassed face is so cute. Screenshot taken, meme +1. No wonder she is the goddess of our great Xia, she can even capture the heart of White Moon. By the way, aren't you guys worried about Luba's safety? What is there to worry about? How could such a cute White Moon harm anyone? The goddess Luba is still a bit timid. If it were me, I would slide down and tightly hug White Moon's belly to feel her adorable breath. The entire live broadcast over the past few days is there for all to see. Black bear White Moon spends all day either sleeping or eating, occasionally moving around. At first, the staff responsible for filming were very nervous and scared, keeping their distance. But gradually they put down their guard. Not only did they get familiar with Black Bear White Moon's temper, but more importantly, White Moon looks too cute. Humans usually have no immunity to creatures with cute appearances. The staff also wanted to get close, but they lacked the courage. Luba eventually took action, or let's say this was her purpose. What she said earlier was just to test and bolster her courage. Wow, the feel of this fur is so much better than my husky at home, and the ears are so soft. I strongly recommend everyone to form a group to pet White Moon. Husky? Form a group? And pet, haven't you had enough? Luba saw White Moon's face gradually darkening and decisively let go. Lu Fei was dumbfounded beside her, wondering when White Moon became so approachable. Could it be that White Moon is a colored bear and sensed the looks of the human goddess? At night, the two women returned to the tent they set up and rested early, while Bei found a rock to lie on and enjoy the scenery. Yi Yang lay in the crevice of the rock. The occasional mountain breeze did not bother the strong him. A soft mat was placed underneath his body, and the rocky environment had also been cleaned by the staff. He yawned widely. Living here is really nice. It's not much different from the yard. Someone takes care of meals, it's just that there are more people around with cameras filming him. But luckily, it's not as noisy as Lu Yao Yao who disturbed his sleep. Moreover, the environment in this nature reserve cannot compare to the yard at all. Breathing the fresh air here, feeling the mountain breeze, soaking in a bath, Yi Yan clearly felt that his sleep quality and physical condition were significantly better. Even the attribute points on the panel increased a bit. Suddenly, his heart twitched, as if something important was happening. He opened his eyes to see Lu Fei looking at him with a panicked expression, holding his phone. When he saw Yi Yang's gaze come over, he was startled and walked outside, furrowing his brow. His intuition told him that Lu Fei's unusual behavior just now must be related to something significant happening to him. He quietly got up, not attracting the attention of the live broadcast staff. Finding a suitable spot, he lay down. Ears perked to listen. Hey, is what you said true? Did a group sneak into the C5 area, and they even brought a large cargo truck? That's bad. The C5 area is the forest territory of Black Bear Mama, only living with her and a cub. That group must be heading for them. Quick! Notify the leaders. We must not let that group do as they please. Capture Mama Bear and the cub. Lu Fei hurriedly finished the call, feeling a rush of urgency in his heart. He cared for animals, not wanting poaching gangs to harm them. Moreover, that Mama Bear and cub are family to Black Bear White Moon. He couldn't bear to let them suffer at the hands of humans. Turning around, he saw Yi Yang still lying there sleeping and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt that White Moon looked very frightening now. Deep into the night, most of the staff had fallen asleep. The staff responsible for nighttime broadcasting yawned, looking at the sleeping Black Bear White Moon, and started to doze off. After a few days of getting along, they understood that this big guy was just a cute big lazy bear and wouldn't harm anyone. Opening a crack in his eyes, he saw staff dozing off, leaning on chairs while they slept. A giant black figure, blending into the night, quietly left this place. Chapter 41 One Blood. 1. One night passed. Morning. Where is Black Bear Bayou? Where did Bayou go? Hurry up and find him. Watch last night's livestream. Early in the morning, the three were awakened by the noisy staff. Dazed, they heard that Bayou had disappeared, and everyone jolted up in shock, quickly getting out of bed. After everyone got up, they went with the staff to search nearby. Could he have run off to swim in the river? There was no sign of Bayou nearby. Watch last night's livestream. A staff member reminded them, and they hurriedly opened the video to watch. Sure enough, they saw Bayou's business, quietly disappearing from everyone's sight in the dead of night. My God! Bayou has run away. I knew you guys must have abused him behind our backs. Hurry up and find him. Last night I saw Bayou go out, thought he just went to the bathroom. Quick, quick, quick. If anything happens to Bayou, you are in trouble. The live stream hadn't stopped, and by the time everyone realized Bayou was missing and wanted to end the live stream, it was too late. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. They all came over to demand an explanation after hearing Bayou had disappeared. Dear viewers, please don't worry. Bayou might just be out for a walk. He may return any moment. Additional statement, we did not abuse Bayou, there is live streaming evidence. The live stream director, noticing the chaos in the stream, couldn't help but explain. By noon, they still hadn't found Bayou's whereabouts. But the live stream had to continue. The three, including Bei Yi, began their daily broadcasting. Only Lu Fei was deeply worried. Lu Ba walked over, holding the camera, and softly asked, Brother Lu Fei, do you really think Bayou just went for a walk? Lu Fei sighed heavily, maybe. That urgent phone call last night made him seriously doubt Bayou had heard it, and understood it. Bayou seemed to be able to understand human language, but that wasn't the focus of his attention now. Before leaving, Bayou sneaked up beside him and bit off the locator device on him. All of this was premeditated. He now firmly believed that Bayou must have known the danger faced by Mama Bear and the cub, and returned to the forest territory to save them. But he couldn't tell everyone about this. So he found the relevant staff and requested to search for Bayou. After agreeing, he hurried to Mama Bear's territory. In Mama Bear's forest, a large truck was parked there. There was a big iron cage in the back, containing 2 adult black bears and a cub lying asleep. A few people stood beside the truck. Damn that beast, I didn't expect this male bear to dare to attack me. A scar-faced young man spoke casually but with a very cold and cruel tone. Because his hand was bitten off 2 fingers by the male black bear last night, and the wound was still throbbing with pain. Such a beast. The scar-faced young man spat toward the unconscious male black bear, enduring the sharp pain. Alright, old 3, don't be angry. Think of something happy. Once we finish this, the 5 brothers will get rich. A big score. Each will have a large fortune. A man in camouflage clothes spoke to comfort him. You won't be angry because you're not disabled, it's not your fingers that were bitten off. I say we shoot this male bear dead. Anyway, the owner's target is this female bear and the cub. The scar-faced young man had a cold expression, filled with hatred for this male bear. Successfully capturing the target, Mama Bear and a cub, with anesthetic darts. He didn't expect that just a little while later, a male bear would actually attack them. Besides, there were 5 of them, why did it have to attack him? Damn blind beast. Old 3, you. At that moment, a tall man with dark skin walked over. Alright, old 2 and old 3, you both say less. Old 3's finger is broken and he spoke out of turn. We are brothers, don't take it to heart. As for the male bear that cannot be killed, the owner just heard that we caught the male bear and specifically added another 5 million on top of the 10 million. Old boss. Really? 5 million. Adding it to the original mission bonus, we have a total of 15 million, which means each of us 5 gets 3 million. A few people exclaimed in surprise. Even the injured and furious old 3 was attracted by the astronomical figure. Old boss, how do we withdraw? The male bear's ambush made us miss the withdrawal time last night. I'm afraid there are already a lot of soldiers surrounding the exit. Don't worry, I talked with the owner just now. As long as we drive to the edge of the nature reserve, there will naturally be someone to meet us. That border entrance is little known, very safe. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Alright, old boss, shall we leave now? Not in a hurry, brothers are all tired, let's rest and eat before we go. Okay. A group of people thought about getting 3 million dasha coins soon, their spirits lifted, smiles of joy on their faces. Even the scar-faced young man who lost 2 fingers showed a hint of joy. Everyone sat together, smoke from the cooking rising in the air. Come, eat. Everyone, eat more. After this wave, we'll be rich. Old 3, you're hurt, eat more. The strong man, the old boss, was kindly encouraging them to eat. After seeing everyone eat the food, a strange light flickered deep in his eyes. Old 2, where are you going? Old boss, I'm just going to relieve myself. Alright, come back quickly, we need to set off. Old 2 walked a little distance away from the group, took off his pants, whistling brightly, and began to relieve himself. He felt particularly good because he was about to become a millionaire. Ha! Looking down at the shadow on the ground, a huge shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he found the sky was clear with no clouds. How could there be such a big shadow? He was confused. Turning around, he saw a gigantic black bear standing behind him, its face wearing a cruel and creepy smile, with fierce eyes glancing disdainfully at his lower body. He gaped. Black bear. Before he could scream, and without even having time to put on his pants, a bare paw struck him brutally. Boom! His head made a sound like a watermelon exploding. The skull shattered instantly, and flesh flew everywhere. The corpse fell limply to the ground, blood and guts everywhere. The black bear, Yi Yang, looked coldly and disdainfully at the corpse on the ground. After hearing the news last night, he sneaked out while everyone was asleep and let their guard down. He ran wildly. Thanks to his evolution system, he had high physical endurance and reached maximum speed, otherwise, he wouldn't have made it in time. These people dared to have thoughts about Mama Bear and Bear 2, they truly deserved to die. He shook off the flesh from his hand, thinking darkly. As if cursed by death. The first one. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the one-ranked old 2 still hadn't returned. Everyone's expressions showed obvious impatience. The strong man spoke up. Old 4, go see what old 2 is dawdling about? Okay, old boss. I think he probably fell into the river, old 3 whispered ominously. Young old 4, with an odd beast tattoo on his arm, walked in the direction old 2 had left. After walking for a while, he saw old 2 crouching in the bushes, thinking he was just taking a dump. Second brother, hurry up, old boss is urging. But after waiting for a while without a response from old 2, he began to have doubts. He stepped closer. Getting to the bushes, he focused and was shocked to see old 2's headless corpse. His mind was greatly alarmed, and he froze in place. At that moment, a giant black shadow leaped from the side, overshadowing him. The tattooed youth instinctively took a few steps back. New line, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, line end. New line, this allowed him to avoid Yi Yang's attack, line end. New line, when he saw a black bear next to him, he immediately screamed and shouted, line end. New line, black bear. Line end. New line, Yi Yang immediately changed his strategy, bursting into action, and lunged at the man, line end. New line, he decisively used his bare paw to smash the man's head, line end. New line, he ended his life, line end. New line, once up close, humans had no way to fight back against beasts, line end. New line, Yi Yang casually flicked off the small bits of flesh stuck to his bare paw, line end. New line, damn. Line end. New line, Yi Yang thought angrily, line end. New line, though he had successfully ambushed the second man, he wasn't happy about it, line end. New line, he had already scouted their group and knew there were 5 people in total, line end. New line, now 2 were dead, and 3 remained, line end. New line, the scream this man made before he died could obviously be heard by the other 3 nearby, line end. New line, the group had successfully captured Bear Mama, Bear 2, and a male bear, clearly with the help of weapons, line end. New line, in a head-on fight, they might not be his match, line end. New line, his gaze darkened, line end. New line, next, he would have to face a tough battle, line end. New line, he quickly moved to another location, hiding in a dense thicket, line end. New line, after a while, the remaining 3 people, hearing the man's dying scream, arrived at the scene, line end. New line, they were terrified when they saw the state of the 2 dead bodies, line end. New line, what did this? Line end. New line, is there a large predator in this area? Line end. New line, I think I heard old 4 scream black bear before he died? Line end. New line, the leader walked up to the bodies, inspecting the ones with their heads crushed by Yi Yang's attack, his eyes brightening, line end. New line, he started analyzing, muttering to himself, line end. New line, the skull was shattered in one blow, with this much force, it could only be a bear. Line end. New line, his face lit up, and he shouted loudly, line end. New line, brothers, we're going to make a fortune. If I'm not wrong, that black bear called by you is nearby. Line end. New line, what? How could it be? Isn't that smart black bear filming a show? It couldn't be here. Line end. New line, I saw the livestream earlier. Last night, the black bear disappeared. These kinds of wounds can only be made by the incredible strength of a bear. Line end. New line, the leader kept laughing, and that black bear is so smart, it's very likely it did this. After killing old 2, it used the body to lure old 4, and then killed him too. Line end. New line. If what the leader says is true, then this black bear is too clever. Could it have become a spirit? Line end. New line. The youngest, old 5, was a little scared. Line end. New line. Ha ha ha, we're so lucky. If the owner knows we caught by you, we could get 100 million dasha coins. Line end. New line. 100 million. Line end. New line. The two looked at the leader in shock, their faces filled with fanaticism. The deaths of the first two men didn't matter in the face of 100 million. Line end. New line. Even old 5, who had been afraid of the black bear earlier, was now tempted. Line end. New line. Leader, how do we make it come out? If it doesn't, we can't do anything to it? Line end. New line. Old 3 asked. Line end. New line. This is easy. Line end. New line. Saying this, the leader suddenly pushed old 3 into a dense thicket. Line end. New line. This thicket was not far from Yi Yang. Line end. New line. Yi Yang stayed still, waiting, unsure of what the leader was up to. Line end. New line. Old 3 quickly stood up, angrily shouting, "Leader, what are you doing?" Line end. New line. The leader looked confused. Did I guess wrong? Line end. New line. I was just kidding, don't take it seriously. How could the black bear be hiding here? It must have run away by now. Line end. New line. Old 3 clenched his teeth but didn't dare to say more. Line end. New line. The leader looked around, unable to spot Yi Yang. Line end. New line. In a deep voice, he said, "Since it won't come out, let's just drive away." Line end. New line. Yi Yang immediately became anxious. If they returned to their vehicle, he would lose any advantage or initiative. Line end. New line. Quickly, he scanned the three men with his eyes, gritting his teeth. Line end. New line. He swiftly charged out of the thicket, lunging at old 3, who was closest to him. Line end. New line. Bear paw, fast. Accurate. Fierce. Line end. New line. Boom. Line end. New line. A body with a shattered head lay on the ground. Line end. New line. Having successfully killed one, Yi Yang sighed with relief. Line end. New line. His eyes fixed on the remaining two men. Line end. New line. His body stood firm in place. Line end. New line. He didn't rush to attack, not knowing what tricks the other side still had. Line end. New line. Old 5, who appeared to be a high school-aged young man, saw how Yi Yang coldly and ruthlessly killed one man, and looked into those indifferent bear eyes. Line end. The body trembled uncontrollably. What should we do, boss? We've run out of tranquilizer darts, we can't take on this bear. Should we just run away? Hearing the tranquilizers were gone, Yi Yang wanted to rush over immediately and tear both of them apart. But when his eyes met his boss's face, which was filled with fanaticism looking at him, his heart sank. Could there be some hidden tactic? The fervor on the boss's face gradually vanished, returning to calmness, murmuring, "Run? You should indeed run, you better hit the road early." Old 5 looked confused. "What do you mean, boss?" Suddenly, his eyes widened, clutching his painfully aching abdomen and crouching down on the ground, realizing it. That food was poisoned. Why did you eat it too? Aren't you fine? Generously answering the last wish, the boss slowly spoke, "Because I poisoned it in the bowl." Old 5, go down and tell the brothers, the big brother will take revenge for them. As for you, never mind, you haven't even reached adulthood, just go back to studying honestly in your next life. Continuing to speak. As for me, of course, I'm spending your wages for risking your lives, 100 million is all mine. Ha ha ha. Old 5, filled with unwillingness, stared hard at the boss, finally passing away without air, lying on the ground. To be absolutely certain, the boss pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into old 5's heart. Standing up, his expression regained its mania. Who would have thought a beast could be worth 100 million? Can't see your worth at all. Seeing that crazy look in his eyes, Yi Yang felt a touch of fear. With no tranquilizers left, what other tricks did this boss have that made him so arrogant? His methods were truly cruel, not even sparing his brothers. The boss didn't rush to approach him but silently lit a cigarette. He began to talk about how the 5 brothers accepted missions, made a living, and how good their brotherly bond was. No relationship can outweigh 100 million. The boss extinguished the cigarette butt. A great opportunity. Yi Yang seized this moment, bursting forward with speed, fed up with his rambling. In an instant, Yi Yang's body stopped. Because the boss held a black handgun in his hand. That dark gun barrel was pointed straight at him. Yi Yang's body instinctively trembled. How could this person have a gun? It's important to know that the Great Xia country has a similar situation to the country he came from in his past life, with strict gun control laws. Severe crackdowns on private possession or manufacturing of firearms. In the Great Xia country, let alone managed firearms, it's even hard to own a hunting rifle in modern times. The bear's eyes stared at the faint gun muzzle, body not daring to move an inch. With the wisdom of a human, he understood the terrifying power of a handgun. Handgun bullets fly quickly from the chamber, easily hitting and penetrating the surface of objects, then bullets rush into flesh, destroying internal structure, causing organs to be injured, leading to heavy bleeding, and making the object rapidly lose ability to move. Moreover, it is said that a bullet's flying speed is 350 meters per second. Effective range is within 50 meters. Within 20 meters, it can easily penetrate a 5mm steel plate. The bear measured the distance from him to the human, only a dozen meters. In other words, it was within the effective range of the gun's power. His heart felt very. Yi Yang squinted his bare eyes, unsure of how this person intended to deal with him. The person in front held a gun. In a head-on confrontation, he would definitely not be a match. He could only hope that the man would treat him like a beast, giving him a chance to mount a sneak attack. The boss kept a constant watch on Yi Yang, noticing the unusual glint in his eyes. He spoke, crushing Yi Yang's hopes. "Ha, give up, I will treat you like a cunning prey, I won't be careless. I'm now considering which parts to injure so that you will lose combat ability without being fatal. The limbs then." He raised the handgun and took aim, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet flew at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Yi Yang saw the man's movement and quickly dodged out of the way. Tap! The bullet struck his body. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, blood began to flow, and the black fur on his left shoulder started to turn red. "Oh, you can still dodge." His gaze turned cold. "Better than just moving around, I don't want to collect your body." Immediately, he kept pulling the trigger without pause. Bang! 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 Yi Yang couldn't completely avoid the high-speed bullets coming at him. At over 300 meters per second, it was simply too fast. After hearing the gunshots, the bullets had already entered his body, blood gushed endlessly from the wounds. The boss had excellent marksmanship, targeting the joints of Yi Yang's limbs, avoiding any fatal areas. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot with pain and anger, staring fiercely at the boss. Seeing the black bear's limbs severely injured, the boss revealed a relieved smile. Switching out a magazine, he stepped a few meters closer to Yi Yang. Bang! 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 More bullets hit Yi Yang, splattering blood and flesh. Roar! Yi Yang couldn't help but let out a pained roar. He had originally held onto a burst of strength, waiting for the man to get closer and more relaxed for a sneak attack. Unexpectedly, the person in front was so cunning, ensuring a safe distance to shoot. Now, he truly had no way out. Pain surged through his body, his strength continuously draining, and his head began to feel heavy. This was a symptom of excessive blood loss. The boss saw that the black bear had completely lost its combat ability and took out his phone. "Hello, I've caught that black bear, buy you." "Of course, it's alive. At least add 100 million to my reward, otherwise, I'll look for another buyer." "Okay, a friendly reminder, you'd better have medical personnel ready for the rescuer, that black bear is quite seriously injured." "Good, that's all." After hanging up, the boss was filled with wild joy. He imagined the 100 million reward waving at him, his life was about to reach its peak. Ha ha ha. Yi Yang, bleeding continuously and covered in bare blood, was in worse and worse condition. His consciousness slowly blurred. He began to think calmly. Besides human wisdom, what else did he have? Right, the system. A surge of hope welled up in his heart, bursting forth with strength. System panel. Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian black bear. Strength, 55. Stamina, 38. Speed, 40, limit. Evolution points, 125. Last night, he had been worried about Mama Bear running wildly, forgetting the prompt about his limited attributes from a month ago. If he had known, he should have broken through his physical limits before coming out to fight. What a mistake, he felt regretful inside. But now, this was not the time to think about that. Increase points to strengthen. He crazily used a large amount of energy points to enhance his physical attributes. Evolution points transformed into mysterious energy, beginning to strengthen his body from within. His body grew stronger, visibly increasing in size. And those serious gunshot wounds in his limbs also received some relief. His weight had reached 300 pounds. He could be considered the strongest among Asian black bears. No, this still wasn't enough to overcome the current crisis. System panel. Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian black bear. Strength, 60, limit. Stamina, 50, limit. Speed, 40, limit. Evolution points, 108. Ding, attributes have reached the limit, do you want to break through? Breakthrough. A passionate energy, explosive like a bomb, filled his body. It aggressively and violently altered his form. His entire body surged with flesh and blood, the bones creaked. All organs in the body were rapidly strengthened and enlarged under the drive of this surging energy. Roar! A scream of heart-wrenching pain. This strengthening pain was several times worse than the sting of gunshot wounds. The roar woke the boss, who was lost in a sweet dream. Turning around, he saw the black bear manhwa, who had been lying on the ground, letting out a painful roar, trembling all over, and his body was violently expanding, with blood-stained black fur falling off continuously. Monster! Instinctively wanting to escape, but stopping in his tracks, he thought of the 1 million reward. With a gritted teeth, he changed to a fully loaded magazine. Die! Bang bang bang! A round of bullets went off, creating wounds on Yi Yang, who was undergoing drastic changes. But what left him in despair was that those wounds visibly healed. Moreover, the bullets that had entered his body earlier slowly flowed out along with this round of bullets. Ding! Breakthrough successful! Yi Yang's eyes widened as he glared at the boss, hatred flaming in his eyes. Slowly approaching, walking so deliberately. Yet each step felt like it stomped on the boss's racing heart. Stay away from me, you monster! The boss touched his waist, but it was empty. The bullets were long gone. He decisively turned and ran. Yi Yang's body expanded, becoming familiar with the newfound power. Roar! Several bear paw prints appeared on the ground. Leaving shadows on the ground, he pounced towards the fleeing boss. Chapter 44 Gene Lock. Healing. Yi Yang looked coldly at the headless corpse on the ground, his bear paw wiping off the bloodstains on the grass. For him, having broken through, unarmed humans were just toys. After ending the battle, he finally had time to check the system panel. System panel. Host, Yi Yang. Species, Asian black bear. Level, Gene Lock Level 1. Function, healing. Strength, 65. Endurance, 60. Speed, 50. Evolution points, 2. His body was unprecedentedly strong, with size more than doubled. His estimated weight had reached 500 gene. Far exceeding his previous weight of over 200 gene, bringing with it immense power. Having gained such powerful strength in an instant, he felt an unmatched pride. After moving his body slightly, familiarizing himself with the surging attributes of the breakthrough, he noticed that there was something new on the system panel, a gene lock. Recalling the information released by the system earlier, he understood what the gene lock represented. Gene lock is easy to understand, it represents the breakthrough of original genetic limits, making the body even stronger. From his original weight of 250 gene to a staggering 500 gene, the strength was evident. Moreover, the system had a new function. Looking down at his limbs and the unscathed chest, those gunshot wounds had already healed. Yes, this function consumed evolution points to heal the body. Even the wounds from taking 2 or 3 magazines of bullets had recovered, showing remarkably impressive healing ability. However, consuming evolution points was also significant, those over 100 points had dwindled down to just 2. First, I should rescue Mama Bear in them. Slowly moving his limbs. His body felt a bit uncoordinated, still not used to the powerful new form. Reaching the large truck, he saw the iron bar inserted without the big lock. He sighed in relief. If it had been locked, he would have to work much harder to open the iron bars. Seeing Mama Bear and Bear 2 safely asleep inside, a heavy stone lifted from his heart. He looked with confusion at the male bear in the truck. He didn't expect to find Papa Bear as well. He had just arrived here after a night of traveling, exhausted. Resting in the distance to regain strength, it just so happened that he could use his ears to gather intelligence. There he heard that a male bear had attacked this group of poachers, buying him some time. If it weren't for that male bear, this group would have long fled. At first, he thought it was Papa Bear, but then he thought the possibility was low. Papa Bear wouldn't contact Mama Bear outside of mating season, their last encounter had already been a huge surprise. Unexpectedly, this time when Mama Bear and Bear 2 encountered danger, Papa Bear appeared, which couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Even if it appeared that he was in Mama Bear's forest territory by chance, there was no need to attack humans. You have to know that there were 5 poachers, and the black bear's cowardly nature would never actively attack. In this season, food is abundant, the black bear doesn't need to worry about food. There is only one explanation. Papa Bear intentionally attacked that group, aiming to save Mama Bear and Bear 2. But this completely goes against the ethics of nature among animals. A sudden thought struck me, and I was shocked in my heart. Could it be that Papa Bear is also someone who crossed over? Roar! A bear's roar interrupted his thoughts. At this moment, Bear 2 was terrified. Upon waking up, he didn't understand why he was here. Before he could observe his surroundings, he opened his eyes to see a giant black bear. This immense black bear was the largest creature he had ever seen since birth, more than twice the size of Mama Bear. That massive head could easily bite through his neck without a second thought. What was even scarier was that this terrifying giant black bear was staring at him fiercely. "Awah! Bear 2's heart shattered with fear, and he let out a terrified scream, decisively running into the depths of the compartment. The despairing fact was that the depths of the compartment were a dead end. Bear 2's intense cries awakened Mama Bear and Papa Bear. When they saw a gigantic black bear standing outside, their first reaction was that they had encountered a brown bear. Mama Bear stood in front of Bear 2, baring her fangs with Papa Bear, glaring fiercely at this brown bear. The two black bears didn't dare to roar, because a bear roar would only provoke the attack desire of a powerful bear species. Bear 2 hid behind Mama Bear, trembling all over, unable to look directly at him. Papa Bear's eyes were fierce, fangs bared, his entire bear body was bent like a bow, ready to attack. After a while, the black bear outside stood still without moving. A trace of doubt suddenly flashed in Mama Bear's fierce eyes. How could this brown bear look so much like their big cub? And as she calmed down, she also recognized the familiar scent of a big black bear. Slowly, she used her eyes to scan this big bear up and down. The more she looked, the more it resembled him. There was also a familiar white crescent tattoo on his chest. Mama Bear's expression hesitated, but in the end, she believed her instincts. She slowly walked forward. Papa Bear became anxious and rushed over, wanting to stop Mama Bear. But Mama Bear ruthlessly knocked him aside, breaking free. Roar! Getting closer, Mama Bear felt the familiar scent of her big cub growing stronger. Her eyes sparkled with joy, letting out a soft roar to call to Yi Yang. Roar! Yi Yang responded with a roar. Seeing Mama Bear a month later filled him with warmth, it was no wonder he felt empty inside all along. He had missed Mama Bear. After receiving the response, Mama Bear confirmed. As I got closer, I smelled a familiar scent, and Bear 2 was the first to react. He ran directly to my front, lay on his back, and exposed his belly, showing his affection. Yi Yang grinned, not expecting this little guy still remembered him. He reached out with a bare paw and patted his head. Then, his gaze turned to Bear Dad, who looked hesitant and uncertain. He bent down and bumped Bear Dad's head. Bear Dad instinctively wanted to retreat, but seeing Bear Mom and Bear 2's expressions, it didn't seem dangerous. So he accepted Yi Yang's head bump. Bear Dad's hesitation vanished. The smell on this big bear was Big Baby's scent. This big bear was Big Baby. A shock ran through his heart. My heavens, how did Bear Mom give birth to this colossal creature? The danger was gone. Bear Mom, Bear 2, and Bear Dad began to low growl, venting their anxiety during this time. Yi Yang used his strong bear paw to soothe their panic. At that moment, a voice came. By you really ran here. Yi Yang turned his head upon hearing the words and found Lu Fei standing not far away. He raised an eyebrow. How did Lu Fei appear here so quickly? As Lu Fei walked closer and saw Yi Yang's drastically changed body, he was in disbelief. He hadn't seen him for just one night. How could he have changed so much? As the person who knew Yi Yang best, he estimated that Bai Yu's size had doubled. At least 500 pounds. Are you really Bai Yu? He nervously asked, holding a tranquilizer gun. Yi Yang just stared at him, not understanding what he wanted to do. However, Bear Mom and Bear Dad in the carriage saw Lu Fei and looked furious. They mistakenly thought he was a companion of those two-legged beasts. They charged out, wanting to tear him apart. Roar! Yi Yang stood in front of Bear Mom and Bear Dad, letting out a commanding roar. He blocked them because, after over a month of living together, he believed Lu Fei wouldn't harm him. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief and nervously asked. Bai Yu, can you understand what I'm saying? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Yang nodded. Sure enough. No wonder Bai Yu returned to the forest territory to rescue Bear Mom and the others. It was indeed because he heard his call. Lu Fei took out his phone and scrolled through the urgent notifications on it. At this moment, Bear Mom and Bear Dad sniffed the blood in. He feared that after he left, Mama Bear and the others would attack Lu Fei, just in case. Watching the retreating figures of the black bears, Lu Fei whispered, I hope to see you again someday, Bai Yu. Yi Yang stayed back to help Mama Bear and the others, and, with Mama Bear's reluctant gaze, he left alone. Arriving at the edge of the forest. Looking around at the familiar scenery, it felt as if everything had returned to the starting point. Memories flooded his mind. A month ago, he had entered human society from here. He had spent a leisurely month in the farmhouse brothers' courtyard, where the days of food and shelter were now gone forever. He also guessed why that group of poachers came back to capture Mama Bear and Air. He had become famous online, and some big bosses saw business opportunities. There was huge commercial value. They sent people to capture Mama Bear and her kin to make a quick buck. 100 million. Oof. Thinking of the boss's words before his death, he didn't expect he would be worth so much money. It seems it's time to run deeper into the Qinling Mountains. He just got up and walked a few steps when he stopped. Because he remembered something. The four directions of Mama Bear's territory, one direction was blocked by a mountain. Of the remaining three, one led to the outskirts, towards Qingping village. The last two directions had the presence of northeast tigers and wolf packs. It was early summer, food was abundant, but what if winter came? Perhaps that northeast tiger or the wolf pack might invade Mama Bear's territory due to a lack of food. Then Mama Bear and Air would be in danger. Feeling the strength of his body, at 500 pounds, he could be considered an adult brown bear. Moreover, with the help of evolution points for recovery, as long as used properly, those northeast tigers and wolf packs would not be his match. Glancing around, he walked in one direction. In a piece of wooded land, a group of wild wolves was leisurely walking. Just as Yi Yang thought, in this season, food was not lacking. Carnivorous animals were living well. Even the usually fierce wolf pack showed signs of laziness. A giant black bear slowly approached. Meanwhile, during the time Lu Fei kept disappearing, countless netizens frantically called the program team to inquire about his whereabouts. But the replies were all fruitless, as the program team couldn't find Bai Yu either. He had an enormous number of fans, and through countless connections, finally, someone had clues about Bai Yu's disappearance. A group of poachers brazenly intruded into Mama Bear's forest territory. They recognized Mama Bear. When paying attention to Bai Yu, they naturally watched videos of Bai Yu growing up. Mama Bear was a good-looking female bear. No need to think, someone must have noticed Bai Yu's intelligence and wanted to extract value from Mama Bear. How despicable. The power of net. The captured black bears are squeezed for their bile their entire lives, suffering torment. When their bodies grow old, they are skinned and have their bones scraped, and only then can they be freed from their hellish fate. These matters are completely unhidden, breaking out. This has caused nationwide anger. The business is banned, and related people are in jail. But still, the trace of Bai Yu has not been found. Chapter 46, I Am an Actor. Yi Yang's eyes brightened. He didn't expect to encounter a pack of wolves, which is truly a joyful matter. If there were a northeast tiger in that territory, he would choose to first take down the pack of wolves in the other direction. Then he would go after the northeast tiger. Because one is of simple difficulty, and the other is of hell difficulty, anyone knows how to choose. The northeast tiger, also known as the Siberian tiger, is the largest carnivorous feline still existing, with a maximum weight exceeding 350 kilograms. There is no doubt, the northeast tiger is the top land predator, even capable of fighting with the tank-like grizzly bear. Right now, he can't guarantee he can defeat that northeast tiger. That northeast tiger should be one he encountered in his childhood, if nothing unexpected happens. After all, the rare northeast tiger is not often seen, and there just happens to be one existing next to the forest territory. At that time, the starved northeast tiger's attributes surpassed the strong bear mother, and now with no shortage of food. The northeast tiger's combat power is at its peak, not knowing how terrifying it is. In the blink of an eye, he looks at the wolf pack. His eyes shine with the spirit of battle. Of course, he will pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. After breaking through, his body size and power have greatly increased. He can now be considered a huge grizzly bear. Now in his eyes, those wolves are simply cute evolution points. The lazy, wandering wolf pack sees a gigantic black bear appear in the distance and doesn't take it seriously. Now with no shortage of food, their wolf pack and the black bear are not mortal enemies. They are just a bit surprised. They have never seen such a large black bear. But as Yi Yang gradually approaches, some wild wolves start to get agitated, tucking their tails down, baring their teeth at him and giving warning growls. Of course, Yi Yang ignores the wild wolves' warnings, walking towards them on his own. System. Species, Eurasian wolf. Strength, 15. Stamina, 14. Speed, 25. These are all strong medium-sized wild wolves, with only a dozen or so in number. He should be able to handle them. Seeing the similar appearance of the wolf pack, he suddenly thinks. The old wolf he encountered as a child might have been eliminated from this wolf pack. At this moment, as he gets closer, the wolf pack finally reacts, realizing that this big black bear is coming for them. They instantly get angry. Ow-woah! 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 The wolf pack gives long howls, shifting from lazy state to alert state. The dozen or so wild wolves quickly run and surround Yi Yang from both sides. Their bodies bend like spring bows, ready to unleash a swift attack at any moment. Seeing the wolf pack quickly form an encirclement, Yi Yang feels a bit heavy and pressured in his heart. The wolf pack is indeed the lord of this area. They are able to rapidly gather and surround him, threateningly growling at him. As long as the wolf king gives the command to attack, he believes these wild wolves will swarm forward, successively pouncing on him. Moreover, this wolf pack is very clever. They only surround his sides, leaving his back open. It is obvious they want him to retreat, to understand that their wolf pack is very powerful, and that he should leave. Yi Yang's bare face curls up a smile. If it were an ordinary large predator, they might give up and back away. But his target is precisely these wild wolves, how could he retreat? Behind the wolf pack, there is a clearly larger wolf. It is the wolf king of this pack. Seeing that the big guy in front is clearly here to stir up trouble, the wolf's eyes turn cold. Ah whoa. With a long howl, it issues the command to attack. The nearby surrounding wolves charge towards Yi Yang without any hesitation. Ah whoa. The wild wolves are incredibly fast. Several wild wolves had already pounced at his back, gripping his hind legs and biting fiercely. Roar. Yi Yang let out a deep and painful roar. Although his physique had greatly strengthened, his body was not enhanced to the point of ignoring the wild wolf's bites. The wolf's teeth tore flesh and sank into the meat. But this pain could not be compared to the agony of a bullet wound. Roar. With a swing of his bare paw, he sent two wolves, ready to pounce on his front legs, flying. The bear's mouth opened wide, swiftly and accurately biting a wolf that was trying to sneak attack his neck. Crack. The sound of the wolf's neck breaking echoed in the air. After the enhancement breakthrough, his body became immensely powerful, and his fangs grew sharper, harder, and longer. Releasing his grip. The wolf that was bitten in half dropped to the ground, struggling a few times before becoming still. The surrounding pack of wolves, seeing him kill a wolf so quickly, showed a hint of disarray in their attack rhythm, but quickly regained their focus. Yi Yang, with a fierce and sharp paw, swung around him. The attacking wolves dodged skillfully, but quickly came back to bite. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yang lowered his head and tore into the flesh of the wolf that lay dead in front of him. Ding, evolution points plus 0.1. Ding, evolution points plus 0.1. Ding. The system's alert tones echoed continuously. Devouring the meat, he didn't have time to chew slowly. The wolf pack launched another sneak attack, and he repeated the same trick. Using his bare paw to push back the pack of wolves, he seized the chance to eat meat and gain continuous evolution points. Noticing that his evolution points on the system panel had reached 5 points, he issued a command. Repair. A warm energy filled his body, different from the enhancement energy. It began to heal the wounds caused by the wolves' bites and claws. The wounds gradually healed. Evolution points, 0. This is really good. Previously, the gunshot wound situation was urgent, and he hadn't closely observed the powerful repair function of the system. Now, he gained an objective understanding. Such serious injuries only required 5 evolution points. Repair is truly a powerful and practical function. Continue. The bear's eyes swept around the eager wolf pack. He casually picked a wolf, repeating his actions. In this way, the number of wolves quickly decreased. From more than a dozen wild wolves, it reduced to 5. The wolf king, hiding behind the pack, was filled with rage. He did not expect that this giant before him, despite being severely injured, would still want to kill wolves and eat their meat in defiance of attacks. Could it be that this big black bear likes to eat wolf meat? Seeing Yi Yang covered in blood, he thought the bear was struggling for its life. He was about to attack. Jumping high, he lunged for Yi Yang's neck. Yi Yang looked up and saw the wolf's movements. He was startled. Not out of fear, but surprised that the wolf king would come to its death. The bear paw came crashing down from above. Bang! A head-exploding strike. The body of the wolf had no strength against this blow. This powerful hit did not kill the wolf king. It lay on the ground, dazed and disoriented. Before he could get up, Yi Yang's jaws closed around its neck, ending its life. He would never understand until his death why a seriously injured bear, on the brink of death, still had such power and agility. Moreover, despite being so capable, why did the bear choose to stand and endure the wolves' attacks? The Wolf King's last thoughts could be summed up in one sentence: Big Black Bear, are you messing with me? Chapter 47, Fierce Battle. Aru. Seeing the Wolf King was killed by the Big Black Bear, the remaining wolves decisively turned tail and fled. Yi Yang watched them leave, not pursuing. The pack of wild wolves, which initially had over a dozen members, had been killed 7 or 8 by him, and now with the Wolf King dead, they no longer posed a threat to Mama Bear's territory. Besides, what remained were just a few scattered wolves, most of which were female wolves, along with a few pups. Without a Wolf King, survival was a problem for the wolves. A wolf pack without a leader could not form a climate. Next, his gaze turned to the wolf carcasses on the ground, and he began to eat heartily. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding. A continuous stream of notification sounds. ERP. He let out a satisfying belch. System. Evolution points, 20. After becoming larger, his appetite also grew. He devoured the organs of 7 or 8 wolves and still had plenty of meat left. Looking up at the eagle circling in the sky, he could only let them have it. He turned and slowly walked towards another territory. 2 hours later. Upon arriving at the territory, he walked slowly, his endurance was great, and his strength had almost fully recovered. The location of the Siberian tiger was easy to find. Because felines have a strong sense of territory. They would urinate around their territory, using scent to intimidate other predators. This keeps them away from their territory. Relying on his keen sense of smell, he walked slowly, following the special scent. After a while, large paw prints appeared on the ground. With a flash of his eyes, he stealthily moved closer. A huge Siberian tiger was lying beside a large rock, closing its eyes and lazily sleeping. Totally defenseless, it was as relaxed as a woman dozing off after enjoying afternoon tea in her backyard. Of course, the Siberian tiger had that right. He was the king of this territory, no animal could threaten his safety. Except when he was hungry, during hunting, he could lounge in the sun all day long. Just then, a huge black shadow quietly approached him from the bushes behind. He, being dozy, did not notice the figure sneaking closer in the bushes. Whoosh! A massive black shadow quickly pounced towards the position of the Siberian tiger. Suddenly, the Siberian tiger's body moved. The Siberian tiger was indeed the king of the land. His instinct sensed the danger. He sprang away from his original position with all his limbs. But his reaction was still a little slow, leaving a long scratch on his chest, bright red blood dripping to the ground. Roar! The awakened Siberian tiger was furious, its fur bristling, whiskers standing straight. In its view stood a large black bear at the rock, with its paw still smeared with his blood. With rage in its eyes, it roared repeatedly. Usually, it was he who ambushed other animals, but today a big black bear actually dared to ambush him. And even injured his chest with its claws. The wound on his chest was not deep, but the pain deeply enraged him. Exposing over 2 inches of big fangs, his face grew fierce, and his tiger eyes glowed with a blue light, locking onto Yi Yang. Yi Yang calmly licked the blood foam from his claw. They say tiger blood is a great tonic. He had never eaten tiger meat, so he wondered what it tasted like. At the same time, he immediately recognized this tiger as the one that attacked him when he was a child, the hungry Siberian tiger. Silently calling out, System. Race, Siberian tiger, Northeast tiger. Strength, 60. Endurance, 55. Speed, 65. His calm state began to fluctuate. His mind shook. This Siberian tiger's attributes were so much higher than when they first met. In a season when food was abundant, all predators lived lavishly. At this moment, the Siberian tiger's state had reached its peak. Steadying his mind, he took a deep breath. When he was not scared, and his attributes after breaking through were not much different from the Siberian tiger, he still had the system's healing function. He had a great chance of winning. The two massive beasts stared at each other, locked in place. Roar! The Siberian tiger, losing patience first, surged towards him. In an instant, it was right up close, a fierce aura approaching. The tiger's mouth opened wide, displaying its sharp teeth, biting towards his neck. At the same time, its strong front claws slashed towards his head. Yi Yang reacted instantly. He charged head-on to collide with it. His 3-centimeter claws swiped at the Siberian tiger's chest, while his large bare mouth lunged toward the tiger's side. The Siberian tiger was not only powerful but also very agile. Seeing the giant in front of him unafraid and charging directly at him, its eyes narrowed. Felines are very smart. A costless attack is not my style. Like a Northeast tiger. This big guy in front clearly wants to exchange injury for injury, but he is unwilling to pay that price. He dodges to the side. Roar! He evades the bear's mouth, but not the long and strong claws. Keeping a distance, he watches Yi Yang with a fierce gaze. Yi Yang uses his bare paw to touch the wound on his neck, which was left by the tiger's claws. The wound is deep, about 2 centimeters. But for a big black bear like him, it's not a problem. The Northeast tiger truly deserves the title of King of Tigers. Just now, even though he dodged and fell into a disadvantage, he still found a chance to attack him. He takes this matter seriously in his heart. Yet his eyes show contempt as he looks at the Northeast tiger. Roar! This gaze infuriates the proud Northeast tiger. He is the king of this territory, who dares to look at him like that? Originally, the Northeast tiger had a direct clash with him, discovering that this big guy not only has incredible strength but also quick reactions. He is a strong enemy. A hint of retreat arises in his heart. He doesn't want to be seriously injured for this meaningless fight. He attempts to retreat from the battle. But this gaze ignites his anger. Roar! With a powerful and fierce roar, he charges at Yi Yang. This explosion of speed is even faster than before. He becomes like a phantom, rushing in front of him, pouncing towards his side. Roar! Come on! Yi Yang roars loudly, knowing he has successfully enraged the Northeast tiger, his heart roaring. His plan is to provoke the Northeast tiger and engage in a direct attack. If the Northeast tiger escapes, all is lost. The Northeast tiger's advantage lies in ambush and explosive power from running. In close combat, the Northeast tiger doesn't have these advantages. Roar! He quickly turns and pounces towards the Northeast tiger. Both creatures are large predators, kings of the land. They grapple together, rolling on the ground, occasionally erupting in thunderous bear roars and tiger growls. The animals in this territory are startled and flee in all directions. A small weasel, upon hearing the distant roar of the tiger and the growl of the bear, shivers and wants to escape from here. But suddenly, her feet come to a halt. Because from this sound, she seems to recognize it very well. With bright eyes, she looks in the direction of the sound. Shaking her little head, she steels her heart and runs toward it. Chapter 48, The Death of the Northeast Tiger. Roar! Roar! The roars of the tiger and the growls of the bear erupt in this territory like thunder on a rainy day. Animals flee, and birds take flight. A big black bear and a large tiger are locked in close combat, with claws fiercely grabbing at each other's bodies. Puff! A scar appears on Yi Yang's face, a line of blood follows the retreating tiger claw. Roar! Not to be outdone, the powerful bear paw slams towards the tiger's head. Bang! It sounds like striking marble. His bear paw feels painful. The tiger feels worse, shaking its head as Yi Yang's previous attack has left it feeling heavy. The tiger's advantage lies in explosive speed, stealth, ambush, and high hunting ability. In close combat, like with Yi Yang the brown bear, the tiger suffers a lot. The Northeast tiger understands this point now. He wants to create distance. Opening his tiger mouth wide, he bites towards Yi Yang's neck. Earlier, they didn't use their long fangs to attack. Because mouth attacks are most effective, but they also easily expose one's neck to the enemy. But now, the Northeast tiger can't care so much anymore. Moreover, he has found the right timing. From this angle, Yi Yang cannot bite his neck and can only be bitten by him instead. Then let's bite. Let's see who is scared. Opening his big bear mouth, if he can't bite the tiger's neck, then let's disable your front limbs. At the same time, he twists his neck and moves his shoulder. The Northeast tiger successfully bites Yi Yang's shoulder, its fangs piercing through thick fat to touch the shoulder bone. Bear blood constantly spills out. He is somewhat surprised to have bitten the big black bear in front of him. Why didn't this guy dodge when he could? Could it be he doesn't want to create distance? Before he could think too much, a sharp pain shot through his left front leg. Crack! At the same time, a sound of a bone breaking echoed, marking the fracture of his front leg. Roar! He couldn't help but let out a painful roar. He bit down hard on Yi Yang's shoulder. Splash! He tore off a large chunk of bloody shoulder flesh. Poof! Yi Yang released the bear's mouth and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan of pain. The Northeast tiger finally found an opportunity to create distance. With its hind legs bent and exerting force, it took a few steps back, retreating 10 meters. With a face covered in bear blood and a mouthful of Yi Yang's shoulder flesh, it glared at him. It looked formidable, yet its body continued to retreat. Seeing the Northeast tiger's left front leg unable to touch the ground, it could only weakly lift it in the air. Losing the function of its front leg, the entire tiger body awkwardly retreated. So desperate, yet still trying to act tough. Ha! The bear's face showed a cold smile. If it had been an ordinary brown bear, it would choose to stop now, as it was injured all over, especially with the left shoulder injury being the most severe. Like the Northeast tiger, it had lost much of its fighting power, feeling powerless to continue. But it had a system. Recover! It issued a recovery command in its mind. A wave of warm energy appeared within, surging vibrantly throughout its body. The small wounds all over its body were rapidly healing, and even the severely injured left shoulder grew fresh flesh and fur. Roar! Once healed, Yi Yang let out an excited bear roar and charged at the retreating Northeast tiger. The Northeast tiger heard the bear roar and its eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Seeing Yi Yang ferociously charging over, it started to feel fear, not understanding why this guy was so relentless, not letting it go. Moreover, why did this big guy still have the power to burst forth with such great momentum and strength? Roar! The tiger's eyes turned blood red. Now that its front leg was injured, there was no way to escape. If it wanted to survive, there was only one fight. Bursting forth with the power of life and death, it collided with Yi Yang. At first, fueled by the will to survive, it managed to hold Yi Yang back a bit. But unfortunately, it didn't take long. Its burst state vanished, and its fighting power drastically decreased. And now its left front leg had lost combat effectiveness, like a person losing an arm. It was far from being a match for Yi Yang, who was in good condition and had the spring water treatment. Roar! In the end, it let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain, its eyes unwillingly glaring at Yi Yang. Under the powerful bite force of Yi Yang's bare mouth, its neck was bitten off, ending its life as the king. Letting go. It looked in shock at the Northeast tiger's corpse before it. The mighty Tiger King just moments ago had transformed into a lifeless body. It was not shocked at killing a Northeast tiger, but rather at the fact that it had managed to take down an adult Northeast tiger. It had underestimated its own combat power. Staring at the Northeast tiger, which still held a look of resentment, it silently wished. Hope you come back as a carefree panda in your next life. Northeast tigers are too weak and unsafe. After this silent wish, it moved to the Northeast tiger's corpse and broke open its belly with its bare mouth. It began to eat the liver. A piece of black-red flesh the size of an adult's head was lifted into the air. This part should be the Northeast tiger's heart. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After a few bites, it finally crushed it, swallowing it into its belly. Evolution point +3. Its eyes brightened. Truly the Tiger King. Such a high number of evolution points, top level. It took a deep breath of the fresh tiger blood. Even the tiger's blood was scalding hot. Looking at the Northeast tiger's large size, it felt a bit regretful. Not long ago, it had just consumed a lot of wolf meat, and now its stomach could only take in very little food. It could only choose to eat the highest nutrient organ to gain the most evolution points. Burying its head down to eat. Before long, it finished eating. Slowly, it walked away towards the distance, in the direction of the depths of the Qinling Nature Reserve. More than half an hour later, a group of men in green camouflage uniforms arrived here. A large Northeast tiger lay on the ground. The surroundings were in disarray. The Northeast tiger's death was horrifying, and nearby grass was soaked with blood. Was this done by poaching gangs? A soldier asked Lu Fei. Lu Fei shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. The most valuable part of a Northeast tiger is its fur. Look at this tiger, not only is there no fur left, even its whiskers are intact. The surrounding environment is chaotic, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. I deduced that this Northeast tiger was killed in combat by other animals." Several soldiers nodded. They had just checked and found no gunshot wounds on the tiger's body. The tiger was covered in deep claw marks, and the fatal wound on its neck was caused by a wild beast's teeth. Its chest was ripped open, and its insides had vanished. What large animals are around? The soldiers were puzzled. Their mission was to enter the protected area and hunt down poachers. From the scene in Bear Mom's territory, they learned that all 5 poachers had died. Just then, they heard the roar of a tiger in the distance. When they arrived, they discovered the tragic state of the Northeast tiger. They were curious about who, besides humans, could hunt a Northeast tiger? Lu Fei shook his head. The biggest animal around, besides the Northeast tiger, is Bear Mom over there. I have no idea what animal killed the Northeast tiger. Alright, since the poachers have been confirmed as a non-threat, let's withdraw. Okay, comrades, you've all done hard work. Lu Fei lowered his head and looked at the Northeast tiger's unwilling expression, seeing a strand of red-stained fur in its mouth. Quietly prying open the tiger's mouth, he saw the chunk of meat from its shoulder that the Northeast tiger had bitten off from Yi Yan before it died. He actually did not tell those soldiers the truth. Not only did he help Yi Yan hide what happened in Bear Mom's territory, he also didn't mention that he had heard bear roars from the earlier yells. Gazing deep into the Qinling Mountains, he thought, I hope you have a safe journey, Bai Yu. Chapter 49, The Leopard's Nutritious Breakfast. 1. Yi Yan slowly walked deeper into the Qinling Mountains. He had no idea that a group of people had arrived right after he left. His purpose in going deeper into the Qinling was simple. Although his body had changed greatly, his appearance had not changed much. Familiar people would quickly notice that he was Bai Yu with careful observation. Many cameras were present on the outskirts of the Qinling Nature Reserve. If he were caught on camera in a corner, it would become troublesome. Moreover, since his breakthrough, his body size increased, his physique improved, his fat content under the skin greatly increased, and his fur became much thicker. This meant that his appetite and body temperature insulation had increased several times. In terms of physique, he was now like a brown bear. So, his ecological environment was no longer suitable for the forest environment on the outskirts of the Qinling. He could only continue deep into the Qinling, heading north where the temperature was lower. There, the species were richer, the temperature slightly lower, and the environment more suitable for his survival. Walking leisurely. Suddenly, he stopped. He turned around, using his eyes to check behind him and around. He felt as if an animal's gaze had been watching him all along. But when he turned back, that feeling vanished. He shook his head. Perhaps it was an illusion caused by the huge exhaustion from fighting the Northeast tiger. Finding a thick, shady tree, he lay down and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, despite being very tired, he couldn't fall into a deep sleep and remained alert. From the lesson learned, the strong Northeast tiger was ambushed and lost the initiative. He felt that sensation of being coveted again. And it was very strong, right near his body. His eyes cracked open a little. A small white ferret circled around him, looking puzzled and sneaking quietly. The little white ferret had a suspicious expression, seeing this big black bear that looked exactly like a hero and gave off the same aura. But why is its size so much bigger? She just heard the tiger's roar and the bear's growl, and she originally wanted to run away. But from those bear roars, she heard the sound of a hero's call. Gathering her small courage, she came to take a look. Just in time, she saw a big black bear, and when she quietly followed from a distance, she discovered that this big black bear was much larger than the hero. She wasn't sure if this was the hero she knew, so she could only follow cautiously and observe. Fortunately, the big black bear was asleep in front of her. She could observe with a bit more peace of mind. Suddenly, she trembled all over. Because she saw that the big black bear's eyes had opened at some point. Roar! The bear's roar was fierce, terrifying her into trembling in place. Her snow-white fur curled up into a ball, with her head buried inside. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I shouldn't have come to check out this big black bear. Fear and regret filled her heart. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Looking up, she saw the slyness in the big black bear's eyes and the teasing smile on its lips. Her heart stunned for a moment, then suddenly she felt joyful. This is definitely the hero. Only a hero would be so bored as to scare her. She approached Yi Yang, making soft yip 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 sounds. Yi Yang smiled slightly. He didn't expect to encounter this little white weasel here. Why would she appear in the protected area? Did she sneak out? Or was she released by Ru Fei and the others? These were not important, he was a black bear and did not need to worry about these. What surprised him was that he didn't expect this little white weasel to follow him the whole way. With such a large change in his size, this little white weasel could still recognize him. She was truly remarkable. He extended his bare paw to soothe the little white weasel's excited heart. It seemed that with her accompanying him, it wouldn't be so boring. He continued lying down and closed his eyes to rest. The little white weasel saw Yi Yang sleeping and went to a nearby rock. She occasionally glanced around, keeping watch like a little soldier guarding a giant. This action caught the attention of Yi Yang, who was in a light sleep. He felt amused. He didn't expect the little white weasel to have this role as well. Relaxed, he entered deep sleep. Deep sleep could quickly restore his energy and battle spirit. A few hours later, he gradually woke up. His energy and spirit were sufficiently restored. He saw the little white weasel lying on the rock, occasionally glancing around. Roar! He gave a low growl as a greeting. The day was not early anymore, it was already afternoon. They needed to find a place to rest for the night. Nighttime in the wild was the most dangerous time of day. Most hunters were active at night, starting their hunts. Although he, as a black bear, was as large as the forest's dominant brown bear and had no fear of any danger. Besides, he himself was the biggest danger. So he could still move at night, but due to the habit of resting at night cultivated in his past life, his body wanted to sleep at night. At this moment, the skill taught by Bear Mom to find a den came into play. He quickly found a cave about 5 meters deep with this skill. Inside the cave, there were obviously remnants of animal bones. This indicated that the cave might have a master, but now they were not inside the cave, having gone out. But what did that matter? With his current size, who could rival him? He glanced at the round moon appearing in the night sky. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. The little white weasel, in an unfamiliar environment, looked quite anxious. Her bright eyes turned, and she came to Yi Yang's side, lying next to his belly. Indeed, she felt much more at ease and soon fell into a deep sleep. Yi Yang, who had fallen into a light sleep, felt somewhat speechless. This little white weasel was really bold. In such a large cave, she wouldn't stay in it but lay beside him. He might crush her with just a turn, right? But fortunately, he didn't have a habit of turning over while sleeping. Time passed quietly. Morning arrived. A spotted leopard carried half a fawn and walked towards the cave. Leopards have a habit of storing food. This fawn was its catch from the night before. There is more than 50 pounds of meat. His appetite is not big, so he only ate half. The remaining half is prepared to take back to the cave for tonight's supper. But when he reached the cave entrance, he stopped. Because he sensed a strange smell coming from inside the cave. Immediately, a surge of anger filled his heart. Who dares take over his cave? He is the top predator in this small area. He crept to the cave entrance quietly. He met the big black bear, whose eyes glimmered with blue light in the dim environment. The big leopard opened its mouth, half a deer corpse slipping down from it. Bear. The big black bear. How did it end up here? Before he could think further, he turned and ran away. because the big black bear was already getting up. Yi Yang was in a light sleep, having smelled a strong bloody odor long ago. Seeing the leopard flee, he didn't foolishly chase after it. The running speed of the leopard was so explosive that even a tiger couldn't match it, let alone his huge size. The bear's eyes smiled, happily looking at the half-deer corpse on the ground. He never imagined that a leopard would deliver breakfast so early in the morning. He walked over and began to eat with a happy heart. The little white weasel was attracted by the food, waking from its dreams. Seeing the deer carcass, its eyes sparkled, and it came over to eat. Roar! Angry, he wouldn't allow food to be snatched. He tore off a piece of deer meat and tossed it in front of the little white weasel. The little white weasel, used to it, happily accepted it and began to eat. Outside the cave, the leopard stared blankly at the spoils it had worked hard to hunt. Being eaten by Yi Yang and the little white weasel made it shed silent tears of powerlessness. Roar! Feeling the gaze, Yi Yang got angry. What are you looking at? Look again, and this bear will chase you all over this forest. The leopard didn't turn its head, fleeing in panic towards the dense forest. Chapter 50, Deep in the Qinling Mountains. 2. After finishing the deer meat delivered by the leopard, Yi Yang and the little white weasel continued slowly towards the depths of the Qinling Mountains. In Yi Yang's heart, there wasn't a shred of guilt about the food snatching incident, he even felt a bit amused. In nature, one can do anything to survive. It's very direct, with no ethics or morals to speak of. Even in times of food scarcity, some mother bears or tigresses might eat their own cubs. This is the cruel nature of the wild. Fortunately, he reincarnated as a black bear, glancing at the small, weak little white weasel beside him. If he had turned into a little white weasel, even with the system's help, who knows how long it would take to reach the top of the food chain. By afternoon, as they ventured deeper into the Qinling Nature Reserve, the surroundings began to change. Ancient trees reached high into the sky, blocking light. The ground was thickly covered with layers of dry branches and leaves. In the dense forest, the sounds of tigers roaring, wolves howling, and even bears growling could be heard from time to time. Every time a sound echoed, the little white weasel would tremble uncontrollably. In a flash, it quickly ran to Yi Yang's side. But these top predators' roars had no effect on him. Because he was now the ruler of the land. He didn't care whose territory this was, whether it was a tiger or a wolf. If they wanted to fight, then let's fight, he definitely wouldn't back down. After all, he had the regeneration ability, naturally not afraid of danger. In July, the weather was scorching. Yi Yang shook off the fur that had fallen off his body to adapt to the temperature. Although it was hot, it was still within the range his body could handle. Yi Yang felt fortunate that he decided to set off early. If he had stayed in Mother Bear's forest territory, the temperature would have been even higher. Unless he was soaking in the river all day, otherwise his body wouldn't be able to handle it, leading to severe dehydration. Whine, whine, whine. The little white weasel squeaked at a patch of slightly raised, dried leaves on the ground. Yi Yang stopped, his eyes narrowing. Whoosh! A bare paw came down on the ground. Smack! A cracking sound echoed, and a large section of the ground sank in. He carefully and attentively used his paw to move the surface leaves aside. Beneath the leaves lay a flattened snake. The snake was twitching, looking like it was just one step away from passing out. He carefully held its tail with his bare paw. He straightened the snake's body and found it was about 1 meter long and weighed 2 to 3 jeans. Seeing its grayish-brown patterns and triangular head, he recognized it as a viper. Noticing that the back of the snake's head was crushed flat, it was impossible for it to survive. Yet the snake's head continued to open and close, even flicking its tongue. This was also why Yi Yang was being so cautious. This type of venomous snake is highly toxic. Although he had tough skin and thick flesh, if bitten by its fangs, the venom would only stay in the fat layer just beneath the skin. It could not enter his body. But seeing those 3 to 4 centimeters long fangs in the snake's mouth made his heart chill. Getting bitten would definitely be painful. Skillfully, he moved a large stone with a bare paw from the side. He smashed it down hard onto the snake's head. Snakes are reptiles with small brains and underdeveloped central nervous systems. Even after being decapitated, the snake's head could still react reflexively when touched. Some snakes can still move their heads for half an hour, even up to 3 hours after death. Although it is common knowledge that a snake's head is dangerous after it dies, many people still underestimate this every year. They get bitten and pay the price with their lives. He certainly didn't want to get hurt by the bare paw. His movements were practiced and quick. Next, it was time to start eating the snake. He pulled off a small piece for the small white ferret. This was her deserved reward. As he ventured deeper into the Qinling Mountains, he encountered more strange and peculiar animals along the way. There were even more venomous snakes, and they appeared frequently. What was more detestable was that most of these venomous snakes were masters of disguise. Depending on their camouflage, they curled up amongst the dry leaves, blending seamlessly into their surroundings. Yi Yang's keen sense of smell was rendered useless, as the snake's scent was almost identical to the surrounding environment, with only slight differences. Of course, Yi Yang was not afraid of an attack from those venomous snakes, they could not hurt him at all. But who would want to get injured for no reason? Thanks to the small white ferret, relying on her innate cleverness, they found many snakes lurking in disguise. She was just like a small radar, a soldier specialized in detecting mines. Before her, the snakes had no way to hide. The small white ferret squeaked in gratitude and began eating the snake meat. Yi Yang also started to eat the snake meat. Although this snake was quite big, over a meter long, it only had about 3 genes of meat. Using his bare paw, he tore the meat into strips and gulped it down quickly. He bit through the snake bones and swallowed them along with the mixed snake meat. He licked his lips. To be honest, the snake meat tasted a bit like chicken. After the small white ferret finished eating, they continued on their journey. Days later, they crossed over a mountain range and finally entered the depths of the Qinling Nature Reserve. The ancient cedar trees stood tall, with sturdy branches and leaves that shaded the sky. The lush vegetation was abundant, and herds of cattle and antelope could be seen lying on the grass or grazing. In the sky, flocks of birds danced gracefully. The air was exceptionally fresh and moist. Even Yi Yang, who had lived on the outskirts of the reserve, was shocked by the scenery before him. It was like a paradise that humans in his past life had fantasized about, a place for great beings. The mountains were beautiful, the waters clear, and the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers filled the air. Every breath of oxygen entering his lungs revitalized him, making his body feel comfortable. And there were many types of organisms here. Just from what he saw, there were many large herbivores, including cattle, antelopes, goats, reindeer, and even a few elephants. He looked eagerly at the herds of herbivores not far away. A wave of desire surged in his heart. On this journey, he hardly focused on hunting, most of his food had come from plants and fruits. Even the small white ferret's eyes sparkled when she saw the group of prey, knowing that her hero would hunt them down. Roar! No need for any schemes or strategies. He directly burst forth with speed and charged towards the herd of cattle. When the herd saw a giant charging towards them at high speed, they had already given up on defending themselves. They scattered in all directions, taking their young with them. A lone calf became Yi Yang's target. Roar! He easily pounced on it, biting down on the calf's neck. Sucking in its warm, fresh blood, satisfaction surged within him. Under the gaze of a mother cow filled with hatred, a little weasel devoured this little cowboy. Despite his physical breakthrough, the black bear's natural laziness, coupled with the intense traveling over the past few days, left him utterly exhausted and mentally weary. If it weren't for the fear of humans discovering his abnormality and the suitable survival temperature of the Northern Reserve, he wouldn't have had the motivation to keep moving. It's time to give himself a break and rest for a while. Using the black bear's ability to find burrows, he quickly found a cave. The cave was deep, with many signs of animals that had once lived there. He didn't know what animals had lived there, but that didn't matter. Now, this place was his territory. Days passed again. During the day, Yi Yang lay in the cave. Except for eating, he hadn't gone out at all. Suddenly, ing ing ing. The little weasel rushed into the cave entrance, her urgent voice woke him up. These past few days, the little weasel had been sneaking out to play. After all, she might not want to lie around the cave all day like Yi Yang. She was a weasel, naturally active. The little weasel was very spirited and very clever. Few animals could get close to her at a short distance. Moreover, she could burst into speed. As long as she rushed back to Yi Yang's side in a short time, she would not be in danger. Yi Yang opened his eyes and saw the little weasel's anxious expression. After spending a long time together, he could simply understand her straightforward meaning. It seemed she had discovered something good. Roar! Lead the way. Yi Yang got up and followed the little weasel. After walking for a while, the little weasel in front stopped moving. Ing ing ing. Her snow-white little head kept indicating in one direction. Yi Yang looked over. He discovered that in that area there was a lush bamboo forest. In the bamboo grove was a large black and white figure. This is a panda. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a rare panda here. Like in his past life, pandas were extremely precious and rare. They were the national treasure of the Great Summer Kingdom. However, now that he had turned into a black bear, the panda no longer caught his attention enough. Roar! He growled dissatisfied at the little weasel. Did she really think discovering a panda was a good reason to wake him from a beautiful dream? Glancing at the cute and dazed little weasel standing still, he felt a bit disappointed. It seemed he had overestimated the little weasel's wisdom. Perhaps she mistook the panda for a member of her own family. Seeing the disappointment in Yi Yang's eyes, the little weasel. Ing ing ing. She called out urgently. She didn't want to disappoint the hero. Raising her front limbs, she pointed in one direction. Yi Yang looked over. His eyes lit up. Lush green plants were lined up in a patch, clearly different from the surrounding weeds. Those long stems, along with a few broad leaves, likely indicated herbs. Yi Yang finally understood why the little weasel had brought him here. While traveling, he had stumbled upon some unknown herbs like ginseng, hemp, and regional treasures. He had eaten them all. The little weasel clearly remembered his love for these special plants. She had led him here upon discovering them. He didn't expect this little one to be so smart. How had she become an endangered animal? Shaking his head, he brushed away the stray thoughts. He reached out his bare paw to stroke the little weasel's head. The little one wasn't afraid of him, rather, when petted, she showed an expression of enjoyment and satisfaction. Looking at that patch of special plants, his eyes were eager. He lifted his feet and moved closer. Roar! Noticing Yi Yang's approach, the panda let out an angry roar and jumped out of the bamboo grove. The giant panda, also known as the cat bear or bamboo bear, belongs to the order Carnivora, family Ursidae, and is the only mammal in the subfamily Ailuropodinae. It is hailed as a living fossil and is a first-class protected animal in the Great Summer Kingdom. The giant panda is a unique species in the Great Summer Kingdom, primarily residing in the northern part of the kingdom, particularly in the Qinling Mountains. It has a body length ranging from 1.2 to 1.8 meters, a tail length of 10 to 12 centimeters, thick skin, a plump physique, round head, and short tail. Male individuals are slightly larger than females. With round cheeks and big dark circles under its eyes, its black and white fur made it blend into the dense forest trees and snowy ground, making it hard to be discovered by its natural enemies. Right now, she was feeling very unhappy. This is her territory, and she does not allow any animals to come near here. She would risk her life to defend this land that belongs to her. Roar! A battle cry was sounded. Her entire body fur bristled. Her long canine teeth showed as she violently charged at this black bear. She wanted to drive him away from here. Splash! The charging body suddenly stopped. The bear was stunned, its dark panda eyes looked in disbelief at the giant in front of it. The panda's eyesight wasn't very good. Getting closer, she realized that this suspected small black bear wasn't a black bear at all. This large body was simply a brown bear. When did a black-brown bear appear? Her cute little face was filled with big question marks. When she saw Yi Yang's gaze looking at her, a massive pressure landed on her heart. Her mind moved. In a flash, she turned around and ran away. It had a meaning of preserving the Green Mountains. There was no fear of no firewood. Yi Yang found it somewhat amusing watching the panda flee. Undeniably, the panda's black and white fur, combined with its silly expression, was indeed very cute. Bear-like animals are very smart, the smartest being the black bear, and the second smartest is the panda. Seeing something so different in size, the panda directly gave up on the bamboo forest and ran away. Arriving before some green plants, her expression hesitated, and she silently sighed. Again, these green plants were unfamiliar. If she had known in her last life that she would become a black bear, she would have learned traditional Chinese medicine at all costs. Understanding the knowledge of these green plants, it was responsible not to know whether they were poisonous or beneficial herbs. She could only use the old method to try. First, she dug open the ground of the green plants, making sure there were no root lumps like ginseng. Her gaze turned toward the huge green leaves. The bear's mouth gently tore a piece, chewing it as it went in. The taste of the ordinary leaf had a hint of sourness. The flavor wasn't too stimulating. It should not be poisonous grass. Not sure if it was nutritious herbal medicine. Ding, energy point plus 0.1. Her round ears perked up. Her eyes sparkled with light. Through the system's prompt, she confirmed that this was a powerful herb. Eagerly, she pulled up a plant. Like a panda gnawing on bamboo, she held it with her bare paw and sent it to her mouth. Puff! She spat out the muddy bits. After a few bites, she didn't even spare the root system. The green plant swallowed into her stomach began to emit a strong vitality within her. Compared to eating wild ginseng before, her body could handle this bit of herbal power. Because she was not the same as a few months ago, her physique had made significant breakthroughs, and her internal body had also greatly improved. She could endure the potency of the herbs. Checking the system panel, her eyes lit up. One plant actually brought her 5 evolution points. This was at least equivalent to the nourishment provided by 50 to 60 pounds of meat. She didn't expect this kind of green plant to be so remarkable in nourishment. It seemed to be aged. Remaining here without being eaten by herbivores was truly unbelievable. Looking at the surrounding patch of green plants, they truly benefited her. With her bare paws, she pulled one plant from each side and quickly ate them. Burp! Strangely, after eating 3 plants, she burped. But she quickly realized this was a false burp, she would still be hungry soon. This was her body sending a signal that she had reached her limit, it would take some time before she could eat again. Yi Yang understood this point as well. She didn't mind, after all, these precious herbal plants were right here, they couldn't grow legs and run away. She had all the time in the world and could slowly digest them. Her gaze turned towards the dense bamboo forest. It seemed like a pretty good temporary dwelling. From now on, she would stay here. A few days later. Roar! An urgent, explosive bear growl came from afar. It woke Yi Yang, who was napping. She stepped outside the bamboo forest and saw the bear from a few days ago. Rushing here in a panic. Looking for death. Yi Yang's eyes narrowed coldly. He thought the panda wanted to return and reclaim its territory. But seeing the panic on the panda's face, a hint of doubt crept into his heart. The panda stopped not far from him. It immediately sprawled on the ground. Ayo ayo ayo. It called out to him urgently. Yi Yang couldn't understand what this sound meant. But he could feel the panda was very anxious. Not understanding what had happened. Roar! A fierce roar came from the distance. Roar! Filled with explosive pressure. Yi Yang heard the tiger's roar from afar, and his heart raced. Another tiger. And it's very strong. He sensed its presence before seeing it. A massive Siberian tiger came running from afar. Its momentum was overwhelming, bringing a chilling aura. A huge pressure filled the area. The panda quietly peeked out from the bamboo forest, looking terrified into the distance. At the same time, the little white weasel had already run far away and hid in the dense forest. Seeing these two guys run away so decisively, Yi Yang felt a bit angry. Especially the little white weasel, which had been with him for a long time. It was really not kind for it to abandon him so nonchalantly. But the truth was, they clearly wouldn't be able to help if they stayed. The tiger was getting closer. The tiger, with its light bulb-sized eyes, scrutinized him up and down. Its expression was extremely puzzled, as it had never seen a large black bear before. System. Race, Siberian tiger, Northeast tiger. Strength, 80. Stamina, 70. Speed, 75. Yi Yang looked at the attribute panel and rubbed his eyes. Is this a mistake? Another Northeast tiger. He had been born in the year of the tiger in his previous life. Was he meant to cross paths with tigers? Moreover, this Northeast tiger was far too powerful. It surpassed any tiger king he had known in his past life. This Northeast tiger was probably 1 in 100. Its weight even reached 700 pounds. It's on a completely different level from the Northeast tiger he had defeated before. At the same time, he was puzzled, having lived nearby for days. He had never heard a tiger roar, this territory was unclaimed. Or perhaps it belonged to that panda, but where did this massive Northeast tiger come from? And who could have driven it away from its territory? What Yi Yang did not know was that beings like this Tiger King no longer had a sense of territory. Because it was simply too strong, with no enemies. Wherever it roamed, that place belonged to it, it could be said to be at home everywhere. The extraordinarily powerful Northeast Tiger King squinted its big eyes. Earlier, as it passed by, it spotted the well-built panda and felt the urge to hunt. It originally intended to take down a black and white bear for fun. Unexpectedly, that bear had a huge buddy or bear dad. Surprised by Yi Yang's strange appearance, it was its first time seeing such a large black bear. After thoroughly observing the large black bear in front of it, the tiger's face showed a disdainful expression. It had hunted several brown bears of similar size. Its prickly tongue licked its lips. It wondered what the meat of this large black bear tasted like. Roar! With unimaginable speed, it lunged at Yi Yang. The tiger's roar was overwhelming, echoing like a demonic sound in his mind. His head spun from the shock. In that instant, the massive Northeast tiger had already leaped into the air. It was leaping toward him. Roar! Yi Yang was unwilling to back down and began to fight back. But the Tiger King's explosive speed was too fast, and its movements were incredibly nimble. Moreover, it had seized the initiative. Swoosh! A long, deep gash appeared on his chest, sliding from his chest to his neck. Roar! Yi Yang let out a painful roar. His bear eyes widened in anger as the Northeast tiger retreated without continuing its attack. After successfully striking with its claws, it dodged to a distance. Yi Yang saw in the Tiger King's eyes the look of a house cat playing with its prey. This tiger was toying with him, not taking him seriously. Roar! The pain in his chest and the anger in his heart. Anyone who is attacked for no reason and sees a contemptuous expression on the face of their attacker would feel furious. Soon, he regained some of his reason. This Northeast Tiger King is truly beyond normal strength. When he got close to the Northeast Tiger, he underestimated its size. It was bigger than him. Its strength surpassed his. Not to mention its agility. His attributes were completely suppressed. Who would have thought that a tiger would be larger than a grizzly bear? The bear's eyes stared fiercely at this fierce big tiger. "It is you, beast, that has forced me." He gritted his teeth and said, "Increase." After giving the command, a huge mysterious energy appeared within him, strengthening his body. This energy was long-lasting, continuously enhancing his entire being. At the same time, his size was visibly increasing. The aura around him began to become violent. This is only natural. Because he used all his evolution points at once. Evolution points, 55. Since the breakthrough, he hadn't used any evolution points to enhance his attributes. After such a long time of eating, he had accumulated a large number of evolution points. The reasons for not using them to strengthen his body were many. Because having strong attributes isn't always a good thing. With a strong physique, his appetite would grow even larger. Now, he could eat over 200 pounds of meat in one meal. And that was every day. Other giant bears could eat 100 pounds of meat in a meal, but that was meals for several days. However, due to his evolution system, his body's digestion ability was extremely strong. Eating over 200 pounds of meat daily, just the time for hunting would take a long time. Moreover, he also had to prepare a large number of evolution points for the system's recovery function. This was an extraordinary life-saving method of blood rebirth, just in case of any unforeseen events. Anyway, no animals dared to provoke him due to his physique. Roar! Once fully powered, he felt an explosive force within him. His physique far surpassed that of his earlier self. The Northeast Tiger that had once put enormous pressure on him now felt no significant threat. Yi Yang had no time or mood to check the panel. He only wanted to smash this little cat that disrupted his food stash plan. Roar! The thunderous bear roar rushed fiercely towards it. But unexpectedly, this Northeast Tiger actually fled. That's right. He did not miss C. This Northeast Tiger turned and ran without looking back. Yi Yang's mind was a bit muddled, watching the Northeast Tiger's fleeing figure. Roar! Once he came to his senses, he erupted with an earth-shattering bear roar. It ignited the bear's fury. He wasted his evolution points to strengthen his attributes. You just ran away? Roar! Don't let me see you again, or I'll smash your tiger head. He did not chase, because his speed was certainly not as fast as the Northeast Tiger's. Though his heart was full of rage, he could only watch it run far away. The fleeing Northeast Tiger turned around and did not see the terrifying large black bear following. Breathing a sigh of relief, it gasped for air. After its first round of attack, it found that this large black bear's combat experience and ability were quite weak. It thought this would be another game like hunting fun, to please itself. But unexpectedly, this large black bear suddenly stood still. The aura around it grew increasingly terrifying, and its size was gradually enlarging. It felt a strong sense of crisis. So it decisively ran away. It was not stupid, it had no feud with this large black bear, so why fight to the death? Besides, it was so strong, it could go wherever it wanted. A hint of fear flashed in its eyes, lingering feelings of dread. This was the first time it encountered such a bizarre animal. It seemed that the black bear was not to be trifled with, and it needed to stay away from such black bears in the future. Chapter 53, Herding Cattle, 1. Yi Yang did not know that after this battle, many fellow black bears avoided the massacre of this Tiger King. At this moment, Yi Yang, having driven off the Tiger King, was not happy at all. His mood was rather bad. Because he felt hungry. System. Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian Black Bear. Level, G-Lock Stage 1. Function, Healing. Strength, 70. Endurance, 80. Speed, 70. Evolution points, 0. His weight reached 700 gene. 200 gene more than his original weight. His appetite had at least increased by dozens of gene of meat. Sigh. He let out a breath. He didn't expect that after his size increased further, the hunger would come so quickly. He could already imagine the days of hunting for food in the future. This was also an unavoidable situation. He had already prepared to fight with his back against the wall. Fighting against the powerful Tiger King, using all the evolution points to strengthen attributes was the right choice. Keeping evolution points for healing function in situations of too much strength difference was useless. Wah wah wah. After Yi Yang drove away the terrifying Tiger King, the little white ferret immediately returned to his side to curry favor. Her little eyes were puzzled, wondering why in the blink of an eye, the hero seemed to have grown so much. Yi Yang patted the little white ferret, not blaming her for selling out the teammates. Anyway, with her small size, her combat ability was zero. Hiding far away during battle was the correct choice. Otherwise, he would have to be distracted taking care of her, affecting the fight. He raised his bare paw and moved towards the nearby meadow. There, the grass was lush, and many herbivorous animals were gathered to eat. Hidden in the bamboo forest, the panda saw him leave. With fearful black eyes, the panda looked towards the direction the northeast tiger had fled. A hesitant expression appeared on its round black and white face. Finally, it still got up and walked in the direction Yi Yang was leaving. Arriving at the meadow, large herds of cattle, sheep, and deer were roaming here. Occasionally, there were some solitary roe deer and wild horses mixed in among them. When Yi Yang reached the edge of the meadow, these herbivores began to panic and make noise. In the past few days, the fierce hunting of this big guy had left a deep impression on them. The cattle and longhorn sheep began to form a lineup, pointing their antlers at him. Moo! They let out a low warning roar. At the same time, they instinctively stepped back, moving away from him. Yi Yang smiled with his bare face, feeling a bit of pity for these herbivores. It was all a waste of effort. The defenses against tigers and leopards wouldn't work on him. As long as he burst forward in speed, these seemingly united formations would scatter. Once scattered, their panicked hooves would trample down quite a few companions. He would hunt these fallen animals with much less effort. Roar! A bear roar like thunder in spring. Before he even charged in, the herd of herbivores began to panic and scatter. They were a bit scared inside. Why did this big guy look so much bigger today? And that roar was terrifying. Already, some smart cattle and sheep had detached from the herd, quickly running away. Yi Yang burst into speed and began to charge. Triggering his wild nature, his spirit was excited. Sure enough, the solid lineup in front of him was, as usual. Seeing him charge over, it scattered like a pile of loose sand. Dozens of animals began to desperately run in all directions, indeed many animals were knocked down by their companions. Cattle. Goats. Deer. He silently pondered, selecting his food. His size had increased, and it seemed the sheep and deer were not enough to eat. Eyes fixed, he decided he would eat you cattle. Roar! He charged towards the fallen cattle. As soon as this cow stood up, it was heavily knocked down to the ground by him. His bare paw pressed down on the cow's head. His huge bare mouth bit towards its neck. Ugh! His strong tusks, over 5 or 6 centimeters long, surprisingly did not bite through the cow's neck. Even its cervical vertebrae were not touched. What tough skin! If one bite doesn't work, then bite a few more times. Wow! He bit down and pulled out a bloody chunk of meat. Moo! The cow under Yi Yang cried out in pain. Struggling its body, but was held down firmly by Yi Yang. Waiting for death was his only outcome. Tears streamed from the big bull's eyes. Yi Yang saw its tears, but he felt not a hint of sympathy. He had long understood the truth of survival of the fittest in nature. Puff! Continue! Zhang Daxiang's mouth bit into the bloody wound. After a few such bites, he finally reached the bull's neck artery. Crack! The sound of breaking echoed. The bull struggled weakly a few times, ending its short life. Yi Yang released his aching bare mouth, and the strained bare body began to return to normal. The bear's face was covered in blood, with the corners of its mouth raised. He felt pleased inside. Hunting a cow was not easy, even after his size increased, it was still this difficult. The cow, also known as a bull or wild ox, can have a body length of 150 to 250 centimeters and weigh between 350 to 500 kilograms. This cow was still not of age and was estimated to weigh around 500 pounds. Don't be fooled by how easy it seemed, it was all thanks to his initial opportunity to pounce on the bull. Otherwise, it is rare to have the chance to hunt such a strong bull. And this was still a young bull. When he reaches maturity, he could weigh up to 1,000 pounds. That's 1 ton. At that time, he would truly roam this grassland unchecked. No animal would dare to provoke his irritable and massive self. Besides the old or sick, fully grown bulls have no natural enemies. Except humans. Looking at this at least 500 pounds of meat. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. He began to eat. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding. The surrounding herbivores gradually recovered from their panic. They knew the giant before them had caught its prey, and there would be no more hunting today. They ran a short distance away from Yi Yang and began to lower their heads, leisurely eating the grass on the ground. It seemed they worried not at all about the future possibility of being hunted by Yi Yang. They had nowhere else to go. The herbivores migrate with the seasons. The grassland here was rich in pasture, why leave to look for new grazing fields? Not to mention they might not find one, they would have to do it on an empty stomach. Moreover, Yi Yang's hunting was a part of the entire ecological chain. Even though he needed to eat over 100 pounds of meat a day, far exceeding the appetite of other brown bears, it wouldn't affect the ecological environment of this grassland. In fact, with his daily hunts of herbivores, the pastures on the meadow grew denser, and with time, even more abundant. The more it attracted herbivores from outside territories to come over, nurturing a larger number of animals. Unknowingly, Yi Yang had also become a part of the ecosystem in the Qinling Nature Reserve. After finishing, he checked his panel. Evolution points, 6. Not bad, there is reward for effort. Eating this bull would grant him around 10 evolution points. At the same time, he suddenly realized a problem. The rules for gaining evolution points from the system had begun to change. Although he could eat more food due to his increased size, he should have been earning more evolution points. But it was not so. The evolution points he earned were actually about the same as when he was 500 pounds for a meal. Just then, the system sent a message. It turned out that these foods not only provided 6 evolution points, but also supplied a lot of nutrition needed for bodily energy expenditure. In other words, as his size grew and he ate more, the change in evolution points was not significant. He still had to suffer hunger often. Damn northeastern tiger, I cannot coexist with the northeastern tiger. He cursed fiercely in his heart. Seeing that there was still a small half of the meat left, about 200 pounds. He took a look. Tomorrow he could sleep a whole day, food secured. The bear's mouth held the bloody cow carcass as he slowly moved towards the bamboo forest. The cow carcass dragged across the grass, leaving clear blood marks. A few large gray wolves lowered their heads and licked the blood on the ground. Their eyes looked longingly at Yi Yang's slowly retreating figure. The wolves' faces showed surprise and disappointment. This big guy had left some sheep carcasses and deer cark. Unexpectedly, this guy started saving food. Yi Yang has always cherished food. A few days ago, he caught some prey, deer, and sheep, with only about 100 pounds of meat. It can barely fill his stomach. Of course, he wouldn't bother to eat the leftover bones. Isn't it nice to sleep at this time? Moreover, he is not bear too, he doesn't have the habit of gnawing on bones. Chapter 54, An Encounter, 2. The next day. In the bamboo forest. Yi Yang lazily lay in the bamboo forest. He was in a good mood today because he didn't have to exert himself to hunt. The cow from yesterday was enough for him to eat, barely filling his belly. He could sleep a whole day of lazy sleep. Time to eat. Zhang Daxiong bit into the meat of the cow. Tearing off a large chunk of meat, he swallowed it whole. Suddenly, a change appeared on the bear's face. As the season gradually approached August, it became the hottest time of the year. The weather was hot, and food spoiled quickly. The quality of this cow's meat was nothing compared to yesterday. It was starting to smell sour and rotten. However, he quickly suppressed this feeling of dissatisfaction. His kind is the black bear, a scavenger. Eating completely rotten food is not a problem at all. Now, this small issue naturally wouldn't stop him. But it seemed like it was the first time he was eating food that had changed quality, his tongue was not quite used to it. Shaking his head, he began to eat heartily. Today, nothing could stop this bear from sleeping in. Roar! A fierce roar from outside interrupted his actions. He recognized that it was the call of a giant panda. After experiencing the attack from the northeast tiger yesterday, this giant panda had not strayed far from his resting place. Yi Yang ignored him, as long as it didn't disturb his sleep or hunting, that was enough. He also didn't attack the panda, there were many reasons for that. The main reason was that they were both bears, with some kindred relationship. Perhaps it was also influenced by his previous life, as the giant panda held a special meaning in his heart. Back to the present. Roar! Roar! The giant panda's roars were urgent and frequent, as if encountering something serious. A flash of inspiration sparked in his mind. Could it be that the northeast tiger had come back for revenge? Good, this time this bear must ensure you go and never return. He hastily abandoned the thought of eating and ran toward the giant panda. The giant panda, unlike her usual clumsiness, showed a fierce expression as she bared her fangs at a huge dark figure. She roared repeatedly. Since being attacked by the northeast tiger, that horrifying scene had left a profound impact on her delicate psyche. It kept her nerves on edge. Besides staying near the big black bear who had chased away the terrifying northeast tiger, she couldn't relax her spirit for even a moment. Her original territory of bamboo forest was occupied by Yi Yang, so she chose the nearby shrubbery as her habitat. The giant panda is an omnivorous animal. Like the black bear, it has high intelligence. It can climb trees and swim, excelling in every skill. But why are their numbers much fewer than the black bears? There are many reasons for their rarity. The most important reason is too lazy. The giant panda is about the same size as the black bear, which means they need to eat a lot of food. For example, compared to hard-working bear mama, who forages through the forest using her sense of smell. The giant panda's approach is much simpler. It finds the food and then stays still, guarding the food while eating and sleeping. The lush life force of bamboo perfectly meets the panda's needs. The nutritional value of bamboo leaves is extremely low, so the panda needs to eat dozens of pounds of bamboo daily, then just sleeps. Gradually over time, the panda evolved from an omnivore to a herbivore. At the same time, its body became rounder, and its temperament grew lazier. Today, the giant panda was rarely foraging in the shrubbery, like bear mama searching for plants or insects. But she unexpectedly saw a black bear that looked just like the big black bear. She hurriedly roared. Although she looked fierce, she kept retreating. In her eyes, Yi Yang had left too deep an impression of invincibility. Even an old tiger the size of a small hill could be chased away. The subconscious thinks that the black bear is incredibly powerful. Unable to conquer, scared and trembling, ready to run away. The big black bear on the opposite side saw this bear that looked similar to her, but had a different color. Her expression was filled with surprise. Everyone's size is similar, so why should she be afraid of herself? At first, she was startled by the loud roar of the giant panda. The naturally timid black bear wanted to flee, but after seeing the cowardly actions of the giant panda, she changed her mind. In this world, there was a bear even more cowardly than the black bears. This was her first time seeing it. But it didn't matter, since this black and white bear was so cowardly. Then this territory belonged to her. Roar! Roaring excitedly as she rushed towards the giant panda. The giant panda's round bare face was filled with terror, quickly turning to run away. The black bear was thrilled in her heart, never expecting that she would also chase a giant panda. Roar! An excited roar. She moved even faster. The two bears chased each other, quickly arriving near the bamboo forest. The giant panda's flustered round face lit up with joy. Her speed increased a bit. At this moment, Yi Yang just rushed out of the bamboo forest. Seeing the excited panda running towards him, in an instant, it reached behind him. Both bears tightly held onto his hind legs. Gasping for breath, the black and white bear's face showed joy. Ow, ow, ow. A low sound of joy, finally safe. Yi Yang didn't pay attention to this. He looked up in the direction the panda was running from. The dark black bear appeared in his view. His eyes widened in shock. Is this a black bear? A big disappointment filled his heart. Oh no! It wasn't the Northeast tiger coming back for revenge, which made him unnecessarily excited. Looking sideways with disdain at the panda's bear-like appearance. The panda and the black bear not far away were about the same size, both weighing over 200 pounds. And this cowardly and simple black bear, why should the panda be so scared? The panda didn't care about these things, in her eyes. This black bear, which was about the same size as her, she definitely was not a match for it. Yi Yang's performance of scaring away the Northeast tiger was too deeply imprinted in her mind. The distant black bear also saw Yi Yang here. It stopped in its tracks. Mouth wide open, staring in disbelief. Simply unable to believe that such a large black bear existed in this world. If it weren't for seeing the unique white crescent mark on the black bear in front of Yi Yang, she would really suspect this was a black-brown bear. She was stunned by Yi Yang's mountain-like stature. Didn't expect this place to be the territory of this giant guy. Her expression grew timid, preparing to turn and flee. But suddenly her body felt hot inside, as if igniting a blazing flame. It grew stronger and stronger. With eager eyes, she looked at the big black bear, slowly walking over. Yi Yang initially thought this black bear would automatically leave this territory upon seeing him here. The black bear, with its high intelligence, would not overestimate itself to challenge him, who was as big as a mountain. As he expected. This black bear initially turned to leave, but then turned back to continue walking towards him. He, the bear, gazed at this black bear. Not knowing what this black bear intended to do. He really didn't want to harm a fellow bear for no reason. But if that black bear was so blind as to challenge him, then he would attack without mercy. As they got closer, he noticed the black bear had no intention of attacking or challenging him. Instead, it lay down in front of him, rolling over to expose its belly. With a face full of desire looking at him. Through the perspective, he knew this was a female bear. Sensing the burning passionate gaze. Is this a courtship? Chapter 55, Female Bear Courting. Yi Yang's bare face showed a confused expression. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. In his past life, seeing animals mating didn't feel awkward at all. But now he had turned into a black bear, and in front of. Seeing the big black bear in front of him turn and leave. Roar! The mother bear stood up, her expression confused. She didn't understand why the huge black bear in front of her did not accept her affection. Her weight was nearly 260 pounds, making her the strongest female bear in this area. Now was the season for black bears to mate and reproduce. She saw no eagerness in the eyes of the big black bear, and even caught a hint of disgust. Did the big black bear look down on her small body? The bear's eyes narrowed. She would not give up. She believed that the cubs she had with the big black bear would inherit his bloodline and grow into huge black bears. When the panda saw Yi Yang leave, she immediately followed him out. She dared not face the strong big black bear. Whimper, whimper, whimper. But the little white ferret called out at the mother bear with disdain. Although not the same species, she could feel it. This mother bear was declaring her love to the hero. She let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the hero did not accept, otherwise, she couldn't follow the hero anymore. She rushed back to the bamboo forest. Returning to the bamboo forest, Yi Yang still felt a bit scared. It was his first time facing such a situation. Recalling carefully, he realized how quickly time had passed. Now it was the end of July, the season was about to enter August. Once August passed, autumn would come. From June to August was the mating season for black bears, and their cubs usually were born between December and March of the following year. The bear mom had given birth to him and bear two around the same time last year. Thinking back to the scene of the mother bear confessing her love, he couldn't help but shiver inside. He began to contemplate his bear life. His actual bear age was only 6 months, still not reaching a year. By the time he matured in 2 years, he didn't know if he could control his bodily instincts and desires. If he couldn't control it, what terrible things could happen? That would be disastrous. Just thinking about that scene. He shook his head, rejecting that terrifying thought. He took a big bite of the beef in front of him. However, the faint strange taste mixed with his gloomy mood made him even more irritated. He quickly finished the meat. Decisively went to sleep. After some time, he finally fell into a dream. Ah, if only there was some wine. The little white ferret arrived at the bamboo forest and saw Yi Yang finishing his meal. Smart as she was, she knew the hero was in a bad mood. She quietly stayed by the side. Seeing the hero asleep, she tiptoed over to Yi Yang's side and entered dreamland. The panda kept a distance from the bamboo forest. After seeing Yi Yang asleep, she crept over like a thief. She began to eat the bamboo in the forest. The dark bear eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was still comfortable in the bamboo forest, eating bamboo freely without having to search for it herself. Moving quietly, her actions were very light. She really didn't want to wake up that large black bear. The next day, Yi Yang woke up. He was awakened by hunger, the downside of his larger body had shown. He prepared to go outside to hunt. Exiting the bamboo forest, his bare face revealed an unhappy expression. Because he smelled that female bear's scent from yesterday in the air. Sure enough, a female bear appeared in his line of sight. Her gaze was eager and longing as she looked at him. He shivered all over. He hurriedly raised his limbs and walked toward the meadow. The mother bear rushed to follow. The little white ferret and the panda also set off, trailing him. Yi Yang looked back and saw that female bear following closely behind like a shadow. He felt both helpless and speechless. He knew it was hard to get rid of a dog in heat, let alone a female bear in heat. He couldn't possibly kill her just because she was following him. Arriving at the meadow, the number of grazing animals had not changed much in the past few days. He surveyed the scene, his eyes becoming fierce, selecting a target. Licking his lips, he tried the same trick from the day before. Roar! With a loud roar, the flock of sheep, deer, and cattle began to flee. He sprinted forward, lunging at a smaller, pastoral cow. Puff! Click! Swiftly overpowering the grazing cattle, Zhang Daxion bites the neck of the cow. Due to the experience from the previous day, this time he chose a much smaller cow. It only weighed over 400 pounds. Soon, the hunt was successful. The black, shiny fur was stained red by the blood splattered from the cow. Yi Yang lowered his head and began to feast on the grand meal before him. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. The little white weasel came over and shared a portion of the meat. The panda stood trembling in place, watching Yi Yang hunt with his own eyes. The big black bear was terrifying. It's a good thing I didn't fight that black bear. Finding a thicket not far from here, he began to eat tender leaves. Roar! Not far away, a mother bear roared. Yi Yang looked up. The mother bear dragged a small deer towards him. There is a reason the black bear is called the bear blind. Her eyesight was clearly not as good as Yi Yang's. As she got closer, she finally saw the big black bear feasting on a huge cow. Zhang Dashun's eyes widened as a forest sheep fell from the bear's mouth. How could our black bear possibly hunt such a large prey? That cow weighed at least twice what she did. Could the big black bear really be from our black bear species? Could it be a black-colored brown bear? She worked very hard to catch a young deer that was frightened by Yi Yang's roar. Originally, she intended to eat it. For an omnivorous animal like the black bear, after a long time of eating plants, a young deer could be a feast. Suddenly, she thought if she gave this deer to the big black bear, her courtship would be complete. If it were an ordinary black bear, this gift might work. But is Yi Yang an ordinary black bear? As she inched closer, she confirmed Yi Yang's unique white crescent mark on his chest, and then caught a familiar strong scent of a male black bear. She felt relieved. Her eyes turned even more eager. This big black bear was even scarier and stronger than she imagined. She had to mate with the big black bear. Have some big bear cubs? Yi Yang turned his head, feeling the mother bear's more intense gaze. The fresh blood from his mouth fell to the ground. His eyes spotted the young deer in the mother bear's mouth. He realized what this black bear was thinking, trying to win his favor with food? This was an unyielding intention. This mother black bear had always desired his body. At that moment, Yi Yang felt that having a high IQ in the black bear species was a mistake. He bit down hard on the beef in front of him. He wondered what other tricks this mother black bear would pull to win his favor. Chapter 56, Licking the Bear. In the following days, another black bear arrived in this area. Seeing its dark, thick mane and a face resembling a big dog's head, it was easy to tell it was a male black bear. During the mating season, male and female bears release a strong pheromone sent towards the opposite sex. The smell was heavy and could be carried far away. This male black bear was attracted here by the scent of the female bear. Upon arriving, the first thing he noticed was the scent of a similar kind in the air. And it was. This black bear immediately rushed toward the bamboo forest, following the scent. Black bears are timid, born cowards. They will only attack in two situations. The female black bear is only aggressive when she has cubs, displaying strong offensive behavior. For male black bears, aggression only arises during the mating season. Because they must fight for mating rights with others. He needed to drive away the other male. Finding a female bear to mate with these days is no easy task. However, when he confidently marched up to Yi Yang, he was instantly stunned. The bear's face was filled with terror. So big. Is this really a black bear? Could it be a brown bear? Without hesitation, he turned and ran away. He found the nearby female bear. Roar! A low, deep roar. With fearful eyes, he looked at the direction of the bamboo forest, indicating that it was very dangerous here. Quick, run away. But the mother bear just looked at him with disdain in her eyes, seeing how terrified he was. Lying on the grass, she remained unmoved. The male bear was anxious. What if that guy charged out? Then the two black bears together still wouldn't stand a chance. Roar, roar, roar. Frequent and urgent roars. The mother bear finally stood up, and the male bear's expression brightened. He thought they could leave this place together. Bang! The mother bear charged straight at him, knocking the unsuspecting male bear to the ground. The male bear stood up, looking confused. He didn't understand why the mother bear had attacked him and why she wouldn't leave with him. The mother bear looked very impatient. This male bear was really a bothersome bear. The male bear was very strong. If she hadn't seen that giant bear named Yi Yang, she might have even considered mating with this male bear. But with that big black bear around, this male bear's size clearly paled in comparison. As a highly intelligent animal, she surely understood. As long as she successfully bred with Yi Yang, she would definitely give birth to extraordinarily strong bear cubs. For her species, giving birth to powerful offspring was the mother bear's nature and responsibility. She disdainfully glanced at the dazed male bear. This male bear was just too ugly. Under the impression of Yi Yang's strong physique, she began to yearn for a chubby, adorable appearance in her heart. The male bear was stunned for a moment. He came to his senses. In the bamboo grove, it wasn't a brown bear, it was a big black bear. So big. He was shocked inside. He prepared to lift his leg and leave. But thinking about how Yi Yang seemed to ignore him, treating him like he was nothing. He wasn't considered a competitor at all. This might mean that the mother bear in front of him wasn't a mating partner for the male bear. In other words, the big black bear in the bamboo grove didn't find this strong mother bear attractive. The bear's eyes lit up. Then his chance had come. The male bear decided to stay. Because mother bears were rare, and finding one during the breeding season was very difficult. Even if he found a suitable mother bear to mate with, she might already have a mate. It would require an exceptionally fierce battle. He wasn't considered a particularly strong male bear, and his competitiveness was weak. The mother bear in front of him was strong and could be considered a wealthy beauty among black bears. He believed that as long as he waited a bit longer, this loser could win the affection of the mother bear. Watching what was happening between the male bear and the mother bear in the bamboo grove. Seeing the mother bear's expression of disgust and helplessness, he felt very pleased inside. The timing of this male bear's arrival was just right. Now that the mother bear couldn't follow him around like a shadow every day, let her also experience the feeling of being harassed every day, feeling helpless. Truly, heaven has eyes. He happily stood up, humming a little tune. He was going to hunt. Because he was in such a good mood today, he had a huge appetite. He decided to hunt 2 adult antelopes. Antelope. Half a month later, Yi Yang decided it was time to leave this place. He looked at the grassy area next to the bamboo grove that had already been emptied. That special green plant had already been eaten up by him. One plant was worth 5 evolution points, and he hadn't counted how many he had eaten. But the system had helped him keep track. System. Evolution points, 160. A total of 160 evolution points, the most he'd ever stored at once. He didn't use evolution points to upgrade. This half-month hunting life completely validated his thoughts. Eating 200 to 300 pounds of meat each day resulted in evolution points that were about the same as what he had earned before enhancing his attributes. Because his massive body required a lot of energy to function. Moreover, with a bigger appetite, he had to choose larger prey or hunt multiple times. Despite his astonishing size now, each hunt required both his spirit and body to merge into one. He threw himself into it completely, exhausting him. And there was also the need to reserve evolution points for the recovery function, to save his life. The benefits of enhancing attributes were scarce, while the disadvantages were numerous. Why should he expand his attributes and body? There was another important reason for his decision to leave. Now it was already mid-August. The weather was still hot, but it was clear that they had passed the peak temperature of the year. Bears are very sensitive to temperature changes, and the weather was slowly cooling down. This represents a vast number of animals about to migrate. Generally, black bears do not follow animal movements. When they are hungry, they can nibble on tree bark and plants, then sleep for several days. But he cannot do that. Now, he needs to eat 200 or 300 pounds of meat every day. Plant life contains low energy. He has to chew on over 800 pounds daily to feel full. Until when will he have to eat like this? Is there still any time left for sleeping? Migration. Now is the time to migrate. Roar. The deep roar calls out to the little white weasels playing nearby, leading the way north towards the Qinling Nature Reserve. The little white weasel's lively eyes lit up. It hurried to catch up. On the side, a giant panda was munching bamboo, watching as Yi Yang left the bamboo forest, not feeling any joy in returning to its territory. Instead, it looked around with worry. What if that northeastern tiger comes back? It cannot stay here. This place is not safe. It got up and moved its round body, chasing after the big black bear's footsteps. In the distance, the mother bear saw the big black bear leave. Her face showed unwillingness, and finally, she hung her head gloomily. She did not continue to stick close to Yi Yang. These past half a month of interactions made her understand that such a large black bear was not someone she could stand beside. She took a deep look at the big black bear's back. This might be the last time she sees such a giant black bear. Until Yi Yang disappeared from her view. The mother bear shook her head and walked in another direction. The time for reproduction is limited, she must quickly find a strong black bear to mate with. The male bear watching the big black bear leave had a hint of joy on his face. But he did not stay happy for long, his face turned gloomy. The mother bear did not look at him when she left. He had wasted so many days waiting for the mother bear. He and the mother bear are both lick bears, and their endings are the same. It seems that the fate of lick bears is destined to be nothing. Chapter 57, The Shock of Passers-by. Officially entering Qinling. The Qinling Mountains are extremely long, running through the south and north of the entire Great Xia country. The Qinling Nature Reserve only selects a section near human habitation. Just within the depths of the Qinling Nature Reserve, there are already numerous species. I wonder what treasures lie deep within the Qinling. Yi Yang licked his lips, thinking there must be many valuable medicinal herbs. A rustling sound came from behind him. Could it be that the mother bear followed him? He turned his head and felt relieved. It turned out not to be the mother bear, it was a panda. He wondered in his heart why the panda was following him. Looking at the little white weasel beside him, could it be that he has a hidden talent for animal affinity? The giant panda saw the big black bear notice him. Its body trembled. It stared at him in fear. When it saw the big black bear did not pounce, its body gradually relaxed. After experiencing the terrifying Tiger King attack, it only felt safe following Yi Yang. For this, it paid a high price. It overcame its major illness, laziness. Yi Yang was not walking fast. This allowed her time to lower her head to eat plants while following him. Yi Yang didn't mind the panda following him. After half a month of getting to know each other, this panda was quite similar to the silly and cute image he had in mind. Inherently lazy, without any aggressiveness. Of course, having no aggressiveness was only true for him. There was already the little white weasel following him, so what does it matter if another panda followed? Moreover, the panda does not need him to feed it. As long as it doesn't disturb him with those fiery eyes like that mother bear, he would be fine. Thinking of that mother bear, he couldn't help but quicken his pace, wanting to leave this place quickly. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the Qinling Nature Reserve. Danger warning. Nature Reserve ahead. Full monitoring. No crossing. No getting out of the vehicle. Speed limit. A wide highway appeared before him. His eyes brightened as he saw these signs, knowing he had reached the border of the nature reserve. As long as he crosses this highway, he can reach the unexplored depths of the Qinling. He raised his bare paw and stepped forward. At that moment, a series of screams came from nearby. There was a big bus parked nearby. The bus was filled with young people. Look! What a big bear! Wow! This bear is so cute. Look, it's still looking at us. This trip is worth it. We actually saw a brown bear. Brown bear? Are you blind? This is clearly a black bear. Are you stupid? Can a black bear be this big? Shut up. I feel like this cute black bear looks a bit familiar, like I've seen it before. Really? I feel that way too. Yi Yang saw the big bus parked not far away, a group of people looking at him with curiosity, joy, and confusion. His heart sank. He really disliked being watched like a monkey. Back in Qingping village, when living with the farmer brothers, he rarely went out. Even though many villagers would curiously look at him, they wouldn't chatter about him in a crowd. Of course, these people hadn't done anything wrong. What's the use of respecting animals? Animals can't understand human language. But they had encountered Yi Yang. He pushed hard with his limbs and ran straight across the road, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Hey, big black bear, don't go. I haven't seen enough yet. It's all your fault for being too noisy. I didn't even have time to take a picture. Oh, I don't know when I will see such a cute big black bear again. Yeah, if only the black bear Baiwe hadn't disappeared. Baiwe, wait. Don't you think that black bear looks a lot like Baiwe? Yeah. Before they could start a heated discussion, they saw a little white ferret running across the road, closely following the big black bear. Little white ferret. The crowd had just prepared to speak. Their mouths dropped open in disbelief. Another animal came across the road. And it was a panda. Watching the panda run away, the crowd regained their senses. Is it going to chase the big black bear to fight? Oh my, am I seeing things? A little white ferret and a panda are following a big black bear into the depths of the Qinling Mountains? Could it be that there's a problem in the Qinling Nature Reserve, causing them to run out? Maybe. I heard last month a big company sent poachers to capture black bears. And that group even carried large caliber pistols. Wow, so bold. I remember that around that time, Baiwe the black bear just happened to disappear. Could this group of poachers have killed Baiwe? Maybe. Something might have happened in the Qinling Reserve. Should we call to notify the authorities? I think we should. Let's make a call. After making the call, they discussed with the driver and decided not to leave. They stayed in place, hoping to see more protected animals. But to their disappointment, they didn't see anything else after that. The relevant department received the report call. Quickly checked the surveillance videos at various entrances to the Qinling. Of course, they found nothing. They thought someone was joking. They called up the video from that time on that road. Seeing a big black bear burst onto the road, followed by a snowy white little ferret and a black and white round panda. They were so shocked they couldn't say a word. After reporting to their leader, they posted the video online. Oh my gosh, 3 people can create a tiger. So cute. Is everyone grouping by looks now, without even caring about species? This big black bear is so big. So familiar. I remember, the big black bear looks similar to Baiwe. Really? That little white ferret is an extinct species, right? I saw it in the broadcast of Farmer Brothers. Stop talking nonsense. With a body this big, how could it possibly be manhwa? It's just a resemblance. It is manhwa. When has there been a black bear this cute? No. The online discussion was buzzing. Everyone was debating whether the big black bear was manhwa or not. Only one person watched the video and confirmed the big black bear was manhwa. That person was Lu Fei. After watching the video, he was shocked. manhwa had grown bigger. Then he started to worry. manhwa looked so cute, it was too eye-catching. If someone recognized manhwa, that would be troublesome. Seeing the heated debates online, he let out a sigh of relief. While netizens were arguing, manhwa had already entered deep into the Qinling Mountains. There, the signal was non-existent. No one could find an animal without relying on high-tech equipment. Seeing the little white ferret behind him, he couldn't help but smile and cry at the same time. This little white ferret sneaked out while they were recording a show. He was heartbroken for a long time. Unexpectedly, it returned to Yi Yang's side. So clever. He wondered if he had encountered two animals that had gained intelligence. Then he saw a panda in the video following him. He shook his head and laughed. In his eyes, the panda, once a national treasure, could not compare with manhwa. Not as smart as manhwa, nor as good-looking. Even the little white ferret was far more precious than the panda. His gaze looked towards the direction of the Qinling Mountains. I hope manhwa, you can live freely for the rest of your life. I really hope to see you again. Chapter 58, Place of Residence. Deep in the Qinling Mountains, it was very desolate, with broken dead trees everywhere. It was completely deserted, all signs of animal life. Yi Yang had finally distanced himself from humanity, entering the realm of animals. After walking and stopping for several days, the scenery was refreshingly new. Nearby the highway, plastic bottles and red and white plastic bags could still be seen. Here, it was nowhere to be found, only tall trees and dense forests. Around, animals like the big black bear, accompanied by a black and white bear and the little white ferret, quickly fled with confused eyes. Now they had gradually entered deeper, where there were no traces of human life. Perhaps it had been hundreds of years since anyone had been here. As Yi Yang walked, he kept sniffing the air with his nose. Looking at the surrounding natural forest, he thought to himself. The environment here is quite good, and the food resources are abundant. Let's settle down here. Next, it was time to find a place to rest. Roar! A weak roar came from the giant panda behind him. Yi Yang turned his head to glance at her. He saw her trembling limbs and her tired expression. She looked at him with her big, dark eyes, pleading. The little white ferret was not in a good state either. Only then did Yi Yang realize that they had been on the move since early morning without rest. She didn't have such an extreme physique like him. Looking up at the daytime sky, it was still early. Then let's take a break and find a place later. He found a flat area and leaned against a big tree, sitting down like a bear. The little white ferret lay on a nearby rock to rest. The giant panda was panting heavily. Her eyes were observing the unfamiliar environment. She somewhat regretted following the big black bear everywhere. In these few days, the distance she had walked felt like a year's worth of steps. She was exhausted. Even her round body had shrunk a little. But she could only continue following the big black bear. She was unfamiliar with this place. Afraid that a northeast tiger might leap out from the grass. As soon as they stopped, the giant panda wanted to eat something. Her eyes lit up. Just in time, a dense patch of grass was growing nearby. A panda is different from a bear. It has a sixth little finger on its palm, allowing it to grasp objects with its 5 fingers. Just recall how pandas hold bamboo with one hand to understand. The panda had fingers similar to monkeys. She could easily hold objects and use tools. Shifting her position, the panda sat on the grass. She stretched out her paw and pulled up a tender blade of grass. She brought it to her mouth and ate it with great enjoyment. Yi Yang watched the panda eat and felt a bit hungry too. But he couldn't smell any food around, so he could only hunt later. At this moment, he saw the panda holding a gray little strip that resembled a caterpillar in her paw. It looked a bit familiar. Wait a minute. This is an herb. Roar! His eyes were sharp. Upon seeing it, he let out a loud bear roar. This interrupted the panda's eating motion. The panda looked bewildered, then saw the charging big black bear. She immediately fell onto her back, surrendering without resistance, hugging her head and daring not to look at him. Trembling all over. I'm going to die. It's over, I'm going to be eaten by the big black bear. Don't eat my head, eat my butt instead. She waited for a moment and found that the big black bear did not bite her. It didn't even touch her body. She moved aside the bare paw that covered her eyes. She saw the big black bear eating a piece of grass. Her eyes filled with confusion. Isn't this big black bear supposed to like eating meat? Why is it eating grass now? Yi Yang did not care about the panda's gaze. Ding, evolution point plus 10. Her heart trembled in shock. She didn't expect to find medicinal materials as soon as she entered the Qinling Mountains. And it was Cordyceps sinensis. That's right, she recognized the medicinal material she just ingested. It was the famous and precious medicinal herb Cordyceps sinensis. Moreover, it had a lot of energy points. A piece of grass the size of a bug actually gave her 10 evolution points. Her body was burning with heat, but she could still bear it. If it weren't for her enhanced physique, she felt she wouldn't be able to withstand this potent medicinal effect. With eager eyes, she looked around. To her surprise, she could find such precious medicinal materials as soon as she entered the Qinling Mountains. It seems this area is very rich in resources, untouched by humans. She buried her head in searching this area for half a day, yielding nothing. She sighed silently. Because some medicinal materials are buried deep underground like ginseng roots. It's hard to discover. For the Cordyceps sinensis right in front of her, if the panda hadn't dug it out from the ground, she wouldn't have noticed it. Suddenly, she thought of something. Roar! She signaled the giant panda, if it sees something like this, don't eat it, give it to her. The giant panda looked confused. It didn't feel any malice from the big black bear. But it didn't understand what the big black bear wanted to express. Alright then. Yi Yang felt a bit regretful for eating the Cordyceps sinensis so quickly. Otherwise, there would still be a sample for the giant panda to reference. She believed that both the giant panda and the small white ferret were not stupid animals. They had a lot of spirituality, their intelligence equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. They were just full of beast instincts, unable to think beyond their animal nature. After resting for a while, Yi Yang continued to take them to search for a suitable home. Relying on the black bear's ability to find caves, they discovered many caves along the way. But she wasn't satisfied and didn't choose any of them. These caves were either too small or too smelly inside. Moreover, the living positions were too remote, too far from the location of the prey. Every time she hunted, it took too much time to travel. Most importantly, she hadn't found an important water source yet. But she wasn't too worried. Because she was following the animal footprints on the muddy ground to find the water source. And the footprints on the ground were becoming denser, indicating she was getting closer to the water source. Her eyes lit up. She smelled a humid scent in the air. Unable to resist, she quickened her pace. The small white ferret and the giant panda, who were lagging behind, hurriedly followed. Splash! What caught her eyes was a huge waterfall. A big river was flowing down endlessly from above the cliff, forming a silver-white waterfall. In front of her was a large pond. The waterfall's water fell into the pond, then flowed from the pond downward, all the way to the mountains below. What made Yi Yang even more delighted was that she found a cave next to the pond. Upon entering, she found the cave was large and quite cool. The cave was positioned higher than the pond, very well placed, and the waterfall's splashed water could not reach the cave. It was not very damp and very suitable for her to live in. At this moment, the giant panda was much happier than Yi Yang. Because beside the cave, there was a lush bamboo forest. With bright eyes, it began to eat. These few days, it had been starving while traveling, almost starving to death. Yi Yang saw the panda eating so happily and felt hungry too. Her eyes looked towards the pond, where there were big fish swimming. Before she could even get in the water, a big black pig came to the pond to drink water. Looking at the wild pig's strong body, Yi Yang's eyes widened. Unable to help but swallow a large gulp of saliva. The wild pig noticed her fiery gaze. The two huge creatures stared at each other across the pond. Chapter 59, Giant Forest Boar. A giant wild boar. Its body was huge, black, and shiny. It drank water without a care in the world. Noticing a gaze, it raised its head and saw a large black bear staring at it eagerly. There was not a trace of panic on its face. On the contrary, it stared back at the big black bear with angry eyes. The eye contact between the two large animals seemed to spark fire in the air. Yi Yang was a bit surprised at the boar's audacity to challenge him. He looked it over. Then he understood. Seeing its strong and powerful figure, it might be even bigger than himself. Upon seeing those giant tusks gleaming in the sunlight, he felt shocked. This boar's species was terrifying beyond compare. System. Species, Forest Giant Boar, Male. Strength, 85. Stamina, 80. Speed, 80. Forest Giant Boar. Looking at its excellent attributes and massive size, it truly lived up to its name. This was a well-developed wild boar. His eyes flashed as he fell into memories. Seeing this boar reminded Yi Yang of the sow he encountered in his childhood. The size difference between the two was enormous. Sure enough, this wild boar could not be compared to the mother pig he saw as a child, who had piglets with her. Having assessed the boar's size, it seemed to be a bit bigger than himself. A terrifying giant beast, like a small vehicle. He thought of the news he saw in his past life about a wild boar king killing a tiger and wondered if it was true. Today, let him see if this news is true. He licked his lips. His eyes glowed. If he could take it down, he wouldn't have to worry about food for the next few days. Slowly circling the pond to get closer. The large wild boar did not flee, but instead stood still waiting for him. Seeing Yi Yang come closer, its big eyes turned red. It charged straight at him. Yi Yang was surprised. He didn't expect the wild boar to be so bold. It actually dared to charge at him. Roar! A furious roar erupted. Who was afraid of whom? Both large animals collided with great speed. Boom! A thunderous sound. A giant black bear was actually forced to retreat. Splash! It landed in the water. At the same time, the wild boar stepped back a few paces. Deep hoofprints were left in the moist ground. Wow! Yi Yang jumped out of the water. His chest hurt. He felt that his chest must have been bruised by the boar's sharp tusks. Though there were no visible injuries, the muscles and fat inside had already been damaged. A fiery pain. He glared fiercely at the big wild boar. He had been careless. He shouldn't have had a direct collision just now. To deal with such a strong wild boar, one should avoid direct confrontation. A sideways attack strategy should have been adopted. The intense pain in his chest was the price of being too arrogant. If it were a normal brown bear or other predators, they wouldn't have the stamina to continue fighting. But Yi Yang had a chance to be headstrong. Heal! He gave the order to recover. In an instant, the evolution points turned into energy, continuously healing his internal injuries. In the blink of an eye, his condition had recovered. He climbed onto the shore from the pond, shaking off the water from his fur. With a fierce expression, he bared his tusks and looked at the boar. The big wild boar was startled by Yi Yang's fierce momentum. Its hooves involuntarily stepped back. Why was this big black bear still able to get up unscathed after being hit by its tusked head? Awoo! The wild boar was wild in the wilderness, fierce and aggressive, often attacking large animals. This big wild boar charged again. This time, Yi Yang didn't foolishly collide head-on with the boar. Seeing the quickly approaching black shadow, his eyes narrowed. His limbs and waist exerted force, barely dodging. Boom! Like a torpedo explosion. The wild boar fell heavily into the pond. The wild boar surfaced from the pond. Wild boars can swim too. Yi Yang would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. He charged into the pond to battle with the wild boar. Two massive figures thrashed wildly in the pond. The explosive ripping roars mixed with the sound of the waterfall. Surrounding animals had long fled at the sound, not daring to approach this place. Gradually, the sounds from the pond diminished. Until it completely disappeared. A large black bear held onto a big wild boar with its mouth. The bear paw pushed hard. Finally delivered the dead wild boar to the shore. If it weren't for the buoyancy in the water, this wild boar might not have been able to move itself at all. He estimated that this wild boar weighed over 800 pounds. Yi Yang's bare face lifted with satisfaction, showing a pleased smile. Weighing 700 pounds, he took down a strong wild boar of over 800 pounds. This could be considered overcoming the strong with the weak. He learned a lot from this battle. In the future, strategies can be taken when dealing with such wild boars. His agility was better. He could continue to anger and scare the wild boar, exhausting their energy. Then, take the opportunity to hunt. Typically, brown bears or other predators would ambush the wild boar. But the larger the wild boar, the lower the success rate for a tiger's ambush. He felt his battle experience deepen significantly. If the system had battle experience, it would definitely ring. Ding, having the weak defeat the strong, defeating the powerful wild boar, battle experience plus 100. Hiss. His joy was interrupted, and he gasped in pain. His body ached terribly. Although he was much better in the water than the wild boar. The wild boar lost its advantage of charging in the water. But the madness of an 800-pound wild boar in its last struggle caused him severe injuries. At this moment, he was covered in a shade of crimson. Some of the blood was from the wild boar, and some was his own. The battle over, the hormones in his body stopped flowing, and the elevated state of excitement vanished. The wounds on his body began to hurt in waves, and he started to bleed profusely. Hiss. Pain drove his bare face wild. He hurriedly thought in his heart. Heal. The familiar warm feeling came. Evolution points transformed into energy, wandering in his body, warming him all over. Soon, his injuries healed completely. He let out a sigh of relief, thankful to have the ability. Looking at the feast before him, he swallowed hard. Ing. The little white weasel looked at him with a cute expression. You guy, don't put in effort in a fight, but run fast when it comes to food. He took a bite of meat and tossed it in front of the little white weasel. The little white weasel's eyes lit up. Together with Yi Yang, it started to eat this delicious meal. The giant panda was very happy to see the big black bear defeated the wild boar. Because that meant they could return to the bamboo forest to eat bamboo. Yi Yang did not notice. The blood flowing from the wounds caused during the battle with the wild boar was slowly making its way through the pool, flowing down the mountain. The water from the pool flowed down the terrain, forming a small river leading to the bottom of the mountain. This small river benefited many animals at the foot of the mountain. Of course, this included carnivorous animals. Today, a group of animals came to drink water in the small river as usual. Suddenly, the herbivores saw the blood-red water floating in the river and were terrified. They immediately retreated far from the scene. The carnivores, smelling that familiar alluring scent, their eyes lit up. Looking upstream of the small river. Could it be that the forest overlord was seriously injured? The fierce glint in their eyes was eager for a chance. A group of carnivores saw their greedy desires in each other's eyes. Then, they all started to approach upstream simultaneously. Chapter 60, Another Bear Comes? Near the pool, Yi Yang was devouring the giant wild boar meat before him. To be honest, the taste of this wild boar wasn't very good. Because it was a male boar and had not been castrated. The pork was mixed with a strong stinky scent. And this wild boar was also very muscular, causing the meat to be tough. Even with Yi Yang's strong bare teeth, it took several bites to chew through a piece of meat. The little white weasel beside him had long given up the idea of eating wild boar meat. Too smelly, too tough, and not tasty at all. Yi Yang was not picky. He was a scavenger, nothing was off limits. And after the intense battle, his physical strength was greatly consumed. His already hungry belly was even more empty after the fierce fight. Taking a few big bites, the feeling of hunger eased a lot. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding. Evolution point. A large number of evolution points entered his body with the pork. His whole body felt warm and cozy. Wah wah wah. Suddenly, the little white ferret beside him urgently called out towards the distant dense forest. Could there be an enemy? Yi Yang raised his head and sniffed sharply. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. This is bad. The smell of blood here was too heavy, his sense of smell couldn't work properly. Roar! A bear's roar erupted near the water pit. The giant panda saw the black bear hunt and kill a wild boar. Happily, it returned to the bamboo forest to eat bamboo. Suddenly, it felt something approaching. Pushing aside the grass, it saw several pairs of oily green wolf eyes. Several big wolves. Roar! The giant panda roared majestically. But it retreated, turning and jumping into the water pit. It quickly ran behind Yi Yang, trembling its body. Yi Yang and the little white ferret looked down on the cowardly panda at the same time. These wild wolves, together, weren't even as big as the panda. Is it really that cowardly? However, Yi Yang did not relax just because he saw the enemies were wild wolves. His sixth sense told him that things were definitely not simple. Moreover, the direction the little white ferret had just warned him about was not the bamboo forest. Gradually, the wind began to pick up. Yi Yang wrinkled his nose, his bare face darkening. His gaze and attention fixed on the surroundings, entering a state of high alert. Because he smelled multiple predator scents in the wind. Roar! A leopard jumped out from the bushes first. Its eyes fixed relentlessly on him. This was the first one. Many other carnivorous animals followed closely behind. Counting them, there were more than 10 big wolves, 5 leopards, and even a tiger. They moved slowly, surrounding him. In a non-verbal agreement, their eyes revealed cruelty and excitement as they looked at him. Because he was now covered in blood, looking very disheveled. Plus, in front of him was the big wild boar. They instantly thought about this big fellow fighting with the wild boar and getting severely injured. 2 forest overlords actually got into a fight, and this big fellow was hurt. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they took down this big fellow, their meal would be even more plentiful. They could reproduce more of their kind. And taking down this big fellow meant they could get 2 large food sources. Their cruel eyes burned with heat. Yi Yang saw the situation and felt a bit tricky. These cunning predators seemed to be teaming up against him. Damn it! He felt a surge of anger. Although he had the recovery ability, he clearly wasn't a match for this group of guys. System. Evolution points, 20. This was the evolution points he had saved up over the past half-month. He had just used the recovery ability, consuming over 10 points. He hadn't eaten much meat yet, just trying to break even. The bear's eyes looked at the eager predators. Should he enhance all his attributes and take a gamble? Just then. Roar. A thunderous bear roar. It came from afar. All the animals here looked over. They saw a brown bear, as large as a small mountain, running toward them. Yi Yang was shocked. Another brown bear appeared? Is it coming for me? He began to assess the surrounding encirclement, searching for an escape route. Compared to him, the surrounding predators, the wolf pack, leopards, and tiger. Their spirits were greatly shaken, mouths agape in disbelief at the brown bear before them. This area was vast, several thousand square meters, with abundant food. Living here were many herbivores. In this area, there was a king, and that was this brown bear. They had always thought the dominant brown bear upstream was injured. They planned to come over and seize the opportunity to hunt the brown bear, then dominate this area. But upon seeing a big black bear covered in blood feasting on a wild boar. Now, upon closer inspection, this blood-soaked big bear actually had clean spots that were black. He was not the dominant brown bear. Now, the dominant brown bear has returned. Run. They were left with only one thought. This group of predators, though large in number, obviously wasn't from the same species, and their coordination wasn't very good. Letting them hunt a severely injured brown bear together was still possible. If it's a healthy brown bear, then that's another story. The hunters who were just about to attack Yi Yang quickly fled from here. Yi Yang saw the brown bear walking towards him. He initially wanted to retreat. But when he saw the wild boar he had worked so hard to hunt, having not eaten much yet, to give up like this felt too much of a loss. He fixed his gaze on the approaching brown bear. If it comes to it, let's have another fight. But the giant panda and the little white weasel behind him weren't as brave as he was. Their figures trembled as they hid behind him. It was getting closer. He noticed that this brown bear was much larger than him. And the brown bear had no intention of attacking. He felt slightly relieved. The brown bear reached the wild boar's corpse. It started eating without any courtesy. Yi Yang was stunned watching this. Was it completely ignoring him? I want to see how confident you really are. System. Race, brown bear, female. Strength, 95. Stamina, 90. Speed, 85. I seem to have disturbed you. Seeing the massive body and strong stats, Yi Yang knew he was no match for this brown bear in front of him. As expected, it's the boss of the bear family. Its combat power and size were indeed formidable. I can't afford to provoke it, I better leave. He turned around and was about to leave. Roar. Yi Yang stopped. From the low growl of the brown bear, he sensed its intention to eat. The panda looked at the brown bear. Meeting the indifferent gaze of the brown bear, nothing was discerned. But he confirmed that this brown bear had no malice toward him. Glancing at the wild boar's corpse in front of him, feeling his growling stomach, he still chose to eat the pork in front of him. Eating it, he felt no guilt. The wild boar was indeed what he had hunted hard for. Ding, evolution points plus 0.1. Ding. System. Evolution points, 25. After filling up, he gained 5 points of evolution. As his evolution points increased, his confidence deepened. Even if he couldn't win, escaping with the recovery function was not a problem. He was also very curious about what this brown bear wanted to do with him. Roar. Seeing the handsome-looking big black bear finished eating, the mother brown bear called out and swam back to her cave, excitedly waiting for him at the cave entrance. Yi Yang had a bad premonition. Chapter 61, Defeating the Brown Bear. Seeing the mother brown bear's eyes filled with desire, like a thirsty person looking at water, Yi Yang panicked, his big bear face blank. Because he was very familiar with this gaze, it was a sign of a bear in heat. Just half a month ago, he chased off a heat-stricken black bear. How could another heat-stricken female brown bear appear? Could it be that he was having good luck with women? But this is a female brown bear, completely not his kind. Does this make sense? Roar. Seeing Yi Yang standing there in a daze, not making a move, the mother brown bear angrily roared. The roar broke Yi Yang's chaotic thoughts, bringing him back to reality. He quickly assessed the situation, then sized up the giant mother brown bear. The combat power of brown bears was still significant, and this one was in heat. His eyes flickered. Run away. Determined, he dashed. Roar! He turned around and roared a retreating call to the panda and little white weasel behind him. Then he quickly turned and ran with all his limbs. Having spent some time with him, the panda and little white weasel understood the simple commands. They decisively followed him to escape. Roar! An angry roar. Seeing the handsome big black bear running away, the mother bear was furious. What's this? Is it that my strength isn't good enough? I can't give you strong bear cubs? I think you look good, yet you don't cherish the opportunity. How dare you look down on me? The mother bear was very angry, and the consequences were severe. She felt that the bear's dignity was insulted. Roar! With a thunderous roar, she erupted with speed. Whoa! She charged towards the water pool, pursuing Yi Yang. Yi Yang, the little white weasel, and the panda turned to see the furious mother brown bear. Their hearts trembled. This mother brown bear weighed over 800 pounds, like a small mountain. The speed displayed, however, was not slow at all. Yi Yang saw this situation and knew that the mother brown bear was furious and very dangerous, so he quickened his pace a bit. He didn't want to face a crazed mother brown bear, it was too terrifying, like a horror movie. If he were caught, it would be fine if he could fight back. But if he couldn't, his life would be in danger. At this moment, the panda felt especially afraid. The raging brown bear reminded her of that terrifying northeast tiger, and this angry mother bear was much fiercer than the tiger. They sprinted away with all their might, feeling the terrifying presence behind them getting closer. The situation was becoming more and more severe. At that moment, the panda was running in a panic and accidentally bumped her paw against a rock. Smack! She fell to the ground, rolling a few times. Dazed, she saw the brown bear lunging towards her with great rage. Roar! She let out a cry for help to Yi Yang. Yi Yang, who was running ahead, stopped. He turned around and discovered that the panda had lagged behind them. What surprised him even more was that the panda had fallen to the ground. The brown bear was just about to pounce on her. Without any hesitation, he turned around and changed direction to rescue the panda. In his capacity, it was necessary to protect his little brother, the panda, and the little weasel. They chose to follow him, which meant they trusted him and had become his little brothers. Moreover, this terrifying brown bear was not invincible. He gritted his teeth. System. Add points. 25 evolution points vanished in an instant, transforming into energy to strengthen his body. Roar! Just as the brown bear lunged at the panda in fury, Yi Yang timely blocked its path. The mother brown bear saw that the big black bear dared to reappear before her. She became even more frenzied. She charged violently at the big black bear. The two large creatures crashed into each other. To the mother brown bear's surprise, it seemed she noticed that the big black bear had grown larger. The big black bear was now bigger than she was. Roar! The surprised bear's eyes fixed on Yi Yang. She couldn't understand why, before her, stood a black bear that had been smaller. Suddenly, its size was bigger than hers. Roar! She let out an angry roar. The two large creatures grappled together. Bear fights were simple. It was nothing more than using sharp bear mouths and claws to attack one another. Yi Yang felt a sharp pain in his back. He didn't have to think to know that the mother bear's sharp claws had dug into his back. Roar! He refused to back down. He used his claws to swipe at the mother bear's waist. The 3-centimeter-long claws swiftly tore through the bear's fur, piercing into the flesh. Roar! The mother brown bear let out a painful cry. She actively withdrew from the fight, retreating 10 meters. Her gaze hesitated as she looked at the big black bear. From that brief confrontation, she confirmed that this black bear was indeed larger than before. No longer was it a big black bear she could bully at will. What was the reason for this? Roar! She deeply memorized the appearance of the big black bear with her bare eyes. Then she turned and left. Yi Yang let out a sigh of relief. His tense body relaxed. He sat in a bear stance on the ground, panting heavily. Although he had only battled the mother brown bear for a few seconds, the physical exertion was still immense. Even though his size had increased, his strength was still not greater than that of the mother bear. The fight was endured through gritted teeth. Watching the mother brown bear fade into the distance, Yi Yang felt helpless. He didn't expect that after transforming into a black bear, he would become desirable in the eyes of the mother bear. Not only did his fellow black bears notice him, but the mother brown bear actually wanted to claim him. Why had he never encountered such a situation in his previous life? He felt the deep malice of the heavens. Shaking his head, he began to check his attributes. System panel. Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian black bear. Level, Gene Lock level 1. Function, healing. Strength, 75. Stamina, 100, limit. Speed, 70. Evolution points, 0. He had instantly used all 25 evolution points just now. The strength attribute value rose to 75. Stamina had stabilized at 100. Reached the limit. Following that, the body swelled to 1,000 pounds. That's 1 ton. This is generally the limit weight for a brown bear. I wonder what changes will happen when I break through to the second tier of the gene lock. Goo 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 goo. Before he could think too much, his big round belly emitted a signal of hunger. He was hungry again. Sigh, it seems I need to become a diligent hunting black bear from now on. He came to the side of the dead wild boar to eat. While eating, he thought, feeling grateful for everything that had just happened. He understood that the mother brown bear only made a tentative attack. There was no intention of a fatal fight. Seeing that she couldn't take down Yi Yang, she left voluntarily. It wasn't because she was afraid of him. Because it was now just above August. The mating season for bears was about to end. The mother brown bear needed to quickly find another brown bear to mate and reproduce, otherwise she wouldn't complete her task of having cubs this winter. This was the reason the mother brown bear would leave here. She needed to find a brown bear to mate and complete her mission. I hope this mother brown bear has better eyesight and doesn't look for black bears again. Thinking of the mother brown bear's furious expression made his heart tremble. However, this battle was worth it. The bear glanced at the cave across the pond. This beautiful living environment belonged to him now. Chapter 62 Hunting. 2 days later. By the edge of the pond, the wild boar carcass had vanished, leaving only a large skeleton with remnants of meat. Yi Yang was moving back and forth on the shore. He was throwing the large skeleton downstream, making the wild boar's skeleton and fragments wash down the mountain with the current. In such a beautiful living environment, it must be taken care of. Clearing away the last fragment of bone, Yi Yang the bear sat by the pond. A word worry was written on his bare face. This giant forest wild boar, with 800 pounds of meat, he surprisingly finished in 2 days. Sounding unbelievable, even he, the person involved, couldn't believe it. That was a complete 800 pounds of meat. Gone in 2 days. As his body reached the limit attribute of 1,000 pounds, his appetite was bigger than he imagined. Goo goo goo. Helplessly, he rubbed his hungry belly and got up, preparing to hunt. Roar. He roared at the little white ferret staring at the big fish in the water from afar. The little white ferret's eyes lit up, hurriedly circling the pond and following him. Going to hunt. The panda heard the roar and glanced at the departing black bear. Her body didn't move because she knew the big black bear went out hunting and would come back. Lying in the bamboo forest eating bamboo was the most comfortable. In the depths of the Qinling Mountains, there were many animals living, leading to a complex smell in the air. His sense of smell found it difficult to locate specific large prey. However, this couldn't stop him, who possessed human soul wisdom. After leaving the pond, he walked along the direction of the flowing pond. Water is the source of life. No one can leave the water source, including animals. Sure enough, after walking less than half a kilometer, he caught the scent of prey from the air. His eyes brightened. His forelimbs began to move lightly as he stealthily approached. By the riverbank, a group of animals were drinking water by the river, occasionally raising their heads to watch for danger. Among them were fawns, herds of cattle, elk, wild boars. Even not far away, there was a leopard waiting for the right moment. The herbivores protected their young behind them, drinking water and grazing with ease. The warm sun shone, and the mountain breeze blew, showing a scene of harmony. No one noticed a massive black bear quietly peeking out from the dense forest. Yi Yang bared his sharp teeth, his eyes shining. He didn't expect so many prey would be so close to his territory. He looked left and right, selecting a suitable target. A large-sized elk entered his sight. He nodded satisfyingly. Licked his lips. It had been a long time since he ate deer. It's you, Dada. As still as a mountain, moving like thunder. His massive size made a noise on the ground, attracting the attention of the herbivores. A huge black bear was charging towards them. Moo. Hiss. It let out a piercing cry. Constantly running around in panic. The river formed by the water from the pond wasn't very deep. These large animals could easily leap across it. Most animals chose to jump over the stream directly and ran far away. However, some animals' young ones were slow and were left behind. The cow mother and the deer mother, who ran far away, turned back with worried faces. They were actually relieved, as Yi Yang had no interest in their young ones. These young ones were not even enough to fill his gaps between the teeth. His target had always been the larger creatures. It must be said, the speed at which these herbivores burst forth was quick, he could not catch up. But suddenly, the panicked herbivores all ran together. Mixed in were animals of other kinds running away, it was impossible to avoid a trampling incident. Sure enough, Yi Yang kept his eyes fixed on a moose with a severely injured hind leg. This moose had initially wanted to escape as quickly as possible. However, it was knocked down by a herd of cows running in a panic nearby. Then, quite unfortunately, it was continuously trampled by fellow moose behind it. Its body was covered in wounds, especially its hind leg that hurt with every touch to the ground. It could only lift its hind leg high and awkwardly hop slowly with the remaining 3 legs toward the opposite side. Realizing the large black bear was approaching from behind, it panicked. Its already chaotic movements caused it to fall to the ground. Seeing this moose struggling for survival, Yi Yang felt not a shred of pity in his heart. He had long realized the rule of survival of the fittest in nature. Otherwise, with his large size, if he didn't hunt and acted like a saint, he would starve to death sooner or later. All he could do was quickly hunt down this moose, no longer allowing it to endure the overwhelming fear and torment of death. Roar! Exploding forward, he lunged at the fallen moose. The moose on the ground sensed the crisis of death. With a surge of strength, it quickly got back on its feet. There was no choice to run away. It turned to face the black bear with its large antlers, hoping to fend off the bear and survive. But this was destined to be a wishful thinking. Yi Yang had the recovery function of the system, he wasn't afraid of the sharp antler defense at all. Moreover, not only did he have a powerful body, but his agility was also very high. He could easily dodge the attacks of the severely injured, slow-responding moose. Closing in, he took a brief pause and slipped to the side of the moose. Roar! He pounced on the moose. With his great bare jaws, he bit down fiercely on the moose's neck. The moose, pinned down on the ground, struggled continuously. Feeling the pain in its neck, its consciousness began to blur. It knew it was going to die. Tears glistened in its big eyes. Moo! It let out a weak roar, reluctantly looking towards the herd of moose on the opposite bank. Possibly gazing at its own little moose, or perhaps longing for life. The herbivores on the opposite bank saw the huge creature had caught its prey. After confirming their safety, they began to leisurely drink and graze again. The moose herd looked at this side with bright eyes, witnessing their kind's death, not knowing what to think. But all this was unimportant to Yi Yang. He had seen such scenes too many times before. He bet that within half a day, those unusual moose would return to their previous state. Life and death parting was the most common occurrence in nature. His primary goal now was to quickly kill this moose and end its suffering sooner. He got a bite. Feeling the toughness of the flesh under his teeth, this was the throat. With a strong bite. Crack! A bright, sharp sound of breaking rang out. After a few weak struggles, the moose lost its breath. It was dinner time. Impatiently, Yi Yang began to feast. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point. After a while, Yi Yang satisfiedly patted his now rounded belly. A quick glance revealed a leopard feeding on a young calf not far away. He recognized the scent of this leopard. It was one that had surrounded him not long ago. What made him even angrier was, this leopard had captured a calf, thanks to the chaos he had caused. It took the opportunity to hunt. Such quick revenge made him very unhappy. The leopard sensed the gaze. Seeing the big black bear staring at it, a jolt ran through its heart. There was a hint of bad premonition. Chapter 63 Conspiracy. The more Yi Yang bear watched the leopard enjoying its meal, the more upset he became. It felt like an enemy was spending your money on a good life, enjoying lavish meals and beautiful models. And the money didn't need to be returned. You could only watch helplessly. Anger gradually rose in the bear's eyes. The more he watched, the angrier he became, the joy of his full stomach faded away. Then he suddenly thought. His appetite was this big. He needed to hunt a large adult herbivore every 1 or 2 days. If he allowed these wolves and leopards to keep hunting the young animals, could he still live comfortably? There was no doubt his big appetite was disrupting the ecology of this area. If these detestable hunters continued to hunt in the territory like this, the ecology would surely be unable to bear it. After the ecological collapse, the number of animals in this territory would greatly decrease, until it could no longer satisfy his appetite. His eyes widened. He did not want to leave this land of fortune. Finding a suitable living environment was very difficult. It seems I need to get rid of these pests in the territory immediately. He hardened his heart. Glancing at the leopard still devouring its meal, he quietly moved his position. Unexpectedly, the leopard, busy eating, was always watching him. As soon as he got close, the leopard picked up its food and ran away. TSK TSK TSK. With no choice, he pursed his lips. Yi Yang Bear sat in place, not expecting the leopard to be so alert. To hunt these cunning animals, he needed to use his brain. Unintentionally, his gaze swept over a small portion of leftover elk carcass. His eyes brightened. I've got it. In the dense forest, a few large wolves were slowly wandering toward the river. Food was not lacking this season, they were preparing to hunt animals by the riverbank. Just then, one large wolf in front suddenly stopped its movement. It raised its head and sniffed vigorously in the air. The remaining large wolves saw their companion's behavior and approached the spot. The wolves' eyes glimmered. They smelled the scent of blood in the air. Blood meant food to them. Whether it was an injured animal or a corpse, it was an easy meal. They exchanged glances and licked their lips. They headed toward the lingering scent of blood. In the thicket, a spotted leopard followed the scent of blood to a large piece of leftover elk carcass. The tempting, fragrant smell of blood was very inviting. But it didn't pounce on it immediately. By nature, the leopard was cunning and very intelligent. It became suspicious. First, it cautiously approached the elk meat, surveying the area. It found nothing unusual. There was no special smell in the air either. Lowering its guard. Drooling, it approached the piece of elk meat. It opened its mouth wide to eat. After a while, it sensed something unusual around it. Abruptly raising its head, it saw a large wolf with bared fangs creeping close. It sighed in relief, it could still handle one wolf. But suddenly, sounds appeared all around. Looking around, it found itself surrounded by a pack of wolves. Hastily dropping the meat in its mouth, it decisively charged toward a nearby tree. But it was too late. These wild and crazed wolves wouldn't miss this opportunity. The wolf pack had originally followed the scent of blood to this place. Seeing a cheetah excitedly eating meat, the wolf pack became even more excited. They didn't expect to catch a cheetah too. So they decided to surround this leopard. The fact proved that the wolf pack's cooperation ability was very strong, silently surrounding the leopard. The surrounding wolves opened their jaws wide. Quickly pounce on the dodging cheetah. Although the speed of the leopard is fast, the wolves are not slow either. Moreover, they seized the initiative, attacking a step before the cheetah moved. Ah, whoa! Several wolves pounced but missed. They lifted their heads and looked at the cheetah in the tree. One wolf licked the blood at the corner of its mouth, revealing its fangs and showing a cruel face towards the cheetah in the tree. A cheetah that relies on speed to hunt, even if its hind legs are not entirely useless from injury, is not far from death. During the injury period, how could it hunt for food? The wolves gradually raised their noses, looking at the cheetah as if it were a delicious feast. Ah, whoa! The wolves, eyeing each other, decided to finish the nearby feast first before trailing the injured cheetah. The cheetah quickly climbed up the tree and let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, it felt pain in its hind leg. It turned out that it had been bitten by a wolf. The hind leg was bleeding continuously. The cheetah quickly extended its tongue to lick the wound while baring its teeth at the wolves below. Since it couldn't bite him, it wouldn't lose face, maintaining its fierce spirit. The wolves, seeing the cheetah up in the tree, ignored its provocation. They were smart enough to know they had missed the hunting opportunity. Turning around, they began to eat the meat on the ground. They ate happily, gaining a meal without expending any effort, which would make anyone joyful. While they were joyfully eating, they did not notice that the dense forest around them was quietly shaking. Whoosh! A massive black bear appeared. Instantly, it pounced towards them. With a simple smack of its two huge paws, it struck two dazed wolves at their waists. Bang! The two large wolves lost their combat ability and were knocked to the ground. The remaining three large wolves reacted, their expressions instantly panicking, wanting to flee. But they had gathered too closely around their feeding spot. All were firmly pressed under the massive body of the black bear. A few wolves were pinned to the ground by the bear's enormous size, unable to break free. They could only open their wolf mouths and bite hard into the bear's chest. The 3 to 4 centimeters of wolf teeth successfully pierced into the bear's huge body, sinking deep into the flesh. A hint of unusual color appeared on the bear's face, feeling severe pain. But it still tightly pressed them down with its body. His body could withstand bullets, this little pain was nothing. Opening its big mouth, it finished off the struggling wolves underneath it one by one. Then it stood up to check if the two wolves attacked with its paws were still alive. After confirming they were dead, it gave the order. Heal. An endless stream of energy surged into the wounds, healing the injuries. The cheetah saw the wolf pack that had been attacking it, instantly killed by the big black bear. Its heart was shocked. Then it was filled with wild joy. Let them, that group of old crafty ones, dare to ambush afterwards. At this moment, an old saying came to mind. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The big black bear is indeed powerful. But slowly, it began to panic. Because the big black bear's eyes were fixating on him in the tree. The cheetah's face returned to normal while its eyes showed mockery. No way? You can't climb trees, can you? Baring its fangs, it provoked the bear by showing its teeth. The bear smiled. The corners of its mouth rose high, squinting its bare eyes at the invincible cheetah mocking from the tree. It came to the tree and, under the cheetah's unmistakable wide-open eyes. With harmonious limbs, it quickly and nimbly climbed the tree. Looking at the approaching big black bear, the cheetah was filled with despair. There was only one fate awaiting the cheetah, death. Chapter 64, Double Scheme. Easily climbing the tree to finish off the cheetah. The bear returned to the ground from the tree. Seeing the scattered wolf bodies and the cheetah corpse, it nodded with satisfaction. A surge of pride arose uncontrollably in its heart. Animals like wolves and cheetahs, who are very agile, are hard to be caught, let alone that it is a huge black bear. Looking at the mud covering its body, the bear couldn't help but grin broadly. Thanks to this mud at the river bottom, he tricked the smell of the wolf and leopard. Otherwise, these cunning hunters could immediately sense his presence, and it would be hard for him to ambush them. I didn't expect that a piece of deer meat could bring in so much profit. He looked over at the 5 big wolves and a leopard, casually estimating. At the very least, there were 500 pounds of meat. He licked his lips, tomorrow's meal was secured. Suddenly, his bare face frowned. Because he couldn't carry this food back. However, spending a night in the wild was no big deal. The next day, Yi Yang was awakened by a rustling sound. He opened his bare eyes. He saw the giant panda coming with a little white ferret. At the same time, those wild wolves, foxes, and other small animals attracted by the smell of blood hurriedly fled when they saw the giant waking up. Ing ing ing. The little white ferret rushed to Yi Yang's side, calling anxiously. With a worried look. Thinking that the hero had encountered an accident or had abandoned her. Yi Yang reached out his bare paw to stroke her little head, comforting her anxious feelings. He didn't expect the little white ferret could lead the panda to find him. Looking at the adorable panda and the little white ferret, it seemed he had underestimated their intelligence. Roar. Time to eat. As usual, he shared a small portion with the little white ferret. Then he began to devour the food greedily. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point. The giant panda watched as the big black bear ate so happily. She also felt hungry, but she didn't like eating meat. She found a patch of grass nearby and began to eat the grass. Burp. Yi Yang rubbed his round belly, satisfied, and burped. Since the food was not easy to carry, he indulged and ate as much as he could. He was too full. When bears get full, they want to sleep. He was no exception. At this moment, a heavy drowsiness came over him, and his head began to spin. Ha! He yawned, eyes half closed. He originally planned to take care of those wolf packs, leopards, and that tiger together. But his body was just too tired. It seemed that hunting those predators would have to wait until tomorrow. For now, he would go back to the cave and sleep. Roar! He leisurely took the panda and the little white ferret back to the cave by the pond to sleep comfortably. After they left, small omnivorous animals like foxes, honey badgers, and wild boars quickly jumped out of the thicket. They began to fight over the leftover bones. Until finally, a pack of wolves came, and their struggle ended. The wild wolves sniffed the scent of the carcass on the ground, alarmed, because it was the scent of their kind. The next day, Yi Yang repeated his old tricks, using the same method. And this time he was smarter. Realizing that besides his strong body, he had an even more important weapon, human intelligence. He intended to dig a pit as a trap. But just as he started digging with his bare paw, he found the efficiency too low and it was tiring. Seeing the cave by the pond, his bare eyes lit up. Then, he caught a prey near the water source. First eating until he was 80% full. Dragging the leftover meat back to the pond. He patted the giant panda lying in the bamboo grove. Roar! Big black bear, I don't eat meat? What do you mean by this? I only love eating bamboo. The panda looked confused at the piece of deer meat the big black bear dragged over. Then lifted a tender young bamboo, indicating that she only loved eating this. Roar! Yi Yang shouted loudly. Bang! A bear paw hit her black and white head. The panda covered her head, still looking confusedly at him. He had no choice but to demonstrate personally. He took a piece of deer meat in his big bare mouth and moved it over several meters. Then he returned and tossed the meat in front of the panda. The panda looked up at the big black bear and nodded, indicating she understood. Holding the meat, she looked at him. Why didn't the boss tell her such a simple thing earlier? The boss is so silly. Yi Yang sighed in relief. How nice it would be if there were bear language. Leading the way in front. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. He turned back and found the panda's small black eyes were secretly looking at him with disdain. His heart was filled with a mix of anger and amusement. What happened? Clearly, you just couldn't understand what this bear meant, and yet you blame me? Silently sneaking behind the panda who was looking down while walking. Suddenly, he kicked hard. Puff! The giant panda fell into the waterhole, splashing water everywhere. Though the panda wasn't as good at swimming as the black bear, it could still manage a bit. It quickly climbed back onto the shore, glancing at Yi Yang with a hint of resentment. Yi Yang saw the panda looking like a drenched chicken. He laughed heartlessly. But soon, the laughter stopped. Because he realized the meat in the panda's mouth had fallen into the waterhole and hadn't come back up. Oh no, don't lose the meat. He dove into the waterhole, searching for the lost piece of meat. Inside a cave in the woods. The giant panda walked out, looking at the muddy black bear with confusion in its eyes. Roar! Roar! Yi Yang ignored the panda's confusion. He told her to leave. He saw the little white weasel still by his side. He nudged her with his paw, signaling her to follow the panda back to the waterhole. The little white weasel didn't want to leave at first. But knowing the hero might have something to do alone, she reluctantly followed the giant panda back to the waterhole. After they left, Yi Yang looked around. He jumped into the nearby dense forest, hiding. After a while, several big wolves came running. They stopped about 10 meters from the cave. Their eyes were hesitant, unwilling to enter. Yi Yang, hiding nearby, felt anxious. Why weren't these wolves going into the cave? Did they sense danger? No way. He was covered in smelly mud, which surely wouldn't trigger their instinct for danger. Besides, he had chosen this cave specifically. There was no sign of danger inside. What Yi Yang didn't know was that the cave indeed posed no danger to him. But it was a different story for the wolves. They detected a strong predator sent from within the cave. Recognizing the scent of a powerful leopard, they were now contemplating whether a big meal was worth the risk of fighting with the leopard over food. Finally, they exchanged glances. With their numbers, they were not afraid of a solitary leopard. Ow! With a howl, the pack charged into the cave. But to their surprise, inside the cave, there was only a piece of wet meat. They couldn't see any trace of the leopard. They sniffed the meat, finding no unusual smell. They began to surround the meat and eat eagerly. Suddenly, they felt the light in the cave dim. Looking up towards the entrance, a massive, dark figure blocked it completely. The big black bear. The deer meat fell from his mouth onto the ground. Chapter 65, Danger. Almost became a eunuch. Ow! The 5 big wolves instantly abandoned their meal, all staring at the big black bear at the cave entrance. Barred teeth gleaming, remnants of deer meat visible between them. Despite their fierce expressions, their eyes revealed their inner fear. The cave entrance wasn't large, and Yi Yang's 1-ton body tightly blocked it. This meant they had to face the big black bear head-on to escape. Yi Yang watched as the 5 wild wolves continuously retreated until they reached the deepest part of the cave. His eyes sparkled with excitement. His scheme had succeeded once again. His gaze shifted to the group of seemingly fierce little wolf dogs. In his eyes, the situation now was like catching turtles in a jar, they were just a fresh meal. Ow! Wolves are truly untamable creatures. Under such a crisis, they still managed to organize and prepare to launch an attack. Driven by their powerful wild instincts, overcoming their inner fears, they began their assault. Because they knew, if they kept holding on like this, their brains couldn't withstand the immense pressure brought by the big black bear, which could lead to a breakdown. They would lose their fighting ability, making escape impossible. Only by facing off head-on could there be a glimmer of hope. Ow! The 5 big wolves coordinated perfectly, like a gray lightning bolt darting towards Yi Yang. Yi Yang's gaze flickered. He was not just a powerful size. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted, echoing continuously in the cave, attacking the weak eardrums of this pack of wild wolves. The wild wolves in midair were startled, and for a moment, their movements slowed down. Yi Yang the bear's eyes sparkled with a glimmer. Good opportunity. He acted immediately. His 2 bare paws swung instantly toward the 2 wild wolves in the air. Bang! The 2 wild wolves fell to the ground, losing their ability to move, motionless. The other 3 wild wolves quickly reacted. Ow! They reorganized their attack, dividing into upper, middle, and lower attacks. The wolf responsible for the highest attack leaped high, pouncing toward Yi Yang's head. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang opened his big bear mouth, waiting for him. Snap! Yi Yang bit down hard on the wolf's neck, with a sound of bones cracking. The wolf in his mouth struggled a couple of times and lost its movement. It died without understanding why this big black bear reacted so quickly. Wasn't he just attacking the other 2 kind? How could he suddenly free up time to attack him? Roar! Yi Yang couldn't help but let out a painful roar. A sharp pain surged in his chest. He looked down to find a big wild wolf clinging to his chest, having taken advantage of his attack. The wolf's sharp teeth, like saw blades, bit hard into his chest. The most damage was done by the long canine teeth, sinking deep into flesh. Moreover, it kept tearing and stirring the flesh and bones within. Roar! Just as Yi Yang wanted to lower his head and bite this reckless wolf to death. But he saw the last wild wolf's action that interrupted his thoughts. Because this wolf was slightly smaller than the others. It sneaked under him without him noticing, aimed right at his precious parts, stirring. Roar! This can't happen. Although he became a black bear, planning to be single for life, probably never needing that thing. But that area represented male dignity. Moreover, if it were attacked, regardless of the degree, it would be a critical hit. Although he had the system's recovery function, no male wanted to experience the sensation of becoming a eunuch. Roar! Ignoring the severe pain in his chest. With the giant wolf hanging in front of him, he used all 4 limbs to retreat urgently. The wolf trying to launch a surprise critical hit missed its bite. Why didn't it bite? In confusion, it looked at Yi Yang, just as Yi Yang's furious eyes met it, like a volcano about to explode. Yi Yang was furiously angry. Because just moments ago, his precious parts had felt the hot breath exhaled by the wild wolf's mouth. So close. Just a little. He was almost a black bear eunuch. Utter rage filled his heart. The sharp pain in his chest was completely ignored, his eyes locked onto the wolf in front of him. The wolf was terrified by the fierce glare of the big black bear. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on its nerves. In the end, the wolf's heart couldn't bear this massive pressure. Whimper! It let out a sound like a little puppy. Tucking its tail, it ran deep into the cave, curling up and trembling. Ow! The wolf on his chest still hadn't realized something was wrong. It was still trying hard to gnaw at Yi Yang's chest flesh. Blood gushed, and the dark fur was stained red. The wild wolf, still gnawing, was a bit dazed, wondering why the big black bear didn't react to its bites at all. Could it be that it was taken down by his companions? Excitedly looking up, it saw the black bear's grim face. Slap! Yi Yang didn't waste words with it. With a powerful clap of his 2 bare paws, the wolf's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white brain matter splattered all over Yi Yang. No! Damn it! I can't bite down. Yi Yang ignored the sharp thorn of the wolf's teeth that injured his bare paw, bleeding. He lifted the wild wolf into the air. The wild wolf rose in the air, frantically leaving shallow scratches on Yi Yang's body with its 4 limbs. It should be over. With a burst of strength in his bare paws. Whoosh! The wild wolf was instantly torn apart from top jaw to bottom jaw. Before it. In his heart, he began to hesitate. Ha! Suddenly, the tiger's eyes flashed. He noticed the big black bear, although it looked aggressive, its steps were moving backward. Moreover, its hind legs were not agile at all, as if it was injured, covered in blood and filth, with a large patch of fur missing from its chest, looking extremely miserable. Most importantly, the fear hidden deep in the bear's eyes was unmistakable. This was a seriously injured big black bear. What a good opportunity! The tiger's eyes shone brightly as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He confirmed the big black bear's injuries. His heart raced suddenly, he had never hunted such a large carnivore before. What mattered most was that as long as he took down this big black bear, this territory would belong to him. Don't miss this chance, there might not be a next time. Roar! He let out a thunderous tiger roar. He charged at the battle-scarred big black bear. He already envisioned himself as the king of this region, dominating the waterhole cave, living a free and easy life of hunting. His body soared high, and joy filled his eyes. Suddenly, a chill ran through his heart. Ha! He saw the fear in the big black bear's eyes vanish. Instead, there was a teasing look directed at him, with the bear's mouth curving upward. Tricked! He wanted to stop his advance, but it was too late. At that moment, he was in mid-leap, and the immense inertia forced him toward the big black bear. Yi Yang opened his bare paw, as if welcoming a lover, embracing the soaring tiger. Pulling it into his embrace, he pressed it down firmly. Finally, he delivered the death kiss. The bear's mouth opened wide to bite the tiger's neck. The tiger tried to resist, struggling desperately, but underestimated the strength of Yi Yang, who weighed a ton. He could only be pinned to the ground, helplessly resisting. He saw the big black bear aiming to bite his neck. The tiger's eyes hardened, and he opened his mouth to bite at Yi Yang's forelimb. But he was blocked by a large bear paw. He could only watch helplessly as that massive, menacing bear mouth lunged for his neck. Sharp, long teeth easily pierced through flesh, and the black and yellow striped fur flowed with bright red blood. Roar! The tiger beneath cried out in pain with his last tiger roar. His eyes filled with unwillingness and confusion as he stared at the big black bear. Why, despite being seriously injured, could it unleash such power? He would never know, until death, that there is a profession in this world called actor. Indeed, Yi Yang played the role of an actor once again, and his opponent was a tiger. What a coincidence! Letting go of his bare mouth, he licked his bloody fangs. The corpse of the dead tiger fell to the ground. When he first spotted the tiger, he had already thought of performing. Although this tiger was not the king of the Siberian tiger, it still possessed feline agility and speed. Moreover, considering the geographical location of this dense forest, if he launched an attack and the tiger ran away, he wouldn't be able to catch it. The only way was to lure the tiger closer and deliver a fatal blow. That was his plan. He didn't expect that by just pretending to be seriously injured, this tiger would fall for it. How embarrassing for such a smart animal as the tiger. In fact, it wasn't the tiger's fault. First of all, there's no doubt. Yi Yang's acting skills may be average, but they were sufficient for animals. More importantly, his makeup details were incredibly realistic. After going through a battle, without any water source nearby, he remained covered in blood and filth. Furthermore, the wounds that had been healed by his recovery function still had no fur growing back on the surface. It only looked like a mass of black-red blood. Forget about the tiger, even a human would see it and think it was a seriously injured bear. He pushed the tiger's corpse on the ground with his bare paw. It weighed about 300 pounds. Tomorrow's meal is secured. With the tiger's corpse in his mouth, he leisurely headed back toward the waterhole. Along the way, the smell of blood lingered, attracting countless animals' attention. The herbivores gazed at the big tiger in the big black bear's mouth, their eyes wide with shock. A hint of surprise stirred within his heart. Because this indicated that their future days would be much better. Those carnivorous beasts attracted by the smell of blood, the wolf pack and a few leopards. Their minds were shaken. Unexpectedly, this big black bear had killed the second in command of the forest. Moreover, they also found the corpses of the wolves and leopards. From the bite marks, it seemed that they were indeed killed by the big black bear. This meant that the big black bear was deliberately hunting down these carnivorous animals. But why did this big black bear act so ruthlessly when the previous queen, the female brown bear, didn't hunt them? They couldn't think too deeply about it. Because the big black bear was gazing at them with icy eyes. They were familiar with that gaze, it was the aura of death. Looking at the terrifying size and chilling gaze of the big black bear, the wolf pack and a few leopards turned and fled without looking back. They decided to stay far away from this terrifying area forever. From then on, this area was left with only one large predator. From now on, all the animal resources belonged to the big black bear, Yi Yang. Chapter 67, The Forest Python. Half a month later, Yi Yang was soaking in a pool. In September, the temperature had gradually cooled, allowing him, with his thick fat, to feel even more comfortable. During this period, Yi Yang hunted every day for his big appetite and accumulated a large number of evolution points. He directly pushed all his attributes to the limit. Host, Yi Yang. Species, Asian black bear. Level, G-Lock Stage 1. Ability, Healing. Strength, 100, Limit. Endurance, 100, Limit. Speed, 100, Limit. Evolution points, 50. Anyway, his endurance had long since reached the limit. So he decided to push his strength and speed to the limit as well. His weight remained unchanged at 1000 gene, and his appetite stayed the same. After maxing out these three attributes, his body underwent a significant change. He felt an indescribable coordination and harmony throughout his body, a seamless unity. His explosive power and reaction speed improved greatly. The most obvious change was that he hunted with even more ease and swiftness. He poked his bare head out of the water and happily blew bubbles. Now I am the true king of this forest. What other animals in the forest can threaten me? His powerful body brought forth a sense of pride within him. Indeed, his size had already reached the limit of brown bears. The brown bear was the ruler of the forest, and he was the king among brown bears. Few animals could threaten him, leading him to suspect that there were no threats left for him in this forest. He had the right to be proud. Just as he was lost in thought, he did not notice a huge black shadow slowly approaching him from below the pool. A fish? While enjoying the sunlight and soaking, Yi Yang felt something fine brushing against his thigh. This delicate touch doesn't seem like a fish. He bent down to look at what was in the water. He was so scared that his soul almost jumped out. A horrifying large snake had quietly approached beneath him. Its long, thick body had unknowingly lain in ambush around his lower body. And at the moment he glanced over, a hellish green light flickered from below the water. The massive body surrounding him instantly constricted. It began to crush his lower body. The strength of this large snake was tremendous. It hurts. Roar. Nearby, the little white weasel and the giant panda in the bamboo forest were drawn by the roar. They saw Yi Yang being wrapped by a large snake. The large snake was more accurate in their eyes than in Yi Yang's. So big. So terrifying. That large snake had the power to completely wrap around the big black bear. At that moment, his lower body was being continuously crushed by the large snake, which had firmly coiled around him. And it was still slithering up his body. In just a few seconds, it quickly coiled around his belly. The green-eyed snake head gradually surfaced from the depths of the water. For years, there have been news reports of people being eaten by wild creatures. This forest python is clearly not an ordinary 500-pound one, it weighs at least 900 pounds. 15 meters long. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such enormous strength. If caught by this giant, terrifying forest python, death is certain. But he still has a chance. Because his weapons, 2 bare paws and a bare mouth, can still move. Roar. With all his might, he tries to pry open the snake that is wrapped around him with his bare paws. But the forest python clings to his body like a magnet, holding on tightly. And it keeps squeezing, causing him terrible pain. Then I will stab you with my claws. Withdrawing his bare paw, the long claws pierce into the python's slippery skin, leaving a mark. The bear's face changes slightly. What a robust body. With resistance in the water, and the forest python being sturdier than he imagined, it seems hard for him to inflict damage in a short time. At that very moment, the forest python's eyes glint green, seizing the chance while Yi Yang is lost in thought. In an instant, it slides its body and wraps around his shoulder. Wow! Just how long is this forest python? Now it is coiled around him like he weighs 1,000 pounds, which is 1 ton. And it's tightening its grip continuously. Looking at the forest python's cold-blooded eyes shining with green light. He wants to swing his bare paws. Unfortunately, his shoulders are already tightly bound, his limbs have lost their fighting power. Roar! Yi Yang struggles with all his might. But the strength and power that used to be so strong are now greatly reduced, firmly constricted by the forest python, rendering him unable to break free. His desperate struggle isn't completely futile. Just now, as the forest python attacked him, his subconscious instinctively drove him toward the edge of the pool. Now, with this intense struggle, his whole body emerges from the water to the shore. Otherwise, if the forest python coiled around him completely and pulled him underwater, he would die even faster. In such a dangerous moment, he starts to calm down inside. This forest python is very clever. From the very start, it ambushed him and then, at the right moment, wrapped around him entirely, like a trap, skilled at hunting. Moreover, its skills in binding and coiling are extremely high. The forest python wraps around his entire body, leaving only his bare head exposed. His mouth can only open, unable to move. He gazes into the forest python's green pupil. Within it, a hint of eagerness begins to emerge in the cold-blooded look. Yi Yang recognizes this gaze. That is the look of a predator about to capture its prey and feast on it. Damn it! It's really set on eating me. Don't force me to break through. Yi Yang has one last trump card, which is to break through his body's limits. Once he breaks through, he would surely escape the current predicament. But after his size increases, what about the days to come? Once he breaks through, his appetite will undergo astonishing changes. In the future, he can already imagine that he will either be hunting or on his way to hunt. The evolution points gained from hunting will not be many. The drawbacks of the strength gained from breaking through are too obvious. But he can't bother about that right now. Feeling his insides being increasingly constrained by the forest python, his heart and breathing start to face severe stress. He can't hold it anymore. System, break through. Roar. A nearby roar interrupts his action. It turns out to be a giant panda that angrily charges over. How can you be as foolish as Bear 2, shouting while in a sneak attack? Indeed, the forest python, locked in a standoff with Yi Yang, pivots its massive head toward the panda's direction. It flicks out its forked tongue, its icy pupils staring coldly at the panda. The panda's expression changes to fear. Looking at the increasingly uncomfortable face of the big black bear. With gritted teeth. Roar. Not caring about anything else, it lunges fiercely, charging to Yi Yang's side. With wide open jaws, it bites down on the segment of the snake wrapped around Yi Yang. Put. The panda successfully bites the snake's body, and snake blood gushes forth. It splatters all over the panda, staining its black and white fur red. Cough, cough, cough. The panda has bitten meat for the first time, and the pungent snake blood chokes her. She is extremely lucky, because at this moment, she senses something approaching. Instinctively jumped back. Whoosh! The forest python opened its huge mouth, but missed the target. Did not expect this round, chubby creature to be so agile. With cold pupils, it glared at this creature, daring to bite him. He remembered, next time he would definitely find an opportunity to swallow him. However, seeing the round creature's surprised eyes, fear emerged in his heart. Because just when he was distracted, attacking the panda, the creature he had wrapped around started to unleash immense power, gradually breaking free from his binds. Chapter 68, Snake's Courage. Crisis. At this moment, in the forest not far from Yi Yang, 3 blonde men, holding large hunting guns, were wandering through the forest. Boss, do you really think we can find that big black bear in the video? The Qinling Mountains in Daxia are too vast, it's really hard to find an animal in here. Fool. This poaching mission into the Qinling was a hard-earned opportunity from a big client. Otherwise, how would we have such convenient identities and a lot of weapons and equipment? Even if we can't find the target, the big black bear, we can look for other precious things. The Qinling Mountains in Daxia are famous for their deep, uninhabited forests. There are so many wild animals that we can easily hunt a few tigers and leopards with these hunting guns and make a fortune. Who cares about the mission? Smart. The boss is so smart. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Don't delay my chance to get rich, or I'll break your leg. The 3 men happened to be heading toward the area where Yi Yang was. Yi Yang, even knowing that 3 poachers were coming this way, had no mind to care. Just as he had just ridden on the giant panda, biting the forest python, at the moment the python counterattacked. In an instant, he erupted with strength and broke free. The bear's cold eyes looked at the coiled forest python. There are others who can seize opportunities. The forest python was extremely shocked and regretful at this moment. Shocked that the big black bear had been strangled by him for so long and still had the strength to burst out and escape. Regretful that he couldn't help but attack the black and white panda that had been biting him, letting the delicious meal fly away. Furiously staring at Yi Yang, and then quickly crawling toward the water pool. Roar! Yi Yang let out a thunderous bear roar. He sprinted after him. How could he let this terrifying forest python escape? Not to mention that this forest python had almost taken his bear life just moments ago, and letting this forest python return to the wilderness would mean worrying about his future life. He wouldn't sleep soundly. Roar! He hurriedly chased after. The bear paw forcefully grabbed the tail of the forest python, which was already mostly in the water. With immense strength, he dragged it out of the water. Roar! With one bite, he caught the tail of the forest python, which was still turning its head. The sharp fangs of the white bear successfully bit through the tail of the forest python. Splash! With a fierce look, he tugged hard. A section of the tail was suddenly bitten off. At this moment, the forest python had turned around, swiftly retreating. With great force, it bit down on the still thrashing snake tail, gulping it down. Coldly watching the forest python dance on the ground like a fish on a hot pan after its tail was bitten off. The blood from the bitten tail sprayed everywhere, staining the ground red, a terrifying scene. Roar! Yi Yang did not give the forest python a chance to recover and charged straight at it. On land, this 1,000-pound giant bear was not afraid of a forest python. How could that be possible? Seeing the big black bear coming close, the pain-stricken forest python knew it was impossible to escape now. Its pupils constricted, it opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth like saws. It bit at the big black bear. Since Yi Yang's speed had reached 100, his reaction speed was very quick. He instantly reacted. He stretched out his bare paw and heavily slapped the snake head the size of a football. Bang! The snake head slammed hard against the ground. Yi Yang did not continue to pounce on the collapsed forest python, his eyes flickering as if searching for something. The forest python shook its head and saw the big black bear beside it in a daze. A great opportunity. Its body began to circle around Yi Yang, believing that if it wrapped around the big black bear, it would have a chance to crush it. Found it! Roar! Before the forest python could complete its encirclement, Yi Yang quickly pounced towards its snake head. The forest python was taken aback and opened its mouth fiercely in defense. But it never expected that Yi Yang's target was not its snake head but the 3-inch mark. If the spine at that 3-inch spot was injured or broken, the forest python wouldn't be able to lift its head to bite him. Unexpectedly, the python's mouth snapped at the big black bear's front. By the time it realized Yi Yang's target was the 3-inch spot, it was already too late. Its big mouth opened wide, and sharp fangs successfully pierced into the snake's body. With a powerful bite. Crack! It sounded like something had broken. Undoubtedly, it was the snake's spine. Sure enough, feeling the intense pain in its chest, the forest python's head became weak, and Yi Yang let go of its mouth. Using its bare paw, it forcefully pried off the snake head still hanging on its chest. It tossed it to the ground. The current situation was terrifying. The snake head lay motionless, only the body of the snake twisted irregularly, looking very frightening. This was the power of the 3 inches. Just moments ago, he was sizing up the python's 3-inch mark, originally intending to find the 7-inch mark, which is where the heart is located. But the snake was too long, making it hard to locate the 7 inches. The 3-inch vertebrae were easy to find. Now, the forest python was just a fresh meal for him. He glanced at the snake head still opening and flicking its tongue towards him. He knew the forest python wasn't dead yet, it had just lost its spine and couldn't raise its head. Then let me send you on your way. Picking up a basketball-sized rock with its bare paw, it walked up close and smashed it down hard on the huge snake head. Smash! In the forest python's eyes filled with fear and unwillingness, the snake head was crushed flat, dead beyond recovery. Only the still writhing snake body represented that it had just been alive. Roar! A bear's roar erupted, declaring victory in battle. Feeding time. Tearing into the snake's abdomen, he found a fist-sized snake gall. His eyes lit up. This was a great tonic. He had never eaten such a large snake gall before. His gaze swept over to the approaching panda and the little white ferret. Seeing the panda's frightened face, he felt warmth in his heart. Thanks to her today, he was able to defeat the terrifying forest python without breaking through physically. Then this snake gall should be a reward for her. He tossed the snake gall at the panda's feet. The panda sniffed the snake gall, and a puzzled expression appeared on her bare face. She didn't really like this bitter thing. Looking at the forest python that couldn't be more dead. After confirming it was safe, she directly ran back to the bamboo forest to eat bamboo. Yi Yang couldn't help but chuckle and scold. What a silly thing, she doesn't even know how to enjoy such a good thing. Ing. The little white ferret felt very wronged at this moment, clearly she was the one who urged the silly panda to come help the hero. The hero obviously didn't know and might look down on her, right? By the way, I almost forgot about you, little one. Yi Yang smiled, looking at the eager little white ferret. Thinking she was worried about his well-being. He patted her small head with his bare paw. With his bare mouth, he tore off a long strip of snake meat and tossed it in front of the little white ferret. But the little white ferret's resentful eyes did not see it. Really, the hero didn't understand her words, making her anxious. He swallowed a fist-sized snake gall in one bite. The once smiling bare face began to grimace. So bitter. 100 times worse than bitter melon. He suddenly remembered the story of suffering and enduring. Ding, evolution point +10. The bare face, originally bitter, now showed a smile. Compared to the bitterness of evolution points, he could definitely handle it. He started to eat the meat of the forest python heartily. Meanwhile, not far away, the 3 men had already arrived near the waterhole. By the waterhole, 3 men held anesthesia guns. Boss, we hit the jackpot. Who would have thought our luck would be this good? Hearing the sound of the bear's roar, they followed it and found their target. Of course, the second and the third, each of us brings down 1. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe there is such a huge black bear in the world. And it can live in peace with a panda and a white ferret. Enough talking, hurry up. While Yi Yang was eating, a sense of foreboding suddenly crept into his heart. What's going on? He frowned in confusion and looked up. He saw a reflection point not far away. Crap! That's a scope. Whoosh! Before he could react, a sound of breaking air came from behind. A pain shot through his shoulder. He looked over. A long syringe was sharply jabbed into his body. Roar! The panda in the bamboo forest let out a bear's roar. Looking up, he saw the little white ferret and the panda in the bamboo forest got hit by the tranquilizer dart at the same time. At the same time, his body began to weaken, and his head felt dizzy. He knew the tranquilizer was starting to take effect. He could only instinctively lie down on the ground. Ah, boss, we 3 brothers are really great marksmen. Of course, we've been hunting together for decades. Hurry up, let's check out that big black bear. The 3 of them were very excited, just as they planned. 3 targets were hit by the tranquilizer at the same time. They approached Yi Yang closely. This big black bear is so huge. It must weigh at least a ton. My god, it can't be a mutated one, right? The third one exclaimed. Not just him, the other two were also shocked by the big black bear in front of them. They had never seen such a large black bear in their decades of poaching career. This size would rank at the top among brown bears. If it weren't for the white moon pattern on the chest of the big black bear, they would surely believe it was a brown bear with black fur. But this is indeed a black bear. Everyone gasped in awe. The boss was the first to react. You guys go take care of the white ferret and the panda, I'll handle this brown bear. Boss, don't rush, the special tranquilizer gun we used can take half an hour for an elephant to wake up, we have plenty of time. The third one said, let's take a photo with the big black bear first. I feel this big black bear will definitely cause a stir, and we will become famous. Famous? The boss and the second one exclaimed. Thoughts raced through their minds. Indeed. If they could sell the big black bear's fur completely, they would be known for hunting the giant black bear, leaving their names in the poaching world, even in history books. That's right, they chose to kill both the panda and the big black bear. Then they would take the valuable fur, bear bile, and bear paws. Otherwise, hauling large game out would be completely unrealistic. That's right, we will be famous. This big black bear might be the only one of its kind that's this huge in the world. As long as we announce it, it will be hard not to be known. It's quite funny to think we poachers seem to be favored by fate. Remember 2 years ago when the Dashang experts wanted to announce that the Dashang pangolin was extinct, only to be surprised when we hunted two in the wild? What kind of experts are they? They aren't as good as us. See, we found what might be the only black bear in the world close to a ton. The third one spoke excitedly, stirring the desires in everyone's hearts. Okay, it seems we're all set for fame. It's just a pity for the fourth one waiting on the outskirts of Qinling. No worries, after the hunt, we'll add the fourth one's name, hurry and take the photo, I can't wait. Alright, boss, we'll take our photos first, and later we'll take one just for you. The second and third brothers rushed to the side of the big black bear, looking at the camera that the boss took out. Wait. Suddenly, the third one thought, if he's going to be famous, he must show off his powerful physique. He glanced at the big black bear's massive head, and his eyes sparkled. He lifted his right foot, wanting to step on the big black bear's head. But his raised thigh stayed suspended in midair. Because he saw two enormous eyes, bulging like light bulbs, staring straight at him. Big black bear. Yi Yang quickly stood up before the two had time to react. In an instant. Bang! Bang! The two loud bangs, symbolizing the shattering of their minds like watermelons. He could kill a wild wolf with one paw, let alone fragile humans? For Yi Yang now, dealing with unarmed humans up close was easy. One paw would leave them either dead or badly injured, as he was a giant bear weighing 1,000 genes. The two bodies fell silently to the ground. Yi Yang did not relax, but stared seriously at the remaining person with a bare face. The boss had just recovered from his shock. How is it possible? The tranquilizer dart clearly hit you. That dart can knock out an elephant in 10 seconds. Why are you fine? What answered him was the cold smile on Yi Yang's bare face. If he could speak, he wouldn't tell the person opposite that his system has a recovery function that could detoxify. Tranquilizers harm the body, and naturally, they count as poison. He himself was also very shocked. After being hit by the tranquilizer dart, he could still use evolution points to detoxify. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead by now. With a cruel look in his eyes, he turned towards the remaining person standing still. He erupted into action, lunging toward him fiercely. The boss, being an experienced hunter for decades, held his ground under pressure. In a brief moment, he thought that perhaps this big black bear had some resistance to the tranquilizer. In an instant, he took out a double-barrel shotgun from behind, loading the bullets in 2 seconds without a hitch. Boom! The powerful recoil of the double-barrel shotgun pushed him back a few steps. Yi Yang was blasted 3 meters away, landing about 10 steps from him. Yi Yang shook his head and looked at the bloodstain on his chest. The flesh there was charred black, and the bullet had deeply embedded itself, likely hitting bone. His whole body ached, and he had no strength to rise. If an ordinary animal suffered such a severe injury, it might only wait to die. But he had a system. He issued a command. Repair. A mysterious energy emerged from within, healing the internal wounds. The bullet silently emerged from his body, reaching the dark surface. He still chose not to rise, lying on the ground and beginning to act. Struggling to get up but unable to support his body, he could only glare fiercely at the person still holding the gun. Boom! Another bullet. This bullet was terrifying, aimed directly at his head. He instinctively braced himself slightly, but the bullet struck his neck, blood gushing out. With his neck pierced, he weakly collapsed to the ground, losing breath. The boss breathed a sigh of relief. Based on his years of experience, this black bear was certainly dead. With a gunshot wound to the chest and a pierced neck, if it were alive, it would truly be a monster. He put away the gun, took out a skinning knife, and approached the big black bear. As he reached 3 meters away, the seemingly motionless dead black bear suddenly stood up, with a bare face smiling at him, like the Grim Reaper itself. Roar! Yi Yang lunged forward quickly. Even if the remaining person reacted faster, it was impossible to retrieve his shotgun and reload it within 5 meters in just 2 seconds. And indeed, the years of hunting experience allowed the boss to react almost instantly. He hurriedly discarded the small knife and took out his shotgun. But it was too late. Yi Yang quickly tackled him to the ground. The 1000 gene body firmly pinned him down, rendering him unable to move. He could only look at this big black bear with fear in his eyes. No, please don't. Slap. Like a watermelon bursting. The skull shattered. Yi Yang got up and shook the bloody liquid off his hands. He stood up and instinctively touched the neck that had just been pierced by the bullet. A wave of fear ran through his heart. If that terrifying double-barrel shotgun had hit him without moving his head, he would have surely been a headless corpse by now. The majority of vertebrates die instantly when their skulls explode, and black bears are no exception. He saw the human aiming his long shotgun at his head. At that time, a huge crisis filled his heart. His head instinctively jerked up. The bullet struck his neck. The powerful bullet from the double-barreled shotgun instantly pierced through his neck. In that moment, the pain was unbearable. He thought he was going to die. Immediately, in the brief seconds of clear consciousness, he used the system's recovery function to save his life. Then, he lay on the ground, waiting for that human to approach. In the end, the plan was very successful. System. Evolution points, 20. The original 50 evolution points turned into 20. This represented that repairing the tranquilizer and 2 gunshot wounds consumed 30 evolution points. Damn it! Now his size had increased, and he could only earn a maximum of 5 evolution points a day. This time, it had cost him a week's worth of accumulation. With a fierce gaze, he wanted to swallow the few people on the ground. Rationality suppressed the impulse in his heart. Turning around, he saw the still unconscious ferret and panda, who had been knocked out by the tranquilizer. They would take some time to wake up. Better to eat first. He ran to the nearby forest python and started to eat heartily. An hour later, a large amount of meat from the forest python had entered his stomach. By the water's edge lay a long, flesh-covered skeleton. Gained 5 evolution points. Splash! Having finished eating, Yi Yang emerged from the water after washing himself. His fur restored its shiny black color, but some areas were missing fur. Those were the spots injured by the bullets. The bear's recovery ability was very high, and it would grow back in time. At this moment, the ferret and panda woke from their fainting, seeing the few fallen ape-like creatures. The ferret was not surprised, after all, he had encountered humans before. The panda, with a puzzled expression, approached a body. Curious, it was his first time seeing such a creature. Roar! Yi Yang saw they had woken up and called them over. Then he led the 2 away from the water, preparing to change territory. After walking for a while, they saw Yi Yang heading deep into the Qinling Mountains without looking back, a place he had never been before. The clever ferret and panda gradually realized this departure was a long journey. The ferret was very excited, bouncing around and moving faster than Yi Yang. The panda looked distressed. Compared to moving, she preferred lying down. And after changing residence, she didn't know if there would still be bamboo forests there. Roar! Yi Yang ignored her powerless and weak roar. He continued walking deeper into the Qinling Mountains. He actually didn't want to leave this territory. As autumn approached, the grass here was lush, and the herbivore population could be sustained for a while. Moreover, the experience of living in the cave by the water was excellent. If compared, the caves he lived in before were like apartments, while this one was like a big villa. With mountains and water, the scenery was beautiful. But they had to relocate. Because he overheard from that group that they still had one person watching outside. Now, those few had already been killed by him. If the remaining person couldn't contact them, he would definitely come to check. Yi Yang didn't know if he was discovered, but if he was also dealt with, they would still have to relocate. This group was likely just the first wave, the ones who were trying to seize him. There would certainly be more humans coming to capture him for money. For safety, it was better to head deeper into the Qinling Mountains. Moreover, to be on the safe side, he prepared for a long journey this time. A month later, looking at the desolate forest in the depths of the Qinling Mountains, where almost no creatures could be seen. This place had a bleak environment, with hardly any birds in sight. Yi Yang thought, surely humans wouldn't have followed him here. The journey was wild, filled with poisonous insects and miasma, and even animals were rarely seen. Although humans were the overlords of Blue Star, it was evident that this place had not been developed yet. Suddenly, ahead started to clear up, and he heard birds singing. Yi Yang saw many familiar animals. There were even elephants. He hesitantly looked at the true land overlords. The elephants should be Asian elephants. Race, Asian elephant. Strength, 320. Stamina, 430. Speed, 95. Seeing the Asian elephant's attributes, he felt relieved in his heart. Now he could be 100% sure that no humans had ever set foot here. Otherwise, the Asian elephants would have been hunted down long ago, and where would they leisurely eat the tender leaves of branches? Yi Yang, the white ferret, and the giant panda were examining their surroundings and the animals. The animals living here were also looking at them. The moose with its agile eyes, upon seeing the large figure of the black bear, instantly hid far away. Predators like lynxes, leopards, and wolves watched him from a distance. From their scent, he appeared to be a rival. Besides the still majestic Asian elephant, the monkeys in the trees were the most curious about the two bears and a white ferret. Their small eyes filled with confusion. Chirp, chirp, chirp. An impatient monkey couldn't help but test him. Whoosh! It threw a green fruit at him. Yi Yan looked up and saw the fruit flying through the air. He quickly raised his big bear mouth. Crunch! A few chomps and it was swallowed. The bear's eyes looked in confusion at the monkey in the tree. He had no idea what they were trying to do. The monkeys began to chatter excitedly. Because they saw the sharp white steel-like teeth in Yi Yang's open mouth. With their experience, they thought this big black creature they had never seen before was a meat-eater. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. They emitted urgent monkey calls. Hoping to scare away this extremely dangerous giant and leave their territory. Yi Yang looked at the agitated monkey group in a daze. He didn't hunt monkeys, nor did he often snatch their food. Why weren't they welcoming him? He thought the monkey throwing him fruit was a warm welcome. But it turned out to be a test. Not just the monkeys. The herbivores and carnivores hiding in the dense forest were all watching him with cold eyes. Indicating they did not want him entering this area. He took all this in. His gaze hardened. Since they did not welcome me, then I will not be polite. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from this area. Overbearing and unmatched, with an unparalleled aura. The monkeys who were still chattering quieted down. They couldn't tell that this seemingly simple giant had such a violent temper. They swiftly hopped around the trees and left. The other animals reacted to the roar. Then quickly fled from this dangerous creature. Even a few timid little birds died from his roar's shock. Falling from the trees to the ground. Yi Yang didn't waste food. He walked over and swallowed a few little birds whole. What a bunch of cowards. The bear scoffed. This area is rich in resources. Perfect for him to live in, but more importantly, for his appetite. Then he found a cave. Arriving at the cave's entrance. A slight change appeared on the bear's face. Outside the cave. Yi Yang stood at the cave entrance, hesitating to enter. Because the environment inside the cave was truly terrible. Just standing at the entrance, he could smell a strong stench. Glancing inside, the cave's floor was covered with dark animal dung. He didn't know which animal lived here, it had no sense of hygiene at all. Roar! Looking around, the environment here seemed okay. Not far away was a small river. And the bamboo forest the panda needed was right across the river. If it weren't for the terrible conditions inside the cave, Yi Yang would have given this cave a high score in his heart. Oh. It was easy to find a cave, but it's hard to find a cave that makes hunting and bathing convenient. He could only settle for this one. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he stepped into the cave with his bare paw, he didn't expect the odor inside to be even stronger. He immediately retreated. It was simply uninhabitable. No, it was uninhabitable for bears. His sense of smell was too developed. It seemed a major cleanup was necessary. He found two long tree trunks connected by branches from the dense forest. He tossed them to the panda lying nearby, watching him busy. The panda opened its mouth and started gnawing on the leaves. With its dark panda eyes, it looked at him with gratefulness. It was unexpected that the boss was so good, knowing he was hungry. Hand delivered the leaves to her for eating. No wonder he's the boss. Smack! Yi Yang struck her on the head with a bare paw. Blaring fiercely at him. This is a broom. Not something for you to eat. Fool! With a fierce bare face. After handing it to the panda's bare paw, he drove him back into the cave. Roar, cough, cough. Just entered, the panda couldn't stand the pungent smell in the cave, wanting to leave, but was stopped by Yi Yang. Then as an example, he used his two bare paws to hold a branch and began to clean up the ground's waste. The panda originally wanted to escape and be lazy, but was pulled back by Yi Yang, receiving a slap on the head. Had no choice but to helplessly mimic and clean the waste on the ground. While Yi Yang was hard at work cleaning the waste on the ground, he noticed a phenomenon. The panda cleaned very quickly. His movements were coordinated, much more skilled than his own. It reminded him of the panda's fifth finger. He felt a little envious of the panda. Wrinkled his nose, so stinky. If that's the case, then the sanitation of the cave is up to you, panda. Decisively left the cave, watching the panda clean from outside the cave. When the panda saw Yi Yang leave the cave, he wanted to leave too. He simply couldn't tolerate the smell in the cave any longer. But when he saw the raised bare paw, unconsciously shrank his neck. Resignedly began to clean. Hey, where did the little white weasel go? The little white weasel that was outside watching them clean is now gone. Yi Yang wasn't really worried about the little white weasel. That little guy was too clever, he wouldn't wander far or encounter any danger. After a while, the little white weasel returned to his side. Ing. With a white flower in his mouth, looking all eager to please. Yi Yang was taken aback. This guy has survived in human society for a while, has he even learned the skill of gifting flowers? So clever, like a demon. Still used his bare paw to accept the flower. Looking at the little white weasel's happy expression, a question suddenly arose in his heart. Is this little guy male or female? If it's male, gifting flowers would be too strange. His gaze unintentionally swept over. It's female. Turning around, he saw the panda diligently cleaning. No stick, also female. Damn, turns out all his little brothers are two females. But it's a pity they're not the same kind. Wait a minute, how could he have such a frightening thought? Hurriedly shook his big head vigorously. Ing. The little white weasel saw his hero dazed and not moving, made a displeased sound. Yi Yang's attention returned to the present. He felt a fragrant scent coming from that flower. Leaning close, he sniffed. His eyes brightened, such a rich fragrance. At that moment, the panda also finished cleaning the waste in the cave. Pushed a large pile at the entrance. Yi Yang still smelled the strong odor from the cave and saw the flower before him. An idea sparked. He could use the flower to cover the smell in the cave. Yi Yang pointed to the waste on the ground and then to the distance, indicating to move the waste away. Roar. The panda understood his meaning and reluctantly accepted. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. Then pointed to this flower for the little white weasel. The little white weasel smartly nodded. Then led Yi Yang to a bush and found a flower field. Sure enough, this place was full of fragrant flowers. In the flower field were all kinds of colorful flowers, fragrant and pleasant. He directly used his bare paw to dig up the surface, taking a layer of soil, and held up a big bunch of flowers with both paws. Continuing like this, he piled up a thick heap, holding it up with both paws. Fortunately, the black bear could stand up for a short time. Then, maintaining balance, walked back to the cave. Outside the cave, the panda had already cleaned up the waste. And being clean, she had also washed herself by the river, her fur all wet. Holding the flowers, she walked into the cave. Although they had cleaned once, it was obvious that a lot of waste still remained on the ground, the air still pungent. Fortunately, the little white weasel discovered the flowers. Using the flowers with the soil, it looked like a street stall. Laid out inside the cave. The air was fresh and no longer stinky. And the environment looked much better. At this moment, the panda, Xiaobai, walked in with a surprised face. The cave that had just reeked was transformed completely. Ha! Yi Yang lazily yawned. After a month of travel, his body and spirit were very tired. Although his stomach was a bit hungry, he still wanted to rest first. At this time, the sky gradually reached sunset. It was just the right time to rest. He found a flat spot and began to sleep. Xiaobai was also a bit drowsy. She skillfully came to Yi Yang's side, curled up into a white ball and fell asleep. The panda, with her silly and dark panda eyes, looked out at the bamboo forest by the riverside. She instinctively wanted to rest in the bamboo forest. But just arriving in this strange environment made her feel a bit panicked. She found a comfortable spot in the cave, closed her panda eyes, and fell asleep. Late at night, a massive dark figure, huff huff, making huffing noises, it slowly approached the cave. Suddenly, it stopped, because the strong scent in the cave had faded, and around it smelled other animals. The fists began to turn red. Who dared to take his cave territory? Getting closer, he saw a big creature inside the cave with red eyes. Really asking for death. Ah! A loud sound shook the night. Yi Yang was also awakened by the noise. He climbed up and went to the cave entrance. His eyes saw a massive dark figure rushing towards him with red eyes shining in the night. As the clouds moved, the moonlight shone through. Yi Yang finally recognized what it was. A wild boar with gleaming tusks and a black body. Chapter 72, Kill the Pig. Facing the fierce wild boar charging at him, Yi Yang's fighting spirit surged, instantly banishing the heavy drowsiness in his body. His body immediately entered a combat state. Roar! Not wanting to fall behind, he let out a roar. With all his strength, he charged at the wild boar. The loud roar of the wild boar and Yi Yang's thunderous bear roar shook the area at that moment. Countless animals that had already entered dreamland began to flee from here. Some nocturnal predators flickered their eyes and quietly approached. The panda and Xiaobai were also awakened. They reached the cave entrance and saw a wild boar charging towards them. Both of them were not too excited. Because in their memories, the big black bear was an invincible existence, and like the wild boar, they did not know how many they had hunted. Species, forest wild boar. Strength, 95. Stamina, 95. Speed, 120. Before they clashed, Yi Yang saw the boar's attributes through the system, and his heart sank in shock. The wild boar's strength and stamina attributes were almost on par with his. And its speed was much faster than his explosive speed. It was bigger than the largest forest wild boar he had hunted before. It had to weigh at least 900 pounds. However, he was just shocked. His body didn't move but maintained an offensive stance. This forest wild boar was strong, so what? He wasn't weak. He had lost count of how many times he had hunted in his bare life. Thanks to his big appetite, he almost hunted every day. Frequent hunting led to a rapid increase in his hunting experience. He dared to say his hunting skills far surpassed mama bears. He had even reached the pinnacle of the bear family of animals. Sizzle! Yi Yang nimbly dodged the wild boar's charge. The wild boar hurriedly stopped, its hooves making a harsh noise on the ground. Yi Yang coldly watched the wild boar struggle to stop its body. He had learned well this time, avoiding the wild boar's long tusks head-on. After all, he had suffered once in the battle against the forest wild boar. You can't trip in the same hole twice. Ah! The wild boar looked up, furious that it hadn't hit the big black bear. It turned to charge again. But Yi Yang would not give it a chance. Roar! Finding the right time, he pounced down. The two big creatures tumbled on the ground. No one could do anything to anyone else for a while. Hiss! Yi Yang's sharp bear claws stabbed into the wild boar's back. It surprisingly did not pierce deep into the flesh, only scratching the surface. What a strong body! The bear claws felt like they were clawing at a rock. Yi Yang was astonished inside. He successfully pinned the huge wild boar to the ground. Don't look at him now being on top, it was also due to the size advantage. Moreover, this wild boar was very strong, its body robust, far beyond that forest porcupine. It was continually using brute strength to resist him. What Yi Yang did not know was, this area he was in was already leaning towards a cold environment. This type of pig had a very strong fighting ability and high wildness. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. This describes the wild boar's fighting power. Even an ordinary brown bear would not be able to harm a wild boar. But he was the extreme size of a brown bear. With a fierce look in his eyes, the bear claw moved from the back to the wild boar's belly. Puff! Soft and squishy, the feeling of piercing a bubble. Blood began to flow out from the wild boar's abdomen. The wild boar was finally wounded by him. Pinned to the ground, the injured wild boar felt that the huge creature before it might kill him. Panic filled its heart. It burst forth with powerful strength and began to struggle. At the same time, it opened its large mouth to bite at Yi Yang's chest. Yi Yang was startled. Seeing the enormous head and sturdy tusks, he did not want to be bitten. He abandoned the bear claw and continued his attack on its belly. With both bare paws, he pushed down on the wild boar's head, preventing it from biting. After successfully restraining the head, Yi Yang found himself in front of the wild boar's neck. Such a large weakness exposed. Truly a wild boar. He opened his bare mouth wide and bit towards the neck. The skin is so thick. His tusks pierced through the wild boar's neck skin, passing through the thick fat layer, barely reaching its flesh. Releasing his mouth, blood began to flow from the wild boar's neck. Looking at the blood pouring out from the wild boar, Even though there was a lot, it was still too little for a wild boar of about 900 pounds. If it continued like this, how long would it take for the wild boar to bleed to death? He could only keep tearing at the neck. He opened his bare mouth and continued to bite. Ayo, ayo, ayo. The wild boar struggled with all its might. Although the bursting strength was enormous, at times Yi Yang almost couldn't hold it down. But it was soon suppressed by Yi Yang. One wanted to live, and the other wanted to hunt. Both unleashed extraordinary strength. As time passed, the wild boar's explosive state gradually diminished, feeling more and more injuries on its neck. The pig eyes, as big as fists, were filled with death and regret. Why did he have to fight for territory with this giant? He began to recall the days when he ruled this forest with no worries. Crack! Until the sound of shattered bones came from his neck, the memories and life ended together. Yi Yang released his bare mouth and rubbed his sore jaw with his paw. He didn't know how many times he had bitten the same wound after piercing this huge wild boar's flesh, licking the blood at the corner of his mouth. Even though he was hungry, he didn't eat immediately. Instead, his eyes scanned the surrounding covetous gazes. Among them were wolves, lynxes, leopards, tigers, and even a few black bears. With a flash in his eyes, powerless, he lay on the ground, not moving. But after waiting for a long time, he heard no sounds. Getting up to look, the animals had long scattered. He began to doubt inside, could it be that his acting skills had declined? Even the animals couldn't be fooled anymore. He shook his head, not caring about that, it was better to fill his stomach first. He began eating on the spot. In fact, he did not know that just now, his powerful and majestic fight with the wild boar had intimidated many hunters. Moreover, that wild boar was not an ordinary creature. It was the king of this area. No animal dared to provoke that fierce and powerful guy. They had been chased by that wild boar countless times. The despair of the wild boar king before its death. They were seen by them. They had already marked in their hearts that the big guy in front of them was not to be provoked. Moreover, they were here to pick up scraps. They originally thought the wild boar king would kill or seriously injure the black bear. They could have shared some meat. But unexpectedly, what they saw was the wild boar king being cruelly hunted down. This newcomer is not easy to deal with. So they scattered away in an instant. Burp. Yi Yang patted his round belly. A satisfied smile appeared on the bear's face. After traveling for a month continuously, not to mention the panda and the white ferret were struggling, he was struggling too. All along the way, he had been eating plants and fruits. Meat was rare, let alone having a big feast. This wild boar was his most filling meal in a month. Woo woo woo. The white ferret also craved food, coming over to him for some. Yi Yang generously bit off a piece to give it. The white ferret happily began to eat, it was starving too. The panda nearby was envious of how they were eating. Not out of envy for the meat, but because its stomach was hungry. It directly ran to the bamboo forest by the river and started to eat. The three of them finally enjoyed a hearty meal after a month. Chapter 73, The Anger of the Single Bear. The large forest porcupine had been eaten by Yi Yang for more than half. After being full and satisfied, he opened the system panel. Evolution points, 40. This meal earned him 5 evolution points. A total of 40 evolution points. Because he had no time to hunt and eat while traveling this month, most of the time he was barely filling his stomach to keep moving. Even his body shape had slimmed down a bit. The bear looked at the size and big skeleton of this large wild boar. It would be very hard to drag it back to the cave, it would be too tiring for the bear. But if he left the food here, by tomorrow morning there would be nothing left, not even the bones. Better to spend the night here in the wild. He quietly lay down beside it, content in entering a dream. He believed that no animal dared to approach his area. The white ferret also came to his side. With a frightened little gaze surveying the surroundings, it turned around and curled up against his belly to sleep. As for the panda, it was hard to tell if it was sleeping or still eating. With its panda eyes closed, its paws continued to put bamboo into its mouth. From time to time, it opened its mouth to take a bite. Perhaps in its dreams, it was also dreaming of eating bamboo. Morning. Yi Yang woke up. He looked at the well-preserved corpse of the forest porcupine from last night and began to eat. Soon he finished eating, but his stomach still felt hungry. Only then did he remember the current season. October, fall had already set in. To survive the winter, the black bear must eat a lot in autumn. At this time, their appetite is much bigger than usual, and they digest food faster. The meat that enters the body is quickly digested and transformed into fat for storage. To put it simply, he needs to start gaining weight to prepare for 5 months of hibernation. At this moment, his appetite had increased with the changing seasons. This large wild boar was eaten by him in 2 meals. Moreover, he felt that the digestion speed of his body was very fast. Just a moment ago, his belly felt a bit bloated, and now he no longer felt full. He wanted to eat more. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up. This is good news. Because this way he can quickly accumulate evolution points. Roar! He called the white ferret to go to the riverbank. The panda did not follow him. She, being smart, knew that Yi Yang would go out to hunt and would come back. She would still honestly stay in the bamboo forest to eat bamboo shoots and leaves. Yi Yang took the white ferret along the river, looking for prey. The river near the cave was probably too close to his cave. Or perhaps the animals were scared of that wild boar, so they did not appear nearby. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, they finally saw a group of animals. Roar! He kept his excited roar in check. No wonder animals can't help but shout when they are excited. It turns out it is all about not being able to control themselves. He quietly slipped to the side. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. The sound of hooves rang out continuously. Before he could get close, the animals wandering on the grass ran far away. Yi Yang felt puzzled inside. When he arrived yesterday, those animals' eyes were curious, nowhere near as alert as they were now. Seeing a large number of animals looking at him with horror and fear, even the wolves and leopards not far away were retreating to keep their distance. It was then that Yi Yang realized. He had become famous. He had gained fame from battling that wild boar. Killing that terrifying wild boar must have left a deep impression on them. His eyes grew cold. But so what? He originally thought he could effortlessly capture food. If soft approaches wouldn't work, then he would use force. Roar! Bursting forth with a speed far beyond his size, he charged towards the herbivores. The herbivores fell into a panic. How could such a large creature move so fast? They hurriedly ran off into the distance. However, some animals fell behind. Yi Yang caught a large elk, around 700 pounds. The lurking wolves and leopards took the opportunity to catch some in the chaos. Yi Yang glanced at them but paid no mind. Because the animal resources in this area were incredibly abundant. It was many times larger than the territory he had stayed in for the previous month. This area was teeming with resources. He estimated he wouldn't run out to eat for decades. He no longer needed to exert effort to catch those wolves and leopards to maintain ecological balance. Perhaps if he hunted or drove away the carnivores in this territory, the ecosystem could collapse instead. The wolves and leopards, eating and tearing into their prey, were startled by Yi Yang's gaze. Their eyes widened in shock. The food they had no longer seemed tasty. They feared that the big black bear was going to hunt them. But luckily, the big black bear lowered its head and continued to eat. At this moment, Yi Yang kept tearing and swallowing blood and meat. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding, evolution point plus 0.1. Ding. An hour later, only a skeleton remained on the ground. Yi Yang went to the riverbank to wash the blood off his body. Looking at his reflection in the water, he thought. His appetite had grown a lot. The wild boar from yesterday weighed 900 pounds, combined with this 700-pound prey. He actually finished them in 2 days. Looking at the nearby red meat skeleton of the elk, he became a bit lost in thought. Although he knew he had to prepare energy for winter hibernation, he didn't expect his appetite to be this astonishing. If other black bears had such a big appetite, could they satisfy their hunger? Suddenly, he thought. He had the help of the system, plus enhanced digestion. His once round belly was noticeably feeling tight now. This meant he was digesting the food at an astonishing speed. Roughly estimating, he needed to eat at least 800 pounds of meat every day to avoid starvation. That was more than 1.5 times his previous appetite. Sigh, what a tough life. However, it couldn't be helped. He had to prepare energy for one winter. During hibernation, he lowered his head and saw a little white weasel chasing butterflies. He suddenly realized something. He was a hibernating animal, but the little white weasel clearly was not. Then what about the little white weasel's safety in winter? Wait a minute. I remember that pandas don't seem to hibernate. Then let's leave it to the pandas. After so long, the panda and the little white weasel had already become familiar. The two clever little creatures got along quite well. A massive brown bear was walking towards this area. The two black bears were startled when they saw the brown bear. They had originally lived in this area carefree. Currently, one male and one female were in their mating season. Thinking that the huge black bear's arrival would drive them out of their territory. However, unexpectedly, the large black bear showed no interest in them. They felt touched, surprised, and delighted. If they were driven away and ended up in unfamiliar territory, it would be very dangerous. They were initially actively eating, gathering energy for winter and to nurture the upcoming cubs. But now, there is a brown bear in sight. Immediately, it hides far away. The brown bear also spotted the black bear couple. Roar! It charged towards them. In its eyes, these two bears should be the lords of this area. Generally speaking, bears are lazy, usually just chasing off enemies instead of exerting effort to attack. But obviously, this big brown bear is not lazy. Currently in mating season, he is very irritable. Because he has not found a female bear to mate with. This year, he probably cannot fulfill the sacred task of reproducing. Seeing this couple of black bears, showing affection to each other, his anger flared even more. The rage of a single dog is terrifying. Moreover, how scary is a single bear? Roar! The bear's roar echoed. All animals in the area heard this furious roar. Chapter 74, Battle. While eating, Yi Yang heard the bear's roar. His round ears perked up. What a loud and domineering bear roar! He looked up towards the direction of the panda bamboo forest. He quickly realized that the bear's roar didn't seem to come from the bamboo forest. Moreover, given the panda's weight of 300 pounds, it couldn't produce such a dominating sound. His eyes focused on the beasts fleeing out of the forest. It seems there's trouble in the forest. He doesn't remember encountering bears in his territory. It seems there are two black bears. It's clear that this bear roar was not made by black bears. He himself is a black bear, of course he can tell. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go check it out. After all, he is the lord here. He must firmly control his territory. Just as he left, a pack of wolves came out, crazily feasting on the leftover elk carcass bones on the ground. As he approached, roar! Roar! He heard several different bear roars. Although some bear roars were loud, they revealed a strong sense of submission. It turned out that two black bears were being bullied up a tree by a brown bear. They bared their teeth and roared at the brown bear on the ground. But their eyes were panicked, their situation was precarious. They knew the brown bear could also climb trees. Roar! With one roar, the two black bears on the tree trembled in fear and were in a panic. The brown bear on the ground looked up at the two bears in the tree with a mocking gaze. He could climb the tree, but he was not in a hurry. Not to let them go, but to fantasize under the tree about which of the two black bears to kill for more satisfaction. After all bears are bears. How dare you mate and reproduce together, then you'll die together. That's right, he is that confident. These two combined are only half of his size. Moreover, he had hunted several black bears before. He has rich hunting experience. The murderous light in his bear eyes surged. He reached the trunk and began to climb the tree. The two black bears on the tree were even more anxious and uneasy. They could only make uneasy growls, hoping to scare off the big brown bear. Just then, roar! A thunderous bear roar sounded from the side. The big brown bear that was halfway up the tree was startled by the sound. Caught off guard, it panicked and rolled down from the tree. Getting up, it saw a large black bear standing not far away, with a fierce look directed at him. The big brown bear was stunned, rubbing its eyes, gazing in shock at the large black bear it saw. A black bear of this size. It looked almost the same size as him. It's important to note that he is a giant among brown bears, seldom encountering a kind with a similar size. In fact, upon closer examination, the large black bear seemed to be just slightly bigger than him. His eyes glanced at the large black bear, then looked up at the two little black bears who were stunned as well. This big black bear can't be the father of these two black bears, right? When did such a large black bear appear in this area? If it weren't for the white crescent moon pattern on the big black bear's chest, he would have thought he was facing a color-changed brown bear. Realizing that the huge creature before him was formidable and not easy to provoke, he slowly began to step backward. He wanted to leave this place. He was the top predator of the forest. With the wisdom of a bear, he had no desire to compete with a dangerous animal for territory. At worst, he could take a few steps to another location. Perhaps he would be lucky enough to encounter a female grizzly bear. But the trees wished for peace while the wind would not stop. Roar! He was taken aback, because a large black bear was charging swiftly towards him. Do you really think I am easy to bully? Roar! With fierce anger, he let out a bear roar and prepared to fight. The two giants charged at each other. Boom! What was clearly a clash of two animals produced a rumbling sound, like two small trucks colliding. It showed just how powerful they were, and how strong their bodies were. Roar! The two large bears rolled on the ground, then instantly separated. The large grizzly bear's eyes blazed with fire. The pain in his chest had awakened his wild side. Yi Yang was no exception. The bear's eyes turned red. Filled with fighting spirit, he stared at the grizzly bear. He had wanted to fight the grizzly bear since he first saw it. The purpose was to gain combat experience. He had never fought a grizzly bear of this size before. At least 900 pounds, it was almost a match for him. This enormous grizzly bear was obviously male, nothing like the female bear trying to force herself onto him. System. Race, grizzly bear, bear. Strength, 97. Endurance, 98. Speed, 96. Seeing that the grizzly's attributes were all slightly inferior to his own, Yi Yang licked his lips. With the system's recovery function, he was born invincible. His attributes were stronger than the opponent's. Then, if the opponent wanted to defeat him, they would need to use superb skills. He looked forward to the grizzly bear, hoping to witness the experience of the forest's overlord in combat. Then he charged towards the opponent. In an instant, they were locked in a struggle. The grizzly's long sharp claws were about 4 centimeters long. They stabbed fiercely at Yi Yang's neck. The sharp claws instantly broke through his flesh and blood defenses. They sank deep into his meat. Roar! Yi Yang couldn't help but roar in pain. At the same time, he wasn't idle, as the grizzly bear attacked him with its claws. He opened his bare mouth and bit down hard on the shoulder of the grizzly. Swish! Using all his strength, he tore off a bloody piece of flesh. Roar! The grizzly was furious. His mind shook violently. This black bear was serious. Bears of similar size usually wouldn't attack with their mouths. It was instinctive. They would always use their claws to fight. Because grizzly bears have thick skin and muscle, claw wounds recover quickly, but wounds from a bear's bite take a long time to heal. But the large black bear in front of him actually broke the rules. This was not Yi Yang's fault. He had a human soul but knew nothing about how grizzly bears think and act. Besides, he was a black bear, not a grizzly. The grizzly's eyes widened. Since you don't follow the rules, then I will break the rules too. He opened his bare mouth and lunged for Yi Yang's shoulder. But Yi Yang had already anticipated this, pushing him away and dodging his body. He bit nothing but air. The grizzly gave him a deep look before not continuing the attack. Instead, he turned and ran towards the outskirts of the forest. This time, Yi Yang didn't stop him. He stood still, watching him leave. Because he realized that the grizzly's way of fighting was not clever. It was perhaps not as useful as his own combat methods. Thinking carefully, this was natural. In the grizzly's living environment, what animal could threaten him? Naturally, he would not evolve to cultivate advanced combat skills. The fight was over. Looking up, he noticed the black bear still stared up in the tree. Yi Yang turned and slowly walked towards the cave. The two black bears in the tree displayed expressions of survival, watching the large black bears retreating back. They had thought they would be killed by the grizzly bear today. But unexpectedly, a large black bear came along and drove the grizzly away. Then they looked up at him, but he paid them no mind. They were very excited. This meant they could live in this territory now. The mother black bear watched Yi Yang's retreating figure. What a strong large black bear. If only he could give birth to bear cubs for him, how wonderful that would be. Suddenly, his eyes looked lost. Because just now, Yi Yang obviously didn't notice her. He must think she is too small in size. Yi Yang originally thought he could quietly live for a while in the desolate depths of the Qinling Mountains. But the appearance of an animal disrupted his peaceful life. Chapter 75, Encountering the Northeast Tiger King again. Half a month later. Roar! Yi Yang quickly pounced on a big water buffalo. The big water buffalo struggled desperately beneath him. But it was useless. Not long after, it was easily bitten through the neck by Yi Yang, losing its life within a minute. Yi Yang licked his lips, his eyes joyfully surveying the big water buffalo on the ground. This water buffalo weighed 800 pounds. With the passage of time and increasing size, his hunting skills had improved greatly. He could quickly deal with strong animals of this size. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, tearing off a strip of tender meat from the belly of the water buffalo for the little white ferret beside him. Dinner time. The bear's mouth was just about to bite down. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across his back. Ing ing ing. At the same time, the little white ferret, ready to eat, looked at him with a sharp, urgent call. He hurriedly turned around. A massive tiger was charging towards them. Now, it was less than 10 meters away from him. What courage! How dare it attack this bear? In an instant, he reacted and opened his bare mouth to bite at it. The large tiger saw the enormous bare mouth and decisively stopped. It stepped back, then looked at him in surprise. It had smelled the scent of blood from far away and came following the smell. Seeing a black bear lying on the ground, in front of it was a big water buffalo's meat feast. It rushed over, wanting to stealthily attack this strange black bear. It couldn't give this black bear a chance. If it suddenly changed like before, it could be dangerous. But what it didn't expect was that this black bear reacted so quickly and discovered her. And it seemed like she had seen this big black bear somewhere before. The tiger's eyes were shining with alertness. Such a big black bear. It seemed familiar. At the same time, Yi Yang felt a similar sensation. His mind struggled to recall. G. Even the little white ferret reacted. He finally remembered. This was the northeast tiger he encountered in the bamboo forest where he met the pandas. No wonder it was so massive. And had the courage to attack him. At this time, the northeast tiger king's eyes were shining. He also remembered this strange black bear he had encountered. The tiger's eyes were filled with alertness, and its footsteps began to retreat. Because he realized up close that this black bear seemed to have gotten even bigger. He was no match now. Run! Turning around, he sprinted away into the distance. Roar! Yi Yang immediately let out a bear roar. He quickly ran after the northeast tiger. How dare it attack him twice with such boldness? And to encounter each other twice in the vast Qinling Mountains, what a great fate! He must seize the opportunity given by the heavens and teach this Tiger King a good lesson. Both he and the Northeast Tiger King ran very fast. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from their spots. Only the little white ferret remained in shock at the spot. Seeing the hero disappear, the little white ferret wanted to chase after them. But her speed was too slow to keep up, and it would be a problem if she got lost. She didn't have the keen nose of the bears. Thinking of bears, her little eyes brightened. She quickly ran towards the bamboo forest. The animals passing by, whether they were carnivorous wolves, leopards, or tigers, or even elk and cattle, were all scared away by the momentum of this big black bear chasing them. Let alone the monkeys in the trees. When the king of beasts is angry, birds and beasts scatter. This quiet territory began to buzz with noise. The northeast tiger glanced back at the big black bear fiercely pursuing him. He felt very afraid in his heart. Was it just because he scratched you once before? Was it worth chasing me so far? The next moment, his heart shuddered. The reason was that he felt the distance between him and the big black bear was closing in. Recovering from his stunned mind, he was fully focused on fleeing. He was constantly complaining in his heart. What a monster, so big in size and yet so fast. Yi Yang raced forward. He felt a bit tired, unable to keep going. After all, a 1,000-pound body chasing a nimble northeast tiger was truly too difficult for the bear. But fortunately, the terrain around was open, and the trees were not too dense. This allowed his speed to remain mostly unaffected. More importantly, his evolution system had greatly enhanced his body, making him fast. This was his advantage in chasing the northeast tiger. The northeast tiger ahead noticeably began to slow down. The tiger had great explosive power, but its endurance was its weakness. This northeast tiger, being the Tiger King, had lasted much longer than a typical tiger. The Tiger King turned to see the big black bear closing in behind. Forcefully controlling his steps, he sped up. Cursing inwardly. What a monster! Can't it get tired? Yi Yang was, of course, tired too. But one was fleeing while the other was hunting. The pressure he had to bear was much lower than that of the tiger. He just needed to keep pursuing and maintain speed. The tiger's speed became very unstable. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. At times, it slowed down enough for him to feel the vibrations of the big bear's paws hitting the ground. Like a long-distance race. The northeast tiger was like the first-place runner struggling ahead. Chasing behind was the second-place big black bear. Now he was running out of energy. Every time he got closer, it was only the life-or-death crisis that gave him the strength to burst forth. The reward of this race was his life. The tiger gritted its teeth, enduring the heavy fatigue of its body. Seeing a distant mountain, the tiger's eyes brightened. Its speed exploded even more. Yi Yang, watching from behind, was surprised. This tiger was so fatigued. It didn't conserve its strength to fight him but instead chose to run toward the nearby mountain. Could it be that there's a female tiger there? His eyes hardened. Even if there is a female tiger there, today, the bear will take you both down. Maintaining a steady speed, he charged toward the tiger. Roar! The tiger used its last ounce of strength to shout towards the mountain. Then it crashed into a rock and tumbled on the ground. The closely following Yi Yang finally caught up with it. He pressed the tiger down beneath him. Both of them were panting heavily. Yi Yang's bare eyes coldly stared at the panicked tiger. A bare paw swung towards its head. The tiger raised its forelimbs to block, but its forelimbs felt sore and weak. Bang! Bang! The sound was like striking a heavy bell. It hit the tiger so hard that it felt dizzy. The tiger shook its dazed head, looking in terror at the big black bear. Knowing it was powerless to resist this big black bear, it gazed hopefully at the mountain behind. Yi Yang noticed this too. Yet another two bear paws swung down. It made the tiger emit low whimpers. With doubtful eyes, it looked up at the mountain. The mountain was towering, there might really be a female tiger up there. The bear's nose let out a heavy breath. Even if a god comes today, this bear will still take your tiger life. The big bear's mouth opened wide, aiming for the tiger's neck. The tiger hopelessly closed its eyes. Just then. Wait! Spare the tiger. A light, melodious voice came from the mountain. Yi Yang looked up. What he saw was a little girl. Stunned, unable to believe it. Because the little girl was jumping down from the mountain, floating in the air. Her round, tender face bore a pair of clear and bright eyes, with a cute bun on her head. The little girl wore a blue ancient dress, like a small fairy who descended from the heavens. She truly seemed to have come from heaven. Because she was flying down from the mountain in mid-air. Yi Yang gaped in disbelief at this adorable little girl in the blue shirt. At this moment, his attention was completely on her. His mind was filled with images of the little girl soaring in the air. He looked up at the towering mountain before him. It was unreachable, at the very least, it was over 1,000 meters high. How high is this? Did this little girl really fly up here? This is unbelievable. Humans can't possibly make such movements. Suddenly, some words flashed through my mind. Could it be a martial artist? An immortal cultivator? He didn't travel to a parallel world. Instead, he entered the martial arts or fantasy world of Tanyao. My god! Just as Yi Yang's mind kept shaking in shock. The tiger beneath him saw the little girl coming down and let out a huge sigh of relief. Because this meant he was no longer in danger. He understood how terrifying this small bipedal beast was. The little girl slowly descended from the air like a feather, lightly landing on the ground. With a few steps, she floated in front of Yi Yang. This brought Yi Yang back from his astonished state. This mysterious little girl didn't look easy to deal with. The big bear's eyes narrowed, and he felt a retreat in his heart. The little girl saw the black bear pressing down heavily on her pet, the northeast tiger, and was even more shocked. She knew that her northeast tiger was very intelligent and rarely did any animal gain the upper hand in front of her. Moreover, after swallowing a spiritual herb, its body was strong to the limits of its kind. In her understanding, there shouldn't be any animal in the outside world capable of chasing such a powerful northeast tiger. Yet, it was being pursued by a large black bear and was desperately fleeing. In the end, it was caught and pinned down, its life hanging by a thread. While she was cultivating on the mountain, hearing the tiger's roar for help, she immediately flew down from the mountain, saving the northeast tiger's life. Looking at Yi Yang's gigantic figure, the little girl wore a puzzled expression on her cute face. When did such a big black bear appear in the outside world? While the little girl was thinking about these things, Yi Yang had already come back to his senses from the shock. Regardless of who this little girl was, he should probably not be her opponent. The best plan is to retreat. It's better to run first. He quickly got up from the big tiger, turned around and ran away. He exploded out at the fastest speed he had ever achieved in his life, desperately waving his limbs. Hey! Don't run! The little girl reacted and let out a light shout. A small red rope appeared in her hand, thrown towards him as he ran. Yi Yang turned his head, looking at the rapidly flying red rope towards him. He realized that the rope seemed to have eyes, or perhaps he had a locator on him, quickly flying over. He was so scared that his soul almost left him. Extraordinary means? An immortal cultivator? He ran for his life. Unfortunately, he was still caught by the red rope. In an instant, it wrapped around his body, tightly binding him. Boom! His limbs lost balance and he fell heavily to the ground. Looking down at this thin red rope, Yi Yang gritted his teeth and tried to use all his strength to break free. But the rope was very strong, and his 1,000-pound weight could not escape. This can't be the binding immortal rope, can it? He exclaimed in shock. Don't waste your effort, little black bear. At this moment, the mysterious little girl walked over. Smiling as she looked him up and down, she said, This is a red gold rope, even a whale can be bound. Don't say it's you, even my senior sister would find it hard to break free. What? There's also a senior sister? Yi Yang was startled. Who exactly are they? What do they want to do with him? He's just a black bear. Perhaps a bit bigger in size. The little girl patted the northeast tiger's head. The northeast tiger's fierce appearance turned into the cute demeanor of a small cat in front of the little girl. Good job, little flower. You actually helped me attract a spirited little black bear. This time, I won't punish you for sneaking out. Then she turned to look at Yi Yang. So cute, such a big size. If trained, you could become a pet. Your fur is so smooth, perfect for a mount. She spoke and stroked Yi Yang's fur on his head. Yi Yang, bound and weak, lay on the ground, allowing her to tease him. After a while, the little girl happily withdrew her hand. Hurry back to the mountain and tell my sister, I've caught a spiritual pet again. Let's make her jealous. After saying that, under Yi Yang's incredible gaze, a hand lifted him and rested on her small shoulder. With small, steady steps, she headed up the mountain. Being carried on the little girl's shoulder gave him a dreamy feeling. Such a small body, yet she had such great strength. Moreover, the little girl's complexion was not flushed, her breath steady, and her feet did not shake. Hey, big black bear, you're so heavy. If it weren't for you, I would have flown up ages ago. The little girl teased as she gave his bottom a pat. Behind them, the Northeast tiger looked at the big black bear's confused face with amusement. She felt the same way once. She was originally a Northeast tiger living around Kunlun Mountain. A few months ago, this girl appeared before her. At that time, she wanted to tear apart the tender meat that was delivered to her. But unexpectedly, she got beaten to the point of not recognizing her mother by this smaller girl. As she recalled some cruel scenes, her entire tiger body began to tremble. While climbing the mountain, although Yi Yang was on her shoulder, he could still see the scenery around him. He clearly noticed how different this environment was from where he lived. The temperature was very low, and he even saw a few snow-capped mountains in the distance. This likely meant he was in an extremely northern place. Only in this cold climate year-round would there be snow-capped mountains that never melted. Looking back, he glimpsed the path below. How far had he chased the Northeast tiger, really? Now, looking back, he couldn't see that familiar territory anymore. So focused on chasing, he forgot about time and distance. Also, the thought that he could tire a tiger out to this extent was somewhat astonishing. This mountain was massive and high. The little girl walked quickly for nearly half an hour and finally approached the mountain's peak. Wiping the sweat from her fair forehead. This Kunlun mountain is just too high. She casually patted Yi Yang's bottom again. It's all your fault, if you ate less usually, would this young lady be so tired? Yi Yang ignored the little girl's words. His mind fell into memories and shock. Kunlun Mountain. He never expected there would be a Kunlun Mountain in this world. Kunlun Mountain is also known as Kunlun Su, the first divine mountain of China, and Yushan. It was referred to by ancient people as the ancestor of the dragon vein of China. Filled with mythical colors, many legends of immortals circulated about it. Could this little girl be an immortal? Yi Yang couldn't help but feel underestimated in his heart. Finally, they reached the mountain top. A courtyard quietly stood in sight. Opening the courtyard gate, he felt the environment here was clearly different from outside. But it was hard to describe in detail. The temperature seemed to be much higher, as if there was something in the air. The courtyard was large, with 2 bamboo houses. In a spacious corner, some green plants were growing, possibly vegetables. Crash! The little girl threw Yi Yang heavily onto the ground. Sister! Come out quickly, I caught another spiritual animal. She said, rushing into one of the bamboo houses. Yi Yang shifted on the ground, his sore bottom aching. Looking at the bamboo house, he too wanted to see what his little girl's sister looked like. Before the little girl got close, the bamboo door opened silently. Out came a little girl dressed in white. With a standard almond face, eyes beautiful like shooting stars, thick and soft black hair, and an ethereal presence. She was like a fallen fairy. Junior sister, I've told you, practitioners must pay attention to their mindset, stop shouting all day long. Sister is right, come quickly to see this little black bear. The little girl ignored her sister's words, proudly pulling her along. The sister looked helpless, clearly having no way to handle her younger sister. Her gaze turned to the courtyard, where a big bear was firmly tied up. So cute! Her eyes brightened. She approached to take a closer look. Yi Yang's expression subtly changed. Because this fairy-like sister seemed to have X-ray vision, in her presence, he felt as if he were not wearing clothes at all. Well, there was originally no clothes on. Every detail of her body was seen by her, even the heart inside felt the gaze of someone. After a long while, the senior sister withdrew her gaze. That feeling of being seen through disappeared. The senior sister turned to the junior sister and said, "This is a black bear with a strong body, smart spirit, even breaking the limits of its kind." Surprised, she asked, "Where did you catch it from?" The junior sister laughed and said, "It was the big flower that led the little black bear here." "Senior sister, don't take it away, the little black bear and I are fated. At most, I can give the big flower to you." seeing the two terrifying bipedal beasts casting their gazes on herself. The Northeast tiger naturally thought they were amazed that it attracted the big black bear. Proudly raised its head, looking very pleased. Not understanding human language, it was unaware it had already been sold to the senior sister by the little girl. The senior sister shook her head. Although the Northeast tiger was very smart and cute in appearance, its inner beast nature was strong, and she didn't like it very much. Let that little black bear go, perhaps it is the only naturally gifted black bear in the outside world. You and it have no connection. Ah. The little girl pouted. Who said that? The little black bear I picked up is mine. Little black? Yours? Since when did it become yours? And such a silly name was given. But it seemed to sound quite a bit better than the Northeast tiger's big flower. The senior sister shook her head and didn't say anything. Unintentionally seeing Yi Yang, who was trapped solidly beside them, his eyes shining as he looked at them. In surprise, he asked, "Can you understand what we are saying?" Yi Yang hesitated and nodded. Because from the dialogue of these two, though the information was minimal, it was clear they were not bad people. They wouldn't harm him. Seeing Yi Yang's huge bare head nodding in acknowledgement, the two's pupils contracted, and the air was quiet. Roar! The Northeast tiger next to them didn't know what was happening. The two exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long time. How can such a smart animal appear in the outside world? Impossible. The little girl murmured. Outside world? The round ears on the bear's head twitched. What is that? The senior sister stepped closer. She reached out and pressed her hand on his forehead. A cool stream of air flowed into his body. After a few breaths, the senior sister withdrew her hand, and the breath disappeared. She looked at the dazed Yi Yang with delight. The junior sister curiously asked, "Senior sister, what did you see?" This little black bear not only has no trace of demonic energy, but also has a peaceful mind, lacking any ferocity and beast nature. Its spirit is the highest I have ever seen. It's simply a naturally born spirit beast. Spirit beast? Seemingly thinking of something, the little girl looked shocked, then suddenly delighted. Senior sister, don't steal the little black bear from me. The senior sister shook her head. Such an extraordinary animal, no, spirit beast, cannot be forced if there is no connection. Mine is mine. The senior sister smiled and walked back to the wooden hut. Just as she was leaving, she noticeably looked at Yi Yang with excitement. Spirit beast? It seems I have been inexplicably regarded as something really amazing. The little girl looked at the little black bear with joy and excitement. Little black, just surrender to me, okay? I will definitely treat you well. Then she chattered on, boasting. Very much like a leader painting a grand future in front of employees. But it was doomed to be in vain. Until night fell. From chasing the Northeast tiger to the mountains, to being tied up by the little girl in the mountains. A long time had passed, and the sky darkened. The little girl yawned. Today, she carried Yi Yang all the way and talked all afternoon. She was a bit tired. Good night, see you tomorrow, little black. After saying that, the little girl walked to another bamboo hut. Yi Yang shook his head. The entire bear head was filled with the little girl's voice. It really felt like brainwashing. Does this little girl want to literally brainwash him? But did he forget something? A cold, icy gaze came from behind, making him shiver. He turned around and saw a pair of tiger eyes glowing blue in the darkness, staring straight at him. The Northeast tiger is very angry inside. Although she has never acknowledged these two bipedal creatures as her masters, today the creature that treated her well only showed kindness to the big black bear. She is extremely angry. She has lost her favor. Her limbs slowly approach Yi Yang, her eyes staring fiercely at the big black bear. This big black bear chased him for a whole day. New grievances and old grudges are calculated together. She wants to let this big fellow experience the power of tiger claws. Yi Yang trembles under her gaze. Although he knows this tiger is clever, it could kill him. His whole body shakes, but he can't break free from the ropes binding him. Just when it becomes urgent. Click. The little girl, dressed in the pink bunny pajamas, rubs her eyes. She yawns. Almost forgot, retract the red gold rope. She yawns, don't run away, I remember your scent, I can find you no matter where you are. She waves her hand, and the rope unties, flying back into her hand. Then she closes the door and goes to sleep. Yi Yang shakes his tied-up body, feeling sore. Remembering the scent? Are you also a black bear? But now is not the time to think about that. He turns around and pounces on the stunned Northeast tiger. The Northeast tiger didn't expect him to be so quick and is pinned to the ground. Roar! She lets out a miserable cry. But those two bipedal creatures do not come out. Yi Yang looks up at the two wooden houses. It's good that they didn't come out. Dahua is naughty, Xiaohuang can just give her a beating, but don't let it turn deadly. The little girl's voice comes from the wooden house. Roar. It expresses agreement. Then it looks at the northeast tiger, which is filled with fear. Death penalty can be avoided, but living sin is hard to escape. It raises its bare paw and aims for the tiger's forehead. That night, in the quiet bamboo courtyard, the sounds of intense papa keep echoing. Chapter 78, Spiritual Medicine. In the morning, Yi Yang wakes up. To his surprise, the air in the courtyard is not humid. Instead, it feels a bit warm like spring. Thinking of the mysterious identities of the two, he feels relieved. Click. The bamboo door opens, and the little girl gets up. Seeing that the little black bear hasn't run away, she breathes a sigh of relief. She clearly bragged last night, thinking Yi Yang understood human speech. Her little eyes glance at the northeast tiger curled up in the yard. She laughs heartily without a care. Ha ha ha. Dahua, why has your head gotten so big? The northeast tiger, bruised and battered, is awakened by the noise. It instinctively jolts, looking fearfully at the big black bear. Last night's experience was too terrifying, he was even trampled by the big black bear in his dreams. Seeing that the big black bear is lying in place and hasn't come over, the heavy stone in his heart falls. Then, it looks at the little girl with a complaining gaze. Wasn't it you, this bipedal creature, who let it happen? Zizizizi. Suddenly, a series of animal cries come from outside the courtyard. Yi Yang shakes his ears, the sound seems a bit familiar. Could there be other animals living on the mountain? The little girl, puzzled, walks toward the courtyard door. The door opens. She sees a nervous panda and a little white ferret. The little white ferret instinctively retreats upon seeing a little girl bipedal creature open the door. She remembers the fear of being dominated by that maternal little bipedal creature a few months ago. Her little eyes when she sees the hero in the yard turn into a white flash, and she rushes to the hero's side. Zizizizi. Meanwhile, the panda's nervous face tightens even more. She had just sensed the terrifying aura of the northeast tiger outside. She didn't expect the northeast tiger to really be in the yard. Seeing the northeast tiger in the bamboo courtyard, she recognizes it, this is the northeast tiger that attacked her. It is the nightmare in her heart. She trembles all over. She bypasses the little girl and hides behind Yi Yang. Only beside the big black bear will she feel safe. Yi Yang sees the little white ferret and the giant panda beside him and thinks for a moment. He uses his bare paw to pat the panda's head, comforting her anxious emotions. They must have followed the scent on him. It's just that he and the northeast tiger were too fast and ran too far, they couldn't keep up. So that's why they came a bit late. Seeing the panda and the little white ferret all wet, it seems they traveled overnight. The little girl beside them was surprised. She never expected two animals to come to the yard. And it was obvious that they knew the little black bear. Seeing the big black bear happily interacting with the two animals. Could these two also be spiritual beasts? Her eyes brightened. She called out to her senior sister. When her senior sister came out and saw two more animals in the yard, she was also surprised. She stretched out her palm, testing the two animals like she did yesterday with Yi Yang. After a long while, the test was done. She shook her head at her junior sister, who was full of expectation. They are just like Dehua, these animals. They are clever, but their animal instincts still exist and fall far short of the standards of spiritual beasts. The little girl lowered her head in disappointment. I thought it would be like buy one get one free, what a pity. Her eyes fell on the smaller, cute little white ferret, and her eyes sparkled. Ignoring the little white ferret's resistance, she quickly pulled it into her arms in one swift motion. This cute little white ferret makes a great sleeping doll. Squeak squeak squeak. Yi Yang ignored the little white ferret's cries for help. Not to mention that the little girl had no ill intentions. He wasn't a match for this mysterious little girl anyway. Yay! Life is going to be more fun now. Don't worry, you will have delicious food and fun times when you follow me. The little girl felt happy holding the little white ferret. The once quiet yard now had 3 animals. And all of them were spiritual, looking very cute, and she liked them very much. There was even a spiritual beast. Life is going to be fun from now on. By noon, Yi Yang was starving. The little girl came out of the bamboo house, holding the little white ferret that looked like it had been played too much. It's time to eat. Yi Yang's spirit lifted, he didn't expect they would provide food here. But he looked around and saw no food anywhere. Seeing the northeast tiger calmly walking toward the little girl, he slowly approached as well. The panda timidly followed Yi Yang's side. As long as the big black bear was beside him, he wouldn't be afraid of that northeast tiger. The little girl pulled out a jade bottle from her arms. She poured out pea-sized, grayish pills. What is this? A miraculous medicine? Yi Yang was a bit puzzled. One for each person. No, each animal should have one. Eating too many will make you stuffed. After seeing the Northeast tiger eat it reluctantly, Yi Yang also opened his mouth and swallowed it. The panda followed suit. The pills had a slightly bitter taste. Once in his stomach, they began to continuously release energy, turning into the energy for his body. Strangely, his original hunger disappeared completely. Could this be the legendary fasting pill? How amazing! This tiny pill actually wards off hunger. He heard that little girl say he wouldn't need to eat for a week. Finally, he wouldn't have to worry about hunting anymore. But it was a pity the pills didn't increase his evolution points. After the little girl personally fed the little white ferret in her arms. One fasting pill a week. Come back next week. So it really is a fasting pill. Could this really be a fantasy cultivation world? Does he have enough power for the cheat he activated? Can the black bear cultivate since it has spiritual roots? A flood of mixed thoughts filled his mind in an instant. Roar! The Northeast tiger circled around the little girl playfully. With a flattering look, its eyes aimed at the plants in the yard not far away. Dahua can't have it. Last time I secretly fed you spiritual medicine, I got scolded fiercely by my senior sister. Seeing the little girl's firm attitude, the Northeast tiger looked disappointed. It gazed longingly at a patch of plants in the corner of the yard. In its heart, it firmly believed that as long as it ate one more of that special plant, it would surely be able to defeat the big black bear, or at least not be utterly defeated like last night. With its head lowered and tail drooping, it ran to a corner of the yard and lay down. It let out a big yawn. Hiss. It touched the wound on its face caused by Yi Yang. Looking at the sky, it sighed, feeling bored. Without any delicious meat to eat, it could only stay in the yard and daze off. And now there was a big black bear old enemy in the yard. Sigh. This day is so hard for the tiger. Yi Yang was attracted by the little girl's words. Looking at the flowers and grass in the courtyard. Are those spiritual herbs? Good stuff. He lifted his feet and walked over. The tiger looked at him with amusement. The little girl didn't stop him either. Yi Yang slowly approached the patch of greenery. To his surprise, the little girl actually didn't stop him from getting closer. Turning around, he saw the little girl, holding a white ferret, looking at him with a smile. He began to feel anxious. The spiritual herbs seemed hard to obtain. Looking at the lush greenery 5 meters away, he licked his lips. But there shouldn't be much danger. Let's walk and try it out. Bang! His forehead bumped into something hard. Shaking his dizzy head, he stretched out his bare paw and touched in front of him. It turned out to be a transparent wall. Ha ha ha! A clear sound of laughter came from the little girl behind him. Yi Yang didn't waste his energy. In this mysterious place, everything was filled with mystery, which was very normal. But seeing that Northeast tiger looking at him with a mocking gaze as he made a fool of himself. Let's fight. Chapter 79 Eat the Spiritual Herbs. Yi Yang quickly chased after the Northeast tiger and gave it a good beating. The Northeast tiger ran very fast, it shouldn't have been possible for him to catch up so quickly. But the courtyard was just this big, and he caught up easily. Pressing it to the ground with a lot of rubbing. Pa pa pa. He hit the Northeast tiger, making it whimper in a befuddled way. Ha ha ha. The girl laughed like silver bells. Yi Yang felt comfortable beating it, and after his anger subsided, he let go of the Northeast tiger that was crying out in despair. Turning to look at the corner where the spiritual herbs were. There, a transparent invisible barrier blocked him. He thought in his heart. With such extraordinary means, these two people are definitely not martial artists. But whether it's fantasy or fairy tales, he didn't know. Shaking his head, he thought that was meaningless. Yawning, he ran to a corner of the courtyard to sleep. Not needing to hunt, he could only sleep. The giant panda with its comical eyes looked at the Northeast tiger being beaten by the great black bear. Then it came and quietly lay beside Yi Yang. The panda was not as lazy as the black bear. But it didn't want to move, lying quietly was okay. The little white ferret looked longingly at the great black bear, wanting to escape the grasp of this two-legged creature. But it couldn't break free at all. The little girl glanced around, the lively courtyard instantly quieted down. Pouting her lips. Seeing the great black bear, her eyes lit up. Then, holding the little white ferret, she directly lay on the great black bear. Little black bear, you are so soft, and you don't smell bad either. Even more comfortable than my little bed, I could nap here. Yi Yang raised his eyes and saw the little girl hanging on him like a doll. He felt a bit helpless. Because he couldn't beat this little girl. Let her hang on, it's not heavy anyway. But. Damn it, little one, can't you stop tossing around while you sleep? He always kept a vigilant habit, making it hard for him to fall asleep. But the little white ferret was very happy. It was the first time it slept on Yi Yang. Days later. While Yi Yang was sound asleep, he felt a little hand stroking his head. Impatience appeared on his bare face. He waved with his bare paw. Senior sister, I told you, this little black bear feels great. Indeed nice. A faint elegant fragrance entered his nose. Opening his eyes, he found a girl like senior sister in white clothes in front of him. She smiled and gazed at him. Slightly angry, she looked at the two. Do you really think I'm a big bear toy? Can you just? The surrounding ecological environment has been destroyed. If someone notices it and panics, you will be punished by the sect. The little girl was not discouraged and her eyes shifted. Sister, didn't you say that our Taoism emphasizes fate the most? These three animals have such a bond with us, it would be fine to take them back when we return. Little Black, do you want to come back with me? The little girl asked Yi Yang, the only one in the yard who could understand her words. Yi Yang decisively shook his head. He listened to the words of the two. It seemed that as long as he nodded, he would get to eat spirit medicine. But these two looked young, they might be old monsters who had cultivated for many years. He was afraid that if he agreed and later regretted it, it would be too late. Why can't the spirit medicine by Little Black? I'm having a hard time. I think it's possible, indeed, it's a great fate for these three spiritual animals to come here together. We can give spirit medicine. Really? The little girl was surprised, she didn't expect her sister to agree. Then, can you give a little spirit medicine, sister? Sister said calmly, I am willing to give mine for Little Black. Damn it. She sent it just to buy Little Black Bear, how could she let it go? Sigh, my cultivated spirit medicine is running low. She thought silently, but when she saw the little black bear beside her, her eyes were fiery. This is a spirit beast, it's all worth it. Then she walked towards that corner. Yi Yang widened his eyes, wanting to see how this little girl got in. The little girl arrived 3 meters away, right inside the invisible barrier. She stretched out her palm and drew a few mysterious marks in the air. The invisible barrier flashed. The little girl successfully walked in. She squatted down and took out 3 red fruits. After coming out, the screen flashed and restored the invisible barrier. Yi Yang's eyes flickered, he seemed to remember those marks. Looking back, he saw the tiger staring in disappointment, clearly unable to remember how to get in. So stupid, it's that simple and you still can't do it. At this moment, the little girl walked up to Yi Yang and handed him the fruit. Yi Yang looked at the red fruit, which was the size of a cherry. He couldn't tell how magical it was. Hearing them say that this northeast tiger became so powerful after eating this kind of thing, right? He looked at the northeast tiger and indeed saw it staring eagerly at the red fruit, drooling. It should be a spirit fruit. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. An immense energy surged from within. Ding, evolution point plus 100. Evolution points increased by 100 points. Yi Yang stared at this cherry-sized red fruit, incredulous. It really is a spirit fruit. Little guy, why aren't you eating? This is a good thing. The little white weasel raised the small red fruit, seeing the hero looking at her. Holding the small red fruit, she reached out to Yi Yang. Chirp chirp chirp. Yi Yang felt a little moved and shook his head. Seeing Yi Yang refuse, the little white weasel obediently swallowed the red fruit. Finally, it was the turn of the dazed panda. She did not know what effect this ordinary fruit had. Seeing everyone eating, she was about to swallow it. Roar! The northeast tiger beside her couldn't hold back anymore and made a move. It pounced high. Yi Yang couldn't fight back and couldn't snatch it. The little white weasel couldn't get it in that little girl's arms. Only this panda could snatch it. Roar! Yi Yang instantly pinned it to the ground. Clap, clap, clap. With a few slaps, it quieted down. The panda looked terrified. After experiencing the tiger's attack, it made her realize the importance of this red fruit. She looked up at the big black bear. She handed the fruit over. Yi Yang's expression froze. He didn't expect the panda to also want to give it to him. He shook his head. The red fruit was just evolution points for him, but for them, it was a great opportunity. Besides, he wanted to eat it himself, and the little girl beside him couldn't let him eat it. The giant panda swallowed it down. The little girl said, "These spirit fruits are all specially processed and will slowly transform your bodies. In short, you will become very strong after sleeping for a while." Yi Yang nodded in understanding. No wonder after eating, the little white weasel and panda showed no significant changes in size. It turned out to be continuous. My own spiritual fruit was quickly decomposed by the system. I quietly glanced at that corner of the spiritual herb field. At night, both people were asleep. In the middle of the night, the sky was overcast, with no moonlight. The panda slept beside him, while the northeast tiger, having been beaten by him, was severely drained of energy and slept soundly. The opportunity had come. He got up and slowly crawled toward the farmland. He arrived 3 meters away from the corner of the yard where the spiritual herbs were planted. He reached out to touch that invisible screen. Then he recalled the little girl's actions. As usual, he swiped a few times. Appeared. Did I succeed? Yi Yan was overjoyed. He didn't expect to succeed on the first try. The bear paw poked ahead. It actually transmitted through. He immediately set off. He arrived at the field where the spiritual herbs were planted. He found 2 rows of spiritual fruits. All were small red berries. The bear's eyes flickered. He heard the 2 people say that they seemed to have separated their shares, each having their own. His gaze turned to the row with fewer fruits, which had only 4. The more plentiful row had 10, while the fewer had 6. The lesser ones should belong to the little girl, and the more to the senior sister. So, the question is, should he take from that side, or share evenly? After thinking about his observations these past few days, it seemed that the unusual senior sister was difficult to deal with, cold and calm. On the other hand, that careless little girl was easier to handle. Moreover, the little girl had been clinging to him, disturbing his peace. He needed to get some interest back. He approached the row of fewer spiritual fruits. He swallowed 1. Ding, evolution points plus 100. Continue. Ding, evolution points plus 100. Ding, evolution points plus 100. He stopped his actions. Not because of a moral awakening to leave some for the little girl, but because his body was swelling. Endless energy filled his body. Even with the help of the evolution system, he still felt a sense of energy surplus. He knew that he was full now. This feeling he had only experienced when eating wild ginseng in his childhood. This indicated that his body had already saturated with the spiritual herb and could not take in more at this time. He didn't know how long it had been since he felt this way. Calculating, he had eaten 1 spiritual herb during the day, and now he had swallowed 4. That was enough. System. Evolution points, 350. 350 points. What a windfall. He reluctantly looked at the remaining dozen fruits. He couldn't help but withdraw. The screen flashed and formed a barrier again. It looked really magical. Then, he obediently went back to sleep soundly. The next morning, the little girl, as usual, changed into her pajamas and got out of bed. Hugging her little white ferret, she habitually went over to sleep on the sleeping Yi Yang. Unconsciously, her gaze fell on the corner of the garden where the spiritual herbs were. Huh? Why does it feel like there are fewer spiritual herbs? She rubbed her small eyes. Taking a closer look. Sure enough, there were fewer. She hurriedly got down from Yi Yang's back and ran to the cornfield, quickly swiping a few times in the air. Flashed, and the screen disappeared. She entered the spiritual field. Her little hands counted. Sure enough, 3 fruits were missing. There's a thief. She shouted loudly. With her little legs, she rushed to the senior sister's door. The senior sister came out after hearing the noise. Senior sister, there's a thief. I'm missing 3 spiritual fruits. Her small face was crying. The senior sister frowned. Although this barrier was simple, she believed no one from the outside could break in. She went to check the corner where the spiritual herbs were. She didn't see any damage to the barrier. So, that person must have known how to break the barrier to get in. Senior sister, that guy is so despicable. Why does he only steal mine and not yours? I originally had few spiritual fruits, and now I only have 3 left. The little girl pouted, her face full of anger. The senior sister was calm, not comprehending the little girl's words. She looked closely at the details in the yard. Her gaze flickered. She found a large paw print next to the spiritual herbs. Looking at the big black bear lying in the yard. That paw print was clearly somewhat similar to the black bear's. She walked over and took a closer look. She reached out her jade-like hand to press on Yi Yang's head. She sensed a thick spiritual energy. Smiling, she said, "This little guy ate them." Ah. The little girl came over. Her mouth opened wide in disbelief. Could it be a mistake? How could this little black bear possibly open the barrier? I can sense a strong vitality within him. He must have eaten some spiritual herbs. Hearing this from her senior sister, the little girl stared intently at Yi Yang. She really couldn't understand how the little black bear managed to sneak in. Could it be that this little black bear knows how to get inside? Thinking about how the little black bear could understand their human language, they were shocked in their hearts. The two exchanged a glance. Could it be this little black bear remembers how to get in the barrier? That's too clever. It must be, she demonstrated the way to get in front of the black bear yesterday. They underestimated the spirituality and wisdom of this great black bear. The Northeast tiger watched from the side, its eyes fixed on this scene. It thought these two terrifying two-legged beasts would beat up the big black bear. Unexpectedly, they didn't take care of it, shaking its head in disappointment. Realizing the danger of the gaze, it saw the big black bear looking at itself. The tiger's face shrank back, its neck involuntarily retracting. This black bear is quite extraordinary. The senior sister, usually calm, looked at Yi Yang with bright eyes, amazed. Senior sister, don't look, little black is mine. Yi Yang looked up at the little girl blocking him. He wanted to ask, how did I become your thing? The little girl turned to see his puzzled expression and said loudly, you ate my stuff, so naturally, it's my bear. Yi Yang. The senior sister laughed and shook her head. A few days later, Yi Yang arrived at the back of the courtyard. There was a natural hot spring here. Soaking here was many times more comfortable than in the river. The entire bear body sank in, feeling incredibly pleasant, extremely comfortable. Only a head was exposed above the water, breathing. Looking at the distant snow-capped mountains, he began to think about bear life. Although in this little half a month, it had been quite comfortable. But it was really not free. Moreover, the identities of the two people were mysterious. He had only heard some information. Outside world, spiritual herbs, barrier, nothing else was touched. Also, himself, the white ferret, and the panda, he didn't know how they would treat them. At that moment, the senior sister and the little girl walked over. Senior sister, how can that little black bear recognize me as its master? That depends on fate. Humph, whatever, after eating my spiritual herb, I will tie him up and take him away. The two girls talked while taking off their ancient clothes. Soon, they were left with only one belly band. The little girl wanted to continue undressing, but was stopped by the senior sister. The little eyes looked at the senior sister with confusion. The black bear is in the hot spring. Ha! The little girl peeked and indeed saw a round head appearing above the water. What's the big deal? Anyway, little black is just a bear. The senior sister shook her head. I always feel that the little black bear is different from other animals. Every time I look into its eyes, it's like looking at a human. Is there? The little girl looked at Yi Yang in the hot spring with confusion. Seeing that he was staring at her senior sister with sparkling eyes, she felt very angry. How could he not look at me? All right, let's go, you little lustful bear. The little girl clapped her hands, easily pulling Yi Yang up from the water and placing him on the shore. Yi Yang shook off the water droplets from his body, looking at the senior sister's fair skin, swallowing hard. His figure slowly moved away. Senior sister, why did little black not look at me just now? It was looking at you. Maybe you are still young. I'm not young, I'm only 2 years younger than you. I meant your figure. Chapter 81, Alarm. The seal is broken. The giant beast awakens. America. Deep in the Atlantic Ocean, 10,000 meters down. At this depth, there is a large research facility. It's quite astonishing that there is a large research facility at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, several professionals in white lab coats spoke to General Miro, who was wearing a military uniform. We're ready, the submarine can set out to explore the sea at any time. Good. Set off. More than a decade ago, someone accidentally discovered a very deep canyon here. From there, they explored a large number of unknown plants and fish species. But at that time, the technological level was limited. The submarines built could not dive deep enough to explore that area of the sea. Spent a huge amount of financial resources. Finally completed this year. A group of researchers were very excited. They had dedicated over 10 years of their lives for this moment. How alluring is the unknown world? Maybe they could find the civilization of Atlantis. The submarine set off from the research base. As they descended, they gradually reached a depth of 10,000 meters. Both pilots were very nervous. They were specially selected from the military and had trained for a long time for this dive. Everyone knew the importance of this mission. After this mission, they could possibly be heroes recorded in human history. Chris, turn on the deep sea lights. Okay. Lights began to appear in front of the submarine, illuminating the pitch-black area ahead. Ahead was the destination, the canyon. No one knew what lay inside, just darkness. As they advanced, unknown sea fish and giant squids appeared in their view. Dense coral reefs surrounded them. The images transmitted to the office. Experts were ecstatic. That's an extinct fish. That's an extinct giant squid. What's that glowing fish? I've never seen it before. We really found an unknown sea area. Maybe there are ruins of Atlantis below. A group of people were very happy, they had given so much for this project. Everything happening now was going in a good direction. Look. What's that? It looks like a stone tablet? Please, divers, enlarge the text on the stone tablet. Chris and Bridge were also shocked to find a stone tablet at a depth of 10,000 meters. The submarine approached the tablet. There are words on it. Zoom in. The image gradually enlarged. These characters, I can't even recognize them. They look a bit like Dacia hieroglyphs. What? Impossible. This is the Atlantic Ocean, the origins of the Eastern people cannot be this far. I just thought they looked somewhat similar. Experts in the Research Institute began to argue over the text on the stone tablet. Hey, did you see that shadow? You must be seeing things. I saw it. A large shadow just floated past. In the submarine. Shadow? The cockpit could hear the conversation from the Research Institute. Hearing about the shadow. Pilot Chris and Bridge exchanged glances. Then they observed the dark sea before them, as deep as an abyss. Despite their special training, fear crept into their hearts. Bridge, I think the people in the Research Institute must have misseen it. Yeah, I think so too. Let's continue the dive. Okay. Bang. The submarine jolted as if being attacked by some object. What was that? The two were terrified. Quick! Get out of here! There's a huge shark behind you. Looking at the screen, a gigantic shark was charging at the submarine. Bang! Another impact. The submarine began to shake violently. A massive shark appeared in their view. What kind of giant shark is this? So enormous. The submarine they were in was specially made, measuring 20 meters long. Don't underestimate this 20 meters. 20 meters is already the limit for this depth. But the giant shark before them was even larger than the submarine. With its massive serrated mouth looking like a meat grinder black hole, it was particularly terrifying. Boom! Just as everyone was shocked, the huge shark's massive body slammed into the submarine. The submarine shook, rocking continuously inside. Hurry! Turn off all light sources. Hearing the voice from the Research Institute's signal machine, Chris immediately switched off, and the submarine lights went out. The surroundings dimmed down. A pitch-black darkness surrounded them. The subconscious fear of the deep sea, combined with the recent shark attack. It felt like they had descended into hell. Chris and Bridge were inside the dark submarine, feeling like years were passing by. They were under immense pressure. Half an hour later. Okay, you can relax, that big shark should have swum away. Did you see that? That shark was at least 25 meters long. It's not a whale shark, how can it be this large? What a blessing. This is an unknown sea area. Chris, the bridge is too dangerous, you all should head back. Hearing the voice from the signal machine, the two in the submarine breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to return. No. Keep exploring to complete the mission. The general firmly conveyed the order. But there's such a huge unknown shark at the entrance to that sea area, going deeper is too dangerous. How about waiting until we develop better deep sea equipment before exploring? Wait until you develop it? How long will that take? You should know that this research institute is burning through a lot of military funds by the minute, and the senators have already protested. This year is your last chance. This. Several leading researchers exchanged speechless glances. Chris, Bridge, if you encounter danger, evacuate immediately. Hearing the words from the Research Institute, the two in the submarine smiled bitterly, knowing that returning now might land them in a military court. They could only continue to complete the mission. For safety's sake, they waited in place for more than half an hour. They reopened the deep sea lights and explored deeper into the ocean. Along the way, they relied on the visibility provided by the lights. The underwater world was vibrant and colorful, filled with many unknown creatures. They were very lucky and did not encounter any attacks. The submarine gradually approached the bottom of the sea. Chris and the Bridge, along with the researchers from the institute, were stunned by what they saw. They never expected that the area below the sea was shockingly spacious and seemed endless. Moreover, there were no fish around, perhaps unable to withstand such water pressure. More importantly, the 8 gigantic stone pillars, each 1,000 meters high, in the sea were truly breathtaking. And on the pillars, there were obvious signs of human civilization. This caused shock among them and the Research Institute. Are there those incomprehensible hieroglyphs on the stone pillars again? Does this 10,000 meter sea area mean that there was an unknown civilization existing here? These pillars are at least 1,000 meters tall. How did those ancient people carve characters all over the pillars? Hurry over, there seems to be a small pillar in the center, let's take a look. The submarine reached the center surrounded by pillars. In front of them was a grotesque stone stump, engraved with something that looked like a snake. If a Dixia person were present, they would immediately recognize this as the image of a dragon. It looks like a sacrificial formation. I feel that removing this small stone stump might bring about something bad. Chris said anxiously. I feel the same. Hurry up and take it, once you have it, you can finish up and head back. The general said with a smile, believing that as long as the data was sent back, his record would have another shining achievement. Chris took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart. He operated the mechanical arm of the instrument, slowly approaching the stone stump. Aim. Button pressed. Picked it up. I really want to retrieve it and leave. Suddenly, the submarine shook. What's happening? At the same time, the stone stump was lifted from its spot. The 8 stone pillars crumbled into fine dust, invisible to the naked eye, scattering into the water. In an instant, the ground collapsed, the sea shook. They hurriedly controlled the submarine to move upstream. Minutes later, they saw that the originally spacious ground had vanished. It was as if an earthquake had struck. Below had turned into a pitch-black black hole. Quick, look! Something is coming out? The flat seabed had long disappeared in the earthquake-like tremors. Under that violent quake, the ground turned into a pitch-black black hole. As if there was another world at the bottom of the strait. Giant familiar figures surged out from the black hole. It's the big sharks from earlier. Oh my god. Dozens of them. They're still coming out. Over 100 now. What on earth is down there? Quick, turn off the lights. Chris hurriedly turned off the lights. In an instant, there was only the sound of the 2 anxious breaths in the submarine. Time passed, and they didn't know how long it had been. We're safe. What is that? Suddenly, 2 moving light points appeared ahead, as captivating as the bright moon. Turn on the lights to investigate. The sound from the signal machine came from the research institute. Chris pressed the button. Turn on the light source. What was seen? A gigantic big-headed fish was devouring those enormous sharks. 2 glowing orbs were its eyeballs. The big-headed fish was so huge that, under the submersible's light, its entire body could not be seen, only its abyss-like big mouth was visible. The 20-meter-long sharks looked like small fish in front of its massive mouth. It swallowed dozens of big sharks in one bite. What is this thing? A monster? A beast? The people in the research institute were stunned by the giant creature on the screen. Then, right before their eyes, the big fish turned and opened its mouth wide. It swallowed the submersible in one gulp. If there are many monsters of that size, I think we've done something foolish. This is Pandora's box. Blue Star can never have such creatures. Only in the hell of Satan could such monsters appear. But General Mathreya looked eagerly at the recorded footage. He didn't care about the swallowed submersible at all. What are you all worrying about? We humans are the masters of Blue Star, especially since our America is the world's superpower. Just one monster has you scared like this, it's embarrassing. Even if there are tens of thousands of them, a nuclear bomb could still take care of them. Hearing the general's words, everyone steadied their hearts and nodded in agreement. Indeed, human scientific technology far exceeds these terrifying monsters. No matter how strong these monsters are, they can still be handled with one nuclear bomb. Not good, a large creature is moving quickly towards us. Through the biological radar, a giant red dot was rapidly approaching. From the direction of the red dot, it was clearly an unknown creature coming out of the strait towards them. I want to see what those unknown creatures look like. General Mathreya looked coldly at the red dot on the screen. This research institute was built with great investment. Just being able to withstand pressures 10,000 meters underwater shows how strong its defenses are. It's not an exaggeration to say it's the top technology on Blue Star. The research personnel in the institute were also staring at the screen. The large screen was made of transparent special metal, allowing them to observe the outside world. They, too, wanted to see that unknown creature. It's getting closer. They could clearly see the fleeing fish schools and massive water pressure currents through the transparent screen. Look! What is that horrifying thing? My god, it's even bigger than the big-headed fish. An octopus monster. A giant creature was approaching them quickly. From afar, its size looked like a moving crimson mountain. Quick! Evacuate! The general was the first to react. He moved towards the escape route of the research institute. But it was too late, the institute was too large, and it would take more than 10 minutes to evacuate. This monster was too fast, it wouldn't give them any time. One tentacle reached out towards them rapidly. When it got close, they realized how enormous this octopus was, one tentacle wrapped tightly around the research institute. The tentacle was lined with terrifying sharp teeth and small mouths. Crack! The hard metal was crushed and broken by the tentacle. Massive amounts of water pressure rushed in, causing human bodies to explode into pieces. But it wasn't over, this huge research institute was torn apart by the tentacle and thrown into the deep sea. Endless large creatures emerged from that abyssal strait. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. Just as the underwater canyon trembled. Several places around the world were violently shaking. A mysterious substance without notice appeared in the air of Blue Star, including Kunlun Mountain, where Yi Yang was located. The tremor woke him up. Is there an earthquake? Ding, detecting the spatial seal has been broken, ancient beasts awakened, system automatically upgrading. Ding, detecting that the surrounding air contains evolutionary energy, automatically absorbing. Ding, your strength has broken through. Ding, system reminds the host to grow stronger quickly. A large amount of unknown substances entered his body from the air. His body felt a surge of energy, starting to strengthen him. Energy disappeared, the body felt an explosive power, incredibly strong. The body grew bigger, reaching 1,500 pounds. Standing up, it was 3.5 meters tall. Calmed down after the excitement of the breakthrough. Is this a passive breakthrough? Could it be that the system said the spatial seal was broken, there is great danger, detecting that his strength was too weak, and forced him to break through? Wait, what is this? Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian black bear. Combat power, 250. Function, healing, exploration. Skills, strength LV2, constitution LV2, speed LV2. Claw LV1, bite force LV2. Evolution points, 20. The system has completely overhauled. And there is an added exploration function. At this moment, a piece of information from the system entered his mind. Opening his eyes, a glimmer appeared in the bear's eyes. The added exploration skill was like the exploration ability in an online game. It detected the information of all objects. His gaze looked towards the corner of the yard where the spiritual fruit was. A screen of information appeared before his eyes. Name, vermilion fruit. Description, a common spiritual herb in the inner world, contains a certain amount of energy, can help biological evolution and cultivation. It can also be used in medicine and alchemy, with slightly lower value. What a great function! It can provide many useful pieces of information. For instance, this is the vermilion fruit from the inner world. Ha! To his surprise, after the system upgrade, the panel attributes changed. All attributes disappeared and transformed into skills. Moreover, the attributes of claw and bite force were added. But the evolution points remained unchanged, still able to help him grow stronger. It just shifted from enhanced attributes to skills. Those skills were a simplification of attributes, still the same. Additionally, a combat power function was added, which could more clearly sense the opponent as well as himself. Very nice. But his combat power of 250 seemed a bit ominous. Turning around, he saw the white-robed senior sister and the little girl who appeared in the yard without him noticing. Both wore serious expressions as they looked into the distance. That direction was the place where the Atlantic Ocean broke the seal. Seeing these two powerful figures, he breathed a sigh of relief. These two had mysterious backgrounds, with them around, he felt very safe. The panda and the little white weasel had unknowingly hidden behind him. The northeast tiger also looked around in fear. The instinct of animals was always to fear natural disasters. Wait, what is this? Yi Yang was astonished because he saw the attributes of the two people. The little girl's panel. Name, Han Chun'er. Race? Combat power? Skills? The white-robed senior sister's panel. Name, Shin Fei. Race? Combat power? Skills? Yi Yang looked confused. What does a bunch of question marks mean? Could it be that he was too weak? The disparity in strength was too great? Chapter 83, The Two Leave. Alone. The senior sister and the little girl quietly gazed at the distant sky, not knowing what they were thinking. Suddenly, both frowned simultaneously, because they sensed a human presence watching. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, but did not find a figure. Only seeing Yi Yang, with a bare face, staring blankly at them. The senior sister exclaimed, "This black bear seems to have grown quite a bit." Really? The little girl jumped directly onto Yi Yang's back. It really did. Tell me, did you steal my spiritual medicine again? Yi Yang decisively shook his head. He didn't want to be wronged. The little girl didn't believe him. Her small eyes looked towards the corner of the yard where the herbs were. Indeed, there were no less. Huh, then that's strange. Why did you suddenly grow bigger? I remember the fasting pill didn't have this effect. At this time, the senior sister looked at Yi Yang. Perhaps the seal was broken, and this little black bear absorbed the aura to evolve. Aura? Yi Yang shook his head. He could still accept the idea of aura revival. Everyone was starting from the same line, especially since he had a system, he would definitely be stronger than others. The senior sister's gaze left him. She said to the little girl. The seal is broken, we should go back. Okay. The little white hand waved, and a glowing array appeared on the ground, forming a circle of light. Let's go. The northeast tiger, seeing the circle of light emerge, was terrified and hid to the side, wanting to escape outside the yard upon seeing the two-legged beast staring at him. Just lifted a leg. Was roughly picked up by the little girl and thrown directly into the light circle. The little girl clapped her hands. Then her little eyes looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang swallowed nervously and instinctively took a few steps back. He complained in his heart. This little girl is really a little troublemaker, and a violent one at that. Oh, still unwilling to go? The little girl stepped forward, wanting to throw Yi Yang in again like before. But the elder sister stopped her, gently saying to Yi Yang, little guy, you'd better come with us. Now that the seal is broken, many ancient creatures are awakening, some of which even I can't handle. Seeing Yi Yang's indifferent gaze, she continued to persuade. You might not understand my words, simply put, you are no longer the ruler of the forest. In the future, even a rabbit could kill you. Yi Yang rolled his eyes at her. You pure and innocent looking girl, do you really think I'm easy to deceive? With my 1,500 pounds of body, I would be taken down by a rabbit? Really, how could I believe that? Looking up with bare eyes at the elder sister, mixed with a hint of different feelings in her gaze. She seemed quite sincere. Could it be that the awakening of ancient creatures and the rising of spiritual energy are really this dangerous? Thoughts began swirling in his mind. Suddenly, he thought of something. But even if the world is dangerous, I cannot walk with them. What if I expose my system over there? I could die without knowing how. These two are too mysterious, who knows what awaits in that inner realm? It's better to stay on Blue Star and grow steadily. Now that the system has been upgraded. He didn't believe he couldn't rapidly become strong with the system. Perhaps this is a chance given to him by heaven. Seeing Yi Yang unperturbed. The little girl, irritated, wanted to directly take action. The elder sister stopped her, slowly saying, do not force it. So, do you two little ones want to come with us? Although the little white ferret and panda couldn't understand human speech, they grasped the basic meaning. They all looked towards the big black bear. Yi Yang sank into deep thought. The system's unusual major update, coupled with the elder sister's warning, made him realize that this space might be on the verge of terrifying change. He glanced at the adorable panda and little white ferret looking at him. He walked behind them and pushed them forward with his paw. If he couldn't protect himself, he wouldn't be able to take care of them anymore. The little white ferret and panda didn't know what was happening. But their instincts told them they would soon be leaving the big black bear. Chirp, chirp, chirp. They looked at him reluctantly. They were very unwilling to leave. Roar. Yi Yang frowned, letting out a roar that pushed them back. They left reluctantly as the little girl threw them into the light circle. Then the little girl stepped in, looking back every 3 steps, and the elder sister waved her hand at him as she entered the light circle. Little Black, my name is Han Chunner, don't forget me, or next time we meet, I will definitely make you pay. I'm called Shin Fei. After their voices came from inside the light circle, they disappeared without a trace. Yi Yang just watched them leave, wide-eyed. Suddenly he spotted the spiritual medicine in the corner of the yard. He discovered the barrier had disappeared. After all, the last time he stole the spiritual fruit, it had become a complex gesture to prevent him from stealing it. These spiritual medicines were likely left for him on purpose by the two. Counting, there were exactly 16. Unconsciously, he thought. Could it be that my charm is that great, even these two mysterious beings were attracted? Maybe I should consume the Zhu fruit spiritual medicine first. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Ding, eating spiritual medicine evolution point plus 100. Ding, eating spiritual medicine evolution point plus 100. Ding, eating spiritual medicine evolution point plus 100. Ding, eating. Evolution points, 1620. A big harvest, I'm wealthy. In an unknown world. In the inner realm. The elder sister walked in front with the little girl, followed by a curious northeast tiger, little white ferret, and panda. In the sky were two golden suns, surrounded by celestial mist. A scene resembling a fairyland. Elder sister, it seems we forgot to take the spiritual medicine. That was intentionally left for the little black bear, hoping he can survive in that dangerous world. Ah, I hope little black can survive this disaster. Oh no, I haven't tidied up my room, I'm really going to miss my little rabbit pajamas. The senior's footsteps stopped. A drop of cold sweat appeared on her fair, jade-like face. She had an impulse to go back. What's wrong, senior? It's nothing. Yi Yang arrived at the senior's room, checking to see if there were any lost treasures. Earlier, in the little girl's room, he only saw a set of pajamas and some simple furniture. He didn't know what treasures might be in the senior's room. This room had a table. On the table was a large pile of books. This really matched the senior's character as a calm beauty. He searched the room but found nothing unusual. Could these books be treasures? He stepped in front of the books. Using his bare paw, he flipped open the pages. The Frog Prince, Cinderella, Little Red Riding Hood, Grimm's Fairy Tales. The written language of the Great Xia was very similar to that of his past life. He recognized all these words. To his disappointment, these were just fairy tales. Why does the senior like reading such childish books? Oh. He saw that there was a small drawer on the table. Excitedly, he opened it and took out a thin piece of paper. There were some ink marks on it, clearly written not long ago. The Happy Life of Me and the Bear Prince. He didn't expect the senior to be like this. Seeing this title made his heart skip a beat. He had a feeling that this wasn't a good book. But he couldn't help but be curious. He carefully opened it with his claws. After reading, the black bear's cheeks turned a shade red. He could never have imagined that the cold senior had such thoughts inside. Indeed, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, one should never guess a woman's thoughts. The senior and that little girl are both bad women, they both want his body. Chapter 84, The Sudden Change of Animals. The Golden Eagle. Yi Yang soaked in the hot spring here for a whole night before descending the mountain. Facing the morning's radiant light, it shone upon his body. This mountain seemed much taller after that tremor. Its height had at least increased several times. He spent several hours and finally came down the mountain. He noticed huge changes in the surrounding environment. He realized time had unknowingly slipped to November. This is the north, it has already started to cool down. The temperature at the foot of the mountain is much colder than up here. But the flowers and grass are still lush, which is quite unusual. He saw some herbivores wandering about. Surprised, he thought this might be the effect of the broken seal, the influence of spiritual energy. All the way, he used his detection skills to examine those animals. To his astonishment, some of the animal panels had changed. It turned out yesterday, not only he benefited from the evolution of spiritual energy, but all animals were influenced by it and evolved. As for why some animals had skills and others did not, that should be due to individual talent and potential differences. A sense of crisis began to form, he must evolve faster than those animals. His ears perked up. He wondered what would happen if he caught those with skills. Yi Yang focused on a rabbit that had skills. Species, Gray Rabbit. Combat Power, 10. Skills, Speed LV1. The gray rabbit was happily munching on grass on the ground. He wiggled his butt to test it. Slowly approached. Whoosh! The rabbit's head didn't turn and it ran away. It was indeed quite vigilant. However, its LV1 speed was no match for Yi Yang. Yi Yang chased after it fiercely. The gray rabbit dashed into a small mud hole. Yi Yang arrived at the hole, examining it with his eyes. Indeed, his body was too large, he couldn't fit into that tiny mud hole. But, his large size meant he could easily dig a hole. Such a small mud hole was no problem at all. Curling his lips, under the terrified gaze of the gray rabbit, this big black bear forcefully tore open the mud hole. The gray rabbit could only tremble inside the hole. Yi Yang did not have a habit of cruelly torturing animals. With one paw, he pierced through the gray rabbit's neck, ending its fear in life. The bear's mouth lifted the rabbit out of the mud hole. It shook the blood off its paw. In just a few bites, only a layer of fur was left from the rabbit. The bear easily bit through the last bone and swallowed it. Ding, gained evolution points +5. Ding, devour skill speed LV1. Detected that the host already has skill speed LV2, automatically increasing the skill experience. Yi Yang's eyes lit up with joy. He didn't expect that a rabbit with skills would provide so many evolution points. He could be certain that ordinary prey definitely didn't have this many evolution points. He patted his abdomen, feeling there was still plenty of space. He felt happy inside. This meant he could continue hunting. Thankfully, he didn't follow those two people, otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. More importantly, this time the hunting system gave him information. As long as he captured prey with skills, not only could he gain a lot of evolution points, but he could also acquire the prey skills. If he already had skills, it would increase the skills experience. He could clearly feel his body becoming more agile. Combat power, 252. His combat power even rose 2 points from the unlucky number of 250. This world is amazing. He didn't know how much excitement it could bring him. Caw! Just as he was daydreaming, a loud eagle cry came from the sky, shaking his spirits. A giant golden eagle was pouncing towards him. The wind rushed at him. Caw! In an instant, his back was marked with 2 deep scratches. Damn! His eyes turned red. He didn't expect an animal would dare to attack such a powerful self. Seeking death. Race, golden eagle. Combat power, 150. Skills, Strength LV1, Constitution LV1, Speed LV2. Claws LV2, Eagle Eye LV1. He didn't expect this golden eagle to have such strong combat power. Being the king of the sky, it seems it had also evolved and become even stronger. The eagle's eye fixed on him like a sharp sword. He couldn't tell that this big guy had such a strong body. Since yesterday's evolution, he felt his brain was sharper, his body stronger, even his claws were sharper. This morning, he had already hunted a tiger and a brown bear. It ignited the confidence of being the king of the sky. Seeing the big black bear getting itchy and attacking. When he saw the big black bear staring at him, he didn't flinch. He opened his wings, which glinted with golden light under the sun. He flew into the sky, his wings spread 5 meters wide. The quickly approaching figure obscured the sun and rushed towards Yi Yang. Roar! Yi Yang wasn't afraid, he charged straight at it. His 2 claws dug deep into its chest, grabbing onto bone. The golden eagle didn't have the habit of grabbing prey into the sky as it did before. This big black bear, it knew it couldn't be lifted up. It intended to tear off a piece of flesh with force but didn't expect the big black bear would directly pounce at it. The eagle's eye sharpened. If it was seeking death, it could blame itself. Besides its sharp eagle claws, it also had its greatest weapon, the sharp eagle beak. The eagle beak aimed for Yi Yang's head. Yi Yang saw the sharp eagle beak and his body shivered, quickly avoiding it. As he expected, the eagle beak was incredibly sharp. The eagle's beak instantly pierced through his flesh defenses, stabbing into his meat. Unexpectedly, it hit the bone. The stabbing pain exploded instantly. Roar! Yi Yang had no time to feel this intense heart-wrenching pain. Because his bare paw was already clenching the golden eagle's neck. His entire body burst with strength. He slammed the eagle down heavily from the sky onto him. Roar! He crashed heavily to the ground, the eagle's claws on his chest and the eagle beak on his shoulder causing deeper wounds. He couldn't help but let out a painful roar. The golden eagle began to panic. Only able to howl at the sky above. Continuously struggling hard, he felt the fear of death. The eagle's claws began to tear at Yi Yang's chest even more vigorously. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yi Yang bit down hard on the neck. To his surprise, the neck of the golden eagle was surprisingly hard. What tough muscles! But they could not block his fangs. Put! Piercing into flesh and blood. The golden eagle's cries became more frantic. Yi Yang bit down on the neck, his head shaking violently as he tore. Even as the eagle's resistance weakened, he did not let go. Now the world had changed, and the intelligence of these evolved animals had increased. Perhaps, like him in the past, it was an actor. Waiting for a chance to counterattack. He did not want to be bitten by an animal that was surely dying. Crack! Only when he heard the sound of bones breaking did he release his grip. After letting go, the golden eagle's neck hung like a bent branch, heavily dropping to the ground. The golden eagle's body became still, already dead. Yi Yang sat beside it like a bear, breathing heavily. He never expected that in his bare life he would actually take down a golden eagle. It was also thanks to the eagle's lack of wit, even though it attacked him directly for the second time. But looking at his own serious injuries, he was not feeling well either. A large area of bloody flesh on his chest, and the injury on his shoulder was even worse. Bleeding continuously, if looked at closely, one could see white bones shining. Hastily, he gave an order in his heart. Repair! A surge of life energy appeared in his body, quickly healing the wounds. In just a few breaths, his injuries were as good as new. With fiery eyes, he looked at the golden eagle's corpse. This eagle was so powerful, with many skills, what surprises would consuming it bring him? Chapter 85, Strength Improvement. On the road. While Yi Yang was fighting the golden eagle, the global tremors caught humanity's attention. They thought the Earth's core of Blue Star was moving violently, and Blue Star was going to explode. But when they investigated, they were surprised to find that these tremors were coming from the deep sea of the Atlantic Ocean. There was a large American research facility there. Concerned individuals wanted to question the staff of the research facility, but they found that it was sealed off by the military. They suspected the United States was conducting some horrific experiment. An endless wave of public opinion began to point towards the United States. Facing international pressure, the United States refused to admit it. But as more and more giant creatures appeared in that Atlantic region, and were captured on camera and shared online, the whole world learned that huge monsters had appeared there. The US government could only release the original deep-sea video. The video quickly spread worldwide, shocking people in every country. Especially seeing that there was evidence of civilization in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. That must be the legendary Atlantis civilization. That's just a legend, right? I've never seen such a palace. Yeah, aside from a few stone pillars, there's nothing? What is at the bottom of the strait? Why does it feel so much like Pandora's box? Don't you think those characters resemble ancient text from the Great Xia Kingdom? The people of the Great Xia Kingdom were also in shock. Scholars studying ancient culture were even more familiar with these characters. Relevant departments immediately called experts to start researching the text in the video. The results of the deciphered text astonished them. The initial stone tablets text stated that this was a forbidden area, a sealed place, prohibited to enter. Here lies the ancient giant beasts sealed away. Releasing them would bring about a catastrophic disaster. Then, the columns at the bottom of the strait were inscribed with ancient sacrificial inscriptions to the gods. Most importantly, that dragon-patterned stone pedestal was a great cauldron. The core of the suppression. Could it be that our Great Xia really went to the Atlantic in ancient times? Or does it mean there were immortals? Don't think too much, think about the upcoming era of giant beasts. Originally, they believed it was a fanciful imagination of giant beasts in the ancient times. But now on the internet, some of the wild animals have become quite unusual. Even some pets raised at home have undergone certain mutations. Recalling the giant beast era described on the stele, a chill began to creep into my heart. Should we announce this to the world? After thinking for a moment, the leader of the Great Xia Kingdom finally decided to share this news with the entire world. This is a disaster for all of humanity. Although not announcing it would give the Great Xia Kingdom a competitive advantage, this is a problem that humanity faces together, and they didn't want to be so selfish. Some rational countries' embassies began to express their gratitude and praise. Great Xia, truly selfless and moral people. But most countries scoffed at the announcement from the Great Xia Kingdom. The underwater civilization is your Great Xia's civilization? Why don't you say that your Great Xia once ruled the blue planet? Yeah, isn't Great Xia crazy? This is the Atlantic Ocean, how could Eastern civilization possibly exist? Giant beasts awakening? I think it's the experiments from the United States that leaked chemical substances, causing mutations. Yes, we should talk about science. In the following days, the facts proved the news released by the Great Xia Kingdom. These countries paid a heavy price. Heal. Energy appeared within Yi Yang, repairing the serious injuries from his battle with the Golden Eagle. Opening his eyes, he looked at the corpse of the Golden Eagle. He began to eat. After a while, the 300 pounds of blood and flesh from the Golden Eagle disappeared. Only an incomplete skeleton remained on the ground. Yi Yang, with a bear's mouth, swallowed the last eagle leg and finally finished the body of the Golden Eagle. He began to check his gains. Ding, evolution points plus 50. Ding, devour skill energy LV1. Ding, devour skill physique LV1. Ding. Ding, devour skill claw LV2. Ding, devour skill eagle eye LV1. Ding, detecting that the host already possesses. Ding, skill claw LV1 upgraded. Ding, successfully possessed eagle eye LV1. Records kept coming in. He had been focused on eating just now and didn't pay attention. Feeling that the power within him was much stronger than before, the bear's mouth grinned. The skill attributes of the Golden Eagle just now. Skill, Strength LV1, Physique LV1, Speed LV2. Claw LV2, Eagle Eye LV1. Now they have all been transformed into his. Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian Black Bear. Fighting Power, 325. Functions, Healing, Detection. Skills, Strength LV2, Physique LV2, Speed LV3. Claw LV2, Bite Force LV2, Eagle Eye LV1. Evolution points, 1670. Combat power has greatly increased. Although the three basic attributes of the body did not upgrade, they were noticeably much stronger. The body size has increased a bit. The claws have also upgraded to LV2. Looking up closely, they seemed to be a bit longer, and the sharpness should have improved. More importantly, he had gained a new skill, Eagle Eye. The eagle eye of the golden eagle is legendary. It's 8 times that of human vision. Soaring at a height of 1,000 meters, it accurately strikes down prey. Looking up into the distance, he was astonished to see a wild rabbit clearly 2 kilometers away. Vision greatly enhanced. Feeling his body was even stronger. Looking at the once indomitable golden eagle, now reduced to mere bones. It was a bit cruel. He thought to himself. Now that the space seal is broken, the creatures of the blue planet have evolved. Not to mention that mysterious senior sister has mentioned the ancient beasts. He indeed was no longer the former ruler of the forest. Evolution points, 1670. Looking at the evolution points. With a determined heart, he began to allocate points. The body's 3 basic attributes. Among them, physique is particularly important. Combined with his healing ability, it's truly a perfect match. It's like a warrior with abundant meat, naturally, they are different. Ding, Physique LV2 successfully upgraded to Physique LV3. Ding, Physique LV3 successfully upgraded to Physique LV4. Yi Yang stopped upgrading skills. Because there weren't many evolution points left. Evolution points, 1070. Upgrading twice consumed 600 evolution points. The cost was a bit high. But it was all worth it. The physique had visibly increased by more than half, weighing about 3,000 pounds. It looked like a giant elephant. Now his 4 limbs were upright, and his shoulder height exceeded 3 meters. Standing up, he even reached a height of 5 meters. Feeling the relaxation in his body. Ding, Strength LV2 successfully upgraded to Strength LV3. Ding. Strength LV3 has successfully upgraded to Strength LV4. The massive body involuntarily began to tremble. If one could look inside, they would find the fat inside rapidly disappearing. Blocks of hard and powerful muscle began to swarm all over the body. Soon, the trembling came to an end. The enhancement completed, a powerful force surged from the heart uncontrollably. Whoosh! The bare paw came down heavily on a stone the size of a fist. Crack! The stone shattered into 2 halves. This represented Strength LV4 combined with 3,000 pounds of weight, possessing unparalleled strength. He now felt that facing that golden eagle wouldn't be so embarrassing anymore. As long as that golden eagle dared to fly down from the sky, he could instantly smack it to death with a bare paw. Evolution points, 670. A flicker in his eyes. The power attribute of this eagle merged into his body, reducing the evolution points needed for his upgrade significantly. In the end, he did not use evolution points to enhance skills. Because the recent healing of his wounds made him clearly aware. As his physique grew stronger, the evolution points needed for healing increased. In the future, who knows what terrifying beasts he might encounter, it's better to save some reserve points. Combat power, 500. Nodding secretly, he was quite satisfied with his current strength. Then, Yi Yang moved his body. He found a water source to wash away the blood on him. In his mind, with the mutation of creatures, he wasn't so safe anymore. But he could rely on the system to get stronger quickly. That was also a good opportunity. Suddenly, his heart tightened, he thought of Mama Bear and the others. The bear's face tensed. The gaze looked towards the Qinling Nature Reserve. Mama Bear, Papa Bear, Bear 2, you mustn't get into trouble. He started to head towards the Qinling Nature Reserve. Chapter 86, Terrifying Asian Elephant. Rushing along the way, he gradually arrived at the territory of the Northeast Tiger. Returning to this familiar territory, Yi Yang frowned. He clearly felt that the surroundings were different. His eyes scanned the area. The trees had grown quite thick, and the grass had changed noticeably, standing a full 2 meters tall. Some animals were also distinctly larger than their kind, exceptionally conspicuous. This was likely due to the seal being broken, spiritual energy leaking out, and biological evolution occurring. Roar! At this moment, a massive gray figure emerged from the nearby bushes. It turned out to be an Asian elephant with long tusks. Seeing the enormous size, instinctively, his heart jolted. The long white tusks on the elephant's head were particularly eye-catching. Yi Yang's eyes filled with confusion. He remembered that the Asian elephants in his territory did not have tusks this big. In recent times, to prevent poaching by humans, elephants had gradually evolved to either not grow tusks or to have smaller tusks. This Asian elephant, with such a large body, must have undergone evolutionary mutations. System. Scan. Species, Asian elephant. Combat power, 480. Skills, Strength LV4, Physique LV5, Speed LV2. Toughness LV3. As expected. However, seeing its lower combat power, Yi Yang's inner hunting desire stirred. Having rushed for half a day and also having broken through, his appetite had grown, and he was hungry again. Moreover, with such a large body, this Asian elephant was also an evolved creature. It must have a lot of evolution points. Looking at its powerful skills and body, Yi Yang swallowed hard. He slowly approached the Asian elephant. The elephant's banana leaf-like ears flapped, and its evolved brain made it extremely alert. It sensed something approaching. Turning around, it saw a large black bear staring intently at it. The Asian elephant didn't care, turned back, and continued eating the tender leaves from the tree. Deep down, it didn't believe that the black bear would dare to attack it, or that anything on land would challenge a strong adult elephant. Wait a minute, that black bear seems a bit large. Having undergone evolution, its body and mind had also become agile. But it was too late to react. It felt a gust of wind behind it, and its back received a heavy blow. Yi Yang's entire bare body leaped and clung onto it. Roar! Letting out a long cry of shock and anger. He was shocked that this black bear actually had such a large body and strength. The anger is that he dares to attack him. With a long roar, his body began to shake violently. He wants to shake Yi Yang off his body. Yi Yang clutched tightly to his back, giving him no chance at all. Compared to the huge body of the Asian elephant, his own size is only half of it. His limbs are firmly hanging on the back of the Asian elephant. At the same time, Zhang Dishiom opened his mouth and bit towards the Asian elephant's back. To his surprise, the skin on the Asian elephant's back is so resilient. His claws could only leave shallow marks on the surface, completely failing to injure the flesh inside. This must be the effect of toughness LV3. Then his eyes filled with intense heat. As long as he takes him down, this powerful toughness skill will belong to him. Seeing the big round belly, Yi Yang wanted to attack the Asian elephant's soft belly with his claws. Unfortunately, the size of the Asian elephant is extremely large. Although his body has been strengthened, he only resembles a child lying on top of him, and his bare claws cannot reach far enough. Aoo. Although Yi Yang's claws didn't harm the flesh inside, only scratched a bit of skin. But he had never experienced such pain from childhood to adulthood. Unable to restrain himself, he began to move violently. With an unsteady center of gravity, he and Yi Yang crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The two gigantic bodies made a loud noise as they hit the ground. Dust flew, and dead leaves rolled. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. He saw the belly in front of him. The opportunity has come. He quickly flipped over, pressing down on the Asian elephant from the front. The 5-centimeter sharp claws on his bare paw constantly tore at the elephant's belly. It was a bloody mess. This Asian elephant finally bled profusely. Aoo! Feeling unprecedented pain, the Asian elephant erupted with great force, wanting to get up. Roar! Yi Yang actually couldn't suppress him right away. With a fierce glint in his eyes. Add some. Ding, Strength LV4 has successfully upgraded to Strength LV5. An explosive force surged from within him, too quick for him to adapt. Right in front of him was a great test subject. Instantly, a huge force pressed the almost standing Asian elephant back to the ground. The size of the Asian elephant's eye, as big as a fist, showed fear for the first time in its life. This big black bear is even stronger than him. It can't go on like this, or he'll die. Continuously struggling, Yi Yang opened his bare mouth and bit down on his neck, getting past his giant tusks. At the same time, his claws kept tearing at the elephant's belly. Although the Asian elephant's struggles were powerful, he, having been strengthened by the system, was even stronger. It could only lie there, continually taking his attacks. Puff! The sound of a balloon being pierced came from the Asian elephant's belly on the ground. The abdomen finally broke open, blood gushing out in torrents. Finally broken, even the belly skin is so thick. Yi Yang's eyes brightened. The bare mouth still firmly bit the Asian elephant's neck, suppressing his body. The Asian elephant, in severe pain, struggled fiercely, but still couldn't break free from his grip. If anyone were there, they would hardly believe their eyes. A gigantic black bear is already astonishing enough. Moreover, this big black bear can actually overpower an Asian elephant that is more than twice his size. At the same time, Yi Yang's claws were not idle, still ripping at the elephant's broken belly. No matter how strong the external defenses of any animal, the inside is always vulnerable. Even the formidable landlord, the Asian elephant, is no exception. As Yi Yang's claws continued to attack inside the abdomen, the Asian elephant let out heart-wrenching, unparalleled roars. Like the voice of an evil spirit tormented in hell. Because his internal organs were enduring the tearing of Yi Yang's bear claws. Finally, the roars gradually lowered, and the body grew weaker. Until life faded away. After Yi Yang confirmed the Asian elephant was dead, he got up and sat beside, breathing heavily, looking at the Asian elephant lying in a pool of blood. He did not want to torture the Asian elephant to death, but the elephant's defense was too high. He shook his head. He sighed, this Asian elephant is really stupid. Clearly it had spotted him, yet it still busied itself eating leaves. It truly looked down on him. If it weren't for his sneak attack causing the elephant to accidentally fall to the ground, it would have been very difficult to kill such a giant beast. Don't forget the elephant's tusks didn't play any role in this battle. But so what? Life doesn't offer a second chance. He arrived in front of the Asian elephant and began to eat. Ding, evolution points plus 80. Ding. Ding, physique LV4 successfully upgraded to LV5. Ding, successfully gained resilience LV3. His physique became much stronger, his weight reached 4,000 pounds. More noticeably, his skin began to undergo enormous changes. He stretched out his bare paw, and the bear claw poked his arm, unable to pierce in at all. Now his defense had greatly increased. This Asian elephant was large, yet Yi Yang only ate a third of it. As long as he ate the most nutritious parts of the body, like the heart, he could gain skills. He shook his head, too bad he had to hurry, unable to savor this delicious dish. Just when he lamented the loss of the Asian elephant's body in front of him, a shadow appeared and attacked him. Chapter 87 Strange and Bizarre World. He felt a pain in his back. Fortunately, he had the resilience skill, so he was not hurt in flesh, only some minor pain. Yi Yang couldn't help but complain in his heart. Truly, the heavens have cycles, who can escape fate? Not long ago he had ambushed the Asian elephant, and now it was his turn to be ambushed. Moreover, the one ambushing him was a large tiger. Wait. What is this? Seeing this tiger, its canine teeth long, reaching all the way to its jaw. It's a saber-toothed tiger. Such an obvious mark, how could he not recognize it? Seeing this giant saber-toothed tiger, Yi Yang had forgotten about the pain in his back. System. Race, saber-toothed tiger. Combat power, 400. Skills, strength LV3, physique LV4, speed LV4. Bite force LV3, claw LV2. It really is a saber-toothed tiger. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Aren't saber-toothed tigers already extinct? How could they appear here? Suddenly he thought. Could it be related to the seal? Just as he was lost in thought, the northeast tiger warily glanced at him. Then it turned and disappeared into the jungle behind. Yi Yang looked in the direction where the saber-toothed tiger had vanished. He glanced back at the remaining corpse of the Asian elephant. Clenching his teeth, he chased after the saber-toothed tiger. After all, he had already consumed the elephant's organs, fully gained the skills. What remained was pure meat, only some evolution points. Now on Blue Star, there were plenty of evolving creatures, he didn't lack this bit of meat. Compared to this meat, he was more eager to find out where the saber-toothed tiger had gone or where it had come from. Not long after he left. From the 2-meter-high grass, a pack of wolves appeared. Among them, a tall silver-white wolf was clearly out of place compared to the surrounding gray wolves. It was several times larger, with shiny fur, more importantly, in its eyes, there contained not only the wildness and pride of a wolf, but also a glimmer of wisdom. It slowly approached the Asian elephant's corpse, while the surrounding wolves automatically withdrew in fear. The white wolf's head probed into the abdomen, disappointed to find the liver had been eaten clean. It began to tear and consume the tender meat of the Asian elephant. With great confusion and shock in its heart. Who on earth hunted down this giant? Yi Yang followed the scent, trailing behind. Gradually, he felt something was wrong. The special substance in the air, that is aura, began to thicken. The grass gradually became taller, from 2 meters all the way to 5 meters. Even his body was engulfed in the ocean of grass. When did this place have such tall grass? It must be influenced by the seal. He had lived in this territory for more than half a month and had never seen such deep grass. His bare nose wrinkled, his bare eyes lit up. The saber-toothed tiger's scent was stronger. It should be nearby. Poking its head out from the grass. Sure enough, he saw the saber-toothed tiger lying on an open space, dozing. The saber-toothed tiger noticed him alertly. Zheng Dawa's eyes widened, his tiger face full of fear. He quickly stood up, fur bristling, looking at him. He never expected that this big bear had actually followed him. Roar. Instinctively wanting to roar to demonstrate his power, to intimidate the opponent. But before he could let out a sound, he suddenly stopped. With a face full of lingering fear, he looked behind him. He assessed Yi Yang's strong physique and fierce, powerful aura. Not a match. The saber-toothed tiger slowly retreated. It swiftly turned and fled back. Yi Yang did not rush to chase, his gaze hesitatingly looked into the distance. He had clearly noticed the saber-toothed tiger's unusual expression just now. It was a look of fear and trepidation. What could scare such a powerful saber-toothed tiger? This indicated that there was an unknown danger in that direction. At this moment, his curiosity was like a little cat scratching at him. Ultimately, he decided to go take a look. If the saber-toothed tiger dared to go, why should he not dare? Moreover, his explosive speed was quite fast, and he could run away at any time. Cautiously and alertly, he followed the direction the saber-toothed tiger had left. He climbed over a hillside. A wide expanse opened up, magnificent and vast. When did such a large piece of land appear here? How did I not notice? Before he could hesitate, the scenery before him deeply frightened him. Because the sight in front of him was completely like a bizarre world. In the distance, colossal trees reached skyward, shaking and piercing the clouds. That ancient tree was at least a kilometer high. It was simply taller than some small mountains. Through his eagle eye, he could vaguely see some large figures moving among them. Upgrading Eagle Eye LV1. Ding, Eagle Eye LV1 successfully upgraded to LV2. He opened his bare eyes wide, yet still could not see clearly. Continue to upgrade. Ding, upgrade failed. Host's evolution points balance is insufficient. Evolution points, 50. Yi Yang then remembered that in order to suppress the Asian elephant, he had used evolution points to upgrade his strength attribute. At that time, he probably consumed all his evolution points. After eating some elephant meat, the evolution points he gained had all been used to strengthen his eagle eye once. Now, it was completely insufficient. Standing on his bare legs, he strained to look into the distance. Unfortunately, he still could not see anything, only some vague large shadows. However, he could see quite a few animals of similar size nearby. The general size was only relative to his 4,000-pound body. Those animals, placed on Earth, might instantly disrupt the ecological balance. That saber-toothed tiger appeared not far away. Seeing so many unfamiliar creatures, combined with the distant terrifying giants, he could confirm that these were animals that emerged after the seal was broken. Then he looked around. There were no terrifying beasts found nearby. Feeling puzzled, his bare face darkened. Why didn't those distant giant beasts come over? He wrinkled his nose, sensing that the spiritual energy in the air was exceptionally thick. A light flashed. He thought of something. The special spiritual energy in the air was like oxygen to those sealed creatures. Those gigantic beasts, because they could not adapt to the low oxygen environment outside, could not come out. In contrast, these smaller animals could move in the low oxygen surroundings. Looking at the animals not far away, Yi Yang swallowed. These were all naturally evolved creatures, and after swallowing them, there would surely be a large amount of evolution points and some skills. However, it was clear. As the spiritual energy in the air became denser, those massive animals would gradually come outside. Moreover, who knows if there might be a giant beast that can hold its breath. One day it might stroll out and see him looking peculiar. And one bite would devour him. Thinking this, he trembled all over. More importantly, he was now eager to see how his bear mom and the others in the Qingling Mountains were doing. There was no time to waste here. Just as he was about to turn around. Boom boom boom. He looked up and saw several helicopters appearing in the sky. Swiftly flying toward that unknown place. Hastily dodging into the deep grass to hide his figure. He was quite well known in human society. He certainly didn't want anyone to notice his changes in size. After a while, just when he was thinking of leaving. Boom! The sound was like a thunderous explosion. From afar came a tremendous noise. Through his keen eyesight, he vaguely saw that it was the sound from a helicopter exploding. Amidst the flames of the explosion, a massive figure emerged. Could even a helicopter high in the sky be blown up? A shock ran through him. It was too dangerous, better to run away. He turned to leave this place. Chapter 88, The Large Raptor. After Yi Yang's body grew larger, his speed did not slow down, instead, it increased significantly. He raced for 5 days to reach the road of the Qingling Nature Reserve. When he arrived at a spot some distance from the road, he stopped. Along the way, he saw many sights that were different from before. Plants started to grow larger, and more animals were evolving. The entire food chain began to change dramatically. He even saw a leopard single-handedly take down a large tiger. His heart grew increasingly worried about Mama Bear and their safety. But at that moment, he suddenly stopped. Raising his head, his bare nose wrinkled, and his eyes filled with surprise. Because his nose caught a strange smell in the air. That strange odor was clearly not the scent of the forest. Following the direction of the smell, he used his Eagle Eye LV2 to scout. He saw a group of humans 4 kilometers away. And there were fully armed soldiers. Professor, do you think this global violent shaking is really the awakening of the giant beasts that our Daxia has announced? Why do I feel like it's a sign of the apocalypse? At this time, it was December, and the weather was cold. The mountain winds in the wild were strong, the temperature even lower, with the lowest reaching more than 10 degrees below zero. A group of people dressed in cotton coats and down jackets huddled together, continuously taking pictures of the surrounding mountains and forests. They were professionals in environmental animal research. The old professor spoke up. Whether it's the awakening of giant beasts or the apocalypse, let's finish our work first, we must talk science. This is the civilization of human evolution over tens of thousands of years. I believe those evolved and mutated animals will never be our match. The young people around nodded in agreement. Someone raised a question. Why are these animals gradually evolving and mutating, while we humans are not? We humans are also creatures of nature, how unfair of heaven. Is Blue Star going to abandon us humans? Moreover, unknown large islands have emerged in various sea areas. The islands are shrouded in thick fog, and there are unknown monsters inside. After the violent shaking, Blue Star rapidly expanded in ways visible to the naked eye. The land and islands that appeared out of nowhere in the sea contained unknown large creatures. The magnetic field there was complex, causing planes to lose power when flying over. No one knew what was inside, only that through telescopes, one could vaguely see the shadows of giant beasts. Countries around the world sent armies in to explore, but not surprisingly, they all disappeared without a trace. Even though the military later sealed off the suddenly appearing lands and islands, many reckless people still sneaked in. Then they vanished without a word. A group of people began to feel relieved. Thankfully, Dacia was not a country of faith. Some countries that revered religious beliefs thought the global mutations were God's salvation and stirred up emotions in their people, leading to chaos. This caused their nations to collapse. It could be said that this global disturbance plunged the world into panic. Regardless, let's finish our task first. The professor took a sip of tea from his bag. In this cold winter wilderness, having a sip of hot water was truly a pleasure. Turning to Lu Fei, who was dressed in a thick down jacket, he said, "This time, I need to trouble you, comrade." Lu Fei replied, "It's my duty, I should do this." Lu Fei had heard that this Qinling mission needed a forest ranger to accompany them. He actively applied. He deeply loves animals and wants to know the secrets of their changes and their current living conditions. Deep down, he longs to meet the black bear that has haunted his thoughts. The Great Xia nation takes this matter very seriously and sends troops to the wild to collect samples. They strive to study the mysteries of beast evolution. As soon as they entered, they found unusual plants and animals in the forest. The changes in the plants were astonishing. What surprised them even more was that some animals had actually evolved a certain level of intelligence. Every time they approached those unusually behaving animals, the animals had already slipped away. This filled them with fear, because despite the animals' evolution, they couldn't match human guns and cannons, but if they evolved extraordinary intelligence, that would be hard to say. A soldier walked over and said to the captain, "Report, Captain. A giant animal has been found 10 kilometers ahead." "Oh?" The captain's eyes widened in surprise. "Good, let's go take a look." A group of them quickly packed up and left in a certain direction. For kilometers away, Yi Yang watched quietly with a puzzled expression. Although his vision was extraordinary, he couldn't hear what everyone was saying. And he didn't understand lip reading. But seeing the surprised expressions on the humans' faces, he felt they must have discovered something astonishing. Confused, he decided to follow them. He kept a safe distance behind the group. This group was walking entirely on foot, afraid of disturbing the forest animals. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally reached their destination. This is. The crowd's expressions turned panicked as they stared at the giant creature before them. A dinosaur. The crowd's mouths dropped open in disbelief at the massive creature lying on the ground nearby. Is this a dinosaur? My God. Am I seeing things? Yes, so this is what dinosaurs actually look like. So big. It looks a bit like a raptor. Impossible. Raptors are small carnivorous dinosaurs. This dinosaur must weigh at least 5,000 pounds. The crowd whispered in astonishment, never expecting this gigantic creature to be a dinosaur that had been extinct for millions of years. Yi Yang looked over. He wasn't surprised like the humans. Having already encountered a saber-toothed tiger, seeing a dinosaur only slightly shocked him. His scanning technique was very powerful. As long as the object clearly entered his line of sight, he could probe it. Dinosaurs were no exception. Species, Velociraptor. Combat power, 900. Skills, Strength LV4, Constitution LV5, Speed LV5. Bite Force LV4, Claw LV3, Fitness LV3. A bunch of powerful skills, 900 combat power. A strong enemy. He currently only had 800 combat power, so he shouldn't be a match for it. A hint of doubt flashed in the bear's eyes. The state of this dinosaur didn't seem very good. It clearly looked weak, lying on the ground in a lethargic state. Suddenly, he thought, this must be altitude sickness due to oxygen deprivation. Indeed, the aura in this area was not as rich as in his own territory. When the spiritual energy had not yet spread out, these large animals found it hard to move. Such large velociraptors had never existed in this outer region before. Why did the velociraptor come out? With a keen eye, he suddenly spotted a large tree nearby. The fruits on the tree looked incredibly tempting. Could it be similar to the spiritual herbs in the courtyard of Kunlun Mountain? Name: wild fruit. Description: wild fruit nourished by a small amount of spiritual energy, still unripe, containing a tiny amount of spiritual energy. In his view, he suddenly saw the group of soldiers preparing to attack with excitement. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and the bear grinned. Since I can't defeat it, then can I use the power of others instead? Chapter 89, The Cunning Velociraptor. A brutal battle. Captain, what should we do? The man being called captain by the soldiers was a middle-aged man with dark skin. The captain pondered for a moment before turning to consult the experts. After some thinking, the experts offered their suggestions. We can capture it, preferably alive. It would be the most perfect specimen for animal evolution. The professor couldn't help but marvel. This is a dinosaur. It not only allows us to understand the mysteries of biology, but let's be frank, it's the ancestor of birds. We can learn everything about the process of biological evolution through it. Yes, but you all need to be careful. The captain nodded. However, he didn't take it seriously. They were top-trained soldiers. Although this was a dinosaur, it was just an animal without wisdom. They had a full set of weapons and equipment. How could they possibly be afraid of a dinosaur? They began to prepare for capture. They came here to collect samples of animal evolution. But the velociraptor in front of them was clearly off the charts. It was definitely at the monster level. Once captured, the mission would be considered a great success. They started organizing the attack. They took out a large number of weapons and equipment from the vehicle. The trained soldiers quickly organized their offensive formation. They surrounded the sleeping velociraptor from a distance. Gradually, they moved closer, beginning to crawl forward. The dinosaur, originally weakly lying on the ground, suddenly sniffed the air. It lifted its head to look around. It discovered a group of green figures approaching. It was surrounded. Roar! It stood up, letting out a loud roar. How dare these little monkeys attack him? They must be wanting to snatch the spiritual fruit beside him. Whoosh! Long syringes instantly flew towards its body from all directions. Roar! The velociraptor blinked its big eyes and then fell lifeless to the ground. Captain, we've caught a dinosaur. This is unbelievable. Be careful, don't let your guard down. Don't worry, Captain, I asked the professors, this special anesthetic needle can put even an elephant to sleep for hours. With this amount, there's no way this dinosaur will wake up in less than 3 days and nights. Ah, that's right. Compared to this kind of beast, we humans are the masters of Blue Star. The captain chuckled and shook his head. Then he picked up the walkie-talkie to call the transport vehicle over. The soldiers began to study the velociraptor closely. Although they were highly disciplined, seeing a dinosaur that only appeared in movies still made them curious. It's so big. Look at these claws, they could probably tear my body apart with one strike. Yeah, it feels like having more dinosaurs on Blue Star would be quite fun. Maybe I could become a dragon knight. You want to ride a dragon? You're truly something else, Oldly. Get lost. In the distance, Yi Yangxian's eyes gleamed with doubt. Is this dinosaur really that weak to be taken down? Is humanity's tranquilizer gun too strong? Or is this dinosaur too weak? A flicker in his eyes. Perhaps neither. The system clearly detected that the dinosaur had a battle power of 900. That's 100 more than his own power. Thinking about it from another perspective, even if he was hit by an anesthetic needle, he wouldn't fall down instantly. Such a powerful bodily effect could not possibly take effect in such a short time. How could it fall just from a few shots of anesthesia? Sure enough. Ah! Help! Save me! The captain put down the phone, terrified to discover that a scream was coming from beside him. The dinosaur they had anesthetized actually got up. Its big mouth was tearing and swallowing a soldier. Its claws and tail swept violently, causing a group of soldiers on the ground to scream in pain. In an instant, blood splattered, and severed limbs appeared on the roar. The raptor felt pain. Fear gripped its heart. What were these green-haired monkeys holding? Why could they hurt him? He wasn't seriously injured. The bullets just stayed on the surface, not embedded. With a loud roar, he swallowed half a soldier's corpse beneath him. He began to go wild. This dinosaur was not only huge, but also very fast. Its body moved swiftly. It quickly bit to death or directly knocked away those soldiers firing at him. The soldiers were in disarray. What a strong defense! Unbelievable, the dinosaur can ignore bullets. Do you still have any powerful weapons here? The professor asked the soldier beside him. These soldiers stayed behind to protect them. The soldiers looked anxious, knowing the situation was critical. One soldier suddenly thought. I remember the captain seems to have brought a grenade launcher. Quick, go get it. The battle was still ongoing. To be precise, the dinosaur was enjoying this slaughter. These bullets could cause pain, but clearly couldn't inflict mortal wounds. Not even much blood flowed out. Damn it! The captain changed his magazine fiercely. Then aimed his gun at the dinosaur's head. They were all soldiers who had undergone strict training, their marksmanship was unquestionable. But facing this giant dinosaur up close, fear gripped their hearts, and with the dinosaur's high-speed movements, it was hard to hit the head. And even a few bullets that did hit the head didn't cause much damage. If the head won't work, then the eyes. I don't believe you're made of iron. The dinosaur stopped moving, opened its large mouth full of sharp teeth, and was about to swallow a soldier. Duh-did-day. The familiar sound of gunfire rang out. The dinosaur was unfazed, thinking this weapon could only cause it pain, but not hurt it. Roar! A heart-wrenching pain surged, and it roared. I have to say, the captain's marksmanship was excellent. And he found the perfect timing. A burst of bullets hit a few of the dinosaur's eyeballs. At this moment, the dinosaur lowered its head and groaned, its front paws covering its eyes. Blood was pouring out of its head. We've done it. The captain felt a surge of joy. But soon after, a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. The dinosaur was furious, staring directly at him. Then it quickly pounced on him. Facing the giant mouth before him, the captain felt blank in his mind. Boom! The dinosaur was hit by a shell, and an explosion sounded. It flew out a dozen meters and crashed heavily to the ground. It struggled weakly a few times and then fell silent. The captain looked to the side. He gave a thumbs up to a soldier holding a grenade launcher. They cleaned up the soldiers' corpses. After the transport truck arrived, everyone began to carry the dinosaur's body. They returned to the camp by vehicle. At this moment, Yi Yang walked from a distance and saw the chaos around. Chapter 90, Successful Steal. He saw the scene of destruction. The grass was stained dark red with blood, and there were yellow brass bullet casings everywhere. There were also numerous bloodstains that hadn't been cleaned up yet. This blood belonged to soldiers and the dinosaur. This dinosaur is truly terrifying. It could still move normally after taking so many bullets. It probably has to do with its strong abilities. At the same time, he grew wary of humans. Such a light weapon as the grenade launcher could eliminate the dinosaur. They hadn't even deployed modern advanced weapons yet. This made him deeply realize that humans are the true masters of Blue Star. Yi Yang shook his head. He looked towards the fruit trees nearby. He walked under the tree. These fruits were small and green. The dinosaur was probably waiting for them to ripen. Without hesitation, he climbed the tree. Once the fruits ripened, they could only provide a few evolution points at most. Compared to evolution points, what he needed more was time to develop. He unhesitatingly knocked the fruits down from the tree. Thud thud thud. Like raindrops hitting the ground. Yi Yang was large in size, but that did not affect his ability to climb trees. After seeing no more fruits on the tree, he quickly climbed down. He gathered the spiritual fruits together. The bear sat beside him. The bear picked up a fruit with its mouth and swallowed it. Ding, evolution point plus 10. A mere 10 evolution points? Nowhere near the medicinal herb red fruit in Kunlun Mountain's courtyard. It must be because they are not fully ripe yet. But there are dozens of them. Zhang Dashong stuffed them into his mouth. Ding, evolution points plus 10. Ding, evolution points plus 10. Ding, evolution points. After eating a few more. Chewing away. System. Evolution points, 550. Adding dozens or hundreds of evolution points. With the recovery function, it gave him a great sense of security. Turning around, he looked in the direction the group had left. He wondered if they had gone. Looking at the late hour. He thought. That group might not have enough time to pack up their camp. His eyes brightened. He hurried back on all fours toward the human camp. At the camp. Just as Yi Yang imagined. That group did not rush to evacuate. On one hand, it was too late to pack up the camp, on the other hand, today's battle had too many casualties, and they were now in a low state, exhausted both physically and mentally, having no strength to march. The captain and a group of soldiers sat around the campfire. They hadn't spoken for a long time. After a long silence, he sighed heavily. Today is all my fault, it's my misjudgment that caused my brothers to sacrifice. When we get back, I will write a letter of reflection and apply for discharge. A wounded soldier wrapped in white cloth spoke up excitedly. Captain, this is not your fault. Yeah, who knew this dinosaur could withstand such a large amount of tranquilizer and still move? Exactly, this beast is simply a monster. The rifle bullets couldn't harm it. If it weren't for the captain bringing the grenade launcher, we'd be done for. The captain paid no attention to his teammates' comforting words. His gaze appeared dejected and desolate. Their small team had a total of 20 men. All good brothers who had been together for years in military life. 8 of them had died this time, not counting those severely injured and left disabled. He glanced at the body covered with white cloth beside him, filled with regret. The atmosphere among the group was very low. Unfortunately, regulations said they couldn't drink, and they hadn't brought any. The atmosphere among the expert group was serious. Though they were saddened inside, they had a more important task. That was to detect and record the physical data of the velociraptor in front of them. Today, they had witnessed this dinosaur wearing a rain of bullets, unaffected in its actions. What a terrifying creature it was. Much scarier than in dinosaur movies. Professor, look. The wound from the grenade launcher. Someone shouted, and the others looked, shocked. The grenade shell had accurately hit the velociraptor's head. At this moment, a crack appeared on the velociraptor's skull, but it had not broken. They remembered the dinosaur had struggled on the ground a few times. This indicated that if the grenade had hit its body, it might not have killed it in one strike. What a magical and terrifying creature. Clearly all being made of flesh and bone, yet it could withstand attacks from bullets and grenades. This was still the relatively small velociraptor. Many people had already captured colossal beasts on the appearing islands or in the Atlantic, about the size of buildings. If they were all as remarkably strong as dinosaurs, perhaps only missiles or nuclear bombs could eliminate them. Time slowly moved into the deep night. After a day of battle, everyone looked exhausted and went into their territory to sleep. The cold night was silent, only the sound of the chilly wind blowing. A shadow, as dark as a small mountain, moved toward the camp. Yi Yang entered the territory, following the smell of blood to the dinosaur's corpse. He looked around and found no soldiers were guarding it. He felt relieved. This velociraptor, not to mention its powerful skill attributes, just its skill of moving through a hail of bullets, ignoring rifle bullets, made him envious. Obtaining that skill would greatly enhance his own defense. His eyes lit up. He carefully used his bear claws to stab at the velociraptor's abdomen. To his surprise, the sharp bear claw successfully pierced through the velociraptor's skin, but was stopped by the internal flesh. He changed position to stab again, but still felt its solidity. The bear's eyes shimmered. This must be the defensive effect of the skill body strengthening. No wonder it can move while ignoring rifle bullets. Even the softest part of the body, the abdomen, is this hard. If it were the back, it would probably be as hard as steel. Yi Yang could only open the bear's mouth wide and tear at the abdomen of the velociraptor relentlessly. Due to being afraid to use too much strength, worried about waking up the people in the camp, it took him more than 10 minutes to break open the abdomen. He glanced at the bloody liver inside. The bear swallowed. The bear's head poked in and began to eat greedily. Ding, devouring skill power LV4. Ding, devouring skill constitution LV5. Ding, devouring. Ding, successfully obtained skilled body strengthening LV3. Ding, constitution successfully upgraded to LV6. Ding, speed successfully upgraded to LV5. Ding, biting power successfully upgraded to LV4. Ding, claws successfully upgraded to LV3. A huge harvest. A vast energy emerged inside the body, transforming and strengthening it. The most obvious was the skilled body strengthening LV3. He felt his flesh density was frightening. Coupled with the resilience skill, it was even more terrifying than Velociraptor's defense. Rifle bullets were ineffective against him. The experience for the constitution skill was full, successfully breaking through. His body began to grow. Weight reached 5,000 pounds. At the same time, his bones creaked. In the quiet camp, it was exceptionally piercing. Oh no! The camp's people were awakened by the sound. They turned on the flashlight and saw a giant black bear beside the Velociraptor's corpse. The soldiers initially wanted to shoot, but then remembered today's experiences. Everyone, be safe. Hide. The captain hurried back to the vehicle to get the grenade launcher. When he returned, he found everyone was unharmed. That black bear surprisingly didn't harm them. It just slipped away. Yi Yang, leaving the camp, did not hurry to leave. Because there was a figure approaching here. He smelled a familiar scent from that person. Chapter 91 Confirming the target. Yi Yang stood there, his bare face puzzled. This person feels so familiar, who could it be? He looked back. If that person was holding a grenade launcher, he would immediately turn around and run. Although he guessed that with his current defense, even if hit in a vital spot by the grenade launcher, it wouldn't be fatal. But it wasn't worth it. He sensed a very familiar smell from that person, making him suspicious. A moment later, that person came closer. In the cold winter night, it was so dark that one could not see their fingers. Yi Yang opened his bare eyes. Although the night was dark and there was no light source, he wasn't worried at all that the person would not notice him. Lu Fei, holding a flashlight, saw a shadow like a small mountain and swallowed. The eyes shimmering with green light in the dark drew nearer. As he got closer, illuminated by the flashlight's glow, Lu Fei trembled and came beside him. "It's you, Bai Yu." Lu Fei was delighted. He had recognized that this giant black bear somewhat resembled Bai Yu since earlier at the camp. Risking great danger, he quietly snuck out. "Bai Yu?" How long had it been since Yi Yang heard that name? Looking closely, it turned out the one coming was Lu Fei. This person was the one who knew him best among humans. But why was he here to find himself? Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. Right, Mama Bear? Lu Fei looked at Yi Yang in a daze. It had only been a month or two since they last met, and his size had multiplied countless times. At least over 4,000 pounds, resembling a small elephant. The same size as that velociraptor. Yi Yang stood quietly there. Lu Fei was amazed to find that he couldn't even reach the height of Bai Yu's limbs. Those strong bare paws could probably kill him with a single slap. However, he didn't feel nervous at all, but instead a bit excited and happy. This meant Bai Yu had also evolved, and evolved stronger than other animals, so Bai Yu could have self-protection in the wild. Calming down, he suddenly noticed the tension in Bai Yu's eyes. Roar! Yi Yang used his bare paw to draw an image of Mama Bear on the ground. Lu Fei looked up in shock, completely unable to imagine that Bai Yu's intelligence was so astonishing. What he didn't expect was Yi Yang was afraid that his performance would scare him, so he cancelled the idea of writing in Great Xia's script. Taking a deep breath. Bai Yu, don't worry, Mama Bear, Air Bear, and Papa Bear are all being raised by the farmer brothers in their courtyard. And they also have a tendency to evolve. Although they are not as spiritual and smart as you, when I found them, they didn't attack me and obediently followed me. They are actually very well behaved. Hearing this, Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked at Lu Fei with suspicion in his eyes. How can it be so unreliable for black bears to be fostered by others? He remembered that Great Xia didn't allow the breeding of wildlife. But seeing Lu Fei's sincere eyes, he should not be lying to himself. It seems that after the revival of giant beasts, the shock to human society is even greater than he expected. Roar! Yi Yang roared at him, raising his paw in thanks. He decisively turned around and disappeared into the night. Lu Fei watched him leave from afar until Yi Yang's figure completely vanished into the darkness. The tense mood gradually relaxed. Because Bai Yu already had the ability to survive in the wild. Awu! Suddenly, the howl of a wolf came from a distance. His body jolted. He quickly returned to the camp. The night in the wild is very dangerous, not to mention now during the global animal evolution period. It was late, and Yi Yang didn't have the habit of traveling overnight. He found a dry cave to rest. This rocky cave was large enough to accommodate his body completely. He lay down, his eyelids drooping. His mind sank into his head. He began to carefully observe the changes in his body. After devouring the velociraptor, his strength received a huge boost. But just now, in his rush to escape, he didn't have time to take a closer look. System. Host, Yi Yang. Race, Asian Black Bear. Combat Power, 1000. Functions, Healing, Detection. Skills, Strength LV5, Physique LV6, Speed LV5. Claws LV3, Bite Force LV4, Eagle Eye LV2. Toughness LV3, Physical Fitness LV3. Evolution Points, 650. No wonder he felt such a powerful change in his body. The powerful attributes and skills of that velociraptor now belonged to him. A comprehensive improvement. The greatest increase was in his physique, which reached LV6, increasing his size to 5,000 gene. His speed directly jumped from LV3 to LV5. The velociraptor could move through a hail of bullets not only because it had a strong body but also because its speed made it difficult for bullets to hit vital spots. Bite Force and Claws also received upgrades. Even his skill power was about to upgrade. What made Yi Yang most envious was the skill physical fitness LV3. The internal muscle density of his body was several times higher than before. Coupled with the toughness LV3 gained from the Asian elephant, Yi Yang's defense reached an astonishing level. More terrifying than that dinosaur. Perhaps he could completely ignore rifle bullets. Because those rifle bullets could break the skin of dinosaurs and cause some wounds. But they might not be able to damage his tough skin. Unfortunately, the velociraptor was already dead. Otherwise, he could still have had a battle to test how much he had improved. However, his combat power had reached 1,000. Three-digit combat power already represented how great this improvement was. Taking deep breaths, his excited feelings gradually calmed down. He began to consider the road ahead. Now that he knew Mama Bear and the others were safe, he didn't need to search anymore. He believed in Lu Fei and the farmer brothers, they would take good care of them. Now that he was free of worries, he felt light. The bear sighed in relief, feeling very comfortable. After pondering for a long time, he started to plan for the future. With the global shock, this world was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The emergence of spiritual energy substances led to a large number of native animals on Blue Star beginning to evolve and grow stronger. Moreover, this evolution is ongoing, and at this rate, the biological chain of nature will definitely be reshuffled. Although he easily hunted those evolved animals, his starting point was much higher with the system's help. Take the golden eagle from Kunlun Mountain as an example. If he did not have a system and had just been affected by the aura substance to evolve, he would surely be killed by that golden eagle. However, he was not worried about the locally evolved animals on Blue Star, because he evolved much faster than they did. What he was worried about was that as the aura substance continued to thicken all over Blue Star, it wouldn't be long before those giant beasts would probably emerge from mysterious and unknown places. Thinking of the giant beast he had gazed at not long ago, and what the mysterious senior sister had said about ancient beasts, that was truly the age of the great beasts revival. For self-preservation and survival, he had to become stronger. To quickly grow stronger, he needed to consume those evolved animals, eating their flesh and blood to gain evolution points and skills. Compared to the rare original evolved animals on Blue Star, there were a lot of evolved animals in those areas rich in aura substance and unknown. After setting his goal and determining the path ahead, his mind slowly relaxed. Gradually, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 92, Tropical Grassland. A night passed. When he woke up, he felt hungry. Yi Yang casually caught a robust water buffalo weighing about 2,000 pounds. This large, robust water buffalo had been beyond his ability to capture a month ago. Now, however, he instantly pounced on it and killed it. Burp. After a satisfying belch, the 2,000-pound water buffalo was reduced to nothing but bones and a pair of huge horns. After eating, he continued on his journey. As his strength grew stronger, he became increasingly sensitive to the aura substances in the air. His footsteps kept moving towards the direction of dense aura substances. The further he walked in that direction, the richer the aura substance in the air became. The plants, influenced by the aura substances, grew even more vigorously. After walking for a while, it was like being in an ocean of plants. Even he, a 3-meter-tall giant, was submerged among them. The probability of encountering evolved animals also began to increase. It seemed that aura substances were the key to animal evolution. And so, he continued to move forward. After half a month, relying on his speed, he walked several hundred kilometers. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. He clearly felt that the surroundings were noticeably different from before. Not only was the aura substance in the air dense, but the air was also dry like summer, and the temperature was rising. This puzzled him. The weather was supposed to be approaching winter, so the temperature should be dropping. Why was the temperature rising instead? He pushed aside the tall elephant grass in front of him. What met his eyes was a vast expanse of yellow. He was scared by the sight before him. The parched earth and dry air. It looked nothing like the winter he expected. His bare paw stepped on the grass, still feeling warm. At this moment, a small creature that resembled a dog appeared in his sight. It surprised him. Seeing its size, it turned out to be a hyena. I am clearly in Asia's Great Xia country, how could there be hyenas here? His bare eyes gazed into the distance, and sure enough, he saw a few tall figures, they were giraffes. This place looks like the African savanna. Looking left and right, he saw herds of antelope, zebra, giraffe, buffalo, and wildebeest in the distance. Indeed. This was an environment akin to the African savanna. These tropical savanna animals would definitely not appear in the mountains and forests. Moreover, Yi Yang, who had grown up in a forest environment, clearly felt the heat of the grassland climate. However, perhaps because of his powerful physique, he could surprisingly withstand the high temperatures here. He just felt a bit warm. Just then. Awoo! This hyena let out a low growl. Gathering a pack of hyenas to approach Yi Yang. As Yi Yang was gazing around with his bare eyes, these hyenas surrounded him. The little eyes of the hyenas were filled with confusion. This was the first time they encountered such a large animal. A huge black creature. It looked silly and had no apparent aggression. Do not know if the strength is weak or strong. If the strength is not strong, then how long will they take to eat such a large chunk of meat? The saliva from the hyena's mouth unconsciously dripped onto the ground. Humph. Yi Yang noticed that the small hyenas dared to surround him. Showing his fangs, he let out a heavy breath from his bear-like nose. The surrounding hyenas were preparing to test the attack, but when they saw his giant fangs, they flinched. Without needing to greet him, they immediately ran away into the distance. Just looking at those sharp teeth, one could tell he was a meat eater. With such a large size, those 20-some hyenas could not provoke him. Even many times their number would still be at a disadvantage. Yi Yang saw the fleeing hyenas. They really were a clever bunch. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Race, spotted hyena. Combat power, 150. Skills, strength LV1, constitution LV1, speed LV2. Sense of smell LV2. Did not expect this little guy to have skills. Roar. Letting out a thunderous roar. He quickly chased after one hyena. The spotted hyena trembled at the mighty roar. They had never heard such a dominating voice here, even more powerful than that of the lion, king of the savannah. Turning their heads, they saw this dark, massive creature charging towards them. Awoo! Awoo! Urgent and continuous howling. While howling, they fled. If what was chasing them behind was a lion, those 20-some hyenas would choose to form an attacking formation to confront the lion. But feeling the violent vibrations behind them, the cunning, wise spotted hyenas instantly judged that this was definitely not a creature they could deal with. Even combining their strength wouldn't work. With fear in their hearts, they remembered the life and death experiences of being chased by massive hippos and rhinos. The spotted hyenas thought that as long as they fled, they would be safe. But they completely underestimated Yi Yang's speed. Though they were fast in their escape. But they couldn't outrun Yi Yang's skill speed of LV5. Like a truck crashing into a lagging spotted hyena. Bang! The hyena that was struck was sent flying. It knocked down many of the hyenas in front. Those knocked down hyenas saw the terrifying giant closing in. Straining with all their might, they got up, trying to get away from the spot. The hyena that was hit by Yi Yang did not have such good conditions. Dazed, it tried to get up, only to face a massive black bear paw filling its vision. Bang! Its head exploded, and its body fell powerless to the ground. Yi Yang slowly walked over, one paw swatted this spotted hyena dead. Then with a bear's face showing some disdain, he approached the corpse of the hyena. So smelly. As expected of an animal known for being a scavenger. But he just needed to eat the internal organs to gain skills. There was no need to consume its foul meat. The bear claws easily dissected the hyena's belly. Then he began to eat the internal organs. Ding, successfully obtained skill sense of smell LV2. Ding, devoured skill strength LV1. Ding, devoured skill constitution LV1. Ding, devoured skill speed LV2. Ding. After finishing eating the internal organs, a warm current appeared in his body. Yi Yang knew that it was the skill attributes acquired from consuming the spotted hyena. Unfortunately, the hyena's skill attributes were too low, making them nearly meaningless to him who generally had skills at LV5. Such low-level attributes of the spotted hyena might require consuming hundreds to upgrade. However, he hunted the hyenas mainly for the skill attribute of enhanced sense of smell. Taking a sniff. The sense within a 5-mile radius filled his nostrils, greatly enhancing his perception abilities. Cough cough. So foul. For other parts, Yi Yang chose not to consume. Too smelly. That smell was not of decay, but a pungent foul odor. With 100 pounds of meat, it was only enough to fill the gaps in his teeth, completely lacking any desire to eat. And also because there were too many bacteria on the hyena. Even Yi Yang, who usually didn't care much about clean food, could not stand the smell from it. Looking around, he then walked away into the distance. After he left, that group of hyenas? Back here again. Seeing him leave, eyes filled with doubt. Why did this big black bear not finish its food? It only ate the heart, leaving the meat behind. Looking at the body that was a kind just a second ago, now it has become food for them to fight over. Not thinking for long, they began to fight for the corpse on the ground. Chapter 93, Giant Crocodile Takeout. The climate of this plain is very hot. After walking for a long time, he began to feel nervous. Because he couldn't find a water source. Although his body had already adapted to the climate here. But water source is the foundation for all animals' survival, it is the most important resource. Actually, he didn't need to rush to find water. With his current evolved physique, he could survive a week without water. Moreover, he could also quench his thirst by catching the blood of those animals. But he felt uncomfortable not having a bath for a long time. This plain is vast, and the bear's eyes could not see the end. The bear's eyes lit up, sniffing its nose. With its sense of smell at LV2, the black bear's keen nose was now even more terrifying. It clearly sensed a place where animals were dense in the distance. Moving towards the densely packed place of animals. After walking for half an hour. Indeed, he saw a herd of animals not far away. Antelope, zebra, giraffe, bison, and wildebeest, mixed together, leisurely drinking water and eating grass. Not far away, there were leopards waiting for an opportunity, and a lazy pride of lions lounging under a big tree. These animals were not what surprised him the most. What amazed him was that the animals in sight all had skill attributes. This meant that the animals living here were all evolved creatures. Moreover, those giant zebras and bison had quite high skill levels. Their skill and physique levels were even at LV3. Looking at their bodies, he licked his lips. If he could eat these animals, how powerful would he become? But he didn't choose to hunt immediately. Instead, he came closer to the nearby river. Approaching the water source. Upon entering, he realized that this river was very large, a big river. For this hot season on the plain, it was like a green oasis of life. The life force here was clearly more vigorous. Herbivores cannot live without water, and are destined to come drink every day. Nodding to himself. This is a good hunting ground. The animals around drinking water saw a gigantic creature approaching. The animals that were drinking or wandering by the shore began to look at him with vigilant and curious eyes. This was the first time they had seen such a gigantic unknown creature. Facing the unknown animal, although these evolved creatures were curious, they still cautiously chose to retreat, keeping a distance. Then, their eyes kept sizing him up, trying to judge whether this creature posed a threat to them. Yi Yang didn't care at all about the curious gazes of these animals. Slowly he walked to the river. Discovering that this long river was even bigger than he had thought. It seemed to stretch infinitely, not visible at either source or ending. This big river might run through the entire grassland. Yi Yang looked at the river. The river flowed rapidly and appeared quite clean. I haven't bathed in a long time for a dip. Splash! His body fell into the water, creating a huge splash. His body sank into the water, with only the bear's head visible. Comfortable. On this scorching summer day, the river water was icy cold. Soaking his whole body in the river was truly a pleasant experience. Enjoying the bath in a cheerful mood. The surrounding animals were surprised that this big guy dared to enter the water. They looked at the rushing water surface with fear in their eyes. The other animals drinking water also stopped their actions, keeping their distance from the riverbank. All the animals stared at the big black bear, looking like spectators watching a show. Yi Yang closed his eyes, fully enjoying the river, unaware of the unusual atmosphere around him. Suddenly, he felt something bite his leg. Looking down, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. What is this? Crocodile. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not feel afraid. Generally speaking, being bitten by a large crocodile in the water is certainly a terrifying thing. But for him, with his huge size now, the feeling wouldn't be the same. Because the crocodile's teeth had not pierced through his hind leg. To be precise, it had struggled to pierce the skin but could not reach the muscle. He sighed inwardly. With toughness LV3 and physique LV3, his defense was truly powerful. The crocodile underwater was currently confused. Why hadn't its teeth pierced through this giant's hind leg? Just now, it had seen a giant from the opposite bank that had entered the water. The surrounding companions were indifferent, feeling they could not handle such a giant. But it did not think so. It was the strongest Nile crocodile in this area. This body of water could be considered its territory. Although it had never seen this gigantic creature before and did not know if it was dangerous, it had invaded its territory. As the leader of the Nile crocodiles, the king of this body of water, it was furious, filled with rage. Could this giant be as strong as a hippopotamus or a rhinoceros? Let me give it a try. Its entire body quietly submerged to the water's surface, closing in on him. Then it lunged for a strong bite. The big crocodile realized it could not bite through this giant's flesh and felt terrified. Determining it was a strong animal. It then attempted to release its bite and escape. But it found that this giant was very fast. In an instant, it had wrapped around its body. Yi Yang would not let it escape. Species, Nile crocodile. Combat power, 600. Skills, strength LV4, physique LV4, speed LV2. Bite force 3, claws LV1, aquatic ability LV2. The bear's eyes revealed excitement. Such great attributes, and already possessing the unique aquatic skill, it couldn't be missed. Moreover, it was a meal delivered right to its door. Don't let it go to waste. Directly hugging the crocodile, it dragged it onto the shore. The crocodile bit hard onto his hind leg, still failing to pierce through flesh. Once dragged onto the shore by Yi Yang, its soul was scared out of it. It had attacked large animals like hippopotamuses before. At most, it had been beaten around heavily by a hippopotamus in the water, with absolutely no danger. But now, it sensed the breath of death. Releasing its grip, it wanted to quickly crawl back into the water. Yi Yang directly sat on its body, making it unable to move. Then it flipped the crocodile over, opening its bare jaws wide to bite off its neck. This Nile crocodile, though considered one of the larger types, and having been nourished by spirit energy, had grown to 7 meters and weighed over 2,000 pounds. But compared to his 5,000 pounds body, it was completely insufficient. The Nile crocodile jumped a few times on the ground, ending its life. Yi Yang began to eat. Starting from the soft belly. Half an hour later, the meal was finished. Only the black scales of the Nile crocodile and a pile of long bones remained on the ground. Ding, successfully acquired aquatic ability LV2. Ding, devoured ability strength LV4. Ding, devoured physique ability strength LV4. Ding. A surge of energy appeared, strengthening his body. After a few breaths, the enhancement ended. System. Combat power, 1030. The combat power on the system panel had increased by several points. Although the skill levels did not rise, the physical attributes had grown stronger. Burp. Patting his round belly. The bear's mouth gaped wide and yawned. When a person is full, they want to sleep, not to mention a lazy bear by nature. Looking around, he found that the big tree was a good environment. On the big tree, a lion was lying, its eyes gradually narrowing as it made eye contact with Yi Yang. By the river, under this giant tree, a group of lions was lying down. Lions are social animals. The lion group before him consisted of a dozen lionesses and one lion. In the grassland, this was quite a strong pride of lions. Especially in this unknown grassland filled with spirit energy, their sizes were even more enormous. Their combat power was truly terrifying. Species, prairie lion, female. Combat power, 550. Skills, strength LV3, physique LV3, speed LV4. These big lions saw Yi Yang, this giant, walking towards them. Immediately stood up. Roar! Roar! Staring at him fiercely, showing huge teeth, and roaring at him. In the next moment, the lionesses turned their gazes towards the immobile male lion. The male lion was larger than the lionesses, quite a bit taller. The mane on his neck was particularly thick and eye-catching. This lion, the leader of the pride, carefully observed this unknown giant. From the battle he just witnessed between this giant and the huge crocodile, he sensed many things. That terrifying crocodile was no match for this giant at all. His eyes wandered to Yi Yang's hind legs. That was where the crocodile had been biting from underwater to the shore. He was horrified to discover that spot had no blood at all. Just a few less hairs and a bit of broken skin. This meant that this giant was not only massive but also fearsomely strong and well defended. That dead crocodile with its huge mouth was stronger than he was, yet it couldn't even harm this giant. So what use was this group of lions? More importantly, this giant was a meat-eater despite its massive size. He certainly did not want to be the first mature male lion hunted down. Roar! He erupted in a roar to stop the lionesses from attacking, hastily signaling a retreat. Ignoring the puzzled gazes of the lionesses, he was the first to run towards the distance. Seeing their leader leave so decisively, the lionesses let out unwilling roars as they retreated. Yi Yang was somewhat surprised by the pride's proactive retreat. So decisive? When had lions become so timid? This was completely unbefitting of the king of the grassland. Disappointed, he shook his head. He had hoped the lions would attack him so he could hunt a few and gain some skills and attributes. More importantly, he had never tasted lion meat before. However, now that the lions retreated, he saved a lot of energy. Having just eaten over 2,000 pounds of crocodile meat, his stomach was already full. Most importantly, he didn't want to move after eating. Anyway, the grassland was so vast, and there were plenty of lions around. He slowly made his way to the shade of a big tree, lying down like a small black mountain. He felt much cooler here, his body could accept it. Squinting his eyes, he began to drift into a light sleep. Around him, the animals watched in awe as this terrifying giant easily hunted a large crocodile. They were wide-eyed at this moment, originally thinking they would see this giant battle it out with the lion pride. Unexpectedly, the ruler of the grassland fled without a fight? This giant was truly too strong. Nurtured by the spiritual energy, they were smarter than the unevolved animals of the Blue Star. They looked at him with fear in their eyes, deeply remembering that this giant was not to be messed with. An animal at the top of the food chain. Especially the crocodile lying on the opposite bank, who was now gaping its mouth wide. Though the crocodile had poor vision, it could sense the bloody smell in the air, the scent of its kind. Faintly seeing the huge long crocodile bones on the opposite bank. In their awareness, there were rarely crocodiles killed. No animal on the grassland could kill them. They, with no natural enemies, were indeed at the top of the food chain. But now there was. The crocodile on the opposite bank began to panic. Their understanding was mistaken. Yi Yang didn't care how the surrounding animals thought, he began to sleep. The cheetah saw the giant sleeping and hurriedly came to the massive Nile crocodile's corpse, licking the tender flesh. Awoo! Not far away, a noisy roar came. Before long, it quickly ran away. A pack of spotted hyenas arrived here. If the lion pride was the top predator of the grassland, then the hyena pack was second. Moreover, sometimes they were even more difficult than lions to deal with. The hyenas did not chase after the cheetah. They couldn't catch up. From far away, the smell of food was detected, coming along the way. Seeing the huge carcass of bones and flesh. That was a crocodile. Spotted hyenas surrounded it, they were seeing such a big crocodile corpse for the first time. Normally, crocodiles die in the water and are eaten by fish or their own kind. Who took down this giant beast? The spotted hyenas looked around in a panic. They saw that familiar big black creature lying on the ground. Aoo! An anxious cry. Seeing that the big creature seemed to be sleeping and did not come to chase them. They relaxed their nervous hearts. Lowered their heads, they began to eat the blood and meat in front of them. Yi Yang could not eat all the blood and meat clean, there would always be some scraps left. For them, this could be regarded as a fresh big meal. Roar! Yi Yang fiercely pounced on a fleeing wildebeest. Using his big mouth, he bit off its neck to end its life. Then he ate heartily. In fact, the bear's teeth are not enough to instantly kill the prey. Generally, he would severely wound the prey so it could not move. Then he would eat it alive. But Yi Yang could not do that, his heart was not that ruthless. Ding, devour skill level up to LV3. Ding, devour skill physique up to LV3. Ding, devour skill speed up to LV3. Ding, evolution points plus 50. Feeling the warm flow inside his body, Yi Yang felt his body had become much stronger. The blood and flesh of these evolved creatures were very filling. Eating around 2,000 pounds a day would be enough to sustain him for a day. Moreover, there were plenty of evolution points. He glanced at the herd of animals that he had scared away while hunting. A sudden idea popped into his mind. If he could hunt these animals together and only eat their hearts, he would surely become strong. The thought shocked him. He shook his head and immediately rejected the thought in his heart. First, if he did that, he might become very powerful for a short time, but then what? At that time, his size would surely be enormous, and he could only continue to advance into the unknown for food. Everything there was unknown, but surely very dangerous. It's better to maintain the current balance slowly. Fishing while guarding the shore, hunting with fire on the mountains. The gains would be too low. If faced with great danger, hunting then would still be possible. After all, now no one knew when those large beasts would appear. Suddenly, the nearby animals felt a huge crisis. They alertly raised their heads. The crisis passed in an instant. It felt like an illusion. They lowered their heads and continued to graze. What they didn't know was, from this moment on, their lives were completely in Yi Yang's thoughts. Yi Yang had the ability to do this. Chapter 95, The Great Water Buffalo. Days passed. The herbivorous animals around began to gradually get used to this giant creature. Seeing its unparalleled strength, they all dared not fight with him. In their hearts, they considered him the ruler of the grasslands, and let their offspring remember his appearance from afar. It may not be long before Yi Yang's image will be ingrained in their DNA. As they reproduce, their descendants will gradually develop the habit of staying away from bears. These animals, after witnessing Yi Yang's power, did not choose to leave because the grass around this river was very rich. More importantly, they discovered that this big guy only hunted one prey a day. With an appetite similar to the lion prides in the old territories, it was the same for them. Anyway, there were so many of them, the chance of being targeted was too low, and every day new antelope or buffalo herds joined. This greatly increased their sense of security. For the presence of Yi Yang, all the animals on the grassland were filled with fear. Only that group of spotted hyenas were very happy. Although they also feared Yi Yang, they could always feed on the leftovers of the blood and meat that Yi Yang had eaten. This completely saved them from hunting or looking for rotten corpses. This made them incredibly happy. Every day, just wandering here without struggling to find food, there is enough flesh and blood. Moreover, it is all fresh and tasty meat. As long as it continues like this, it won't be long before there is enough energy to give birth to a lot of spotted hyena cubs, expanding the population. Completing the task of species reproduction. Yi Yang is completely unconcerned about this. Spotted hyenas are scavengers of the grasslands. Besides, these guys are quite clever. Once, a spotted hyena saw Yi Yang collecting the leftover bones of a horned cattle and tossing them far away. From then on, they collectively moved the bones away and then ate. Yi Yang stared in amazement. No wonder they are native animals that evolved in the grasslands, they are smart enough. A helicopter is slowly flying high above the Qinling Mountains. On the helicopter. Don't you think the leader is crazy? In the dead of winter, calling us here to film those mutated animals? Yeah, totally insane. In this weather, who can stand it? The reporter responds to the driver while taking a sip of hot water from the cup in hand. At the same time, he continuously curses their leader in his heart. It's December now, and it's freezing. The north side of Qinling has already begun to snow heavily. The vast expanse of white snow makes it impossible to find those animals. The driver releases one hand to alternate controlling the steering wheel, blowing warm air. It's so cold here, it's below -10 degrees, let's hurry back. With all this white snow, where can we find the animals? Okay. Both of them are wearing down jackets. The extremely low temperature combined with the sharp cold wind at high altitude makes it hard for them to continue. Wait. What do you see? Just when the driver was about to turn around and fly back, the reporter's eye caught a glimpse of a patch of green. It stood out especially in the white, snowy winter. That's... The driver followed his gaze. He also saw the green glow. They exchanged stunned glances, feeling shocked. How can there be a patch of green in the dead of winter? Moreover, from that direction, there wasn't a trace of white to be seen. Let's go, let's take a look. The helicopter swiftly flew in that direction. That direction is towards the vast grasslands. Yi Yang is comfortably soaking in the water. With the crocodile skill of water survival, he feels even more at ease in the water. Suddenly, the animals on the shore started to panic, followed by violent shaking of the ground. Yi Yang looked with his bare eyes. It turned out that a herd of water buffalo had migrated here. Now the herd of water buffalo was rampaging, scattering the gatherings of the horned sheep. They were dominating and charging without restraint. Puff, puff, puff. Then they began to tumble into the water like dumplings. Brutal and overbearing. This was originally none of Yi Yang's business. However, seeing the splashing river water beginning to get muddy, his gaze flashed with displeasure. Since he killed that giant Nile crocodile, those crocodiles no longer dared to enter the water when he was bathing. Even when Yi Yang was in the water, they stayed far away. The once calm water surface was now disturbed by the noise of the water buffalo herd. Yi Yang's bare face frowned. He didn't like such a noisy environment. But he didn't intend to teach them a lesson. He didn't occupy a body of water so dominantly, these animals drinking water was none of his business. As long as it didn't affect him, it was fine. Just then, the herd of large water buffalo noticed a huge creature they had never seen before lying in the water. In their fist-sized eyes, a hint of curiosity flickered. This was the first time they had seen such a gigantic creature. Then they began to approach this way, looking left and right. Moo! Several large water buffalo actually charged directly at him. With their fiery tempers, they might feel fear if facing such a huge creature alone. But now they were a herd, and they only grew more aggressive. Moo! Several large water buffalo stomped through the splashes, using their horns to charge at Yi Yang. Looking for death. Splash! Yi Yang stood up straight out of the water. His massive body was fully revealed. Like an adult, facing the attack of childish children around him. Bang! A few bull horns hit him, causing no serious injury. Whoom! He let out a low, painful roar. Although it didn't hurt much, the impact of the large buffalo was great. His tough skin and strong flesh, while having strong defense. But this heavy blow still made his body ache, probably leaving bruises where he was hit. Roar! Yi Yang let out a furious roar. How long has it been since he felt pain? These large buffalo had awakened his wild nature. He directly targeted a leading buffalo that was attacking and pounced fiercely. Splash! In an instant, he submerged into the water. The other attacking buffalo immediately retreated. Seeing that angry figure, they knew he was not easy to mess with. Better to run away. The buffalo herd, the animals on the bank, and the Nile crocodiles on the opposite bank all gazed at the water surface. Before long, the water surface began to turn red. Splash! Yi Yang, holding a buffalo's hoof in his mouth, came ashore. It's not even mealtime and there's a feast delivered. He began to eat. Ding, devour skill power LV3. Ding, devour skill physique LV4. Ding, devour skill speed LV3. He usually hunted a little later than this, but he didn't expect this herd of buffalo to dare to provoke him actively. He glanced at the large buffalo soaking in the water. The buffalo herd appeared to panic, unconsciously moving away from this water area to a slightly farther surface. The animals around shone with excitement. Who would have thought that the once arrogant buffalo herd was actually scared away by this big guy? How terrifyingly strong is this big guy? At this moment, not only were the surrounding animals shocked. The two people in the helicopter above were also stunned. Chapter 96, The Shock of Humanity. The two people in the helicopter gaped in disbelief. They had just arrived at this grassland not long ago, and it was already shocking enough. They didn't expect to find a subtropical grassland in the distance of the Qinling Mountains. The environment and climate here are just like the African savanna, and the creatures as well. But the size of the creatures is much larger than those on Blue Star. There is no doubt that this suddenly appeared grassland is full of evolved creatures. This made them extremely happy. They might be the first people to discover this grassland. If they send back the footage recorded by the camera, their mission will be complete. And they will definitely receive a nice reward. They had been filming these precious animal images from the sky over the grassland with their camera. Then they discovered a long river. The river stretched far and wide, with no end in sight. They decided to follow the river while filming, as many animals come to drink water there. Tall elephants like big trees, hippos as large as hills, and giant rhinos with skin shining like armor in the sun amazed them. It was as if they had entered a world from ancient times. Suddenly, they saw a group of leaping large buffalo ahead, their momentum dominating. They were quite spectacular. Quickly, they locked the camera on. After the herd of buffalo entered the water, a few of them rushed in one direction. That is... wow! A black bear. So big. When they saw Yi Yang come out of the water, his size nearly made the reporter's camera drop from the helicopter. He looks a bit familiar. Isn't this black bear by you? Yi Yang's cute appearance had spread widely on the internet. Even for those who don't watch online videos, they would see this adorable black bear in chatting emojis online. After all, in human impressions, the only beautiful black bear with such looks is Baiyu. Moreover, this reporter is a loyal fan of Black Bear Baiyu's looks, so he could recognize Baiyu at a glance. A hint of doubt flashed in the reporter's eyes. But wasn't Baiyu missing in the Qinling Mountains for several months? How could he appear here? It's important to note that this is a subtropical grassland. How could bears live here? Back to the present, seeing these big water buffaloes attacking Baiyu at the same time, the reporter began to worry. But what he didn't expect was that the black bear, Baiyu, took the hit and didn't appear to be injured. Then he pounced violently on one of the big water buffaloes, instantly disappearing beneath the water's surface. When it resurfaced, that water buffalo was already lifeless. He stared blankly as Yi Yang fed on that big water buffalo. At that moment. Bro, we're low on helicopter fuel, let's head back. Alright. Wait. He just saw the black bear, Baiyu, which was eating on the ground, looking up at him. Through the zoom of the camera, he could deeply see the wisdom glimmering in the bear's eyes. The black bear, Baiyu, had such sharp senses that it detected him from over 1,000 meters high. Filled with deep shock, the helicopter flew away in the distance. On the ground, Yi Yang, still chewing on the beef, looked up at the helicopter disappearing into the sky. With the skill of eagle eye, how could he not notice? He felt like he was being watched while in the water just now. After hunting the big water buffalo, he had some free time. Looking up, he was surprised to see a helicopter in the high sky. How could humans appear here? Then he figured it out. Of course, the suddenly appearing grassland would eventually attract human attention. He just didn't expect it to come so soon. He remembered it was still the cold winter season. The northern winter was very cold. He never expected someone would come by helicopter. Through his vision, he could see that the two people weren't in military uniforms. The person with the camera was likely a reporter or part of the media. It seemed that this place wouldn't be peaceful for long. As for worrying about being exposed, that was completely unnecessary. Now animals worldwide are evolving. Even if his evolution speed was a bit fast, it didn't matter. What's more, there were those strange massive beasts emerging from who knows where. He was merely a younger brother. The higher-ups among humans should be concerned about those things now. And even if he drew some human attention, his tremendous strength was nothing to fear. Ignoring the defensive rifle bullets, even artillery shells, combined with the system's regeneration ability, he wouldn't be afraid. It could be said that light and medium weaponry had already become ineffective against him. Of course, if you want to talk about intercontinental missiles, let's pretend he didn't say that. But that was impossible. Using such top-tier weapons to eliminate a slightly larger bear was simply impossible. Unless it was some idiot general from America, bored out of his mind. In Daxia Nation, domestically. The reporter ran towards the leader after getting off the plane. After the leader finished watching the video of the grassland, his eyes were filled with shock, unable to believe it. In the cold winter season around the Qinling, a subtropical grassland unexpectedly appeared. The animals there were clearly evolved, bigger and more intelligent. What shocked him even more was that the black bear, Baiwei, which disappeared a few months ago from the Qinling program, reappeared there. It should be known that the black bear, Baiwei, was popular all over the internet a few months ago, even gaining fans worldwide with the show. But it had vanished, and people were still searching for it in Qinling. Unexpectedly, it appeared in that subtropical grassland. When could bears live in subtropical grasslands? This wasn't what surprised the leader the most. In the video, the black bear, Baiwei, was clearly much larger than those big horned buffaloes. It weighed at least 4,000 pounds. Clearly, black bear Baiwei had evolved, but he didn't expect its evolution level to be so high. After getting himself together, the leader applied for a large bonus and vacation for the two who filmed the video. Then he hurriedly processed the video and sent it to the press's online channel.